When I was born, I failed the intelligence test. As the mother of a professor specializing in the study of human intelligence, her son is utterly worthless. Thus, in discovering an intelligence test with a score as high as 150, after encountering a boy who bore a striking resemblance to her, take me to the mountains and throw me away. 17 years later, when my domineering sister unexpectedly arrived in the countryside to take me back to our ancestral home, she found herself locked out for 2 hours. Impatiently, she stepped into the courtyard. Yet I found myself tilling the soil in the garden. Lan Ting, the divine and serene, is slowly filled with anger. I have waited for you outside for 2 hours, and you are merely toying with this worthless trinket. You ought to realize that you are the young master of the Lan family. My hands move incessantly. I inquire with a steady pace. So what now? Lan Ting was nearly driven to laughter by this absurdity. Such actions, unbecoming of your stature, should be avoided in the future. Furthermore, remember this. The Lan family is not a place akin to the gatherings you have frequented. You should cease to emulate the inferior teachings of your esteemed sister. Do not let the fact that you are my brother lead you to become overly complacent. Although I share a bond of snow with you, I shall not acknowledge you. Lan Ting's tone was stern, akin to how one might address a subordinate within a company, devoid of any trace of joy at discovering a long-lost brother, and instead tinged with a hint of ridicule. The domesticated younger brother, who had been raised for 17 years, was not her biological sibling. Yet, the boy standing before her, who had grown up in the night gatherings, was indeed her true brother. When the Lan family received this revelation, they found it nearly impossible to comprehend. Moreover, they discovered that this boy was expelled from high school before completing his studies, and the reasons for his expulsion remain unclear. Lan Ting grew increasingly agitated as she pondered the situation. She was being compelled to relinquish a lucrative project signing event worth several $100,000, all to bring home a brother besmirched by numerous scandals. You have 10 minutes to comply, otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of leniency. I set down the hoe in my hands, and with a swift kick, I hurled Lan Ting out through the 7th gate. Lan Ting never anticipated that her younger brother, whom she held in disdain, would unceremoniously cast her out. In her fury, she commanded her bodyguard to smash the door. The bodyguards charged forth, striking the iron gate with a resounding crash. I furrowed my brows, a hint of impatience flickering between them. I stretched my limbs, preparing to take action against the individual. However, a voice emerged from behind me, urging, "Open it up. Do not disrupt the siblings as they engage in their tasks." As I turned around, I beheld a woman clad in a striking red dress, seated upon the steps of the courtyard, delicately holding a cigarette between her fingers. I cast her a sidelong glance, yet uttered not a word, before turning to open the door. Lan Ting stormed in, her anger palpable. "Are you not quite formidable? Did you not dare to take me out? I thought you had more resolve. So resolute that you no longer wish to return to the Lan family." I gazed coldly at the woman before me, exquisitely adorned, yet seething with anger like a caged bird. "The Lan family, I need not return to, but dare you refuse to take me back?" Lan Ting felt a surge of frustration. She had specifically come to this desolate place because her grandmother had pressured her with the family name of Lan. Indeed, she did not dare to refuse to take me back. I cast a fleeting glance at her. One should approach others with the appropriate demeanor. Surely, you must have conducted your inquiries about me prior to your arrival. I possess a rather irritable temperament. It would be wise for you to temper your condescending attitude. I took a step forward, my piercing gaze directed at her. Should you dare to touch my sensitive spot, regardless of whether your surname is Lan or Hu, you shall face the chill of winter. An air of rebellious nonchalance enveloped me. Lan Ting's expression darkened significantly, a surge of anger bubbling within her. Yet, before she could unleash her wrath, I turned away and resumed my toil in the field. The fire within Lan Ting's heart is thus trapped, unable to emerge or subside. 2 hours later, as Lan Ting's patience gradually waned, I finally ceased my labor and ambled slowly towards the interior of the house. Soon, I emerged carrying a suitcase, clad in a sleek black trench coat, my stature poised and dignified. Lan Ting gazed at me, her eyes widening in recognition. The attire I wore was etched vividly in her memory. It was the latest creation personally designed by Master Youlan. Only 7 sets were crafted, each with a staggering price tag exceeding $1 million. One set had been gifted away. Lan Su yearns for this exquisite garment. She implored me to seize it for her, yet alas, her efforts were in vain. To my astonishment, it now adorns my own form. How could one, raised by the Nightbox Society, ever don the attire of the esteemed Master Youlan? As I lifted my gaze, I met Lan Ting's astonished eyes. I averted my gaze with indifference and slowly made my way towards the exit. As I passed by Sister Hong, I halted in my tracks, casting a glance at the scattered cigarette butts on the ground. Frowning slightly, I then reached out to take the cigarette from her hand. Discarded upon the ground, extinguished beneath one's foot reduced consumption, for it is detrimental to one's health. The sheep of Hongjia hangs in the air, silent and still. Please assist me in reviewing those materials, they're quite valuable. Sister Hong chuckled. What a worthless trinket. Who would cherish it? Hurry away to enjoy your fortune. Once you leave, do not return. I said little more, merely leaving behind a single reminder. Do not forget to eat. Then, without a backward glance, I departed. Lan Ting opened the car door. Before she could utter a word, I pushed the suitcase forward. It will accompany you in your vehicle. Subsequently, I proceeded directly to the motorcycle across from me and donned my helmet. Lan Ting was exasperated. Lan Zhan, what on earth are you doing? Hurry down from there. Do you have any idea how much this motorcycle costs? Can you afford to pay for the damages if you break it? When she arrived, she immediately noticed the motorcycle. She wondered which esteemed individual would venture to this remote location. Yet, she couldn't help but think of her own audacity in daring to approach that vehicle. I cast him a sidelong glance, started the motorcycle, and rode away amidst Lan Ting's astonished gaze. Lan Ting, who has always preferred to act rather than remain idle in the face of challenges, is currently seething within. Before her stands a motorcycle of unparalleled prestige, the only one of its kind in the nation, boasting a staggering price tag of 5 million. The vehicle she is currently riding, in contrast, is merely valued at 2 million. I am astonished to possess a motorcycle valued at 5 million. Was this nurtured by the ladies of the night? Are the courtesans of the nightclub so forward? As soon as the vehicle carrying Lan Ting and me vanished from the village, Hong Jia rose to her feet. She gently brushed off the dust from her attire and dialed a number, scheduling our departure for the following morning. When Lan Ting and I arrived at the Lan residence, the sky had gradually darkened and the family was waiting for me in the living room. As soon as I stepped through the door, an unfriendly voice resonated. You must be Lan Zhan. I lifted my gaze to behold a woman in her 40s, adorned in a dress of considerable worth. Every gesture she made exuded an air of opulence. This woman is my mother, Lu Wanyu, a distinguished professor at the Imperial Academy, and the very person who cast me aside. Everyone in the Lan family believes that I was mistakenly switched at birth and abandoned, yet no one is aware of the truth. In reality, she sought out a boy named Lan Su to assume my identity and reside within the Lan family. I gather my thoughts, gazing steadily at the woman before me. How is it that you cannot speak? Are you perhaps mute? Lu Wanyu furrowed her brow, her eyes brimming with disdain for me. She showed not a hint of remorse towards my plight. If given another chance, she would still make the same choice, only with a touch more caution, to prevent her mother-in-law from discovering Lan Su's false identity as the young master. What a pity to have a mute among us. The children of the Lan family are all exceptionally gifted, yet we ended up with 7 who are mute. One can only surmise that her intelligence is lacking as well. Even if one possesses a high intelligence, what is its true value? I have heard that he was raised by courtesans from a young age. With a modicum of intellect, he has instead chosen to learn the skills of servitude, leaving little room for a more noble pursuit. One cannot fathom the reasoning behind my mother's decision to bring him back. Although Lan Su is not my biological sibling, he possesses extraordinary talent. Not only is he an exceptional student, having ranked 20th in the province to gain admission to the prestigious Jingda University, but he also excels in numerous fields. What merits does this Lan Zhan possess? His return can only bring disgrace to the Lan family. The murmur of voices echoed continuously as I cast my gaze over the crowd. Lu Wanyu listened to the discussions of those individuals, her countenance far from pleasant. With an imperious gaze fixed upon me, her eyes brimmed with disdain and contempt. In a grave tone, she proclaimed, Langong, the blood of the Lan family courses through your veins thus. We are compelled to bring you back. However, the Lan family does not tolerate idleness at night. All the detrimental habits you have learned from that Hongjia must be eradicated. As long as you obediently follow the rules, the Lan family will not deny you a meal. Should you dare to cause me any trouble, do not blame me for showing you the door. As I lifted my gaze to speak, I was abruptly pulled back by a hand. A soft voice whispered in my ear, "Brother, upon learning of your return, I hastily selected a gift for you. This exquisite diamond watch is a creation of a renowned designer. I seek your forgiveness for our unfortunate mix-up at birth. You have endured so much suffering, and yet I hope you will not cast me away. I have spent 7 years of my life here, forming cherished bonds with my parents and sister. The thought of parting from them is unbearable. If only you would allow me to remain with the Lan family, I would willingly relinquish anything for your sake." My gaze rested upon that watch, and I let out a scoff, laden with sarcasm. A mere 10 yuan timepiece from a street vendor, what renowned designer could possibly be associated with such a paltry creation? Everyone was taken aback, astonished that they were not mute after all. Lan Su made a blunder. The counterfeit watch he presented was indeed purchased from a roadside stall. He merely intended to intimidate me. Yet to his surprise, I, a mere fool, managed to uncover the truth. But what does it matter? Lan Su swiftly reverted to his haughty demeanor once more. Lu Wanyu coldly chided, "What nonsense are you spouting? This watch was specifically commissioned by Xiao Su from the renowned designer master Youlan. It cost 700,000 to create this 1 faken timepiece, which even bears your name. How could it possibly be from a roadside stall? You must apologize to Xiao Su immediately." Upon hearing those words, a subtle delight danced across my features, with the corners of my lips adorned by a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "Mother, there is no need for concern. My younger brother has been exposed to premium products since childhood. It is quite normal for him not to recognize them. As time passes, he will inevitably become familiar with them." The magnanimity spoken of by Lan Su is evident, yet the pride in his eyes did not escape my notice. Upon witnessing Lan Su's expression of grievance, Lan Ting immediately felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. With a voice laced with fury, she admonished, "Lan Zhan, have I not warned you against causing trouble for Xiao Su? What are you doing now? Are you blaming him for usurping your identity?" Without waiting for me to speak, Lan Ting continued coldly, "You two were mistakenly swapped at birth. You can only blame your unfortunate fate. Why do you take it out on Xiao Su? He learned of the substitution of his identity, causing you to suffer and grow thin. He felt sorrow and guilt for an extended period, even personally selecting gifts, merely to win your affection once more. This is how you treated him." As soon as Lanting's words fell, I sent her flying with a single kick. I gazed at her with an impassive expression. Did I grant you the audacity, or did I somehow convey a signal that made you believe you had the right to instruct me? This scene astonished everyone. None of them anticipated that someone who had just been acknowledged would dare to lay hands on her own elder sister, and with such ruthless abandon, directly causing Lanting to spew out snow. "Sister, are you all right?" Lan Su hurriedly helped Lan Ting to her feet, then reproached her. "Little brother, it was not my elder sister's fault that we were switched at birth. If you must assign blame, let it be on me. How could you lay a hand on your elder sister? Scoundrel, how dare you lay a hand on my sister? Today, I shall impart to you a proper lesson in decorum." Lu Wanyu raised her hand, poised to strike. But before her hand could make contact, I seized it firmly. I spoke coldly. Before the age of 6, Lan Zhan was already 3. The way my mother elongated the word mother carried a hint of scorn and a chilling undertone. Lu Wanyu suddenly widened her eyes, her feet stumbled, and she nearly lost her balance as she stepped back several paces. Within her gaze, astonishment and fear intertwined, but predominantly, there was an overwhelming sense of disbelief. How could it be that I remembered events from before the age of 6? Typically, individuals with an IQ below 80 possess poor memory retention. Logically, I should not recall matters from that early in my life. I am quite pleased with Lu Wanyu's reaction. A wicked grin emerged on Chuanjiao's face. "It seems you haven't forgotten either. How amusing." Lu Wanyu wished to speak, yet I chose to ignore her. I turned and approached Lan Su. "Why not simply feign indifference? What compels you to thrust your face before me so insistently?" Lan Su's eyes brimmed with tears, portraying a look of deep grievance. "Little brother, I understand that you are angry with me, but I, in my divine impatience, interrupted him, eager to ascertain the truth. A simple evaluation by an institution would suffice to clarify the matter. I cast a silent glance over the gathered assembly, and yet I surmised that this foolish lot, whose minds seemed to be nourished by swine, would be reluctant to seek such validation. My words have drawn the ire of everyone present. Before they could react, I let out a hearty laugh. However, today I am in a splendid mood and shall offer my assistance in providing an evaluation free of charge. As the words hung in the air, I retrieved my phone and opened the social media application. I initiated a video call to the contact saved as L. The moment the video connected, a voice filled with delight resonated from the other side. Xiuyuan, I have missed you. I heard you went to Jiangxing. Once I finish my current tasks, I will come to see you. The members of the Lan family gazed at the figures in the video, their eyes wide with astonishment, completely forgetting to breathe, utterly transfixed in a state of disbelief. Master Youlan, the celestial maiden, the sole individual in the country who, at merely 12 years of age, ascended to the pinnacle of the designer rankings. An unparalleled top-tier designer. His creations, be they garments or jewelry, are treasures that are unattainable elsewhere. I cast a fleeting glance at the remarkable talents of the Lan family. With delicate contours, someone presented me with a watch, claiming it was designed by you. Master Youlan, with a hint of irritation, exclaimed, "It is not so, Lan Zhan. I'm truly vexed. Every item upon your person has been meticulously tailored for you by my hand, and yet you would have another gift to you?" Upon the utterance of Master Youlan's words, all eyes were drawn towards me. Initially, I had not observed closely, but upon a meticulous examination, it indeed proved to be true. Every adornment upon my person, including my attire, bears the distinctive mark of Master Youlan. It is as if I am adorned in an entire villa. How fortunate is one raised by a courtesan to be acquainted with Master Youlan, who bestows upon me such kindness. Every article I wear has been meticulously tailored for me by her. Do not be upset. I shall take the stage with a calm tone, soothing the child with patience. A gift from the adopted son of the Lan family. A 10 yuan trinket from a roadside stall, claimed to be your design. Thus, I seek your expertise for authentication. What? Master Youlan suddenly stood up, his voice considerably raised. Someone has dared to provoke me. I wonder, Lan, could you turn the camera around? I wish to see who possesses such audacity. I decisively directed the camera towards Lan Su. In an instant, his face turned pale, his hands clutching the corners of his clothing, too enraged to even dare to breathe. He had merely intended to assert his dominance over me. Just returned home, yet never anticipated being publicly humiliated. Master Youlan's face bore a heavy expression as he gazed at the watch on Lan Su's wrist. How dare such a shabby item claim to be of my design? It seems you possess a veritable treasure trove, akin to Doraemon's pocket. I do not possess tears of melancholy welling in my eyes, nor do I display a demeanor of delicate fragility. Regrettably, Master Youlan is not swayed by such tactics. Her primary vocation is that of a designer, while her secondary occupation involves the discerning identification of duplicitous individuals. You, a mere buffoon, concoct schemes brimming with insidious intent, pondering over trifles. Lan Su felt a sudden weakness in his legs and tearfully explained, "I had no idea the watch was a counterfeit. I asked my friend to purchase it on my behalf." Lan Su then approached me, attempting to grasp my hand. I turned to the side and said, "Filthy." Lan Su felt a lump in her throat. "Brother, I am truly sorry. I should have sought an appraisal beforehand. I never anticipated that such a significant misunderstanding would arise. May I present you with a new watch?" Before I could speak, Lan Su spoke again, saying, "Since you are acquainted with Master Youlan, why don't you mention to her how much it would cost to design a watch for you? I shall cover the expenses. You are merely a DR. Xiaozhan's watch requires your delivery. If he desires it, I shall present him with a truckload." This statement left the members of the Lan family in a state of profound astonishment. Xiaozhan quickly turned the camera around. That person is just like Lan Sevenyang, crying incessantly. Such a bad omen. Master Youlan wears an expression of utter disdain. Subsequently, the elegant canine master cast a smile upon my handsome visage. "Pray, convey to the esteemed Junmu that the legal notice shall be delivered within 2 hours. The compensation amounts to 5 million, and the price is set at 7. Consider it a token for your pocket money." Master Youlan is likely quite upset. Typically, Our conversations last for over an hour without interruption. Yet now, he hangs up within a minute. Lan Su's complexion had grown even paler. He understood that offending Master Youlan would yield no favorable outcomes. Yet he never anticipated that retribution would arrive so swiftly. I tucked my phone away and cast a sidelong glance at Lan Su. Subsequently, my gaze met Lu Wanyu's. I thought you had found a substitute of remarkable intelligence, but it turns out to be nothing more than a piece of trash. Lu Wanyu's visage is exceedingly unattractive, resembling a counterfeit. Individuals of your ilk are utterly unworthy of donning authentic pieces. I must caution you, Xiao Su is poised to commence his studies at Kyoto University. Prior to the onset of the academic term, he must remain unblemished. It would be prudent for you to seek the counsel of Master Youlan. Otherwise, I shall expel you from the Lan family without hesitation. I shall observe who dares. At this moment, an ancient and commanding voice resounded. The members of the Lan family hurriedly rose to their feet, respectfully addressing Mother. Lan Lao Tai Tai, adorned in a traditional Tang suit, entered gracefully with the assistance of Lan Wangji. She cast a fleeting glance over the crowd before her gaze settled upon me. Trembling, she extended her hand. Xiaozhan, grandmother. I grasped the hand of the venerable Lan Lao Tai Tai, my tone imbued with respect and courtesy. Lan Wangji approached with a smile, greeting me warmly. Little one, do you still remember me? I offered a subtle smile. Sister, the spray orchid, with a touch of irreverence, declared. Biological kin are truly distinct. My affection for you has not been in vain. Lan Wangji presented me with a delicate jewelry box. This is a gift for you, he said. Please don't turn it away. I only have 100,000, with 10,000 reserved for living expenses. The rest has been spent on this watch. In the future, when I am able, I shall present you with something even finer. As the words faded away, Lan Wangji's gaze settled upon the watch adorning Lan Xiu's wrist. Oh, I almost forgot, Lan Xiu remarked. I have also prepared a watch for you, said to be designed by the esteemed Master Youlan. I fear my own piece pales in comparison. Lan Su's face was as pale as it could possibly be. He clutched at Chun, his expression resembling that of someone on the verge of tears. Third sister, my friend has been deceived. This watch was not designed by Master Youlan. Lan Wangji feigned surprise, and then exclaimed, Heavens! Surely, you did not purchase this from a street vendor for merely 10 yuan? This is where you have erred. You have usurped my brother's identity for so many years, and yet you present her with a mere trinket from a roadside stall? This is rather excessive, don't you think? Lan Su angrily stamped his foot. This was not a matter of 10 yuan in truth. He did not haggle and spent a total of 15 yuan. Isn't it so? Lan Wangji retrieved his phone and opened a photograph. Then, the person in this picture is not you. Lan Su glanced over, feeling as if the snow's essence surged directly to his mind, nearly propelling him into the heavens. It was precisely at that moment when he was selecting photographs of wristwatches at a roadside stall. Lan Su's face was a picture of utter embarrassment. She yearned to explain, yet was at a loss for words. With tears welling up in her eyes, she turned to Lu Wanyu and said, Mother, this watch is truly not worth the 10 yuan it appears to be. I did visit a roadside stall. A little girl approached me for assistance in selecting a style while I was passing by. I was merely helping her choose. Lu Wanyu gently patted her hand and said softly, Mother understands. With those words, Lu Wanyu spoke in a serious tone. Lan Wangji, what are you going on about? The matter of the watch was merely a misunderstanding. Besides, even if Lan Zhan were to remain in the countryside and be gifted a watch, would he truly possess the elegance to wear it? Lan Wangji cast a sidelong glance at her, then turned to me and said, Come here, sister will adorn you with a watch, allowing our esteemed mother to truly appreciate what the demeanor of a genuine scion of a wealthy family embodies. Without waiting for my consent, Lan Wangji directly fastened the watch onto my wrist. I am currently adorned in a form-fitting leather outfit, which, in truth, does not complement this watch. However, possessing an appealing appearance, regardless of the attire or timepiece I don, my aura remains distinctly exceptional. Lan Wangji's actions have undeniably slapped Lu Wanyu and Lan Su in the face. Lanting wore a serious expression. Third brother, this matter was indeed a mistake made by Xiao Xiu. However, he has grown up alongside us since childhood, and he is also our dear younger brother. Is it not excessive to put him in such an awkward position? My younger brother, only when it comes to Jean. Lian Su, that imposter. I have never acknowledged. Lan Wangji's face was filled with disdain. Moreover, mother, you mentioned that they were mistakenly swapped at the hospital. Yet why does Lan Zhan recall every little moment spent with me since childhood, while Yin Su possesses no such memories? Lu Wanyu's face turned pale as snow, rendering her speechless. What truly transpired back then? Only you are privy to. You may cherish the counterfeit as a treasure, and that is of no concern to me. However, should you choose to cast aside my dear brother because of this imitation, do not blame me for losing my sanity. Lu Wanyu was utterly exasperated. She had 3 daughters and 1 son. The eldest and the second were quite obedient to her wishes, yet this youngest one was as stubborn as a mule, constantly opposing her. Were it not for the youngest's commendable intellect, she might have discarded her just as she had done with me in the past. It was precisely because she had not been cast aside that the youngest had become another source of frustration in the household, spending her days frivolously associating with a group of wayward youths, devoid of any earnest pursuits. Now it seemed she audaciously defied me openly. Lan Laodai cast a fleeting glance at Lu Wanyu, her expression devoid of warmth. She was disinclined to engage in further conversation and coldly asserted, I have gone through immense hardships to bring Xiaozhan back. Anyone who dares to cast him out shall immediately leave this household. Milan's hand is nothing but a worthless individual. Old Lan did not give her a chance to speak, directing his words solely to Lan Su. There are certain matters, Qing, that I prefer not to discuss, but Tai understands. If you wish to remain in the Lan family, refrain from causing any trouble. My little Jean cannot be replaced by anyone. Grandmother, I did not intend to replace my younger brother. Lan Su, with tears in her eyes, explained. The matter concerning the watch was indeed a misunderstanding. I shall gift my brother a fine watch anew. My original intention was merely to foster a good relationship with him. As soon as the words fell, a servant approached unexpectedly. Old Master Tai, a person claiming to be the esteemed lawyer Master Youlan, delivered a legal letter. He demanded that the 4th young master. The servant, upon meeting the unfriendly gaze of old Master Lan, hurriedly amended her statement, stating that Master Youlan required young Master Lan, Su, to compensate 5 million for the damages to his reputation within an hour, to be entrusted to the 4th young master for safekeeping. Otherwise, she would proceed with legal action against young Master Lan Su. Lan Su's face suddenly changed. Wasn't it said to take 2 hours? How could it come so quickly? It has barely been half an hour. Where is she to find this 5 million? Lan Su looked to Lu Wanyu for help, Mom. Lu Wanyu's face, though striking, is undeniably displeasing. She regards my fate with disdain. Upon your return, you have managed to entangle our relationship in such a manner. What a disgrace. Hurry and inform Master Youlan, let this matter be put to rest. I let out a cold laugh. Is your face quite large? Lu Wanyu, filled with exasperation, declared, I am your mother. I demand that you promptly clarify this matter with Master Youlan at once. I kicked over the marble coffee table beside Lu Wanyu, my voice icy as I spoke. Is that clear enough? My sudden outburst sent a shiver through everyone present. Lu Wanyu's face was ashen with fury. What madness are you displaying now? How many times must I repeat myself? This is not the seedy nightclub you once frequented. This is the Lan family's domain, and you have no right to unleash your wildness here. I approached her step by step, raising my hand to grasp Lan Su's hair with a sudden tug. Now, is it my turn to unleash my wildness? Lan Su let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lu Wanyu felt a sharp pain in her mouth, her anger palpable. She pointed at me, struggling to articulate a single word for an extended period. Finally, she could only address old Master Lan, exclaiming, Mother, this is the so-called good grandson you insisted on bringing back. Just look at him. Less than an hour after his return, he has turned our home into a chaotic mess. Now, he even has the audacity to lay hands on his elder brother. Are you truly willing to allow such a calamity to remain in the Lan family? Lan Lao Tai Tai glanced at me. My little Jean has no elder brother. Aren't you a professor? Do you not advocate that mistakes should be punished? Why is it that when Xiao Zhan makes a mistake, you impose a penalty, yet when Lan Su errs, he should not be punished? Lu Wanyu exclaimed vehemently. That is entirely different. Lan Su is a prodigy I have nurtured with great care. His accomplishments are exemplary. He is about to attend Kyoto University. How could Lan Zhan possibly compare to her? Moreover, The incident with the watch was not intentional on Qing's part. It is merely a trivial matter. Why impose a punishment for such a minor issue? Even the venerable Lan Lao Tai Tai is amused by the situation. One must face the consequences of their misdeeds. The errors committed by Lan Su are quite evident. You cannot evade your responsibility in this matter. Haven't you always been inclined to support Lan Su? When she is unable to make amends, you have stepped in to cover for her. Mother, how could you behave in such a manner? Lan Su is also your child. He's the most filial towards you. By acting this way, are you not chilling his heart? Old Master Lan firmly declared, "You shall not be taught by me, for the Jiangxing prison shall educate you in due course." Lan Su, then, Godat Lu Wanu Shen. Mother, I do not wish to be imprisoned. Lu Wanyu was so infuriated that she nearly lost her composure in front of the Flame King. She believed that in her entire life, she had never been as enraged as she was today. However, observing old Tai Tai's nonchalant demeanor, she had no choice but to relent. Therefore, I will compensate for Xiao Su in advance. Lu Wanyu, reluctantly and with great reluctance, transferred 5 million to me. This was originally compensation from Master Youlan. You're not permitted to spend it frivolously. Do you understand? Upon receiving the transfer, I promptly shoved my phone into my pocket, offering her not even a fleeting glance. Lu Wanyu, upon observing my demeanor, felt a surge of anger. Yet, ironically, she found herself with no outlet for her frustration. Lan Lao Tai Tai gently pressed her brow. Lan Lao Tai Tai has pressed her brow. Xiaozhan, please assist me in ascending the stairs to rest. I nodded gently, assisting the elderly gentleman as he ascended. Lan Wangji cast a glance at the members of the Lan family, chuckled lightly, and then followed suit. The other members of the Lan family quickly forced a chuckle and hurriedly departed. Retain only Lu Wanyu, Lan Su, and Lan Ting. Lan Su gazed towards the upper floor, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashing in his eyes. When I descended the stairs, I immediately beheld my biological father, Lan Jingchuan, seated on the sofa, engrossed in reading the newspaper. I let out a cold laugh and descended the stairs with a purposeful stride. Grandmother Lan has long been waiting for me at the dining table, smiling and beckoning. Xiaozhan, come here to Grandma. I greeted him and took a seat beside the old gentleman. Old Taiching grasped my hand, his eyes brimming with affection. Did you sleep well last night? Quite well. I present myself as obedient and understanding in front of Lao Tai Tai. This scene happened to be witnessed by Lan Ting. She let out a cold laugh. The young lady raised by Yi Daiwi is indeed different. She is adept at using sweet words to deceive others and skilled at reading expressions, fully aware of who holds the authority in this household. The members of the Lan family gradually gathered. Lan Jingchuan put away the newspaper and, upon seeing me, momentarily froze, then indifferent, nodded and said, I am back. His relationship with Lu Wanyu is fraught with discord, and he shows little concern for their several children. Recently, it was revealed that Lan Su is not his biological offspring. The mother has exerted considerable effort to locate his true son, intending to bring him back. To him, whether or not this son returns holds little significance. He has never had a fondness for any of the children in the household. Yesterday, he returned home quite late and went straight to the study to sleep, unaware that I had already been brought back. Upon seeing me now, he appeared somewhat surprised. However, the formidable aura I exuded compelled him to regard me with newfound respect. Father, my tone is devoid of emotion. I harbor no particular feelings towards him, nor do I possess the intense animosity I hold for Lu Wanyu. Lan Jingchuan nodded at 7 o'clock, unwilling to speak further. The atmosphere at the dining table fell into a momentary silence. Master Lan put down his chopsticks, his expression grave as he spoke. Today, everyone is present, and there is a matter I wish to address. The marriage between the Lu family and ours was originally intended for Xiaozhan, however, due to Xiaozhan's disappearance. Lan Lao Tai Tai Zun Bai Zun, Lan Lao Tai Tai Zun Le Zun. Once again, they spoke. Xiaozhan and Lan Su were mistakenly swapped. This marriage has fallen upon Lan Su. Now that Xiaozhan has sought 7 back, the marriage ought to be restored to Xiaozhan. Lan Su's fingers instinctively clenched together as she anxiously exclaimed, Grandmother, it is I whom old Master Lu has specifically designated for betrothal. Moreover, I share a harmonious affinity with Lu Ruyan. Furthermore, My brother has not been educated in the ways of propriety since childhood. A family, such as the Lus, would likely hold him in little regard. Lan Su felt a surge of indignation within. Lao Tai Tai had always harbored a dislike for him. Yet this marriage proposal was one he had to secure. Since childhood, he had cherished his affection for Lu Ruyan, and after much effort, he had finally attained this coveted union. Why should it be so easily bestowed upon Lan Zhan? Old Lan Tai Tai spoke softly. Rules can be taught gradually, but the belongings of little Zhan are not to be taken by anyone. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyu immediately expressed her discontent. Mother, there must be a limit to favoritism. Although Xiao Su is not my biological sibling, he has been raised in our household since childhood and shares a bond with us. Who is unaware of his affection for Lu Ruyan? You're now asking him to relinquish his fiancée to another. Have you considered her feelings? With that said, Lu Wanyu turned her gaze sharply towards me. Moreover, even if you choose to favor Lan Zhan, you ought to consider whether he is worthy. He was raised by a courtesan, and to suggest that he marry Lu Ruyan would be akin to slapping the Lu family in the face. I was engrossed in my thoughts when I heard Lu Wanyu mention my name. I lifted my gaze and cast a glance at her. Upon seeing me in this manner, Lu Wanwang became even more incensed. What are you staring at? Do you truly believe that returning to the Lan family transforms you into a wealthy young master? A person of Lu Ruyan's caliber is beyond your reach. It would be prudent for you to suppress such misguided thoughts. I am left in a state of bewilderment. Whom are you referring to? Lu Wanyu nearly spat out a mouthful of snow, realizing that despite her lengthy discourse, this insufferable lad had not absorbed a single word. Lan Laotai gently remarked, "It pertains to the betrothal between you and Lu Ruyan. This engagement was originally yours. However, due to your absence, it fell upon Lan Su instead. Now that you have returned, it is time for it to be rightfully bestowed upon you." What do you mean by this? I lowered my gaze at the social media application on my phone, where I had just blocked the contact labeled as my ex-girlfriend. Silently, I slipped my phone into my pocket. Tomorrow marks the day of my engagement. Chapter 6. Why did we break up? Sang Ning departed, leaving an entire room of bewildered faces. Neither Lu Wanyu nor Sang Li anticipated that the once tempestuous Sang Ning, who had been like a live wire since her return home, would relinquish such a promising marriage. Even old Madame Sang was taken aback. She had assumed Sang Ning would be fond of the engagement, considering that few young women could resist a man of Fu Xiuyuan's caliber. He was not only young, but also managed the vast family business of the Fu clan. More importantly, Fu Xiuyuan possessed an unparalleled appearance. However, his demeanor was somewhat aloof and detached. Many sought to align themselves with the Fu family through marriage, yet old Madame Fu had declined their advances, solely because a betrothal had been arranged years ago between the Sang and Fu families. When representatives from the Fu family came to discuss the engagement, old Madame Sang was absent, and it was Lu Wanyu who welcomed them. At that time, everyone believed Sang Li to be the biological daughter of the Sang family, which naturally led to the arrangement being finalized. Yet, this union was originally intended for Sang Ning. Marrying Fu Xiuyuan would undoubtedly have been a favorable match, especially since old Madame Fu would never shortchange Sang Ning. Yet, Sang Ning appeared to spurn this union entirely. What could be the reason behind such aversion? Since Sang Ning had expressed her disinterest in the marriage, Lu Wanyu resolved to speak with the Fu family to expedite the engagement between Fu Xiuyuan and Sang Li. Fearing unforeseen complications, she interjected before old Madame Sang could voice her thoughts. Despite her reluctance, old Madame Sang found herself unable to refuse Sang Li stepping in for Sang Ning. After all, the Sang and Fu families were not only in-laws, but also had various business partnerships. Old Madame Sang, visibly distressed at the thought of Sang Li usurping what rightfully belonged to Sang Ning, lost her appetite and turned to leave. The following day marked the engagement banquet between the Sang and Fu families. Lu Wanyu acted swiftly. Almost immediately after old Madame Sang's directive, she rushed to old Madame Fu's residence in Jiangsheng to finalize the engagement date at the earliest opportunity. The Fu family agreed without hesitation, setting the ceremony for the following noon. Due to the rushed nature of the engagement, only immediate family members from both sides were invited. The Sang family had a larger turnout, with old Madame Sang having 3 sons and 2 daughters, resulting in 5 grandchildren from the main branch alone, alongside 10 from the other branches. Thus, they arranged 3 tables for the banquet. In contrast, the Fu family's attendance was more modest, comprising only old Madame Fu, old Master Fu, Fu Xiuyuan's parents, and Fu Xiuyuan himself. The rest of the family remained in Beijing, as the Fu clan, being substantial, could not abandon their affairs for the engagement. Before the banquet commenced, the Fu family had not yet arrived. Sang Mo Yin cast a glance at Sang Ning, who was conversing with Sang Yifan, and approached her with a serious demeanor. Sang Ning, I feel compelled to remind you that this marriage is one you have chosen to forego. When the Fu family arrives, it will be prudent for you to sit quietly and avoid causing any disturbances. Do you understand? Sang Mo Yin's expression was stern. Remember this. Sang Ning reclined languidly in her chair, her icy gaze fixated on Sang Mo Yin, the corners of her lips curling into a sardonic smile. Young Master Sang, do you remember the taste of punishment? Sang Mo Yin's expression darkened. In any case, I have warned you in advance. Should you cause trouble today, do not expect me to be lenient. Sang Ning sat up, reaching for the teacup on the table. Sang Yifan hurriedly restrained her, maintaining a calm demeanor. He may have a stoic face, but he deserves a good beating. Once today passes, feel free to take your frustrations out on him. Do not bring shame to grandmother. Grandmother and old Madame Fu were close friends, and today marked an important occasion for both families. If Sang Ning were to assault her elder brother, it would certainly reflect poorly on their grandmother. After a moment of silence, Sang Ning slowly set the teacup down. While I'm in a good mood, you'd best keep your distance. Indeed, she was feeling rather cheerful today. Her troublesome ex-boyfriend was to be engaged, and freeing herself from this burden lifted her spirits considerably. Yet, there were still those who foolishly approached her, seeking confrontation. Never mind, she decided, feeling good today, she would not hold it against him. Sang Mo Yin was well aware of Sang Ning's tempestuous temperament. An argument could easily escalate into blows. Having suffered her wrath on 2 occasions, he had no desire to engage with her again, especially not for the sake of Sang Li. Thus, he muttered a parting remark before retreating to his seat. Before long, the Fu family arrived. Old Madame Fu and old Madame Sang exchanged pleasantries, akin to 2 newly acquainted friends, sitting together hand in hand. Sang Ning glanced towards the entrance, momentarily taken aback. Where was her infuriating ex-boyfriend? Wasn't today the day of his engagement? That foolish individual. Could he be contemplating fleeing from the marriage? Panic set in at the thought. If Fu Xiuyuan were to escape, wouldn't he continue to pester her? No. She had to ensure Fu Xiuyuan was brought forth for the engagement. Just as she picked up her phone to make a call, she overheard old Madame Sang say, "Where's that child, Xiuyuan?" Lu Wanyu and Sang Li exchanged anxious glances with old Madame Fu. Particularly, Sang Li, her hands nervously fidgeting in her lap, feared that Fu Xiuyuan might withdraw from the engagement. After all, this marriage was never meant to be hers. Where could he possibly be? We can't find him. Old Madame Fu sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose in exasperation. But it's of no consequence. The engagement will proceed as planned. This marriage was arranged by me, and the only one who can marry him is Sang Li. No one else will be recognized. Sang Ning quietly tucked her phone away, relieved that the engagement would still take place. Sang Li also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the engagement was confirmed, even if Fu Xiuyuan were reluctant, he would still be her fiancé. The thought of soon becoming the betrothed of the man she had admired for years made her heart race. Though the engagement banquet was simple, the essential rituals were not to be overlooked. Following tradition, the Fu family presented the agreed-upon betrothal gift of 880,000. Given the stature of the Fu family, such gifts typically exceeded 10 million. However, due to the relationship between old Madame Sang and old Madame Fu, this amount was merely a token gesture. The betrothal gift was also a stipulation set forth by old Madame Sang, with the rest of the Sang family having no authority to contest it. In truth, Lu Wanyu was dissatisfied with the betrothal gifts, deeming them insufficient. Sang Jingchuan, indifferent to the matter, had no desire to exploit the betrothal for monetary gain. Though the Sang family was not as affluent as the Fu family, they held a respectable position in Jiangcheng and his disdain for Sang Li precluded any inclination to tarnish his reputation by appearing to sell his daughter. Thus, the discussions regarding the betrothal gifts proceeded amicably between the two families. Subsequently, matters such as jewelry and the wedding date were determined by the elders of both families. Once the formalities were completed, the engagement ceremony was set to commence, with old Madame Fu stepping in for Fu Xiuyuan, who was absent. Just as the ceremony was about to begin, the hotel doors were suddenly kicked open. The guests' expressions darkened. Who dared to disrupt the engagement banquet of the Sang and Fu families? However, upon seeing the intruder, everyone was taken aback. Fu Xiuyuan? Hadn't he been avoiding the engagement with Sang Li? Why had he suddenly appeared? Could it be that he had reconsidered his stance? You rascal, where have you been? Hurry up! The engagement ceremony is about to start. Old Madame Fu sighed in relief at the sight of Fu Xiuyuan. His presence was reassuring, indicating he had accepted the marriage arrangement. To her surprise, Fu Xiuyuan merely glanced at her before surveying the hall, his gaze ultimately settling on Sang Ning. With a frosty countenance, he approached her, his voice laced with anger as he demanded, "Why did you break up with me?" Chapter 7. Are you threatening her? Fu Xiuyuan's actions left everyone present utterly bewildered. Numerous gazes turned towards him and Sang Ning, filled with shock. Fu Xiuyuan's long fingers pressed down on Sang Ning's shoulder as he gritted his teeth, demanding an explanation. Sang Ning pinched the bridge of her nose, exasperated, and asked, "Do you not have any awareness of the situation?" "None." Fu Xiuyuan's grip on her shoulder tightened, his voice nearly a roar. "I woke up to find my world crumbling. My girlfriend inexplicably breaks up with me. Have you considered my feelings?" His eyes glimmered with a hint of red, displaying an expression of wounded grievance. This scene left the Fu family in utter disbelief. Was it possible? Were they seeing things? Was this truly their beloved son or grandson? The usually domineering and aloof Fu Xiuyuan now appeared vulnerable, seeking comfort from a girl. What on earth was happening? Unexplained? Sang Ning stared at him, slowly savoring those words. "Then pray tell me the reason. What have I done wrong that warrants you kicking me to the curb?" Fu Xiuyuan's voice trembled. "Is it that I failed to take care of your meals? Or perhaps I didn't take you on enough dates? Or is it that I didn't serve you adequately? Surely, you can't be breaking up with me over my reluctance to accompany you to a horror film?" Fu Xiuyuan sighed. "If that is truly the reason, I'll change. I'll watch dozens of horror films today, all right?" Who could fathom the feeling of waking up to a girlfriend unexpectedly wanting to part ways? The most distressing part was that he didn't even know the reason. He had been unilaterally cast aside. He sought an explanation from Sang Ning, only to find his messages unanswered, his calls ignored, and her whereabouts unknown. He had learned she returned to Hongjia's courtyard and rushed over, only to find not just her absent, but Hongjia as well. The courtyard was barren except for the herbs Sang Ning cherished. Everything had been cleared out. He immediately mobilized all his connections to locate her, finally discovering she had come to Jiangxing. However, when he messaged her yesterday, she had actually blocked him. Without delay, he pinpointed her location and rushed there. In his quest to find Sang Ning, he had not eaten or drunk a drop of water since the previous day. He was both furious and helpless. Sang Ning, covering her forehead, was utterly speechless. What was he rambling on about? Was it her decision to break up due to his fourth mistress, tearfully watching him from the stage? Did he truly lack self-awareness? Sang Ning, you slept with me, you promised to take responsibility, and you must see it through. You cannot just cast me aside. Fu Xiuyuan proclaimed, adopting a clingy demeanor. Sang Ning furrowed her brow, her patience wearing thin. Finally, she kicked Fu Xiuyuan away, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this? You think you're justified in your infidelity? The only reason I haven't severed ties with you is that you've taken good care of my and Hong Jia's daily needs. So, step away and don't come near me." Sang Ning. Fu Xiuyuan felt a surge of anger. Explain yourself. When did I ever cheat? I spend 24 hours a day with you. When would I have the time to stray? Sang Ning leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, glancing at Sang Li on stage. The fourth ship is waiting for you, Mr. Fu. Aren't you going to meet your fiancé? What nonsense is this? Fu Xiuyuan turned his gaze towards Sang Ning, yet he saw neither Sang Li nor anyone else, only the two elders from the Fu family and his parents. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his eyes. Grandfather, grandmother, parents? The elders of the Fu family. His parents. What is this expression? Shock? Bewilderment? Don't tell me you didn't notice us when you walked in? Fu Xiuyuan genuinely hadn't paid attention. He had driven through the night, deprived of sleep and food, his mind solely occupied with Sang Ning. Thus, upon entering the banquet hall, he was fixated on finding her and had completely overlooked the conversation with Madame Fu. As Fu Xiuyuan paused, the crowd gradually began to grasp the gravity of the situation. They had just heard some extraordinary news. The esteemed heir of the Fu family had been betrayed and spurned, allegedly for infidelity. Yet, Fu Xiuyuan was innocent, having spent every moment with his girlfriend, leaving no time for cheating. Wasn't he the epitome of an ideal boyfriend? Would one wish for a dozen like him? Good-looking, wealthy, and devoted enough to spend all day with his girlfriend? It seemed like a dream to have such a partner, and yet, the girl had cast him aside. Sang, on stage, turned pale. She had painstakingly orchestrated this marriage, only to discover that Fu Xiuyuan was Sang Ning's ex-boyfriend. And worse, he had been rejected by her. The person she sought to elevate herself with was someone Sang Ning deemed unworthy. Why did Sang Ning hold such a position? Sang took a deep breath, striving to quell her inner fury. It did not matter. One must be magnanimous. What Sang Ning discarded was a treasure in her eyes. As long as she could marry Fu Xiuyuan, it mattered not whose ex-boyfriend he was. She only desired Fu Xiuyuan. Sang exhaled a sigh, smiling as she approached Fu Xiuyuan. Xiuyuan, you've finally arrived. The ceremony is about to commence. We must not delay the auspicious timing. After finishing her words, she glanced at Sang Ning. My sister is very much looking forward to our marriage. She blessed me yesterday, didn't you, sister? Before Sang Ning could respond, Fu Xiuyuan, with his hands in his pockets and his brows furrowed, interjected, Who are you? Sang maintained a poised smile. I am. Get lost. Fu Xiuyuan's face hardened, a layer of frost enveloping his demeanor, leaving no room for mercy. You're repulsive. With that, he immediately turned to Sang Ning. She frowned as he pressed a hand on her shoulder. Don't move. I need to cleanse my eyes. Sang Ning, do you have any manners? The onlookers murmured. Indeed, Fu Xiuyuan's temper is notoriously poor. Only with Sang Ning could he restrain it. Sang bit her lip, appearing on the verge of tears. Xiuyuan, how could you say such a thing? I'm the fiancé, personally chosen for you by your grandmother. I'm the belle of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. How could Fu Xiuyuan claim she was unattractive? Fiancé? Fu Xiuyuan frowned. Do you even deserve that title? At that moment, the elders of the Fu family and Grandma, Sang, finally grasped the situation. Grandma Fu approached and slapped Fu Xiuyuan on the back, exclaiming, You rascally boy, how can you speak like that? Sang is a girl. What you said leaves her with no dignity. Explain to me when I acquire an additional fiancé. Fu Xiuyuan drawled lazily as he pulled out a chair, crossing his legs and reclining against the backrest. His tone held a hint of indifference, yet those familiar with him recognized this as a precursor to his anger. It was one thing for him to be abruptly dumped by his girlfriend, but to suddenly have a fiancé thrust upon him was quite another. No wonder Sang Ning had chosen to end their relationship. It must have been due to this unattractive woman. This engagement was arranged by your Grandma Sang and me. Sang. Grandma Fu began to explain, but Fu Xiuyuan impatiently interrupted, annul the engagement. Sang Li's face turned ashen. Luan Yu urgently added, How can you annul the engagement? Both families' relatives are present today. If you withdraw, how will Sang Li hold her head high in the future? Grandma Fu, well aware of her grandson's temperament, glanced at Sang Ning with a knowing smile. Originally, your intended fiancé, you should have been Sang Ning. I was contemplating that since you and Sang Ning are a couple, it would be best to revert to that arrangement. You must find someone you desire, correct? Since you've chosen to annul the engagement, then so be it. Chapter 8. You may bully me, but you shall not bully my woman. Fu Xiuyuan's body froze momentarily. Suddenly, he grasped Sang Ning's hand, pulling her onto the stage. The crowd was bewildered. What was happening? Noticing the lack of reaction from the audience, Fu Xiuyuan furrowed his brows slightly and coldly remarked, Isn't this my engagement banquet? Why is everyone just staring blankly? Grandma Fu thought to herself, I'm truly witnessing something remarkable. It is the first time I have seen my grandson, who usually disregards everyone, appear so worthless. Fu's parents mused, indeed. One must choose their spouse for themselves. Just look at that impatient demeanor. Grandma Sang interjected, "Do you think my granddaughter is a mere cabbage, ready to be taken away at a moment's notice?" The atmosphere grew increasingly strange, with all eyes turning to Sang Li. Under the weight of countless gazes, Sang Li felt as if she would rather vanish into a hole. Her fiancé was not only calling off their engagement, but was also planning to become engaged to another woman at her own engagement banquet. Did he truly hold her in such low regard? Tears welled in Sang Li's eyes as she clutched Lu Wanyu's hand, crying, "Mom, what am I to do if Fu Xiuyuan marries Sang Ning? You know I have always liked him. I have taken my sister's place for so many years. I owe her that. But Fu Xiao is the person I cherish most." Sang Li's tears tugged at Lu Wanyu's heartstrings. Wiping the tears from Sang Li's face, she spoke softly, "Do not worry. What is yours cannot be taken away by anyone." With that, Lu Wanyu stepped forward, her voice sharp as she reprimanded, "Sang Ning, have you not caused enough trouble? It was not Sang Li's fault that you two were switched at birth. Why must you always target her? Since yesterday, you have not only assaulted her, but even sought to take her fiancé. What fuels your desire for revenge?" At that moment, Sang Ning had just lifted her foot, ready to kick Fu Xiuyuan away, but Lu Wanyu's interruption left her foot suspended in midair. After a brief pause, Sang Ning retracted her foot, regarding Lu Wanyu with indifference. Sang Moyan glared at Sang Ning, his voice low and menacing. "I warned you not to trouble Sang Li. It seems you have not heeded my warning. Do not think that with Grandma supporting you, I will be powerless against you. This engagement is one you chose to abandon. If you insist on making a spectacle in front of so many, do not blame me for making things ugly." With a stoic expression, Sang Moyan offered her two choices. 1. Clarify matters with Fu Xiuyuan and apologize to Sang Li. 2. I will have you thrown out of this banquet hall. Sang Ning laughed, genuinely amused by the absurdity of the situation. She lifted her foot, intending to approach Sang Moyan, but Fu Xiuyuan moved ahead of her. Fu Xiuyuan advanced slowly, his regal presence causing the crowd to retreat in awe. He stood before Sang Moyan, casually spinning the ring that Sang Ning had given him on his finger, his voice icy. "Are you threatening her?" Sang Moyan met his gaze without flinching. "Fu Xiuyuan, I do not care what transpired between you and Sang Ning before. What matters now is that you are engaged to Sang Li, and you must sever all ties with Sang Ning immediately." Sang Moyan cast a fleeting glance at Sang Ning and declared, "As for your notion of a threat, indeed, I am threatening her. Should she persist in her entanglements with you, I shall personally expel her from the Sang family." Crack! No sooner had Sang Moyan uttered his words than Fu Xiuyuan sprang into action. None could discern how he accomplished it, but when they regained their senses, they found Sang Moyan's hand shattered. The crowd was still reeling from the scene when Fu Xiuyuan delivered a powerful kick, sending Sang Moyan sprawling to the entrance of the hotel, blood spewing from his mouth. Gasps of shock echoed in the air. However, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Fu Xiuyuan seized a chair and, step by deliberate step, approached Sang Moyan, lying on the ground, unable to rise from the force of the kick. Sang Moyan looked up to behold Fu Xiuyuan advancing with the chair in hand. The slow pace of Fu Xiuyuan, illuminated by the hotel lights, rendered him a terrifying figure reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. Sang Moyan attempted to crawl backward, but for every inch he retreated, Fu Xiuyuan closed in. Unfortunately, the door to the hotel lobby stood firmly shut behind him, leaving him with no escape. "What do you intend to do?" Sang Moyan managed to prop himself up on his hands, but found himself devoid of strength, resorting instead to threats. "My grandmother and your grandmother are close friends. Do you dare harm me, risking their enmity?" Upon hearing this, the two grandmothers exchanged glances, then turned away. Enmity? An impossibility. Even if Fu Xiuyuan were to slaughter the members of the Sang family and face immediate execution, their bond would remain unscathed. No one could fathom the depth of their friendship. Standing before Sang Moyan, Fu Xiuyuan had one hand in his pocket while the other held the chair, his stern visage cloaked in an icy demeanor. With a voice colder than before, he asked, "You dare bully my woman? You possess great audacity." Bang! Fu Xiuyuan denied Sang Moyan the chance to respond, bringing the chair crashing down upon his leg. A blood-curdling scream erupted in the banquet hall, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig. Fu Xiuyuan withdrew a pack of wet wipes from his pocket, methodically cleaning the hand that had wielded the chair. He then casually pulled the nearest person towards him and inquired with unsettling calm, "Do you have any cash?" Startled by the suddenness of being seized, the individual thought, "What have I done to provoke Master Fu?" As Fu Xiuyuan's question registered, he found himself staring into the chilling gaze of the man. Yes, he stammered, quickly extracting 100,000 in cash from his briefcase. Is this sufficient? In this day and age, who carries cash? This sum was the payment he had just received before attending the banquet, and now it was being forcibly taken from him. The irony lay in the fact that he was neither a relative of the Sang family nor the Fu family. He had merely come to the wedding banquet and had mistakenly entered the wrong hall. He had originally intended to leave, but upon discovering that today marked the engagement banquet of Fu Xiuyuan, the ruler of the esteemed Fu family in Kyoto, he found himself inexplicably compelled to take a seat. Who could have anticipated such an unforeseen calamity? Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Enough was enough. Fu Xiuyuan accepted the money, casually tossing it to Sang Moi for medical expenses. As he spoke, he discarded the used wet wipes before Sang Moi, sternly declaring, "You may bully me, Fu Xiuyuan, but you shall not lay a hand on my woman. Should there be a next time, fortune will not favor you. I assure you, there will be a hospital bed waiting for you in Jiangshan." Lu Wanyu, momentarily stunned by Fu Xiuyuan's intimidation, quickly regained her composure and cried out, "Moi, are you all right?" Following this, she glared at the nearby waiter, exclaiming, "Are you all dead? Hurry and take him to the hospital." Without uttering a single word, Sang Moi was hastily transported to the hospital. Lu Wanyu rose, her fury palpable as she confronted Old Lady Fu, exclaiming in exasperation, "Old Lady Fu, do you not owe us an explanation for today's events? It was you who insisted on the engagement between Xiaoli and Fu Xiuyuan. And now not only is he breaking off the engagement, but he has also severely injured my son. Is this how you conduct yourselves?" Chapter 9. She does not retract her word silence. Lady Sang admonished coldly. Mo Yan's beating was self-inflicted. What connection did it have with the Fu family? I must say, Xiuyuan's actions were justified. Lu Wanyu gazed at Lady Sang in disbelief. "Mother, Mo Yan is your grandson, your own flesh and blood. Is there truly such a thing? When your grandson is beaten, you not only show indifference, but also commend the assailant. Does my grandson dare to take liberties with me?" Lady Sang's expression remained impassive. "I am still standing here, yet he audaciously declares he will expel Ning from the family. Is the Sang clan now under his dominion?" Lu Wanyu, unwilling to concede, argued, "What fault lies with Mo Yan? The root of this issue is Ning's misstep. Since she is in a relationship with Fu Xiuyuan, why did she not clarify this from the outset? She feigned selflessness, relinquishing this marriage to Xiaoli. Now that she has done so, she ought to maintain her distance from Fu Xiuyuan." Lu Wanyu shot a glare at Sang Ning, who remained silent on the stage. "And what about her? In front of so many, she has taken Xiaoli as fiancé. How can Xiaoli carry on in the future? Mo Yan cherishes Xiaoli. He cannot bear to see her wronged. Is he at fault for standing up for her? Indeed, he is." Lady Sang retorted mercilessly. "His fault lies in the fact that Ning is his own sister, yet he chooses to assist another." "You," Lu Wanyu exclaimed, exasperated. "You are being unreasonable. How long has Sang Ning been back? How long has Xiaoli been at home? Mo Yan grew up with Xiaoli, naturally favoring her more." "Oh." Fu Xiuyuan cast a detached glance at Lu Wanyu. "It appears I grasp the situation now. My girlfriend is the true heiress of the Sang family, while you harbor no affection for her." Sang Ning struggled to maintain her composure, yearning to kick him out. "What girlfriend? Ex-girlfriend, if you will." Lu Wanyu almost blurted out, "Yes, we do dislike her. Why should she return and seize everything from Xiaoli?" Yet she refrained, fearing Fu Xiuyuan's wrath would be unleashed anew. Sang Li, sensing Fu Xiuyuan's unsettling demeanor, hurried to clarify, "Xiuyuan, you misunderstand. We harbor no ill feelings toward my sister. It's merely that she has just returned and is still distant with us. Do not blame my elder brother. He is simply defending my honor." Sang Li turned to Sang Ning. "Had you informed us earlier that he is your boyfriend, I would never have consented to this marriage. The situation has escalated unnecessarily." Fu Xiuyuan did not spare her a glance, his voice frosty. "I warned you Being unattractive is no excuse to linger before me. Sang Li's countenance stiffened, yet she maintained a facade of composure. I understand. Approaching Sang Ning, she spoke softly, "Sister, I apologize for my ignorance in agreeing to this marriage. Since you and Fu Xiuyuan share mutual affection, I shall relinquish this engagement to you." Sang Li's heart ached. She did not wish to forfeit this marriage. Yet, given the turn of events, should she insist on marrying Fu Xiuyuan, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Furthermore, it was evident that Fu Xiuyuan's heart had been entirely captured by Sang Ning, as he had not bestowed even a fleeting glance upon her. It remains a mystery what seductive techniques Sang Ning learned from the courtesan at the nightclub, as she has skillfully captivated someone as formidable as Fu Xiuyuan. Thus, patience is essential. She must proceed with caution. Her possessions, whether human or material, are not to be seized by others. Sang Ning cast a dispassionate glance at her, questioning her very worth. "What makes you think I require your approval? My dear Ning has always been the first to obtain what she desires, and whether others are permitted to intervene depends on their qualifications." Fu Xiuyuan approached Sang Ning and enveloped her shoulders, his gaze coldly surveying the room before ultimately resting on the Sang family. Since the Sang family disapproves of Ning, they ought to provide a written severance. "Ning does not require your support, for I shall take care of her myself." Lu Wanyu's countenance turned ashen, as Fu Xiuyuan publicly humiliated the Sang family. Sang Li's expression shifted through various shades, finally culminating in an awkward smile. What could she possibly say? With Fu Xiuyuan backing Sang Ning, any further words would only serve to deepen her humiliation. Old Madame Sang's expression turned sour as she regarded Fu Xiuyuan. "My Ning does not require your support. She has yet to acknowledge this engagement." Fu Xiuyuan turned his head, gazing intently at the person he holds dear. "Ning, stop this nonsense. I have not been unfaithful. Since we are engaged, why not formalize it today? Once engaged, she will be mine forever, unable to escape her fate." Sang Ning regarded him with indifference. Then, in a moment of defiance, she forcefully kicked him away, declaring, "Leave. I do not take back my decisions." With that, she strode away. Fu Xiuyuan, incensed, hurried after her, exclaiming, "You intend to run?" Thus, they raced out, leaving the guests in the banquet hall, exchanging bewildered glances. Old Madame Fu cleared her throat, her demeanor somewhat awkward. "My dear sister, today's events were indeed improper on our part. I had no idea that Xiuyuan had known Sang Ning for so long. Had I known, such misunderstandings could have been avoided." Old Madame Sang sighed. "To be honest, even I was unaware. Just yesterday, I sensed something off in Sang Ning's reaction to Fu Xiuyuan's name, as if she were a serpent, skittish and evasive. I had no idea they shared such a past." "No blame lies with you," Old Madame Sang replied. "However, let's put this marriage on hold for now. I sense Ning's reluctance. I cannot force her into a union with Xiuyuan. You know how difficult it was for me to find her. I wish to spare her any distress." "I understand," Old Madame Fu said, patting her hand. "Let us refrain from discussing the marriage for the time being and allow the two young ones to develop freely. If one day Ning changes her mind, we can revisit the matter." "Agreed." The two elderly ladies shared laughter, as if the situation bore no weight upon them. In stark contrast, Lu Wanyu and Sang Li wore expressions of displeasure. Lu Wanyu, unable to bear the tension any longer, excused herself without even acknowledging Old Madame Fu, hastily dragging Sang Li away. The relatives of the Sang family exchanged glances, also feeling the awkwardness, and soon took their leave. Only Sang Yifan remained, his mouth agape in shock since Fu Xiuyuan entered the banquet hall, unable to close it since he first questioned Sang Ning about their breakup. Until the last guest departed from the banquet hall, elder Mrs. Sang gently tapped him on the forehead, prompting him to slowly regain his senses. He then exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, my sister is truly remarkable. Not only did she sleep with Fu Xiuyuan, but she also had the audacity to kick him. How astonishing!" Elder Mrs. Sang shot him a disapproving glare, reproaching, "How can you say that? Just moments ago, Ning was being bullied, and you stood there like a turtle. Why didn't you come to her defense?" Sang Yifan, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head, explaining, "I was just so shocked that I didn't react right away." Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, panic washing over him. Oh no, Fu Xiuyuan is a violent man. If my sister has offended him, he might retaliate. I must hurry to rescue her. With that, Sang Yifan dashed away like the wind. Chapter 10. Dare to touch my sister again? At the Sang residence, Sang Yifan returned after running several red lights, anxious that Sang Ning might be bullied by Fu Xiuyuan. Despite his relentless pursuit, he was unable to catch up with her, so he decided to check in at the Sang household. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the sight of a luxurious motorcycle valued at 5 million parked in the courtyard. Sang Yifan's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my God! He circled the motorcycle like a child experiencing wonder for the first time, his hands hovering in the air, tempted yet hesitant to touch it. This was the motorcycle of his dreams. Only 3 existed worldwide, one of which had been purchased by a top-tier tycoon in the country, though no one knew who that billionaire was. Such a splendid machine rarely graced the public eye, and here it was, parked in his own home. He could hardly fathom the thrill of riding it. It would surely be a dream come true. When had the Sang family befriended such remarkable individuals? Could it be Fu Xiuyuan? Only a family like the Fuss could afford such a treasure. Although the motorcycle's price tag of 5 million seemed within reach for many, it was not merely a matter of wealth. Acquiring a limited edition item was no simple task. If it were so easily obtainable, it wouldn't be deemed a limited edition, would it? Just as Sang Yifan was lost in his reverie, Sang Ning emerged from the house. Do you like it? She asked. Sang Yifan nodded fervently, his enthusiasm palpable. Sang Ning chuckled softly before tossing him a set of keys, gesturing towards the motorcycle. It's yours. Sang Yifan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Sang Ning, his voice trembling with excitement. This bike is yours? It was hardly surprising that he was unaware of the motorcycle's ownership on the day Sang Ning returned. Night had already fallen, and she had parked the bike directly in the garage. Today, she had ridden it to the engagement banquet, departing separately from the Sang family as the last to leave. Consequently, aside from Sang Moxuan, no one in the family had seen Sang Ning on this motorcycle. Or is it a gift from Fu Xiuyuan? Sang Yifan's first instinct was to think that the motorcycle was a present from Fu Xiuyuan to Sang Ning. Sang Ning pinched the bridge of her nose in exasperation. My goodness. Sang Yifan wore an understanding expression. I get it. What belongs to Fu Xiuyuan is yours. Sang Ning raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Sang Yifan leaned closer, grinning like a sycophant. Can I take it for a spin? He dismissed the notion that Sang Ning intended to gift him the motorcycle. After all, it had been given to her by Fu Xiuyuan and to him. Sang Ning's attitude toward Fu Xiuyuan today seemed like a minor disagreement between lovers. Perhaps they would reconcile soon enough. If Fu Xiuyuan were to discover that Sang Ning had given away the motorcycle he gifted her, he might well lose his mind. However, for now, riding this motorcycle even once would suffice as a lifelong dream. It's yours. Feel free to ride it, Sang Ning replied, extending her hand. Now hand over the keys. Sang Yifan was utterly stunned. Are you really giving it to me? That's 5 million. 5 million? Is that a lot? Sang Ning retorted. In her bank account, there lies an unknown sum of 5 million, uncounted and unfathomable. Regardless, it cannot be dismissed as inconsequential. Sang Yifan, do you speak in jest? 5 million? A considerable amount. Indeed, the Sang family possesses wealth, yet 5 million cannot be spent as casually as 5 yuan. Who does she intend to infuriate? Indeed, the luxury of being pampered by a wealthy magnate is evident. Sang Ning, with an earnest demeanor, speaks truthfully. Sang Yifan, his sister, remains somewhat naive, reminiscent of her childhood. Glancing at the time, Sang Ning furrowed her brow and said, Hand me the car keys. I need to pick someone up. Sang Yifan, at last convinced that Sang Ning was not jesting, hesitantly inquired, Are you truly going to drive my 2 dilapidated cars? They are barely worth 200,000. Sang Ning cast a sideways glance at the only unremarkable vehicle parked at the entrance of the Sang residence. It was indeed quite shabby. However, it was of little concern. She would only use it once, and tomorrow she would arrange for another to be delivered. Sang Yifan was flabbergasted. What? What do you mean? Did he just hear correctly? She possesses not 1, but 2 motorcycles? What kind of miraculous sister is she? A motorcycle he could only dream of owning, and she has 2, effortlessly acquiring them as if purchasing vegetables at a market. Was she not raised by the ladies of the nightclub? Do they earn that much? This won't do. He must inquire one day whether the nightclub needs male workers. The money flows too swiftly. If they require men, why should he strive at all? He could simply recline and earn. Unbeknownst to Ning, he was lost in such chaotic thoughts as she took the car keys and departed. However, just as she reached the door, the rest of the Sang family returned. Upon seeing Ning, Lu Wanyu, who had been simmering with anger, immediately erupted. Ning, you wretched creature, today I shall teach you a lesson in manners. With that, Lu Wanyu raised her hand to strike Ning, who instinctively prepared to retaliate. But Yifan acted even quicker. He seized Lu Wanyu's hand and flung it back. Have you not had enough of your madness at the banquet? You dare raise a hand against my sister? Slap! Lu Wanyu, whose pent-up frustration had yet to be released, was further incensed by Yifan's audacity. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? When did the Sang family come to be under your authority? You and Ning are both worthless, incapable of rising above your station. Had I known, I would have suffocated you at birth to spare myself your constant defiance. Ning narrowed her eyes, lifting her gaze to Lu Wanyu, her expression laced with hostility. Before she could respond, Yifan grabbed her and shook his head. He then bit his lip, chuckling derisively. You should have suffocated me. Lu Wanyu frowned. What? Yifan retorted coldly. Why didn't you suffocate me back then? If you had, wouldn't you have been better off spending a lifetime in prison? Ning would then be free from your grasp. Lu Wanyu's expression shifted dramatically. What nonsensical words are you speaking? Huh? Yifan mocked with a smile. People are watching. Don't assume that your deeds go unnoticed. It's quite ironic that you are a professor, yet fail to realize the absurdity of the lies you weave. Silence. Lu Wanyu replied coldly. I have no desire to engage in this conversation with you at present. Yifan took a step closer, now mere inches apart. Feeling guilty? Lu Wanyu's expression shifted uncomfortably. What do I have to feel guilty about? You can continue to feign toughness. Yifan replied dismissively. That slap earlier, I endured it. But let me issue you a warning. Do not dare to harm my sister again. Otherwise, should I inadvertently reveal your secret, it would not end well for you. Before Lu Wanyu could respond, Yifan continued. Feel free to test my resolve. I am curious to see if you would stake your reputation as Professor Lu for the sake of one Li. Lu Wanyu's gaze bore into Yifan, a fleeting glint of malice crossing her eyes. Are you threatening me? Have you considered the consequences? What consequences? Yifan scoffed. Is it being locked in a dark room with my sister, subjected to electric shocks and whippings, or being forced to consume dead rats? I have endured all these. Have I not? So tell me, what else could possibly be beyond my endurance? Chapter 11. Why are you stopping me? Ning cast a fleeting glance at Yifan, pressed her lips together, and remained silent. Lu Wanyu clenched her fists tightly, and the atmosphere became tense. After a long while, she shot a fierce glare at Yifan, uttered not a single word, and turned to leave. Her silence stemmed from her uncertainty about what to say. She harbored a deep disdain for Ning, whom she deemed intellectually deficient, and she wished for Ning to vanish entirely from this world. She was aware that the myriad lies she had concocted following Ning's departure contained numerous inconsistencies. Some family members believed her, while others did not. Yet, she was indifferent. All she desired was for Ning to leave this household. Above all, Lu Wanyu glanced at Li beside her, resolute in her unwillingness to allow anyone to usurp anything from Li. After Lu Wanyu departed, Yifan touched his slightly swollen face, a remnant of the recent altercation. Ning cast her eyes sideways, her voice devoid of emotion. Why are you stopping me? Had it not been for Yifan's intervention, she would have indeed kicked Lu Wanyu out just moments ago. Yifan let out a bitter laugh. After all, she is our mother. It is easy to strike her, but one cannot bear the consequences of such actions. He had watched Ning grow up, well aware of her fiery temper. She was someone who would never allow herself to be wronged. Had he not intervened, Ning would have truly assaulted Lu Wanyu. His concern was not for Lu Wanyu's well-being, but rather for the societal norms that venerate filial piety. No one knew what Lu Wanyu had done to them. Yet if they were to strike their own mother, the news would swiftly spread across the internet. With Sang Ning just returning, he wished to shield her from scandal. Sang Ning furrowed her brows and remained silent. She had never cared much for societal reputation. She had never intended to return to the Sang family. It was Hong Jie, in a fit of madness, who insisted on helping her find her family. The truth about Sang Li not being her biological sister had been uncovered by the Sang family, a revelation orchestrated by Hong Jie, who also sent her DNA report to the Sang household. Consequently, the Sang family arrived without hesitation. Initially, she had blamed Hong Jie, but Hong Jie had said that there were relatives who missed her. Thus, she returned to the Sang family, for her grandmother, for her third brother, and for the purpose of exacting revenge on Lu Wanyu. From the very beginning, she had no intention of showing Lu Wanyu any mercy. Her biological mother? How laughable. Someone like Lu Wanyu deserved her fate. However, her third brother and grandmother had always sought to protect her, and she was not one to be ungrateful. Nevertheless, Sang Yifan regarded her with a half-smile. While striking was out of the question, ensuring their mother experienced some hardship was certainly feasible. Sang Ning raised an eyebrow. Sang Yifan leaned closer to her. Have you forgotten? When we were young, she forced us to eat dead mice, and you spat in her bowl. Sang Ning replied, those foolish acts from childhood are no longer within my capacity to perform. Now, I can take action, but I will not be petty. However, her inability to act did not hinder others from doing so. Sang Ning fixed her gaze on Sang Yifan, a mischievous smile adorning her face. Will you do it? Of course. Such matters are best left to me, the spoiled one. Sang Yifan exclaimed with a proud grin. Just wait and see. Best of luck. Sang Ning offered her earnest encouragement before departing. Upstairs in the villa, Madame Sang gazed at the departing figure of Sang Ning, a tender smile gracing her lips. She then turned to the butler and said, please assist me into the room. The butler glanced at her expression and replied with a smile. It seems you are in high spirits today. Indeed, I am, Madame Sang responded. I initially thought that after so many years away, the girl would have dulled her temperament. However, it appears she is even more resolute than before. This is a good thing. I shall no longer worry about her being bullied. The butler chuckled, Madam. Your affection for the fourth miss is evident. The other young masters and misses at home may feel a tinge of jealousy. Humph. Madame Sang scoffed lightly. I treat all the children in this household equally. It is true that Ning has been raised by my side since childhood, and thus I may have favored her a bit more. However, it is also because she is exceptionally filial and considerate. You cannot accuse me of bias. Of course, the butler agreed. You are the epitome of fairness. In truth, Madame Sang was indeed equitable towards the children of the household. But this fairness was mostly confined to their early years. As her grandchildren matured, Madame Sang's discernment sharpened. She could distinguish between the virtuous and the deceitful with remarkable clarity. After sharing a light-hearted banter with the butler, Madame Sang shifted her demeanor, inquiring, how is the investigation progressing? Upon mentioning this, the butler's expression grew serious. We have yet to uncover any results. As of today, we have thoroughly searched Jiangcheng from the provincial city to every village in the towns, without a single clue regarding Miss Sang Li's biological parents. Our next step will be to investigate leeching. Madame Sang removed the Buddhist beads from her hand, gently rotating them. Be meticulous. Do not overlook even the slightest trace. Understood. The butler hesitated before continuing. If we do locate her parents, shall we send her away? Naturally. She must be sent away, Madame Sang replied, casting a sidelong glance at the butler. Do you think I'm being heartless? After all, Sang Li has been with us for so many years. Not at all, the butler countered, for all the years you have managed the Sang family. Your judgment of character is astute. Miss Sang Li's intentions have always been evident. She is not of virtuous nature, that much I can discern. However, I merely wish to caution that sending her away might pose difficulties in explaining matters to the first madam. Madame Sang paused, her fingers momentarily still upon the beads. She set them down, her voice chillingly composed. I must first contemplate how to provide an explanation. The butler was taken aback, questioning, what do you mean by that? Consider this. Madame Sang mused, why would someone with no connection to her show such favoritism? Is it merely due to that absurdly high intelligence? A smirk crossed her face as she continued. Sang Li's intelligence is hardly remarkable. Merely 150. It pales in comparison to true brilliance. Indeed, the butler concurred. The third young master possesses an intelligence of 180, and the first madam does not hold him in particularly high regard. Conversely, she dotes on Miss Sang Li as if she were a precious gem, investing considerable resources in her development. The butler shook his head, adding, had we not conducted a paternity test for Sang Li and the first madam, I would truly believe that Sang Li was her child. This was not merely the butler's fanciful thinking, but for the parent-child identification, based solely on Lu Wanyu's indulgence towards Sang Li. One would believe that Sang Li was Lu Wanyu's biological daughter, while Sang Ning was the impostor. Yet the truth remains that Sang Ning is indeed the biological one, and Sang Li is not. As for where the discrepancy lies, even the steward cannot fathom. Chapter 12. Drive my wife away. Bring her back, Madame Sang let out a cold laugh, declaring that she never believed in favoritism without reason. The way Lu Wanyu treated Sang Li must certainly have underlying motives, and it was up to them to investigate. For instance, how did she first find Sang Li? And to which foreign land did she take her? How did Sang Li manage to imitate Ning so closely? If it weren't for the fact that Sang Li bore an uncanny resemblance to Sang Ning, Madame Sang would have suspected Sang Li was an impostor long ago. Having been with Sang Ning since childhood, Madame Sang knew her temperament better than anyone. However, ever since Lu Wanyu whisked Sang Ning away to a foreign country without so much as a word, their bond had cooled. Though it was said to be a distance, some habits remained intact. Madame Sang had long attributed this estrangement to Sang Ning's years abroad. That was until the revelation that Sang Li was not Sang Jingxuan's biological daughter came to light, an abrupt discovery made during a routine medical examination. The Sang family scheduled annual health checkups, and until now, there had never been discrepancies in blood types. Yet, a few months prior, Sang Li's blood type report indicated type O. Sang Jingxuan had type A, and Lu Wanyu type AB, making it biologically impossible for them to have a child with type O blood. Madame Sang immediately sought verification at the hospital, and the results confirmed that Sang Li indeed had type O blood. As for why the previous test indicated type AB, the response suggested possible tampering with a medical document. The hospital was investigating, but no conclusions had been reached yet. In the time following this revelation, Madame Sang finally comprehended the long-standing question that had puzzled her: why Sang Ning had become distant after her trip abroad. The truth dawned upon her. This family member was, in fact, a counterfeit. Yet Lu Wanyu claimed that the two children had been switched at birth, which was utterly laughable. If they had been swapped at birth, how could she have shared so many years with Sang Ning? Was her relationship with the Sang Ning of her early years merely a figment of her imagination? When Sang Ning was finally brought back, the granddaughter whom she had cherished since childhood stood before her, and Madame Sang felt an unmistakable, profound connection, an irreplaceable bond of blood. Lu Wanyu's explanations were riddled with inconsistencies, and her protectiveness over Sang Li only fueled Madame Sang's suspicions. She believed Sang Li might indeed be Lu Wanyu's child with another man, and that a private paternity test had confirmed that Sang Li was not Lu Wanyu's biological offspring. At this juncture, the only way to uncover Lu Wanyu's true intentions was to locate Sang Li's biological parents. Do not worry, she was reassured, sensing the fury of Madame Sang. I will personally oversee these matters. You can rest easy. Madame Sang's anger subsided somewhat. Keep a close watch on Lu Wanyu. Now that the engagement between Sang Li and Fu Xiuyuan has fallen through, I fear she may turn her attention to Ning. Understood. The Fu family entered the villa with stern faces, accompanied by the equally grim-faced Fu Xiuyuan. Tang Ruiyu cast a glance back at Fu Xiuyuan, unable to contain her laughter any longer as her previously stern expression crumbled into a chuckle. Darling, I truly regret not capturing the look of disdain on your son's face during the engagement banquet. With a teasing smile, she observed Fu Xiuyuan's current expressionless visage, leading her to wonder if she had indeed given birth to twins, with the disdainful one being a hidden son kept away from Sang Ning. Fu Xiuyuan shot her a sidelong glance before proceeding to sit on the sofa, crossing his legs leisurely. Are you no longer interested in the perfume? He inquired. The smile at the corner of Tang Riyu's lips immediately froze as she grasped Fu Qingyang's arm, playfully exclaiming, "Look at him, dear." Fu Qingyang patted her hand affectionately, his eyes brimming with indulgence. "He wouldn't dare refuse to buy it for you. I would give him a good thrashing." "Thrash me?" Fu Xiuyuan smirked. "Dad, are you certain you could take me on?" Fu Qingyang's expression stiffened, a hint of awkwardness creeping in. "What? Are you daring to lay a hand on your father?" "Not at all." Fu Xiuyuan maintained his impassive demeanor, though he expressed uncertainty about securing the liquor brewed by Master Ling. Fu Qingyang muttered under his breath, "This troublesome child." Despite being only in his 50s, he had retired early and now indulged himself in the occasional drink. Master Ling was a renowned domestic winemaker. His prices could not compete with those of foreign fine wines, yet his creations were delightful. Previously, Fu Xiuyuan had managed to procure a couple of bottles for him, which he savored slowly, but they had recently run out. Now, after much persuasion, Fu Xiuyuan had been threatened again about fetching more. Fu Laotai and Fu Laojia exchanged exasperated looks at Fu Xiuyuan's demeanor, rolling their eyes. They couldn't fathom from whom this child had inherited such a cold disposition, as if he were owed a considerable debt. It was one thing if he had always been this way, but in front of Sang Ning, he displayed a subservient and unworthy attitude that led them to ponder whether his soul transformed solely in her presence. Fu Laotai approached and playfully kicked Fu Xiuyuan's leg before settling down beside him. "Now, tell me, what exactly is going on between you and Sang Ning?" "She is my girlfriend." The mention of Sang Ning caused Fu Xiuyuan's lips to curl upwards, a smile that was almost impossible to suppress. Fu Laotai could hardly bear to look. Tang Riyu turned away, wishing to avoid any potential irritation. "You ought to have introduced her sooner instead of letting the situation spiral out of control. Thankfully, I have a good relationship with Sang Laotai. Otherwise, this would have been hard to explain." Fu Laotai, exasperated, smacked Fu Xiuyuan lightly on the arm. "What on earth are you up to every day?" Fu Xiuyuan straightened up, his expression serious. "I must remind you that by unilaterally arranging an engagement without my consent, you have infringed upon my legal rights." "Hey, you little rascal." Before Fu Xiuyuan could finish, Fu Laotai slapped him again. "What? Do you plan to send me to jail?" "For severe offenses, there's a 3-year prison term." Fu Xiuyuan recounted the facts in a leisurely manner. Old Madam Fu shot him a glare, asserting that it was all his fault for being absent from home, with his phone serving merely as a decoration, ignoring countless calls. "If you had returned even once, I would not have been anxious to settle down with Sang Li," she lamented. "However, the current issue is that marrying Sang Ning seems unlikely. For what I observed today, she has no intention of being with you. Moreover," old Madam Sang dotes on Sang Ning as if she were her own eye, and from her tone, it is clear she does not wish to see Sang Ning wed to you. Despite her worries, old Madam Fu felt a sense of satisfaction. Her grandson, who had always looked down upon others, was finally faced with someone who could challenge him, yet that very person remained indifferent to him. Fu Xiuyuan cast her a sidelong glance, saying, "You drove my wife away. Now you go and coax her back." Old Madam Fu retorted, "What do you mean by that? How could I have driven her away? If you had not carelessly sought out other women, would she have misconstrued my actions as infidelity?" The thought of being unfairly labeled as unfaithful gave Fu Xiuyuan a headache, leaving him with no opportunity to clarify matters. Sang Ning completely ignored him, and the more he pursued her, the more she retaliated physically. Yet, he found himself unwilling to confront her. Old Madam Fu momentarily faltered, realizing that she might indeed have contributed to this predicament. Fu Xiuyuan rose from his seat, declaring, "You all must devise a plan to win my wife back. If she is not returned to me, do not expect to obtain anything you desire." Chapter 13. Where are your manners, Sang Ning? At the airport, as Sang Ning arrived at the arrival hall, a figure darted out like the wind. "Xiao Ning Ning, I missed you so much." The voice instantly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Suddenly, someone gasped, "Master Youlan. My goodness, she is even more beautiful in person than in photographs. I must take a picture." "Take a picture? Huh. Obtaining an autograph is of utmost importance." Consequently, the crowd at the airport erupted into a frenzy, chasing after Master Youlan. Meanwhile, Master Youlan, pursued by the throng, appeared somewhat aggrieved as Ning held her head down, unable to embrace her. After several unsuccessful attempts, Master Youlan stamped her foot. Ning, you are heartless. It has been so long since we last met. What harm is there in a hug? You are wearing perfume. Ning replied helplessly. Master Youlan retorted, I only used a little. I had to for an event. I rushed here to find you right after. You are too heartless. You won't even let me hug you. Ning stood firm. No hugs. Master Youlan called her stingy, but did not press the matter further. Ning was an odd one. While others have a penchant for cleanliness in the face of mess and chaos, Ning harbors a peculiar aversion to perfume. While it was acceptable for someone to appear before her wearing fragrance, embracing her while scented was utterly unacceptable. If any perfume were to touch her clothing, she would discard that garment on the spot. Ning reached for Master Youlan's suitcase and gestured for her to look behind. Upon turning, Master Youlan saw many faces agape, eyes wide in shock as they beheld the scene before them. Master Youlan gasped, oh no, they've seen this side of me. Realizing this, she quickly grabbed Ning and vanished from the airport. Once they were completely out of sight, the fans of Master Youlan finally regained their senses. What did I just witness? Master Youlan was actually smiling, acting cute, and she's a girl? You're not seeing things. I saw it too. Are you sure that was really Master Youlan? Could be a high-quality imitation? Do not panic or doubt. That was indeed Master Youlan. We have witnessed a side of her that few have seen. Who does not know that Master Youlan is famously known as the Ice Queen? Moreover, she possesses an eccentric personality. Anyone who provokes her can expect a scathing reprimand. Being scolded is the least of it. The most alarming aspect is that she is known to resort to physical confrontation without warning. Once, a wealthy heir, foolishly betting he could seduce Master Youlan, found himself utterly ruined when she incapacitated him. At that moment, everyone believed Master Youlan was in for serious trouble. However, the following day, the heir's father personally brought his son to publicly apologize to Master Youlan, even breaking his son's leg on the spot. Since that incident, no one has dared to provoke Master Youlan lightly, for she is a rose with thorns, untouchable. Just moments ago, Master Youlan, while smiling at others, unexpectedly displayed a playful demeanor, and the recipient was a young woman, which was utterly astonishing. Meanwhile, a vehicle sped along the highway. Ning, when did your taste descend to such depths? Driving this dilapidated car? How did you manage to procure it? Master Youlan sat inside, expressing disdain at every glance. Ning cast a sidelong glance at her. This is my third brother's car. It is likely the most valuable possession he owns. Master Youlan responded, is your third brother truly so impoverished? Would you like me to lend him a few million? What? Do I lack funds? Then why don't you just give him some? Witness the meager existence he endures. And then look at yourself. Can you really bear it? In due time. If I give it now, he would likely refuse. Yifan, what are you saying? I want it. Of course I want it. Very well. Master Youlan retracted her critical gaze. Since this car belongs to your brother, I shall refrain from disparaging it. However, next time, do not arrive in such a shabby vehicle to fetch me. I am unaccustomed to it. Ning tilted her head. Next time? How long will you stay? Just wait and see. Returning home would be rather dull. Master Youlan leaned back against the seat, her mood evidently sour. Ning perceived her discontent and averted her gaze. Another quarrel? Quarrel? Master Youlan scoffed. It's only ever I who engages in battle. If they wish to contend with me, they ought to train for a few more years. Ning smirked, as long as you can handle it. If not, I'll always have your back. I knew Ning was the best of me. Master Youlan clung to Ning's arm, nuzzling against her. Ning smiled, her eyes brimming with affection. Master Youlan's given name is Yulan, the eldest daughter of the Shun family in Haicheng. Initially, the two had no connection, yet their close relationship blossomed years ago after an altercation. There was an incident at a nightclub in Haicheng where a young lady was being bullied. Yulan stepped in to defend her when Ning arrived. She saw not the tormentors, but rather Yulan tossing a wad of cash at the young lady, disdainfully instructing her to change clothes, as she found it unlucky. Mistaking Yulan for a troublemaker, Ning confronted her and dealt her a beating. Yulan, unable to retaliate, sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably. lamenting that she was assaulted while trying to help someone. Feeling guilty, Ning invited Youlan for drinks as an apology. It was rather peculiar. Two unrelated individuals became fast friends in that moment. Youlan's character is indeed eccentric. Once she has chosen someone, she clings to them resolutely. Thus, for 8 months of the year, she would fly to Jiangxing to spend time with Ning and Hongjie. Ning drove the car to Youlan's residence in Jiangxing. The villa was maintained by dedicated staff and was quite clean. Nevertheless, Youlan continued to express her distaste. "Can't you let me stay at your place? This wretched location lacks any warmth. My home is inconvenient," Ning remarked, tapping her forehead. "I will come to accompany you soon." Youlan's mood brightened. "So you will spend these days with me? It has been quite some time since I last saw you, and I long to be close to you. In a couple of days, I must visit the company to attend to some matters. I will accompany you there." "Very well." At the Sang residence, Ning returned only after accompanying Youlan for dinner. Upon her arrival, the family had yet to dine, eagerly awaiting her presence. The moment Ning appeared, Lu Wanyu's ire flared up, questioning the lack of decorum. How could she, upon returning, rush out frivolously, making the entire family wait for her meal? She associates with those from the nightclub, yet has not learned any semblance of propriety. One would think she ought to understand some manners, as I have instilled in you since childhood. Perhaps Lu Wanyu, having been vexed by Ning in recent days, failed to recognize the contradictions in her own words. She had previously asserted that Ning and Li were switched at birth. Yet she professed to have taught Ning about etiquette. The members of the Sang family, astute as they are, exchanged knowing glances but refrained from exposing her falsehoods. As the atmosphere grew tense, the matriarch of the Sang family was about to reprimand Lu Wanyu when Ning interjected, asserting that her sense of propriety surpassed Lu Wanyu's. "At least when I was abandoned on the streets, surviving solely on scraps, she offered me sustenance, ensured my education, and protected me when those men harbored ill intentions. And you?" Ning looked at Lu Wanyu and scoffed. "If the etiquette you espouse entails publicly berating elders, forcing your 6-year-old daughter to consume dead rodents, and derogatorily referring to your own child, then your teachings on decorum are indeed remarkable." This was perhaps the longest discourse Ning had delivered since her return to the Sang household, each word laced with disdain and mockery directed at Lu Wanyu. The contempt and derision she harbored for Lu Wanyu were woven intricately into her expression. Lu Wanyu, being an educator, comprehended the implications of Ning's words, and in a fit of rage, she rose abruptly from the table, exclaiming, Ning. Chapter 14. I'm the chairman of SN. Ning dug at her ear. "Professor Lu, what about your principles?" "You." Lu Wanyu's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions, her anger rising and falling like the tide. Sang Laotai and Sang Yifan watched with great satisfaction. Indeed, it took Ning to handle someone like Lu Wanyu. The agitation was evident. Her face flickered between green and purple, resembling a painter's palette. However, Sang Laotai felt more sorrow for Ning. She had not anticipated how poorly Ning had fared over the years. Her beloved granddaughter, whom she had cherished in the palm of her hand, was reduced to scavenging for food in garbage heaps to survive. Had it not been for that Hongjie, Ning might have long ceased to exist in this world. Upon this realization, Sang Laotai's gratitude towards Hongjie deepened. She was determined to find an opportunity to express her heartfelt thanks. Ning, you need not harbor such animosity towards your mother. After all these years away, she simply does not know how to relate to you. Before Li could finish her words, Ning suddenly turned her head. What? You wish to lecture me? I. Li found her words caught in her throat, unable to voice them. She had witnessed the scene when Yin attempted to educate Ning, only to be met with a kick that left him bleeding. Ning was like a tempest. If she dared to utter another word, she might well receive a similar fate. Thus, Li fell silent. Yin, bandaged and eager to speak, glanced at Ning's indifferent gaze and promptly averted his eyes, choosing instead to focus on his meal. His injuries had yet to heal, and he was reluctant to incur further harm. Ning felt quite content as she directly approached Sang Laotai and sat beside her. Though she had already eaten and was not hungry, She dutifully remained by her grandmother's side to keep her company during the meal. After their meal, the previously silent Sang Jingchuan suddenly spoke up. SN Company has launched a new project valued at 10 billion. Securing this project would elevate the Sang family's status in Jiangxing. However, SN's requirements are exceedingly high. The company has submitted several proposals, all of which have been rejected. Does anyone have a better plan? Upon hearing this, Sang Yin lowered his head even further. The Sang family had long sought to collaborate with the SN group, yet every proposal they submitted, whether for previous minor projects or the current 10 billion venture, had been returned without consideration. For this particular project, he had worked tirelessly for a month, crafting what he believed to be a flawless proposal. To his dismay, the opposing side spent less than 2 minutes reviewing it before declaring it devoid of innovation and unworthy of collaboration. This was a tremendous blow to him. Sang Jingchuan placed great importance on this project, and after multiple rejections of Sang Yan's proposals, he felt disheartened. Thus, he decided to delegate the matter of the proposal to other family members. Whoever could secure this contract would be appointed as the company director. Sang Yin had labored for years, yet remained merely a department manager. He yearned for another chance, but Sang Jingchuan was no longer offering him that opportunity. SN? Sang Ning reclined in her chair, intrigued. Sang no tai glanced to her. Ning, do you wish to get a try? Her? Lu Wanyu scoffed with a mocking smile. Mother, have you lost your senses? How could Sang Ning, raised by the nightclub girls and barely finishing high school, possibly devise a project worth 10 billion? The Sang family has submitted numerous proposals, all of which were rejected. Do you intend to send her a worthless draft and completely sever the Sang family's prospects? Instantly, Sang Laotai's expression darkened. Noticing her discomfort, Sang Li hastily interjected, Grandmother, I understand your affection for Sang Ning, but this matter is no jest. It pertains to the company's fate. There can be no room for error. We should wait for a smaller project next time to allow her a chance. Sang Laotai gazed at her impassively, remaining silent. Sang Li then turned to Sang Jingchuan, smiling as she said, Father, though I have just graduated from high school, my mother has engaged tutors to instruct me in business matters since childhood. I can certainly give this proposal a try. Huh, so you font sneered. So my sister cannot afford to make mistakes, but you can? Sang Li, your ego is quite inflated. Sang Li felt somewhat aggrieved. Third brother, it's not that I look down upon my sister, nor do I wish to make mistakes. I observe the proposals made by eldest brother, and I believe I can manage it. Furthermore, the business knowledge I've acquired certainly surpasses that of my sister. This is a 10 billion project. It cannot be left for her to toy with. As Sang Yifan was about to retort, Sang Li continued, I do not understand why you always disapprove of me. Third brother, please believe that my intentions are solely for the benefit of the Sang family. With tears brimming in her eyes, Sang Li appeared on the verge of weeping. Lu Wanyu felt a surge of compassion and angrily admonished, Sang Yifan, have you lost your mind? What caliber is Sang Li? And what caliber is Sang Ning? Can she even be compared to Sang Li? Do not take advantage of your status as my son to bully her. Honestly, Sang Yifan was about to retaliate when Sang Laotai suddenly slammed the table, demanding, Are you all done with your noise? The villa fell silent immediately. Casting a cold glance at everyone present, Sang Laotai spoke with a frigid tone, since this project is of utmost importance to the Sang family. It should not rest solely on one person's shoulders. All grandchildren of the Sang family, regardless of ability, must contribute a proposal. The honor and disgrace of the Sang family belong to us all, not just to one individual. Do you understand? Understood. The other grandchildren of the Sang family cheerfully replied. They were not as accomplished as those of the eldest branch. Good fortune often seemed to favor them, and now that everyone could participate, it signified an opportunity for visibility. Only Sang Li remained with her head bowed, her fingers tightly clenched into fists. How could she not comprehend that Sang Laodai wished to ensure she did not reap the benefits alone? If she were to submit a proposal alone, she could potentially secure the project, and the glory would belong solely to her. But now, with everyone contributing proposals, no matter whose was selected, the honor would be shared among all. How biased of Sang Laotai! Ning. Sang Laotai grasped Sang Ning's hand with a loving smile, saying, It will be all right. Learning alongside everyone is beneficial too. Grandmother hopes you will have something to do. Sang Laotai's attitude toward Sang Ning was downright enviable. Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts. After a brief silence, Sang Ning spoke. Does grandmother wish for the Sang family to secure this project? The elderly matriarch replied, naturally, I do. A 10 billion project is no small matter. Even the Sang family, despite its strengths, requires superior projects to bolster its standing. However, you need not feel pressured. Treat this as a learning experience. It is perfectly acceptable if you cannot provide a solution. Observe and learn as much as you can. In due time, I will arrange for you to join the company. With me around, the Sang family can support you for a lifetime. A warmth spread through Sang Ning's heart as she smiled. Then let it be for the Sang family. What? The old lady was taken aback for a moment. I will take the liberty of deciding that this 10 billion project belongs to the Sang family, Sang Ning asserted. I will give you whatever you desire, grandmother. Sang Ning, what fanciful dreams are you weaving? Lu Wanyu was utterly astonished by Sang Ning's words. That is the SN Group, an internationally renowned conglomerate. Who do you think you are to bestow the project upon the Sang family? Do you imagine yourself as the chairman of SN? Leaning back in her chair, Sang Ning replied lazily, Indeed, I am the chairman of SN. Chapter 15. The chairman of SN? Are you dreaming? As soon as Sang Ning uttered these words, the Sang family fell into a brief silence. Everyone stared at her in disbelief, as if she were a fool. They could hardly fathom that Sang Ning would audaciously claim to be the chairman of SN. Did she truly comprehend the essence of SN? It is a premier international conglomerate. Not merely a domestic entity, but a global titan, revered by countless individuals. Not to mention the Sang family. Even the illustrious Fu family of the capital could not hope to approach the stature of SN. What was Sang Ning, really? Did she think she could engage with SN? Had she lost her senses? After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Wanyu was the first to recover, her anger palpable. Sang Ning, what on earth are you thinking? The chairman of SN? Do you dare utter such words? Are you not afraid of receiving a lawyer's letter? Sang Li chuckled lightly. Sister, I understand that you have just returned and are eager to prove yourself to the family, but there is no need to spout such nonsense. The chairman of SN is someone whom countless individuals yearn to meet, and even our father has sought an audience numerous times, only to be met with rejection. Casting a scornful glance at Sang Ning, Sang Li continued, If you wish to learn about business, I can teach you, but refrain from making such claims in the future. If this were to reach the ears of someone with ill intentions, the chairman of SN could very well hold our family accountable. With her arms crossed, Sang Ning shot a half-smile at Sang Li, then turned her gaze to Sang Jingchuan. Father wishes to see me? What is it about? If it's a reasonable request, considering the blood that flows in my veins, I might acquiesce. Sang Jingchuan, Lu Wanyu, and Sang Li were all taken aback. Had she lost her mind? They had warned her against such grandiose declarations, yet she seemed to revel in them. Even a usually indulgent grandmother Sang and Sang Yifan were left speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. The atmosphere grew tense once more. After a long pause, grandmother Sang finally cleared her throat and awkwardly said, Ning Ning, grandmother knows you are filial. I'm already very happy that you have returned to be by my side. Such talk, cough, cough. Let us refrain from it in the future. She was not reprimanding Sang Ning, but rather cautioning her due to the many uncertainties within the family. If Sang Ning's words were spread, it could very well lead to SN holding her responsible. At this moment, Sang Yifan also regained his composure, tugging at Sang Ning's sleeve softly. Sister, I know Fu Xiuyuan dotes on you and is willing to grant your every desire, but SN is not something he can touch. Be careful with your words. Sang Ning, with utmost seriousness, replied, What I say is true. Sang Yifan, exasperated, urged, Sister, I implore you, cease this talk. If the real chairman of SN were to hear of it and slap your face in front of everyone, it would not be a pretty sight. I may protect you, but in the presence of the SN chairman, I would be insufficient. Enough. Sang Jingchuan cast a sidelong glance at Sang Ning, asserting that regardless of her past, upon returning to the Sang family, she ought to be mindful of her words and actions, cautioning her against speaking indiscriminately. Sang Li, feeling a sense of triumph, directed a glance at Sang Ning. In this household, their father had always been indifferent to any child. No matter what was said or done, he remained oblivious, his gaze fixated solely on profit. Only those children capable of yielding benefits would garner even a fleeting glance from him. Sang Ning was the first to receive a reprimand from their father. In high spirits, Sang Li vowed to Sang Jingchuan, "Rest assured, Father, I am confident in this proposal. Tomorrow, I shall approach the SN group in hopes of securing a meeting with their chairman." Sang Jingchuan shot her a sidelong glance, his expression as frigid as ever, retorting that anyone could boast. What he sought were results. Sang Li's countenance stiffened. "Indeed, I will succeed." Grandmother Sang glanced at Sang Li, her expression sour. She had never held Sang Li in high regard, seeing ambition and calculation etched upon her features. Should Sang Li indeed secure the collaboration with the SN group, it would be difficult to send her away from the Sang household. Yet, this project was of utmost importance to the family. Sang Li had indeed been groomed by Lu Wanyu from a young age, possessing a 50% chance of success. Reluctantly, she felt compelled to allow Sang Li the opportunity. The thought of it filled her with vexation. Sensing her grandmother's unease, Sang Ning grasped her hand, reassuringly stating, "Grandmother, there is no need for worry. Tomorrow, I shall deliver the contract to you." Grandmother Sang patted Sang Ning's hand, offering a bitter smile, remaining silent. Had Sang Ning not been sent away by Lu Wanyu all those years ago, she would undoubtedly have become an exceptional individual and would not resort to fabricating comforting lies. She recognized Sang Ning's good intentions, but felt it unwise to dampen the child's spirits. Ultimately, as long as Sang Ning was happy, that was sufficient. The meal was unusually somber. With her mood soured, Grandmother Sang retired to her room soon after finishing. Lu Wanyu, upon seeing Sang Ning, felt irked and left the house with her bag in hand. Sang Jingchuan, wishing to avoid further conversation with the children, retreated to his study. Sang Ning, disinterested and lingering, prepared to depart when suddenly someone tugged at her sleeve. Turning around, she saw Sang Yu timidly presenting her with a painting. "Cousin, welcome home. This is a gift for you." Sang Ning accepted the painting, somewhat surprised to find it depicted her, clad in a fitted leather outfit. With her hair cascading down her back, she stood beneath a tree, bathed in moonlight, exuding an enchanting yet mysterious allure. While she had encountered many fine artworks, this piece, though not exceptionally skilled, was rich in character and potential. My painting is not very good. Please don't take offense, cousin," Sang Yu murmured. "I merely wish to give you a gift, but this is all I could offer. If you do not like it, feel free to discard it." Sang Ning raised her eyes to appraise Sang Yu. Sang Yu was the daughter of her aunt, a year her junior. Her aunt had once been a leading actress, but had retired after marrying a wealthy man from Yin City, giving birth to a son and daughter. Life was originally meant to flow smoothly, yet she found herself struggling at every step. Her mother-in-law was fond of imposing rules, insisting that she personally handle all household chores. Her husband provided a monthly allowance of 20,000, while her son regarded her as an incompetent homemaker. Within that household, she and Sang Yu endured considerable hardship. Sang Ning recalled that during her childhood, whenever her aunt returned to the Sang family, her face bore a trace of sorrow, and she seldom engaged in conversation with the family, leaving Sang Ning feeling distant from her. In contrast, Sang Yu had always been eager to trail behind her, affectionately calling her cousin. After being sent away by Lu Wanyu, Sang Ning occasionally thought of Sang Yu, but not often, as her closest bond had always been with Sang Yifan. Upon returning to the Sang family this time, she immediately noticed her aunt and Sang Yu. Although she had not delved deeply into her aunt's situation, she had overheard Sang Yifan mention that her aunt and Sang Yu had been cast out by a wealthy man, leaving her son behind in his grandmother's home. With nowhere else to turn, her aunt had no choice but to return to the Sang household. However, her life there was far from pleasant, as she was constantly subjected to disdain from her sisters-in-law. Her aunt had contemplated re-entering the entertainment industry, but the current landscape had long since closed its doors to her. Sang Ning withdrew her scrutinizing gaze from Sang Yu and smiled subtly. Her drawing was indeed quite good. Sang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" she asked. Sang Ning nodded and patted Sang Yu's shoulder, adding, "However, your observations lack depth, and the character portrayal is not vivid enough. I was standing beneath a tree, holding a bottle of wine. I'll draw it again." Sang Yu exclaimed joyfully before skipping away. Ning chuckled softly at her retreating figure. Not far off, Sanguli observed this scene, her eyes flickering with malice. That wretched Sang Yu, who ordinarily did not dare to utter a word in her presence, now sought to ingratiate herself with Ning. What did she think? That by currying favor with Ning, she could secure a better life? Just wait. Anyone who treated Ning well would not escape her wrath. Chapter 16. Ning, how did you get here? The following day, as Ning descended the stairs, she encountered Li and Mo Yin, who were preparing to depart for the SN group, clad in a resplendent red dress. Her long hair cascading elegantly, Ning's fair complexion and perfectly proportioned figure accentuated the dress's noble yet alluring charm. Li's gaze fell upon Ning's attire, her eyes glimmering with envy. This exquisite dress was a design by the esteemed Master Youlan, who had previously shared the design sketch with the caption, "Exclusively for best friends." This post had sparked widespread envy among many, who lamented their lack of such a talented friend as Master Youlan. Little did they know that this non-commercial gown now adorned Ning. The mere thought that Master Youlan had custom-designed Ning's clothing made Li's heart feel heavy with discontent. How did Ning, of all people, come to befriend someone of such stature and talent? Moreover, what did Master Youlan see in her? With such a powerful background and remarkable skills, why would she associate with someone raised by the likes of nightclub hostesses? Mo Yin also noticed the dress, and his expression darkened. He understood that Ning's close relationship with Master Youlan did not necessitate such ostentatious display. Her actions left little room for Li's dignity. Ning cast him a sidelong glance and strode towards him. Instinctively, Mo Yin stepped back, apprehensive of her intentions. Ning scoffed with such a lack of courage. "How dare you lecture me? Young Master Sang, perhaps you should first cultivate your bravery before addressing me." Having spoken, she dismissed him with not even a glance, turning on her heel to leave. Mo Yan's expression soured as he clenched his teeth in frustration. His disdain for Ning was palpable. If she continued to linger in the Sang household, he feared she might one day drive him to madness. He had to devise a plan to expel her from the Sang family. Li, equally incensed, recognized that now was not the time for anger. "Brother, let us go. Today we are to meet the chairman of SN in person. We must not waste any time." Who could have foreseen that merely a night later, the assistant of the SN chairman would unexpectedly call to arrange a personal meeting with them? Upon receiving this news, Li was elated and could hardly sleep a wink that entire night. In preparation to impress the SN chairman, she meticulously crafted numerous proposals and ultimately settled on one that she deemed most satisfactory. She was confident that today would herald success. At the SN group, Li and Mo Yin were escorted to the chairman's office. Assistant Xiao, exhibiting an air of aloofness, instructed them to wait. With that, he turned and left, not affording Li even a moment to inquire further. Thus, Li and Mo Yin were left waiting in the chairman's office for a full 2 hours. Standing in her 10-centimeter heels, Li felt her legs weaken, and she turned to Mo Yin. "Brother, should we not ask Assistant Xiao? I can hardly stand any longer." Mo Yin glanced at Li's high heels, expressing his concern. "Shall we sit for a moment? The chairman of SN likely has an impromptu meeting." He, too, found it increasingly difficult to remain standing. Typically, he seldom walked at the company and lacked exercise at home. Having stood for over 2 hours, he felt a bit lightheaded. However, he dared not inquire with Assistant Xiao. This opportunity to meet the chairman of SN was hard-earned, and no one could ascertain whether the chairman was intentionally testing them. Thus, he refrained from asking. Li hesitated for a moment and said, "Let us sit for 10 minutes. I truly cannot endure standing any longer." She understood it was inappropriate to sit down before the chairman's arrival, yet she was at her limit. Nevertheless, they had already been waiting for over 2 hours. The chairman of SN was unlikely to arrive in the next 10 minutes. Mo Yin nodded, allowing Li to take a seat in the guest chair opposite the chairman's desk. However, scarcely a minute had passed when the office door was abruptly pushed open. Startled, Li quickly stood up, but, in her haste, twisted her ankle, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Yet upon seeing the visitor, Her expression shifted dramatically, and she could no longer maintain her composure, exclaiming, "Sang Ning, what are you doing here?" Sang Moyan's expression changed, and he scolded angrily. "Who allowed you to come? Hurry and get out." Sang Ning glanced at him with an impassive expression and directly sat in the chairman's exclusive chair opposite him. Sang Moyan's eyes widened in disbelief, and his anger surged. "Sang Ning, have you lost your mind? That is the exclusive chair of the chairman of SN. Do you wish to bring us down with you?" Sang Li, equally exasperated, added, "Do you understand how rare this opportunity to meet the chairman of SN is? The hope of the Sang family rests on this project. Sang Ning, even if you bear a grudge against me, you should not toy with the fate of the Sang family." Taking a deep breath, Sang Li urged, "The chairman of SN will be here shortly. You must leave and not hinder our business." Sang Ning lounged back in her chair, lazily surveying them. Before she could speak, Sang Moyan shouted, "Get out, did you hear me? Sang Ning, if you ruin this cooperation, I will not let you off easily." Sang Ning crossed her arms, a wry smile playing on her lips as she regarded Sang Moyan. "Pray tell, how do you intend to not let me off?" Today, she had no time to amuse these two minor characters. Her purpose in coming to the company was to reclaim Fu Xiuyuan's shares and terminate their collaboration. A competent ex should vanish completely from the other S life. She was indeed a remarkably competent ex. Thus, having broken up with Fu Xiuyuan, she aimed for a clean separation. Yet, the division between her and Fu Xiuyuan was not so easily accomplished. The SN Group was a venture they established together. She held 70% of the funding, while Fu Xiuyuan possessed 30%. She commanded 100% of the decision-making power within the group, whereas Fu Xiuyuan was merely obliged to comply. However, now that she and Fu Xiuyuan had parted ways, it was only natural for her to reclaim her shares in the company. Hence, she was here today to resolve this matter. Regarding the collaboration with the Sang family, she had already instructed Assistant Xiao to draft the contract last night. Initially, she intended to deliver it directly to her grandmother today, but suddenly recalled that Sang Li seemed quite confident about this proposal. A playful thought crossed her mind. Wasn't Lu Wanyu somewhat indifferent to Sang Li? Did she not boast that all those she nurtured were exceptionally intelligent prodigies? She was curious to witness the caliber of the so-called genius spoken of by Lu Wanyu. Sang Moyan felt a surge of frustration, yet he understood that he could do nothing against Sang Ning. With their grandmother's support and the formidable backing of her fiancé, Fu Xiuyuan, even if Sang Ning were to jeopardize this collaboration, it was unlikely she would be expelled from the Sang family. However, he could not take that risk. His father was already disappointed in him. He needed this opportunity to solidify his standing in the company. With this thought in mind, Sang Moyan took a deep breath and, with restrained patience, implored, "Even if I beg you, would you please leave? This opportunity is truly vital for me. I beseech you not to cause any disruptions." Sang Ning raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain you want me to leave?" "Yes." "Hurry and go," Sang Moyan nearly shouted, his gaze frantic as he watched the office door, fearful that the chairman of SN might enter. Sang Ning smirked. "All right, I shall take my leave." To Sang Moyan's surprise, she was so agreeable that he momentarily lost his focus. Yet, just as she had taken a few steps, she abruptly halted and remarked, "The Sang family's eldest son with an IQ of 180 turns out to be a fool." Chapter 17. Our front door was forcefully kicked open by Sang Ning. Sang Mo Yan's expression darkened, and he was about to erupt in anger when Sang Li suddenly grasped his sleeve and shook her head. Taking a deep breath, Sang Mo Yan suppressed the fury boiling within him, ultimately saying nothing as he watched Sang Ning depart. It was only when Sang Ning had completely exited the office of the chairman of SN that the weight on Sang Mo Yan's heart finally lifted. As long as Sang Ning refrained from causing any disturbances, there remained a glimmer of hope for the day. After all, it was the chairman of SN himself who had requested to meet with them. However, Sang Mo Yan did not anticipate that with Sang Ning's departure, he and Sang Li would be left waiting from day until night. From an initial state of confidence, they were reduced to a loss of spirit. Eventually, unable to contain himself any longer, Sang Mo Yan stepped outside to find Assistant Xiao. "Assistant Xiao, is your chairman in a meeting? It's been a whole day. If he is truly busy, may we come back tomorrow?" Assistant Xiao cast an indifferent glance at him. "Isn't your chairman the one you invited out?" sang supervisor. "What a grand display of authority, coming to our SN group to chase away our chairman. I must say, this is the first time I've witnessed such audacity." Sang Mo Yin was taken aback, utterly confused. "What do you mean? How could we dare to chase away your chairman? We have yet to even meet him." "Dare? You seem remarkably bold to me," Assistant Xiao scoffed. "Our chairman graciously offered your Sang family an opportunity, and you squandered it by attempting to overshadow him." "That's not," Sang Mo Yin tried to explain, but Assistant Xiao cut him off, not allowing any chance for clarification. "It appears Sang's supervisor's capabilities are so grand that you no longer require our SN projects. You should seek assistance elsewhere." With that, Assistant Xiao turned and left without a backward glance, leaving Sang Mo Yin standing there in a daze. After a considerable time, Sang Mo Yin returned to the office, where Sang Li hurriedly approached him. "Elder brother, what happened? When will the chairman of SN meet with us?" Sang Mo Yin, dejected, sank into his chair. "There's no chance left." Sang Li frowned. "What do you mean?" Assistant Xiao claimed that we chased away the chairman of SN and that there would be no further collaboration. Sang Mo Yin still could not fathom how he could have driven away the chairman of SN when he had yet to even lay eyes on him. Where would he find the audacity to do such a thing? Moreover, he did not possess such boldness. Sang Li also appeared bewildered. "We drove away the chairman of SN? When did that happen? He didn't come at all today, only." She paused abruptly, realization dawning upon her. "Sang Ning?" Sang Mo Yin hesitated for a moment before vehemently denying. "Impossible. How could someone raised by a nightclub hostess be the chairman of SN? She merely seeks to disrupt us from signing the contract." Sang Li pondered for a moment, hesitating. Could it be that Sang Ning offended the chairman of SN, and Assistant Xiao attributed the blame to us? Sang Mo Yin abruptly stood, his anger erupting. "No wonder. I thought it was unfounded. How could Assistant Xiao have said such things? It was all Sang Ning's doing." As Sang Mo Yin finished speaking, she turned and strode outside, a fierce determination to confront her. Meanwhile, at the Fu residence, Sang Ning stood at the entrance, her face flushed with anger, while Youlan instinctively maintained a distance of over a meter from her. Goodness! Ning was particularly intimidating today. It was wise to keep a safe distance, for one never knows when one might become collateral damage. Sang Ning took a deep breath, attempting to stifle her fury, and pressed the doorbell of the Fu household. Shortly, a servant emerged, momentarily taken aback by the sight of two exceptionally beautiful young women. "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" Sang Ning, she replied curtly. "I am here to see Fu Xiuyuan." The servant hesitated. "You wish to see the young master?" But he is known for his disinterest in women. It was a well-known fact that many who sought his company ended up turned away, and those who dared to approach him rarely fared well. What could possibly prompt two stunning girls to come seeking him? Initially, the servant intended to refuse their request on Fu Xiuyuan's behalf, but upon observing Sang Ning's formidable demeanor, decided it prudent to inform him. At that moment, Fu Xiuyuan was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book, while the elder members of the Fu family lounged nearby, watching television. Tang Wanru and Fu Qingyang were leisurely sipping tea. "Young master, there's a young lady named Sang Ning at the door wishing to see you," the servant announced. As the words left his lips, the gazes of Fu's patriarch, Tang Wanru, and Fu Qingyang all converged upon him simultaneously. Fu Xiuyuan's hand, holding the book, paused slightly. Then, with an expressionless face, he replied, "Do not let her in." The elder Fu couple, Tang Wanru and Fu Qingyang, appeared intrigued, as if they had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. Was the young man, who had always cherished Sang Ning like a precious gem, suddenly showing such indifference? This was a sight to behold. Quickly, the matriarch seated herself beside Fu Xiuyuan, her curiosity piqued. "Have you decided to give up on Sang Ning?" Fu Xiuyuan merely cast her a fleeting glance, remaining silent. Seeing his stoic demeanor ignited her irritation, and just as she prepared to voice her displeasure, a loud crash reverberated through the room, startling everyone. The matriarch leapt to her feet, clutching her heart in alarm. What in the world is happening? Before she could finish her sentence, the servant rushed in, breathless. "It's bad. That girl named Sang Ning just kicked open the front door. The matriarch, Tang Wanru, and Fu Xiuyuan were left dumbfounded. You must be joking. That door cost millions to build, and you say a girl kicked it open? They turned their gazes toward Fu Xiuyuan, as if silently inquiring what kind of monster he had attracted. Fu Xiuyuan sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in resignation. Before he could rise, Sang Ning entered, her expression icy, striding directly to Fu Xiuyuan. She placed a share acquisition contract before him, produced a pen with a decisive thud on the table, and coldly commanded, "Sign it." Sang Ning's fury was palpable. Just the night before, she had removed Fu Xiuyuan from her blacklist and formally informed him that they would be dividing the shares of the company today. Consequently, she waited an entire day, only for him to vanish without a trace. Messages went unanswered, calls were ignored, leaving her to languish in the office throughout the day. Sang Ning was incensed and stormed over to the Fu residence. As soon as Youlan stepped inside, she kept her distance, fearful that Sang Ning's wrath might be directed at her. When she felt she had retreated to a safe distance, she muttered an expletive directed at Fu Xiuyuan, exclaiming, "What were you thinking? Why provoke her? You've wasted my entire day." Infuriated, she had originally planned to accompany Sang Ning to the office to handle matters before embarking on a day of leisure. Instead, Sang Ning had waited in vain for Fu Xiuyuan, her frustration reaching a boiling point, which ultimately thwarted Youlan's plans for enjoyment. Fu Xiuyuan, having achieved little and caused much disarray, cast a fleeting glance at Youlan before his gaze settled on Sang Ning, and, with a tone devoid of emotion, he proclaimed, "I will not sign." Chapter 18. The SN Group turns out to be founded by Fu Xiuyuan and Sang Ning. Sang Ning felt a sudden chill envelop her as she gazed at Fu Xiuyuan with icy eyes. Suppressing the impulse to strike him, just as she was about to speak, Fu Xiuyuan interjected, "Zhang, please bring out the meal." "Yes, young master," Zhang replied promptly, hastening to serve the dishes on the dining table. Fu Xiuyuan rose, wrapping his arm around Sang Ning's waist, guiding her to the table, and playfully fanning his fingers over the food. "Shall we eat first, or shall we indulge in our tempers?" Sang Ning. She was tempted to kick Fu Xiuyuan away. However, the familiar aroma of the food wafted toward her. She was famished. After having a meager breakfast and stewing in frustration at work all day, she hadn't eaten anything. At that moment, Youlan's stomach growled audibly. Whether Sang Ning was hungry or not, Shun was undeniably ravenous. Without a thought for Sang Ning's lingering anger, she plopped down onto a chair. "Lite, Ning Ning. You can be mad. I'm going to eat." Sang Ning cast her a sidelong glance before quickly taking her seat, devouring the food with the ferocity of a starving wolf. Clearing the table alongside Youlan, the Fu family watched, astonished, their mouths agape, taken aback by the girls' hearty appetites. Even more bewildered was the origin of the dishes before them. They were not prepared by Zhang. The Fu family preferred milder flavors, and few could handle spicy food. Yet, the spread before them was entirely spicy, and it looked quite appetizing. It seemed Zhang had noticed their confusion and chuckled. All these dishes were prepared by the young master himself. He personally went to the supermarket at noon to buy the ingredients and took care of everything from washing to cooking. I offered to help, but he refused. As she spoke, Zhang glanced at Sang Ning, while Fu Xiuyuan was cooking. The look of joy on his face led Zhang to believe that he must have someone special in his heart. Now, seeing Sang Ning, she understood why her young master had remained single for 28 years without a girlfriend. No girl could compare to this one, who resembled a celestial being, simply a delight to behold. The elders of the Fu family, as well as Fu Xiuyuan's parents, stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing a ghost. They knew their grandson's son better than anyone, and they never imagined that Sang Ning could compel Fu Xiuyuan to lower himself to the task of cooking for her. Previously, at the engagement banquet, Fu Xiuyuan had claimed he would take excellent care of Sang Ning's meals, but they had assumed a professional chef was responsible. They had never anticipated that Fu Xiuyuan would take on the role of caretaker just to please his wife. In that moment, they were at a loss for whether to feel joy or sorrow. Fu Xiuyuan glanced at Sang Ning, who was earnestly enjoying her meal, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He then stood, picking up the share acquisition agreement, preparing to tear it apart. Just as Tang Wanru, Curious about what he held, leaned in for a closer look. She gasped, "Oh my." With remarkable speed, Tang snatched the agreement from Fu Xiuyuan's hands and began to read it line by line. After a moment, she exclaimed once more, "Darling, this is incredible. The SN Group actually belongs to you and Ning." What? The members of the Fu family were utterly astonished. Fu Xiuyuan swiftly took the agreement from Tang Wanru's hands, his shock evident in his eyes. Both Old Lady Fu and Old Master Fu were equally taken aback. "Xiuyuan, my boy, you are impressive." Old Master Fu regarded Fu Xiuyuan with admiration. The SN Group, within a mere few years, has successfully entered the ranks of the world's top 100. I never anticipated that you were the founder. Such a remarkable achievement. Why did you not reveal it sooner? Suddenly, Old Lady Fu recalled something and exclaimed in anger. "You unfilial grandson. Half a year ago, the Fu family sought to collaborate with the SN Group on a project, yet they flatly refused our overtures. After much effort, it turns out the company belongs to you. So, it was you who turned us down?" Old Lady Fu was irate. The collaboration with the SN Group was of immense significance to the Fu family. The entire company had exerted itself for over 2 months to secure the partnership, only to have their proposal disregarded without even a reason for refusal. Consequently, the Fu family had endured considerable disappointment. Little did they know, it was Fu Xiuyuan's company all along. However, despite her anger, she felt a swell of pride. She had always recognized Fu Xiuyuan's capabilities. Otherwise, Fu Xiuyuan would not have retired early and entrusted the management of the company to him. Since Fu Xiuyuan took the reins of the Fu family business, the family's annual profits had risen significantly, and their foothold in the capital had grown ever more solid. Yet, this extravagant lad had chosen to cast aside his own company in favor of such a lucrative project. "I had no decision-making power," Fu Xiuyuan said, pinching the bridge of his nose and glancing at the delightfully indulging Ning and Youlan. She made the calls. In truth, the establishment of the SN Group had been a fortunate opportunity for him. Ning could have founded the SN Group on her own. However, desiring to spend more time with his girlfriend, he proposed to invest. Although Ning had no lack of funds, she agreed to his investment, granting him a mere 30% stake. She explained that it was to provide him with a sense of security. The mouths of the Fu family members gaped in disbelief. Everyone turned their astonished gazes toward Ning, who was enjoying her meal with great delight. Such a colossal enterprise, and Fu Xiuyuan had no decision-making authority? Ning was truly remarkable. But where did she acquire the capital to establish such a group? It was rumored that Ning had been raised by a nightclub hostess. But would a nightclub hostess possess enough wealth to support her in founding the SN Group? The elders of the Fu family were still in shock when Fu Xiuyuan directly snatched the acquisition agreement from Tang Wanru's hands and, without hesitation, tore it to shreds. Suddenly, Ning sprang to her feet, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at the shredded pieces of paper in Fu Xiuyuan's hands, gritting her teeth. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? If I die, I will take you down with me." Fu Xiuyuan, with his hands in his pockets and a look of feigned helplessness, replied, "You slept with me. This lifetime, I am bound to you, Ning. You cannot shake me off." Ning was seething with rage, yet she managed to maintain her composure. "I have already ended our relationship. You unilaterally terminated it." "I do not consent," she retorted. Ning, in disbelief, wondered how she could have been so blind as to choose such a clingy individual. The atmosphere in the living room became palpably tense. The Fu family exchanged glances between Fu Xiuyuan and Ning. Ultimately, Tang Wanru approached with a smile, and before anyone could react, she embraced Ning tenderly. Before Tang Wanru could utter a word, 2 startled exclamations erupted from behind. "No, don't!" Fu Xiuyuan and Youlan were unable to intervene, and Ning was enveloped in a warm embrace. She froze in place, while Fu Xiuyuan raised his hand to his forehead in exasperation. Youlan shouted, "Let her go." Tang Wanru, perplexed, questioned, "I merely wish to hug Ning. Must you react as if calamity has befallen us? This is utterly absurd." Though Ning was not yet her official daughter-in-law, that did not diminish her affection for her. The mere sight of Ning's face compelled her to want to hold her close. Why were these two behaving so dramatically? Youlan, exasperated, stamped her foot, exclaiming, You! Shout Ning. This is a disaster. Chapter 19. You can always trust in Ning's medical skills before Youlan could articulate her thoughts. She witnessed Sang Ning, with an expression darker than thunder, raise her hand, revealing a silver needle nestled between her fingers. In a rare moment of harmony, Youlan and Fu Xiuyuan, who typically enjoyed bickering, acted in unison. Youlan swiftly embraced Sang Ning, while Fu Xiuyuan deftly pulled Tang Wanru back, who was caught off guard and nearly stumbled. Infuriated, she exclaimed, Fu Xiuyuan, are you trying to murder your own mother? Have you lost your mind? Fu Xiuyuan cast a cool glance her way, retorting, if you don't step back, you might be the one to perish. Meanwhile, Youlan held Sang Ning tightly, urging her, calm down, little Ning. That is your future mother-in-law. You mustn't harm her. Although I find Fu Xiuyuan intolerable, his affection for you is undeniable. Such a remarkable man is rare. If you harm his mother, you will surely lose your chance with him. Fu Xiuyuan sighed. My mother did not mean any harm. I apologize on her behalf. Sang Ning stared at Youlan and Fu Xiuyuan for a while, puzzled. She has been poisoned. I sealed her meridians. What are you two doing? What? Youlan and Fu Xiuyuan both froze in shock. After a long pause, Youlan finally spoke. Did she not spray perfume? Aren't you the one who despises being embraced by someone who has applied perfume? Aren't you angry? Sang Ning was on the verge of being angry. At the airport, they wouldn't even let me hug her. Exasperated, she clarified, I did not spray any perfume. Youlan was taken aback. Impossible. The fragrance is so strong on her. Can't you smell it? Little Ning, is your sense of smell impaired? Sang Ning rubbed her temples. What she carries is not the scent of perfume. It is poison. Though she had ended her relationship with Fu Xiuyuan, there was no deep-seated animosity between them. She could not bear to watch Fu Xiuyuan's mother perish before her eyes. Thus, she had intended to use the silver needle to seal Tang Wanru's meridians and control the spread of the toxin. Youlan was utterly bewildered. Poison? What kind of poison from a respectable family smells like perfume? Fu Xiuyuan squinted. What poison has my mother been afflicted with? He held no doubt regarding Sang Ning's medical prowess. The reputed master healer, Kanglin, was indeed as skilled as the legends portrayed. Drunken fairy powder, Sang Ning furrowed her brow, her expression grave. This is a love toxin, and it is one of the most vicious kinds. This toxin was developed by Hong Jia. Unlike other poisons, drunken fairy powder emits an alluring fragrance, even more pleasant than that of perfume. After devising the toxin, Hong Jia had warned her against its use, deeming it too insidious. Sang Ning had only encountered this poison during its initial days of research. Thereafter, its whereabouts remained unknown. When she inquired, Hong Jia merely stated it had been destroyed, saying little else. Why had this toxin been administered to Fu Xiuyuan's mother? Hong Jia held Fu Xiuyuan in high regard and was well aware of his family circumstances, having mentioned more than once her intention to entrust Sang Ning to him for proper care. Logically, she should have had no reason to target the Fu family, except for Sister Hong. Who else could possess such poison? Fu Xiuyuan's expression tightened as he murmured, Is there an antidote? There is an antidote, Sang Ning replied. However, for the time being, I can only suppress the toxicity with silver needles. To completely detoxify, I need to retrieve the 100 venoms herb that I have cultivated. After a moment of silence, Sang Ning continued, I just made physical contact with your mother and discerned that she has been poisoned for no more than 3 days. The toxicity has yet to manifest. Tomorrow, I will have Sister Hong send over the medicinal materials and she will be detoxified. For today, Sang Ning glanced at Tang Wanru and advised, find a doctor to keep watch. The poison will inevitably erupt within 5 days. If the person who poisoned her lacks patience, they may hasten the poison's activation tonight. Therefore, from this moment on, refrain from consuming anything, including water. Sang Ning paused and added, find another room, disinfect it, and until I acquire the 100 venoms herb, reside in that room. You must buy a completely new set of clothing, inside and out, and do it yourself. Though Fu Xiuyuan could be somewhat unruly in her presence, he was remarkably meticulous in his tasks. She had confidence that he would manage it well. Fu Xiuyuan nodded. I understand. There was no need for Sang Ning to say this. he had no intention of delegating the task to anyone else. His mother had been in Jiangsheng for only a few days before being poisoned, and it was inextricably linked to the people in this villa. Thus, he would not entrust anyone else to assist Sang Ning in detoxifying Tang Wanru. Sang Ning contemplated for a moment, stating, "As long as you follow my instructions, the perpetrators will not find an opportunity to trigger the poison for the time being." Sang Ning glanced at Fu Xiuyuan, initially intending to compel him to sign the equity transfer agreement, but now was not the time for such discussions. "I will first call Sister Hong and request her to send the medicinal materials." Suddenly, Fu Xiuyuan recalled something. "Sister Hong is not at the courtyard. I should go myself." The small courtyard where Sang Ning and Sister Hong had previously stayed was located in the town of Jiangqing. The round trip would take no more than 4 hours. Sang Ning was taken aback. "She is not there? You didn't know?" Fu Xiuyuan was stunned. Sang Ning furrowed her brows. "I had no idea." Fu Xiuyuan's expression grew serious. "A few days ago, upon learning that you had returned to Sister Hong's courtyard, I specifically went to find you. The courtyard was completely emptied. Sister Hong was not there, and I assumed you were aware." Sang Ning's countenance darkened immediately. Sister Hong had left without a word, yet the poison she had developed had manifested in Fu Xiuyuan's mother. What exactly was happening? Could it truly have been Sister Hong's doing? Did Sister Hong harbor a grudge against the Fu family? Furthermore, where had Sister Hong gone? Why had she never mentioned it to her? After a moment of silence, Sang Ning decided, "I will send Youlan on an errand. You stay here and keep watch." Sister Hong was absent, and it was imperative for her to go personally. However, she worried that if she left, something might happen to Fu Xiuyuan's mother, and she would not be able to return in time. Fu Xiuyuan nodded. "Youlan, thank you for your trouble." Shen Youlan sighed, initially reluctant to show Fu Xiuyuan any kindness. But given the current circumstances, she could not afford to bicker with him. She simply remarked, "I am assisting Ning. Fu Xiuyuan did not say much more. Sang Ning briefly gave a few instructions before departing with Shen Youlan. Only after both of them had completely departed from the Fu family did a few elders regain their senses. Tang Wanru was the first to react. "What were you just saying? Poisoned? Me? What a joke. My health is as robust as ever. How could I be poisoned? They must be playing a prank on me." Old Lady Fu inquired, "Xiuyuan, what on earth is happening? Can Sang Ning really heal? Your mother is poisoned, but she appears perfectly fine. She shows no signs of being poisoned at all. She can eat, drink, sing, and dance. How could she possibly resemble someone who is poisoned?" However, Fu Qingyang became agitated, exclaiming, "Why are we wasting time? We must hurry her to the hospital. She has been poisoned. If we delay any further, the consequences could be dire." As he spoke, he lifted Tang Wanru, preparing to head to the hospital. Fu Xiuyuan stopped him, saying, "There is no need to go anywhere. We will follow what Ning suggested." After uttering these words, Fu Xiuyuan dialed a number, instructing someone to guard the Fu residence, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. "Have you lost your mind? Your mother is poisoned, yet you remain here at home? You unfilial son, you are jeopardizing her health." Grandfather Fu added anxiously, "Indeed, Xiuyuan. If your mother is truly poisoned, we must immediately take her to the hospital. Remaining at home is not an option. You can always trust Ning's medical skills." Fu Xiuyuan replied expressionlessly, "If she cannot detoxify, then there is no one in this world who can." After finishing his statement and giving a few more instructions, he personally went to buy clothes for Tang Wanru. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Chapter 20, impossible. This contract is forged upon returning to the Sang household. Sang Ning found the living room filled with people, except for her second aunt's family, who were abroad. The other 4 branches of the family were present in full. At the head of the room sat Elder Sang, while the rest were seated on either side. The atmosphere heavy with tension, as if a fierce argument had just taken place. As soon as Sang Ning entered, Elder Sang's previously furious countenance softened instantly. Ning, come here to Grandma," she beckoned. The others in the Sang family followed her gaze, and aside from a few who had always been kind to Sang Ning, the rest looked at her as if they wished to devour her whole. With an indifferent glance at the gathered assembly, Sang Ning stepped forward to Elder Sang's side, her voice sweet yet laced with fatigue. "Grandma." After speaking, she surveyed the room and gently inquired, Why is everyone still awake? It is already 11 o'clock at night. Elder Sang had always maintained a strict routine, retiring before 10. Just as she was about to respond, Sang Mo Yin suddenly slammed the table. How dare you ask? Sang Ning, I want to know what grudge you hold against the Sang family that drives you to harm us so. Sang Ning raised an eyebrow, casually leaning against the back of her chair next to Elder Sang. The submissiveness she had shown towards her grandmother vanished, replaced by an aura of defiance. I know that because we were swapped at birth, you have suffered for over a decade, and you harbor resentment. However, you cannot allow your anger to jeopardize our family's partnership with SN. Today, Assistant Xiao made it clear that they will no longer collaborate with the Sang family. Losing such a significant project means it will take at least 5 years for us to regain any ground. With tears welling in her eyes, Sang Li exclaimed, You have truly gone too far this time. Silence. Elder Sang cast a cold glance at Sang Li. It was I who allowed Ning to study with you. Should I now be blamed as well? Grandma, I did not mean to blame you. Sang Li's tears brimmed, her hurt palpable. Luan, you could not bear to see Sang Li in distress. She rose angrily, her voice resonating with indignation. Mother, you are being utterly unreasonable. The one at fault is Sang Ning. Why are you blaming Xiao Li? She has not slept all night for this project and finally secured a meeting with the chairman of SN, only to have it thwarted. Because of this fool, Xiao Li's efforts have been in vain. What is wrong with me reprimanding Sang Ning? Elder Sang maintained her calm demeanor. If Xiao Li has not wronged this family, does that mean Ning has? Lu Wanyu, do you need me to clarify who is responsible for today's predicament? Lu Wanyu's expression stiffened, yet she stubbornly retorted. It is Sang Ning's fault. She should not even be alive. Enough. Elder Sang slammed the table, her voice rising in fury. She is your daughter, your own flesh and blood. Is this the way you speak? Had I known that Sang Ning was such a disappointment, I would never have brought her into this world. Lu Wanyu has always harbored disdain for Sang Ning, and now her animosity has intensified to a boiling point. A project worth $1 billion was abruptly ruined. What is most infuriating is that despite Sang Ning's grievous error, the old matriarch remains blind to her faults, fiercely protecting her. It is enough to drive one to despair. You. The elder Sang felt a sharp pain in her chest, momentarily rendered speechless. Sang Ning rose to support her, but soon her demeanor shifted dramatically as she strode toward Lu Wanyu. The old lady hastily grasped her arm, pleading no. Where did Sang Ning inherit such a volatile temperament? When provoked, she could easily forsake her own mother. Sang Ning paused, glancing at the elder Sang. She is infuriating you. Initially, the elder Sang was quite incensed, but Sang Ning's remark elicited a chuckle from her. A bit of anger would not diminish her spirit. After all, she is still your mother. Calm down. Don't resort to violence. Sang Ning had never shown violent tendencies before. Perhaps the hardships she endured over the years outside had altered her temperament, making her prone to aggression. She had watched a few psychological interviews that suggested individuals like Sang Ning, who resort to habitual violence, might have suffered psychological trauma, thus employing aggression as a form of self-protection. Contemplating this, the elder Sang felt an even deeper pang of sympathy for Sang Ning. Continuing down this path is not a viable solution. It seems she must seek a psychologist for Sang Ning. She cannot always resort to violence within the safety of their home. She can manage her, but if she were to act out in the world or provoke someone even more formidable than the Sang family, she would be unable to protect her. Seeing this, Lu Wanyu's fury surged even higher. What are you doing? Do you intend to strike me? How audacious! Stepping forward, she taunted, Come, let me see if you dare to lay a hand on me. Sang Ning smiled, genuinely amused. She had never encountered someone so eager for confrontation. Since Lu Wanyu sought a fight, she felt compelled to oblige. Sang Ning lifted her foot and aimed a kick at Lu Wanyu. Observing the escalating situation, Sang Yifan rushed to shield Lu Wanyu. Bang! Sang Ning's speed was astonishing, and Sang Yifan's sudden intervention left her no time to withdraw her foot. Furrowing her brow, Sang Ning asked, What are you doing? Sang Yifan, leaning against the wall, struggled to rise, feeling as if his insides were about to shatter. He could not comprehend how someone as slender as Sang Ning could possess such strength. That kick nearly sent him to meet the king of hell. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he lamented, "I want to stop you from hitting others, but not her. The people in this household, who knows if they're human or ghost?" If Sang Ning were truly to strike Lu Wanyu, it would make headlines within the hour. Regardless of how Lu Wanyu seeks her own demise, he must protect his sister. Sang Ning pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling exasperated. She had to reiterate that she did not care about her reputation. All she desired was to safeguard those she cherished. However, turning her head to see the elder Sang's worried expression, she sighed softly and addressed Lu Wanyu. "Get lost. You're bothersome." Lu Wanyu found herself utterly bewildered, unable to fathom that Sang Ning would dare to lay hands on her. As soon as Sang Ning uttered those words, she instinctively took a step back. Sang Ning cast a detached glance at the onlookers, then retrieved a contract from her bag and handed it to old Madame Sang, stating, "Here is the contract with SN. Simply sign it and send it off." Old Madame Sang was taken aback. A contract with SN? Ning? What was going on? Wasn't it said that Sang Ning had sabotaged the collaboration with SN? Although she found it hard to believe that Sang Ning would resort to such actions, the fact remained that the partnership between the Sang family and SN had indeed fallen through. How could Sang Ning possibly possess this contract? Sang Ning's gaze fell upon Sang Moyan and Sang Li, and she mockingly remarked, "Do you truly believe the words of these two imbeciles?" Sang Moyan and Sang Li stared wide-eyed, incredulously observing the contract in old Madame Sang's hands. After nearly a minute of stunned silence, they exclaimed in unison, "Impossible! This contract must be a forgery." Chapter 21. Sang Ning stole my proposal fake? Sang Yifan mocked with a smile. "This bears the official seal of the SN group. Are you claiming it as counterfeit?" Sang Li felt her legs weaken, and in a swift motion, she snatched the contract from the hands of old Madame Sang. Upon seeing the distinctive official seal of the SN group emblazoned on the document, she was utterly flabbergasted. How could this be? In disbelief, Sang Li gazed at Sang Ning. "Assistant Xiao has explicitly stated our collaboration has been declined. How did you come to possess this contract?" Sang Moyan, upon catching sight of the official seal, was equally astonished. The seal was undoubtedly authentic. Although the Sang family had never established a partnership with SN, he had previously encountered a similar contract elsewhere. The company that had collaborated with SN was a small entity that had once beseeched him for a project, only to be ultimately signed by SN. Thus, the memory lingered vividly in his mind. Moreover, no one would dare forge the seal of the SN group. Such an act would invite dire consequences. How on earth did Sang Ning secure this contract? Lu Wanyu, noticing the unusual expressions on their faces, inquired, "Is this contract genuine?" Sang Moyan looked up at her, the weight of his thoughts evident. "It is real." What? Not only Lu Wanyu, but the entirety of the Sang family was taken aback. This was indeed a contract from the SN group, one they had tirelessly pursued yet failed to acquire. How could a person like Sang Ning, who had not even graduated from high school, manage to achieve this? Sang Jingchuan was also somewhat surprised. He took the contract from Sang Moyan's hands, scrutinizing it carefully before turning to Sang Ning. "How did you manage to secure this?" A slight smile curled at the corners of Sang Ning's lips. "Did I not mention yesterday that I am the chairman of SN?" Sang Jingchuan's lips twitched, and after a prolonged pause, he managed to utter a few words. "Could you be a bit more serious?" Sang Ning retorted, "Am I not serious? One should be cautious when boasting, lest one injures their tongue." Lu Wanyu was astonished that Sang Ning could secure such a contract, yet her disdain for her remained unchanged. However, this time, she refrained from uttering any harsh words. After all, the contract was genuine. Sang Ning had brought a collaboration project worth 10 billion to the Sang family. If she were to speak ill at this moment, and Sang Ning, in a fit of rage, tore up the contract, she would be seen as the villain of the family. This time, the requirements for cooperation from SN were exceedingly high, and numerous talented individuals had submitted proposals that were rejected. "Sister, may I take a look at the proposal you submitted? I wish to learn from it." Sang Li clenched her fists tightly, unable to accept this. She had spent an entire night in vain, not only failing to meet the chairman of SN, but also being outpaced by Sang Ning. She was eager to see just how impressive Sang Ning's proposal must have been to warrant a signing by SN. "No proposal," Sang Ning replied, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she regarded Sang Li. Her spirits, initially dampened by Fu Xiuyuan, had lifted considerably. She truly relished witnessing Sang Li's foolish and bewildered expression. No proposal? Sang Li's eyes widened in disbelief. You don't even have a proposal, and they sign with you? What a farce. Sang Ning, what are you pretending for? Sang Mo Yin frowned, impatience etched on his face. Is it merely because you signed a contract that you feel so proud? Who can ascertain whether the proposal was crafted by you? He could hardly believe that someone who hadn't even graduated high school could produce a collaboration proposal valued at 10 billion. She must have sought assistance. Afraid of being discovered, she dares not show it to anyone. Old Lady Sang furrowed her brows and coldly remarked, regardless of who authored the proposal, Ning has signed the contract, and that is her merit. Why the envy? Sang Mo Yan's expression darkened. Grandmother, look at Sang Ning. Does she appear to be the type capable of signing such a contract? I think she does. Sang Mo Yin choked momentarily, but stubbornly retorted. In any case, unless she presents the proposal for our scrutiny, I have reasonable grounds to suspect that she has pilfered my and Xiao Li's work. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Sang Li's mind, and she promptly interjected, Yes, grandmother, I labored all night on the proposal yesterday, and the entire family is aware. My sister also woke several times last night, and today, just as we were about to sign the contract with the chairman of SN, she barged in. It is entirely possible she took the proposal my brother and I worked on, although the proposal was ostensibly hers. It was indeed a collaborative effort between her and Sang Mo Yin. Sang Mo Yin was responsible for laying out the framework, while she refined it. However, being her first time creating a proposal, she was somewhat unfamiliar, resulting in a sleepless night. When she stepped out for water yesterday, she noticed Sang Ning on the phone. At the time, she paid it no mind, but in retrospect, it could very well have been during that moment that Sang Ning seized the opportunity to steal the proposal. That wretched person, Sang Ning, dared to appropriate her hard work merely to gain the attention of the Sang family. She would not let this transgression go unpunished. Old Lady Sang's expression darkened. It is prudent to refrain from making baseless accusations without evidence. If there is any doubt, let Sang Ning present the proposal for us to examine. Youlan shot a glare at Sang Ning, realizing she was indeed no good. She had the audacity to steal Xiao Li's proposal upon her return. Given time, who knows what other mischief she would concoct. Indeed, the truth of whether Sang Ning stole the proposal could be determined with a mere glance at it. Sang Ning's second aunt, Chun Iya, spoke up, Mother. While you dote on Sang Ning, it is crucial to distinguish right from wrong. Our Sang family is reputable in Jiangqing. We cannot allow a thief to dwell within our midst. Sang Ning, raised by a nightclub hostess, has hardly received any education. I truly find it hard to believe she could present a worthy proposal, remarked Sang Ning's third aunt, Guyu. It was previously agreed that whoever signed the contract would be responsible for the project. Yet if this proposal does not belong to Sang Ning, allowing her to oversee the project could lead to significant financial repercussions for our family. Guyu was not merely advocating for Youlan. She was concerned about the potential liabilities that could arise from the project's failure, which would affect everyone. Just as Guyu finished speaking, Sang Ning's third uncle, Sang Qiming, tugged at her sleeve, urging her not to speak recklessly. Observing the old lady's displeasure, Guyu huffed and chose to remain silent. Madame Sang cast a troubled glance over the assembly, her gaze eventually settling on Sang Jingchuan. What do you have to say? Sang Jingchuan glanced at Sang Ning before responding. Since there are doubts among us, it is imperative that you prove your innocence. Madame Sang sighed, Ning. Her expression revealed her inner conflict. She believed in Sang Ning, yet she understood that without a proposal from her, the family would not relent. However, if she compelled Sang Ning to present the proposal, she feared it might hurt her feelings and convey a lack of trust. Grandmother, there is no need to feel troubled, Sang Ning spoke softly. The proposal is indeed not authored by me. No sooner had she uttered these words than Sang Moyan erupted in anger. I knew it. Sang Ning, you are utterly shameless, returning only to steal. Madame Sang was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Sang Ning had indeed taken the proposals of Sang Li and Sang Moyan, leaving her without a plausible defense for protecting her. With narrowed eyes, Sang Ning strode towards Sang Moyan. His brows furrowed in alarm. What are you doing? You steal. And yet you have the audacity to confront me? Dare to lay a finger on me again and see what happens. Bang! Without hesitation, Sang Ning delivered a swift kick that sent Sang Moyan sprawling. He coughed up blood, nearly beside himself with rage. Sang Ning was indeed a madwoman. No one else in the world would steal and then brazenly resort to violence. Ignoring him entirely, Sang Ning extended her delicate, pale fingers. Pointing at Sang Huai from the third house, you present the proposal you submitted to Assistant Xiao today. Chapter 22. Sang Ning, are you truly the mistress of the chairman of SN? Suddenly called out. Sang Huai was utterly bewildered. Me? No way. How did I become involved? He had never provoked Sang Ning. Ever since Sang Ning returned home, she had assaulted Sang Mo Yan on her very first day, causing him to avoid her at all costs. Why was she now fixated on him? Moreover, how did Sang Ning know that he had submitted a proposal to the SN group? This matter was known to no one. Sang Ning furrowed her brow. What? Can't you comprehend? Upon hearing her tone, Sang Huai jolted, hastily presenting the proposal he had prepared. If you want the proposal, take it. Why threaten me? Sang Ning, when did I threaten you? Disregarding Sang Huai, she promptly handed the proposal to the elderly Mrs. Sang. SN had approved Sang Huai's proposal, and he would be the one to oversee the subsequent project. At her words, everyone was once again left in astonishment. Sang Huai was dumbfounded. Huh? They approved my proposal? Why was I not informed? No, this was absurd. He was merely an ordinary employee of the company. His proposal was just an attempt to gauge his own capabilities. It was rather mediocre. How could SN possibly approve it? Sang Ning must be jesting. Sang Li, filled with excitement, exclaimed, impossible. Sang Huai just graduated from university, only joined the company a year ago, and is still just a junior staff member. How could SN possibly consider his proposal? Tears brimmed in Sang Li's eyes. To evade responsibility, you concoct such a lie. Sang Ning, I know you harbor resentment towards me. Whatever you desire, I can provide, but this proposal, which I painstakingly created, you cannot deny me even the right to credit. As she spoke, she broke down in tears. This is a 10 billion project, not a trifling matter. You have not participated in the proposal. Taking charge of the project recklessly will lead to losses you cannot bear. I implore you, just admit it, and I will not pursue any responsibility. The project can still include you. Upon witnessing Sang Li's tears, Lu Wenyu could no longer contain herself, exclaiming furiously, Sang Ning, you are utterly incorrigible. You pilfered Sang Li's proposal, and now seek to pass off someone else's work as your own. How can I have given birth to such a wretch? Turning to Mrs. Sang, Lu Wenyu continued, Mother, do you see what kind of person Sang Ning is? I warned you against bringing her back, yet you insisted. Look at what she has done since her return. At such a tender age, she dares to steal. What will become of her in the future? You must expel her today. Are you suggesting that I should expel you as well? Mrs. Sang replied in a deep voice. Mother, Lu Wenyu retorted, there must be limits to everything. Sang Ning's current state is a result of your indulgence. Today she steals from her own family. Tomorrow she may steal from others. You will ultimately harm her. With an impassive expression, Mrs. Sang declared, I know my Ning Ning better than you, her mother. If she claims she did not steal, I believe her. As Sang Ning cast a sidelong glance at old lady Sang, a warm current surged through her heart. The feeling of being unconditionally trusted by someone is truly delightful. Yet, she indeed stole my proposal. Sang Li cried out, Grandma, that was a scheme I painstakingly crafted. Shouldn't there be an explanation for this? Just as her words fell, Sang Ning suddenly yanked her hair, eliciting a sharp scream from her. Lu Wenyu's expression changed dramatically as she shouted, Sang Ning, what are you doing? Without even a glance in her direction, Sang Ning struck Sang Li's face a few times with her fair hand, saying, Do you think my restraint is a favor to you? Gripping her hair, Sang Ning forcefully tossed her head back, then leisurely picked up a wet wipe from the table, meticulously cleaning her hands that had just touched Sang Li. Remember, do not bark like a dog in front of me. It vexes me, and in my displeasure, I might just enjoy pulling out your fangs. Sang Li clenched her fingers tightly, her gaze towards Sang Ning brimming with malice. Sang Ning smiled in satisfaction, saying yes. That is the look I relish. From now on, Regard me with that gaze, and perhaps I will show you mercy. Sang Li's expression shifted, hastily retracting the hateful glimmer in her eyes. Calmly, Sang Ning turned and tossed Sang Huai's collaborative proposal to Sang Mo Yin, the supposedly intelligent manager with an IQ of 180. Take a look at the creation of someone with an IQ of 90. Sang Mo Yin, feeling humiliated, picked up the proposal to examine it. With each passing moment, his astonishment grew. Sang Huai's proposal was nothing short of perfection, flawless to an exceptional degree. There was no comparison between his and Sang Li's proposal and that of Sang Huai. They paled in comparison, lacking several tiers of quality. Gripping the proposal tightly, Sang Mo Yan's face turned ashen. He had labored tirelessly over this proposal, yet it was overshadowed by Sang Huai's first attempt, striking a harsh blow to his pride. Sang Ning glanced at Sang Mo Yin with indifference. What are your thoughts? Sang Mo Yin felt a burning shame on his face. As he looked up, he met Sang Ning's mocking gaze, and the long-suppressed feelings of inferiority surged forth. The more he felt inferior, the more he yearned to prove himself right. He raised his head defiantly, declaring, "Even if SN has approved Sang Huai's proposal, you cannot erase the fact that you stole it. You may not have taken Sang Li's proposal, but you did steal Sang Huai's." Turning to Sang Huai, he asked, "Aren't you angry that your hard work has been pilfered?" Sang Huai gazed at him with a look of confusion and replied, "Why should I be angry? Regardless of whether she stole my proposal, at least it has been acknowledged, proving that my work is commendable, right?" Sang Mo Yin. He had no desire to converse with a fool. Sang Ning smirked, relishing Sang Mo Yin's expression. Looking down at him, she said, "You dolt. After spending a day at SN, haven't you pondered why I am present in the chairman's office?" Sang Mo Yin was taken aback. Indeed, why was Sang Ning in the chairman's office at SN? The management of SN has always been stringent. Aside from the chairman's special invitees, only Assistant Xiao is permitted entry. How could Sang Ning have gained access? Upon reflection, Sang Mo Yin had an epiphany. "Did you enter under the guise of our name?" Sang Mo Yin surmised that Sang Ning must have accompanied them during their visit to SN. Sang Ning. It had been quite some time since she had encountered someone so foolish. This individual, no less, was her own elder brother, sharing the same blood. A sudden revulsion washed over her. She felt as though the blood coursing through her veins had become tainted. Ning, what on earth is happening? How did you manage to secure the contract? And how did you know that Sang Huai submitted a proposal to SN? Grandmother Sang could not contain her curiosity. The SN project was notoriously difficult to negotiate. How could Sang Ning have accomplished it so effortlessly? Indeed, cousin, Sang Huai remarked, perplexed. I only visited at noon today. Never even laid eyes on the person in charge of SN, and yet the front desk requested the proposal. I didn't see you there. How could you possibly know that it was my work? Sang Ning pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling exasperated. Haven't I already stated? I am the chairman of SN. None of you believe me. The Sang family members. How could they be expected to believe her? A person who had been adrift for many years, raised by a nightclub hostess, and who hadn't even graduated high school, could not possibly be the chairman of SN. They would sooner believe that a sow could climb a tree than accept that she was the chairman. Suddenly, Sang Li exclaimed, I understand. Sang Ning, you must have some special connection with the chairman of SN. Before Sang Ning could respond, Sang Li indignantly continued, how could you do this? You're already the fiancé of Xiuyuan. What are you doing, putting Xiuyuan in such a predicament? Chapter 23. I am more ruthless in bed. Sang Ning's hand, which was pressed against her brow, suddenly froze, her expression shifting through a myriad of emotions. A performance most captivating. Sang Ning, you heartless wretch. Before so many witnesses, you shattered Xiao Li's engagement and snatched away her betrothed, only to seduce the chairman of SN? You are utterly deranged. Lu Wanyu's furious shout nearly brought down the roof. Sang Li, who held such deep affection for Fu Xiuyuan, was publicly humiliated by Sang Ning, who not only stole her fiancé but showed no remorse, instead pursuing someone else. Lu Wanyu was on the verge of apoplexy. Sister, you have truly gone too far. Although the Fu family may not rival the SN group, they are still a prominent family in the capital. How could you abandon Xiuyuan for an association with the chairman of SN? Do you not realize that the chairman is nearly 60, older than our father? What will our parents think of your actions? Sang Li was consumed by a mixture of anger and grievance. While Sang Ning's dalliance with the chairman of SN should have brought her joy, she found herself unable to rejoice. Her heart ached for Fu Xiuyuan, who had been so cruelly betrayed by Sang Ning, now reduced to a mere lapdog. The very thought made her nauseous. Sister, have you truly betrayed Fu Xiuyuan? Sang Yifan's eyes widened in disbelief. Sang Ning. Old Madam Sang smacked Sang Yifan on the forehead. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Ning possibly engage in such behavior? Old Madam Sang then shifted her tone. However, Ning, it is true that the chairman of SN is rather advanced in age. If you have no interest in Fu Xiuyuan, there are other suitors to consider. Perhaps it would be best to sever ties with that chairman. Sang Ning gazed at them, utterly speechless. Who told you the chairman of SN is so old? Isn't that a well-known fact? Sang Yifan replied. Assistant Xiao mentioned during an interview that their chairman is aging and has delegated many responsibilities. Sang Ning. No wonder no one believes I am the chairman of SN, she thought, feeling as though she had become a 60-year-old man in their eyes. Sang Ning pinched her brow in exasperation. If you do not believe I am the chairman of SN, then can you guess why the company is named SN? Sang Yifan pondered for a moment, his eyes suddenly lighting up. SN? Sang Ning? Sister, you are impressive. The chairman of SN is so fond of you that he named the company after your initials? Sang Ning. As long as you're happy. She had no desire to continue the conversation and retreated upstairs to rest, feeling the generational gap between herself and her family. The following day, as Sang Ning descended the stairs, she spotted Sang Huai pacing nervously at the bottom. Upon seeing her, he hurried over. Ning, is there something you need? Sang Ning's phone rang just then, and while replying to a text, she inquired. Thank you, Sang Huai said shyly. I wanted to thank you last night, but the house was in disarray and I didn't have the chance. Sang Ning finished her text, raised her gaze to meet his, and replied. There is no need to thank me. You should thank yourself. Sang Huai is the child of San Shu and her sixth cousin. During her childhood, she spent most of her time with her grandmother, occasionally taken away by Lu Wanyu under the pretense of training. Consequently, she is not particularly close to the children in her family. Upon returning to the Sang family, her cousins tend to avoid her, leaving her with little understanding of them. She is aware that all the children in the household underwent intelligence testing during their early years, and both she and Sang Huai were deemed below standard. However, unlike Lu Wanyu, who heartlessly abandoned her own child, San Shu and San Ani did not cast out Sang Huai. Nevertheless, his life at home was far from pleasant. Lu Wanyu's sisters-in-law often feigned harmony while secretly competing against each other. The children born to Lu Wanyu were all exceptionally intelligent, leading to an undercurrent of rivalry among the sisters-in-law. Sang Huai's failure in the intelligence test meant that San Auntie often belittled him, resulting in Sang Huai facing scorn much like that experienced by the family of his elder aunt. This time, the opportunity presented by Sang Huai's proposal was not born out of her benevolence, but rather the undeniable excellence of the proposal itself. Yesterday at noon, while descending the stairs to dine with Shun Youlan, she happened to spot Sang Huai at the company's front desk, and she requested that the receptionist bring up his proposal. The plan was audacious and innovative, prompting her to approve it on the spot. Although the project was initially intended for the Sang family, the addition of Sang Huai's remarkable proposal posed no detriment to her. Thank you, Sang Huai expressed. If it weren't for you, I would never have had the chance to be noticed. Ning, rest assured, I will execute this project diligently, ensuring that your investment remains intact. Sang Ning raised an eyebrow. Do you trust me? Sans lui nodded vigorously. Absolutely. The SN project has always been challenging to secure. The fact that it has proceeded so smoothly this time cannot solely be attributed to your status as the chairman of SN, he faltered, then continued. SN is a major conglomerate. How could their chairman possibly allow a woman to influence the decision to sign a project? Moreover, if you dismiss Fu Xiuyuan, how could you possibly be interested in an old man? Thus, the only conclusion is that you indeed are the chairman of SN. Sang Ning smiled, impressed by his astuteness. Sang Huai shyly patted his head. Just then, Sang Ning received a message on her phone. Glancing at it, She pocketed the device and remarked to Sang Huai, "Guard your own interests." Upon hearing this, Sang Huai smiled faintly. "Do not worry. I have never had the chance to be seen before. This time, I will not relinquish it to anyone else." Sang Ning raised an eyebrow, but chose not to elaborate, turning to leave. At the Fu residence, when Sang Ning arrived, Fu Xiuyuan was seated on the sofa, his legs casually crossed, a cigarette held delicately between his fingers. Flanking him were 2 rows of bodyguards dressed in black suits, while a woman in her 30s, presumably a nanny, knelt before him. Upon noticing Sang Ning's entrance, Fu Xiuyuan swiftly extinguished his cigarette and rose, saying, "I will prepare a meal for you." Sang Ning did not refuse. She intentionally chose not to dine at the Sang family home, as her thoughts were consumed by the culinary delights prepared by Fu Xiuyuan. After 2 years of being together, her palate had become quite discerning. Were it not for the fact that Fu Xiuyuan was straddling multiple boats, she would genuinely hesitate to let such a remarkable boyfriend slip away. Fu Xiuyuan exclaimed, "How many times must I say it? I did not cheat. I did not cheat." As Fu Xiuyuan prepared the meal, the members of the Fu family descended from their quarters. Upon seeing the spread laid out on the table, Grandma Fu hurried over, saying, "Oh my grandson is cooked. I must savor this." Just as she picked up her chopsticks, Fu Xiuyuan swiftly snatched them away, stating, "These are for Ning. Yours aren't ready yet." Grandma Fu, feeling somewhat aggrieved, cast a glance at Sang Ning. Sang Ning, sensing the awkwardness, cleared her throat and suggested, "Shall we eat together?" "Absolutely," Grandma Fu replied, taking a seat without hesitation and diving into her meal. Fu Xiuyuan looked on with eyes full of unspoken sorrow. Seeing this, Fu Qingyang and Grandpa Fu quickly took their places as well. Before they could start eating, Fu Xiuyuan placed all the dishes before Sang Ning, saying, "There's nothing left for you. You'll have to wait for the maid to finish." Fu Qingyang and Grandpa Fu exchanged glances, muttering about his lack of consideration. Fu Xiuyuan poured a glass of milk for Sang Ning, unfazed by the resentful glances directed at him, and settled beside her. "Youlan is still on her way back. My mother didn't have an episode last night." Sang Ning nodded, then glanced at the person kneeling in the living room. "Did we catch someone yesterday?" "Yes," Fu Xiuyuan replied nonchalantly. "They'll be thrown into the dogfighting arena shortly." Sang Ning maintained her composure, continuing to eat her meal. "How ruthless!" Fu Xiuyuan chuckled softly and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "I am even more ruthless in bed." Chapter 24. What do you see in Fu Xiuyuan? Sang Ning's hand paused momentarily. Then she swung a fist towards Fu Xiuyuan. He deftly grasped her fist, questioning, "Am I truly the brutal one, Ning? Are you not equally as ruthless, always contemplating the murder of your own husband?" Sang Ning cast a glance at her hand he held, a smirk curling her lips. "What? Are you not going to treat it?" Fu Xiuyuan promptly released her hand, pleading, Ning, do not be so heartless." His gaze carried a hint of melancholy. Sang Ning turned sideways, leaning against the chair, one hand gripping Fu Xiuyuan's collar, pulling him closer. "Heartless? Fu Xiuyuan, must I sever your lifeline for you to comprehend what it means to have feelings?" Her laughter was present, yet it failed to reach her eyes. Fu Xiuyuan frowned, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Sang Ning. In that fleeting moment, she had genuinely contemplated ending his life. He wrapped an arm around her neck, drawing her close. Their faces mere inches apart, almost kissing. With intense focus in his eyes, he spoke in a hoarse yet serious tone. "Even if I were to be sentenced to death, I deserve a justifiable reason. Do you not agree?" Ning? Before Sang Ning could respond, he continued, "Do not use our engagement as an excuse. This was orchestrated by my family, and I was unaware. Throughout, I have not wronged you." Meeting his gaze, Sang Ning pinched his chin. "Can you guess why I refer to Sang Li as your fourth vessel?" Fu Xiuyuan froze for a moment, then abruptly stood, his face cloaked in frost. "Sang Ning, you have crossed the line. I can accept a reasonable explanation for our separation, but I will not tolerate slander." With a chuckle, Sang Ning stood facing him, boldly asserting, "You are the first person I have encountered who brazenly admits to infidelity." Fu Xiuyuan was utterly enraged, his voice rising as he shouted, "I have not been unfaithful." Sang Ning, disinterested in prolonging their argument, replied coolly, "My saving your mother was out of gratitude for your kindness over the years, not an indication that you are deserving of forgiveness. After this, do not pursue me again, or I shall not hesitate to collect the interest on your betrayal." With that, she afforded him no opportunity for rebuttal, directly inquiring about Tang Wanru's room. Madame Fu instructed the servant to escort her upstairs. Ning offered Fu Xiuyuan not a single glance as she followed the nanny upstairs. Once her figure had completely vanished from the staircase, Madame Fu gave Fu Xiuyuan a light slap on the back, admonishing, "You scoundrel, have you truly been unfaithful?" Fu Xiuyuan gazed at Ning's departing silhouette, a whirlwind of anger and helplessness brewing within him. He could not fathom why she harbored such misconceptions about him. In the years they had been together, he had dedicated the majority of his time to her, with only a fraction spent attending to company matters, leaving him no opportunity to engage with other women. Moreover, he had always felt indifferent towards anyone other than Ning. Thus, where could the notion of infidelity arise? Yet, her words were laced with unwavering conviction that he had indeed strayed. Clearly, there were matters at play that he was oblivious to, and it appeared he would need to investigate thoroughly. Madame Fu, observing Fu Xiuyuan's silence, exclaimed in anger, "Have you truly wronged Ning? How could you be so careless?" Fu Xiuyuan, still seething with resentment, retorted, "How many times must I say it? I have not cheated. If you haven't, why would she make such accusations?" Madame Fu exclaimed, her frustration palpable. "The way she carries herself indicates she certainly possesses evidence of your infidelity. Speak up. What is truly going on?" Fu Xiuyuan pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated. "I wish to know as well. What on earth is happening?" He found himself unjustly labeled as unfaithful, powerless to defend himself. The crux of the matter was that Ning did not trust him. Madame Fu scrutinized Fu Xiuyuan for an extended period before finally stating, she would not voice such claims without reason. "You must investigate what transpired to prevent further misunderstandings. You have good judgment. Ning is a fine girl. Since you have chosen her, treat her well and do not mistreat her." As someone who had experienced love, she understood the depths of such feelings. Fu Xiuyuan's gaze was filled with profound affection for Ning. Typically cold towards others, he was distinctly different with her, cherishing her as a precious gem, which indeed precluded any possibility of infidelity. However, Ning was not one to cause trouble without cause. Her firm belief in his infidelity suggested some misunderstanding had arisen. She was a commendable granddaughter-in-law, and he must protect her well, ensuring she did not slip away. Fu Xiuyuan narrowed his eyes, determining to conduct a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ning entered Tang Wanru's room, preparing to take her pulse. Tang Wanru obediently reclined on the bed, allowing Ning to proceed, her gaze fixed intently on her. Noticing the scrutiny, Ning briefly met her eyes before returning her focus to the task at hand. Tang Wanru, glancing around, suddenly remarked, "You are truly beautiful." Ning's fingers hesitated momentarily before she calmly replied, "Thank you. However, I am curious, what do you see in Fu Xiuyuan?" Tang Wanru clicked her tongue. "That man has a cold demeanor, dull and indifferent. Aside from inheriting all my good traits and appearance, he offers little else. What do you find attractive about him?" Ning's lips twitched slightly. "Perhaps it's a case of poor eyesight?" Tang Wanru nodded. "That might be it." After a pause, she shifted the conversation. "But poor eyesight can be remedied, right? I heard Xiuyuan say you possess excellent medical skills. Can this affliction be treated?" "It can be cured," Ning replied nonchalantly, "which is why we broke up." Tang Wanru fell silent for a moment before saying, "Then perhaps it is best for you to remain blind. Although I find much to critique in my son, he has finally found a woman he likes. It would be a shame if she were to leave. I quite like you. Would you consider reconciling and becoming my daughter-in-law?" Ning looked earnestly at Tang Wanru and replied, "Thank you for your affection." Tang Wandu zet ponde. "Does that mean you're not rejecting the idea? How rare." Fu Xiuyuan had always been self-assured, possessing both wealth and looks, with a line of admirers. Yet, inexplicably, Ning remained indifferent to him. Wealth? Ning had that. Beauty? Ning is affluent and can easily find attractive men. Fu Xiuyuan does not hold an advantage in this regard. What should one do when the daughter-in-law they have secured is about to flee? I await your guidance with urgency. Sang Ning ceased her conversation with Tang Wanru and quietly took her pulse. After a brief moment, she spoke, indicating that the poison had not spread. Once the 100 poison herb arrived, she would administer the antidote. Tang Wanru paused momentarily, her skepticism evident as she inquired, "Am I truly poisoned? I feel perfectly fine, eating and sleeping well. Nothing suggests I am afflicted." Sang Ning pursed her lips and, after a long silence, gradually replied, "If you wish to experience the sensation of being poisoned, I can wait until the poison manifests before administering the antidote. However, I cannot guarantee your survival." Tang Wanru retorted, "No, I was merely jesting. I would never dare to experience such a feeling." Chapter 25. Signing the share withdrawal agreement. We owe each other nothing. As Fu Xiuyuan ascended the stairs, Sang Ning was in the midst of administering acupuncture to Tang Wanru. "How is my mother?" Fu Xiuyuan placed the freshly poured water beside Sang Ning, his expression serene, as if no quarrel had transpired between them moments ago. Without lifting her head, Sang Ning maintained a cold demeanor. "She will be fine. Once Youlan brings the antidote, it will be resolved." Fu Xiuyuan remained silent for a moment, his explanations swallowed by Sang Ning's indifferent expression. The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. Tang Wanru's gaze flitted between Sang Ning and Fu Xiuyuan just as she was about to speak. The housekeeper entered abruptly. Miss Shun has returned." Sang Ning stood up, not sparing Fu Xiuyuan a glance, and exited the room directly. After her departure, Tang Wanru slapped Fu Xiuyuan's shoulder in frustration. "Seeing you like this makes me angry. You've upset your wife and yet remained speechless. You usually act so bold, but now you can't muster a single word." Fu Xiuyuan, he truly wished to appease her, but Sang Ning offered him no opportunity. Downstairs, Sang Ning received the poisonous herbs from Shun Youlan and requested a room to concoct the antidote. She understood how to neutralize the drunken immortal powder, but had yet to formulate the antidote. Thus, it required immediate preparation. Soon, Sang Ning successfully crafted the antidote and proceeded to the second floor to administer it to Tang Wanru. While she worked, the elder Fu couple and Fu Qingyang followed her upstairs. Sang Ning did not specifically ask them to leave. Although the poison was potent, it was not overly complicated to neutralize. Sang Ning presented the prepared antidote to Tang Wanru and removed 3 silver needles from her body. Tang Wanru obediently consumed the antidote, and Sang Ning swiftly wrote out a prescription for Fu Xiuyuan, 3 days' worth of medicine, twice daily. "You have the recipe for the medicinal bath. Let your mother soak for a week." Fu Xiuyuan accepted the prescription, pressed his lips together, and said, "Thank you." Sang Ning replied coolly, "This is a paid service." Fu Xiuyuan. Ning was genuinely upset. Previously, when he asked her to treat others, she never mentioned fees, though he would eventually transfer money to her. Her current insistence on payment indicated a desire to sever ties completely. Fu Xiuyuan sighed. The sensation of being misunderstood by his girlfriend was truly unpleasant. "Is this really it?" Tang Wanru questioned, her expression one of confusion. "The poison is resolved? I can't help but suspect you two are jesting with me. I felt nothing when poisoned, nor do I feel anything now after the antidote. I changed rooms and slept through the night, took a pill, and the poison is gone? Who recovers from poisoning this swiftly?" Shin Youlan smirked slightly. "It seems you have not experienced the effects of the poison. What a pity. I noticed the person downstairs hasn't yet been sent to the dogfighting arena. She likely still possesses some poison. How about taking another dose to truly appreciate the effects of the drunken immortal powder?" Tang Wanru immediately shook her head vigorously. "No, I'm not insane enough to play with poison." Seeing that Tang Wanru was unharmed, old lady Fu breathed a sigh of relief and then turned to Sang Ning. "What symptoms arise from the onset of drunken immortal powder?" Her consciousness was hazy, her body completely limp, and only the act of intimacy could provide her with temporary relief. To the uninitiated, it might seem as though she had fallen victim to an aphrodisiac. However, in truth, engaging in such acts would only hasten her demise. Lady Fu gasped in shock, incredulous at the severity of the situation. Who could be so vile as to poison my daughter-in-law in such a manner? Fortunately, Sang Ning had come to their home today, Otherwise, when Tang Wanru succumbed to her affliction, they might have mistakenly sought a doctor for a supposed case of love potion. Such a delay could have dire consequences for Tang Wanru's health. Sang Ning furrowed her brows, remaining silent. Fu Xiuyuan cast a sidelong glance at her, stating, "I will see you home." Sang Ning met his gaze, understanding he had something to convey, and thus did not refuse. As Fu Xiuyuan drove, Youlan and Sang Ning occupied the back seat. Originally, the front passenger seat was designated for Sang Ning, but she found herself unwilling to take even that position now. Through the rearview mirror, Fu Xiuyuan observed the somber expression on Sang Ning's face and sighed. "The poison is from Hongjia." It was a statement, not a question. Sang Ning's brows lifted slightly, her delicate features betraying no emotion. "What do you wish to say?" she inquired. "You need not be so guarded with me." Fu Xiuyuan felt a pang in his heart. "Ning, even if we have parted ways, there should be no need for suspicion between us. Hongjia is like a sister to me." Sang Ning lowered her gaze, remaining silent. After a prolonged pause, Fu Xiuyuan spoke again. "The person we captured last night revealed that a woman had administered this poison to her. The physical description remarkably resembles Hongjia." He hesitated before continuing. "Hongjia's sudden disappearance is likely connected to this matter, is it not?" Sang Ning remained silent for a long while before responding. "I want to meet the person behind this poisoning." She was aware that this individual could not be Hongjia. Yet, why did the poison developed by Hongjia end up with this person? And what was the purpose of this striking resemblance? Was it aimed at Hongjia? The few enemies of Hongjia that she knew did not share such likeness. Hongjia had never mentioned anyone like that to her. "I have already arranged for an investigation," she added. "Very well," Fu Xiuyuan replied, bringing the car to a stop outside Youlan's villa. At Youlan's insistence, Sang Ning would not return home today, but would stay at her villa. Just as Sang Ning was about to enter, Fu Xiuyuan called out to her, Ning. She paused, turning back. "Is there something else?" Youlan, walking ahead, turned to give them space. Fu Xiuyuan approached Sang Ning, his expression grave. "You once said we should be honest with one another. I do not understand what I have done to lead you to believe I was unfaithful. I hope you can clarify this with me." Sang Ning lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Fu Xiuyuan. After a lengthy silence, she reached up to caress his face, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Fu Xiuyuan, I once loved you. You are, aside from Hongjia, the kindest person to me. Both you and Hongjia represent my salvation, and I cherish you both deeply. Yet you..." Sang Ning's fingers slowly descended, her middle finger pressing against Fu Xiuyuan's heart. "You wield a knife, piercing my heart, reducing me to a mere jest." Fu Xiuyuan tightly grasped Sang Ning's hand. "Ning, please tell me what truly transpired." His beloved Ning was in distress. He could not bear the thought of her enduring even the slightest grievance, yet she claimed he had stabbed her heart. How could he possibly allow that? Curious to know, Sang Ning mocked with a smile. "Yu Cheng, Gu Qing Huan, was it unexpected? I was right outside the door." Fu Xiuyuan's mind was in turmoil. "Ning, allow me to explain." "It's not." Before he could finish, Sang Ning coldly interrupted. "Enough. Sign the withdrawal agreement. We owe each other nothing." After uttering those words, she turned away and entered the villa without a glance back. Fu Xiuyuan clenched his fists, striking the car door in frustration. After a long pause, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Get me to Jiangcheng." Chapter 26. I refused to host a recognition banquet the following day. As Sang Ning returned to the Sang family home, it was already time for dinner. She was met with accusations from Youlan, who claimed that Sang Ning had spent the entire day accompanying her on various outings. Initially, Youlan had no intention of allowing her to return, but upon receiving a phone call from old Madame Sang, instructing her to return for a family banquet that evening, Youlan reluctantly acquiesced. The members of the Sang family had already gathered, leaving only Sang Ning absent. As soon as she stepped through the door, Lu Wanyu coldly reprimanded her, asking what time it was. "Your grandmother called you at noon, and you return only now? The entire family has been waiting for you. Have your manners been devoured by a dog?" Sang Ning, do not make me remind you repeatedly. This is the Sang family, not a nightclub or a hotel. You cannot come and go as you please. Furthermore, where were you last night? Lu Wanyu, not giving Sang Ning a chance to speak, unleashed a torrent of reproaches. Do you realize that you are a young lady of the Sang family, representing our name? What kind of behavior is it for a Sang family daughter to stay out all night? If you cannot amend this deplorable habit, you should leave at once and spare us the embarrassment. Lu Wanyu seemed to be driven by some unseen frustration, unleashing her words like a rapid-fire barrage, showing no mercy. Old Madame Sang's expression darkened, and just as she was about to explode in anger, Sang Ning interjected, "Does the Sang family now require an imbecile like me, with an IQ of 80, to uphold its reputation? It appears the Sang family is in decline. Perhaps it is time to announce bankruptcy?" Sang Ning. Lu Wanyu slammed her hand on the table, her anger palpable. "You return only to wish for the Sang family's downfall. What is your true intention?" Lu Wanyu was furious, resembling a cornered crab in Sang Ning's eyes, her bluster lacking any real power. Sang Ning scoffed, "What? Am I not a useless waste? Professor Lu, when I was 6, you discarded me on that mountain of cannibals, leaving me to fend for myself. Was that not because I was a disgrace with an IQ below 80? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Wanyu's complexion shifted, panic welling up inside her. Although this matter was well known among the family, having it so brazenly articulated by Sang Ning left her feeling mortified, especially as the second and third branches of the family watched with glee. Lu Wanyu felt as if she had been struck across the face. She had always taken pride in her intelligent children, but after Sang Ning's birth, that pride had turned to shame, a shame of having given birth to a useless child. She had cast aside Sang Ning and welcomed Sang Li back, reclaiming her lost pride. Yet now Sang Ning had once again trampled upon it. What had compelled her to bring such a wretched creature into the world? From a young age, Sang Ning had defied her, and in adulthood, her rebellion had only intensified. Sang Ning found satisfaction in witnessing Lu Wanyu's flustered and distressed expression. With a calm smile, she remarked, "I am a useless waste, yet you now require me to uphold the family's facade. Was the Sang family waiting for if not bankruptcy?" Lu Wanyu trembled with rage, her teeth chattering. "Have you lost your mind? What benefit would the Sang family's bankruptcy bring you? Your grandmother cares for you deeply, yet you behave like a scoundrel, showing no regard for her well-being." "My grandmother does not require your concern," San Ning stated calmly. "As long as I, San Ning, have a meal to eat, my grandmother will not go hungry. As for you, Professor Lu, should the Sang family face bankruptcy, it will be your 3 genius sons upon whom we must rely. I eagerly anticipate the manner in which they will support you." As soon as San Ning finished speaking, San Yifan immediately interjected, "Too. I will not support her." Lu Wanyu shot a glare at San Yifan, bewildered by his sudden urge to reprimand San Ning, only to find herself at a loss for words. The 2 sisters-in-law were eagerly awaiting her embarrassment. Lu Wanyu took a deep breath, striving to quell her anger, and replied expressionlessly, "Rest assured, with your elder brother around, the Sang family shall never face bankruptcy." "Huh!" San Ning laughed, her smile laced with mockery. Upon hearing that laugh, San Mo Yan's expression soured instantly, yet he lacked the audacity to confront San Ning regarding her laughter. What grounds did he have to question her? The project he had toiled over for so long had been snatched away by Sang Huai, and the proposal was far superior to his own. He, who had been labeled a high IQ talent, had been outdone by someone with an IQ barely above 100. What could be more humiliating than this? Lu Wanyu, likely recalling the project, felt her face flush and chose to remain silent. Continuing the conversation would only draw more ridicule. Old Lady Sang had intended to reprimand Lu Wanyu, but San Ning's words rendered Lu Wanyu speechless, bringing her a sense of relief. After San Ning took her seat, Old Lady Sang finally spoke, announcing that the final contract with SN had been confirmed. She personally visited SN Company and verified that Sang Huai's proposal had been accepted, assigning him to oversee the project. This collaboration with SN Company is crucial. Regardless of your personal feelings, you must assist Sang Huai in fulfilling this project. Furthermore, I have communicated with Assistant Xiao. Our family will host a banquet, inviting the chairman of SN to enhance our cooperation. As soon as Old Lady Sang finished speaking, her second son, Sang Jingyuan, chimed in, "Mother, the chairman of SN never attends any banquets. You should not bother." Old Lady Sang's eyes darkened. "Nevertheless, it is worth a try. The Sang family is not what it once was, and gaining the chairman's support could help us move forward. To progress, merely collaborating on the SN project is insufficient. We must at least make an impression on the chairman. If we leave a favorable impression, the Sang family may secure a share of future projects. With this thought, old lady Sang sighed. At her age, she wished to avoid turmoil, yet when her husband passed, he entrusted the family to her care, and she must oversee it diligently. Not that she expected the Sang family to achieve greatness, but at the very least, she wished to prevent its decline, so that one day, she could face her late husband with dignity. Ning glanced at old lady Sang, contemplating saying something, but ultimately pursed her lips and remained silent. The other members of the Sang family were well aware of the significance of having the chairman of SN attend the banquet organized by the Sang family. Hence, no one dared to contradict the elder matriarch's words. As for the third matter, Ning has returned for quite some time now, and I have no desire to delve into the events of the past. However, given the hardships she has endured over the years, I feel compelled to make amends for her suffering. Elder Lady Sang glanced at Lu Wanyu and stated calmly, I have consulted a master regarding the auspicious date, and the 15th of next month is deemed fortuitous. I intend to hold a recognition banquet for Sang Ning on that day. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyu immediately expressed her dissent, exclaiming, No, I cannot agree. If you hold a recognition banquet for Sang Ning, what will become of Xiaoli? In such a case, everyone will realize that she is the impostor. Originally, without the banquet, only a select few within their circle were privy to the truth, while the majority still believed that Sang Li was the legitimate daughter of the Sang family. However, with the recognition banquet, the truth would be revealed to all, and she would never allow Sang Li to suffer indignities. Chapter 27 Grandmother, allow me to take charge of the recognition banquet this time. Instantly, Lady Sang's demeanor darkened, radiating an aura of authority that demanded respect. Is it now the case that the Sang family is under your dominion? Must every decision I make first seek your approval? Lu Wanyu's expression stiffened as she sensed the genuine ire of the elder. Mother, that is not my intention. I merely... Before she could finish her thought, Lady Sang interrupted her sharply. Considering you are Ning's mother, I have shown you repeated forbearance. However, that does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. I'm still very much alive, Lu Wanyu. If you wish to take control, wait until I have departed from this world. A wave of panic washed over Lu Wanyu as she caught the icy gaze of Sang Jingchuan directed at her. She hastily clarified, I do not wish to be the mistress of the Sang family. It is simply regarding the recognition banquet. Once again, Lady Sang cut her off. The recognition banquet must proceed. Anyone who opposes it should leave the Sang family immediately. I intend to proclaim to everyone that our Ning is cherished. Lu Wanyu was taken aback. What sort of potion had Sang Ning administered to garner such fierce protection from the elder? This stubborn old woman, it appeared, had become blind to reason in her old age. Sang Li had always been dutiful to her. After all these years, even if Sang Li was not her biological granddaughter, surely some affection must linger. Yet, this old crone seemed utterly oblivious to Sang Li's virtues. Sang Ning raised her gaze to Lady Sang, noticing the elder's age. With strands of white hair woven into her bun, she had grown old and could no longer manage the children in the family. Yet she still exerted every effort to protect Sang Ning as she had in the past. A wave of emotion surged within Sang Ning, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Across from her, Sang Li clenched her fists, her sharp nails digging into her flesh without her noticing the pain. Her eyes ablaze with hatred. Hatred for Lady Sang, hatred for Sang Ning. Just because she was not a Sang by blood, must Sang Ning, the legitimate heiress, seek to cast her aside upon her return? On what grounds? Was she to be considered worthless? To be desired one moment and discarded the next? Taking a deep breath, Sang Li forced a sweet smile. Grandmother, let me handle the recognition banquet. Lady Sang cast a fleeting glance in her direction and responded coolly, No need. I shall entrust it to someone reliable. Sang Li's expression darkened. Did that old hag imply she was unreliable? After Lady Sang had just reprimanded Lu Wanyu, the latter now felt too intimidated to continue speaking. Yet, witnessing Sang Li's distress tugged at her heartstrings. However, she dared not contradict the elder again. Instead, she delivered a sarcastic remark to Sang Li. You may as well rest. With so many people in the Sang family, your involvement is hardly necessary. You are not even a blood relative. If anything goes awry at such an important event, it will fall on your shoulders. Lu Wanyu let out a cold laugh. Did you not hear what your grandmother just said? You are deemed unreliable. As Lady Sang's indifferent gaze fell upon her, Lu Wanyu immediately fell silent. Sang Li smiled faintly. Ever since my sister returned home, there have been numerous misunderstandings between us. Grandmother, whether you believe or not, I truly regard my sister as family. The events of the past were not of my own choosing. If I could find my biological parents, I would willingly return. It is only because I have yet to locate them that I am temporarily residing with the Sang family. My sister may be displeased because of this. Without waiting for Grandma Sang to respond, Sang Li turned to Lu Wanyu and said, Mother, please refrain from criticizing my sister in the future. I understand your concern for me, but my sister has endured many grievances during her years away from home. Grandmother, you're also sympathetic toward her. Our true intentions are to wish for my sister's well-being. In regard to the upcoming family reunion banquet, I wish to contribute, as I want to convey to my sister that I have never wished to compete with her. Grandmother, grant me this opportunity. I assure you there will be no mistakes. Grandma Sang, with her aged and clouded eyes, scrutinized Sang Li for a long moment before nonchalantly replying, Since you wish to take charge, it shall be entrusted to you. Sang Li, do not think I haven't warned you. Should any errors arise, I will not be lenient. I will ensure everything is handled perfectly, rest assured, grandmother. Sang Li replied with a smile. Grandma Sang cast a sidelong glance at her before falling silent. Thus, the matter of the family reunion banquet was settled, with no opposition from the Sang household, nor would anyone dare to voice dissent. The old lady's words were clear. Anyone who opposed would be driven from the Sang family. No one wished to be expelled over such trivial matters. Consequently, the family continued to eat in silence, though everyone occasionally cast sidelong glances at Sang Ning, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. Sang Ning calmly consumed her meal, seemingly indifferent to the multitude of eyes upon her from all directions. Suddenly, Sang Yifan nudged Sang Ning's arm. Sang Ning looked up, her eyes questioning, What is it? Sang Yifan gestured for her to observe Lu Wanyu's bowl. Upon looking, Sang Ning noted that despite the recent commotion, Lu Wanyu was enjoying her meal quite heartily. Sang Ning averted her gaze, raising an eyebrow at Sang Yifan. Seeing that Sang Ning did not understand, Sang Yifan leaned closer and whispered in her ear, I added my saliva to her bowl. Sang Ning replied, You really did that? Sang Yifan boasted proudly, How about that? Doesn't it feel satisfying, third brother? Sang Ning took a sip of water and glanced at Lu Wanyu, unsure whether it was the aroma of the food or the taste of the saliva that brought her such satisfaction. Calmly, Sang Ning withdrew her gaze and gave Sang Yifan a thumbs up. Impressive. Only you could pull off something like this. It's all thanks to your example, Sang Yifan replied, reclining in his chair with pride. If I hadn't seen you do this as a child, I would never have known such a method of revenge existed. Sang Ning responded nonchalantly. Then, recalling something, Sang Yifan inquired, By the way, how many times did you sabotage her when you were younger? I remember at least 5 instances. Sang Ning set her cup down, her expression calm as she replied, I lost count. Every time, Lu Wanyu tormented me. I would feign compliance and serve her a bowl of food laced with extras. I cannot recall how many times she subjected me to her whims, and thus I cannot count how many times I retaliated. Approximately, Lu Wanyu's mouth was filled with her own saliva. Sang Ning felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. For the remainder of the time, Sang Yifan quietly observed Lu Wanyu finishing her meal, unable to contain his laughter. Sang Ning chuckled occasionally as well. Upon realizing they were laughing at her, Lu Wanyu could no longer express her annoyance and merely shot them a glare. After the meal, everyone returned to their respective quarters. Just as Sang Ning was about to head upstairs to rest, Sang Yifan suddenly wrapped his arm around her shoulder, saying, Sister, allow me to take you for a ride. I don't want to, Sang Ning replied, feeling fatigue and instinctively refusing. Come on. I practiced riding that motorcycle for a few days, and now I'm quite adept at it. I even arranged to meet a few friends for drinks tonight. It's been a while since you returned, and I've yet to introduce you to them. Let's go. I'll take you to meet my brothers. Sang Ning hesitated, but upon seeing the eager expression on Sang Yifun's face, her refusal wavered, and she finally relented. All right. Sang Yifun parked the motorcycle in the center of the courtyard. Ever since he acquired it, he had taken to showcasing it daily in that prominent spot. He would boast to anyone who passed by, "This is a gift from my sister." The residents of the main and secondary houses were envious, yet they did not perceive it as belonging to Sang Ning. Rather, they assumed it was a gift from Fu Xiuyuan. As Sang Yifun handed Sang Ning the helmet and was about to start the engine, he suddenly furrowed his brow upon spotting someone in a nearby vehicle. Why are Sang Yu and Sang Li together? Sang Ning followed his gaze and saw both Sang Yu and Sang Li getting into a car. She found it unremarkable and asked, "What's the matter?" It had always been apparent that Sang Li looked down upon the family of their paternal aunt, having previously implied disdain towards them through her words. Sang Yu seemed rather intimidated by Sang Li, typically refraining from conversation with her. So why were they leaving together today? Sang Yifun found it curious but quickly dismissed it, saying, "Never mind them. Let us go." Chapter 28. Is that person Sang Li? On a broad road, Sang Yifun rode his limited edition motorcycle, exuberantly calling out with a smile on his face that Sang Ning had never witnessed at the Sang family home. Could it be that possessing a motorcycle he adored could bring such joy? As the vehicle halted at a red light, Sang Yifun turned to Sang Ning and exclaimed, "Sister, do you know? Today is the happiest day of my life." Sang Ning slightly narrowed her eyes, pondering whether there had ever been a day devoid of happiness before. After a brief moment of silence, Sang Yifun replied, "No, throughout my life, I have always lived in the shadows of others. Even when you and I sought warmth and comfort in each other, it never felt like a source of joy because we are both children who are not favored by our mother." As the green light illuminated, Sang Yifun revved the engine, increasing the volume of the motorcycle. "Later, I'll live with my grandmother, who protected me." Although life became less arduous than before, there was still little to celebrate. But today is different. I am riding my beloved motorcycle, taking my cherished sister for a ride, and all the troublesome matters seem to have vanished into thin air. Sang Ning bit her lip, suddenly realizing that since her return to the Sang family, she had not taken the time to truly understand her third brother. It seemed that every time Lu Wanyu disapproved of her, her brother would stand up for her, yet she had forgotten that he, too, was an unloved child in the family. As the legitimate son of the Sang family, he donned clothing from niche brands and possessed merely 100,000 yuan, willingly spending 90,000 on a necklace for her. In contrast, Sang Moyan wore an expensive suit worth hundreds of thousands. Sang Li received a monthly allowance in the millions, and the luxury car she drove was valued at 3 million. Sang Yifun, this young master, lived a life less privileged than that of an adopted daughter. Sang Ning attempted to voice her thoughts several times but ultimately refrained. After approximately 10 minutes, the motorcycle came to a stop outside a nightclub. A few young men, seemingly around the same age as Sang Yifun, stood outside, dressed in ordinary attire, laughing and chatting. Unbeknownst to who spotted Sang Yifun first, a shout erupted. "Wow. Brother Fan, when did you buy this limited edition motorcycle? Brother Fan, you've struck it rich. How could you afford such a luxury vehicle in such a short time?" The group gathered around the motorcycle, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "I've only seen this bike online before. Seeing it in person is exhilarating. Brother Fan, can I take it for a spin? I really want to ride it." After Sang Yifun waited for Sang Ning to dismount, he parked the motorcycle and playfully tapped the nearest boy on the head, saying, "Get lost. This bike was a gift from my sister. I can't bear to let you ride it." "Sister?" The boys exchanged glances. "Didn't you say you didn't tea like your sister? What nonsense are you spouting?" Sang Yifun shot them a glare. "She is my biological sister. How could I not like her?" "But Brother Fan, you previously mentioned that seeing your sister annoyed you and you wish she would disappear from sight," one boy retorted. Sang Ning crossed her arms, a bemused smile playing on her lips as she looked at Sang Yifun. "Annoyed to see me? Third brother?" Sang Yifun grew anxious, urging them not to listen to their nonsensical chatter. "I'm not referring to you. I mean Sang Li." Only then did several boys notice Sang Ning, their eyes widening in astonishment. "Brother Fan, have you started dating? Wow, she's stunning. More beautiful than our school flower." Sang Yifun kicked one of the boys playfully. "This is my sister, My biological sister. The one I mentioned earlier was a fake. Stop spreading nonsense that might lead her to misunderstand. What? A sister? The boys exclaimed in unison. When did your mother have another daughter? Sang Yifan swiftly explained the situation regarding Sang Ning and Sang Li, and his friends finally understood. Sister. Hello, I am Zhang Yang, Brother Fan's roommate. Sister. Hello, I am Chun Mo, also Brother Fan's roommate. I am Gu Chang, Brother Fan's roommate as well. The boys introduced themselves to Sang Ning, who smiled softly in response. I am Sang Ning. They were all quite innocent boys. That's wonderful. Sang-gu has a good eye for friends, she thought. After a brief chat, they entered the nightclub. Sang Yifan had reserved a private booth, not utilizing the family's influence, thus securing only an ordinary one. Upon entering, Sang Ning immediately noticed a cake on the table, adorned with the words Happy Birthday, Brother Fan. She froze, staring in silence for a long moment before looking at Sang Yifan. Is it your birthday today? Sang Yifan nodded. Yes. I originally didn't plan to celebrate, but they insisted on throwing me a party. Why didn't you tell me? Sang Ning frowned, as she had not prepared a gift. What's the point of mentioning it? It's not a significant matter. My family has probably forgotten when my birthday is, Sang Yifan replied nonchalantly. For years, I've celebrated my birthday with these few brothers. I've grown accustomed to it and didn't think to inform you. A pang of inexplicable pain struck Sang Ning's heart. Although she was not favored by Lu Wanyu, she had celebrated her birthday every year. As a child, her grandmother had organized her celebrations, later followed by Hong Jie. Subsequently, Fu Xiuyuan, Youlan, and many friends would make a special effort to celebrate with her on her birthday. While she did not attach much importance to the day, her friends certainly did. Yet, it seemed that Sang Yifan had never celebrated his birthday at the Sang family home. Returning to reality, Sang Ning retrieved a card from her bag and handed it to Sang Yifan. Take this. What? Sang Yifan looked at the card in confusion. It's a birthday gift. Buy whatever you want. After a brief pause, she added, there are 5 million in this card. If it's not enough, let me know. Sang Yifan suddenly stood up, excitement making his voice tremble. How much? 5 million? Had he misheard, or had she misspoken? Is that insufficient? Sang Ning remained silent for a moment before pulling out another card. Then you can have this one for 10 million as well. I only brought these 2 cards for now, but I will have someone deliver more later. After saying this, she sent a message to Shun Youlan. Sang Yifan, sister, do you realize how intimidating your generosity is? 5 million, then another 10 million. 1.5 million just like that, without even a blink. And you intend to have more sent over? Am I going insane? Or is it you who has lost your mind? At this moment, all of Sang Yifan's brothers stared wide-eyed and agape at Sang Ning, as if the world had come to a standstill. After a prolonged silence, Sang Yifan was the first to regain his composure. He immediately seized Sang Ning's phone, exclaiming, No, please do not have anyone deliver cards anymore. I refuse to accept your money. Sang Ning frowned, questioning why not. Is my money tainted? Sang Yifan's lips twitched slightly. No. It's just that this is ultimately Fu Xiuyuan's money. Since you have already given it to me, what will happen when he comes looking for you? I certainly do not wish to give him the impression that I profit from my sister. I appreciate your intentions, but you should take the money back. Sang Ning pinched the bridge of her nose, insisting, This is my money. Yes, I understand, but Fu Xiuyuan's is essentially yours. Sang Yifan patiently soothed her. Now, be a good girl, return the money, and do not allow Fu Xiuyuan to look down upon you. Sang Ning, visibly frustrated, retorted, Is this never-ending? Sang Yifan's brothers exchanged glances between Sang Ning and Sang Yifan, and Gu Chang could no longer restrain himself, whispering to Sang Yifan, Brother Fan, what does your sister do? How could she be so affluent? Ah, it is merely her boyfriend's money, Sang Ning interjected. Gu Chang and the others comprehended immediately, and thus refrained from further inquiries. The group lit candles for Sang Yifan, and once he made his wishes, they began to drink. Sang Ning silently reclaimed her card, choosing to remain silent. Suddenly, Zhang Yang exclaimed, Goodness, is there something wrong with my eyes? Brother Fan, look, is that Sang Li? She is hitting someone. Chapter 29, Sunning. You are finished sunning, and Sang Yifan followed Zhang Yang's gaze and beheld, not far from them, a booth where Sang Li and several girls surrounded Sang Yu. Each of them held a cigarette. 2 of the girls pressed down on Sang Yu's shoulders, while Sang Li, one hand clutching a cigarette, grasped Sang Yu's hair. They were too far away to hear what was being said. Suddenly, Sang Li threw the cigarette into an ashtray and raised her hand, striking Sang Yu across the face. Sang Yifan sprang to his feet, exclaiming furiously, "What is Sang Li doing? Sang Yu is a genuine young lady of the Sang family. Who does she think she is to dare strike her?" Ning leaned against the booth sofa, a wine glass in hand, observing Sang Li from a distance with a sardonic smile. Having studied lip reading, she deciphered Sang Li's earlier words directed at Sang Yu. "You little wretch. Do you think by currying favor with Ning, some will back you up? That little harlot Ning, I could crush her like an ant. How could she possibly support you?" As San Yifan prepared a rush to Sang Yu's defense, Guchong and others quickly restrained him. "Fan Gu, calm down. There may be a misunderstanding. After all, Sang Li is still your sister." "She has no sister of mine," San Yifan retorted angrily. "I only acknowledge Ning as my sister. Sang Li is nothing. Even if you refuse to see her as your sister, you cannot act impulsively. Didn't you notice the girls surrounding Sang Li? They're a group of fashionable delinquents. They must come from affluent families. You are in favored at home, and if you offend them, there will be no one to support you." San Yifan fell silent. Indeed, Sang Li had Lu Wanyu backing her. He had no safety net. That scheming girl, with just a few tears, could evoke Lu Wanyu's sympathy. Whatever happened today, even if it were true, would be twisted into a misunderstanding by Sang Li. San Yifan felt conflicted. After all, Sang Yu was his cousin. Could he simply stand by and watch her be bullied by Sang Li? Just as San Yifan hesitated, Ning rose. With an unfinished beer bottle in hand, she walked over while taking sips. San Yifan stared at her in bewilderment. "Sister, where are you going?" Without turning back, Ning replied, "My hand itches. I feel like hitting someone." Before San Yifan could process her words, Ning had already approached Sang Li. Calmly, she tapped Sang Li on the shoulder. Fuming, Sang Li shouted, "Looking for death? How dare you touch me?" But upon turning around, she was taken aback, nearly losing her balance. "Ning, what are you doing here?" Sang Yu, upon seeing Ning, quickly lowered her head, not wishing her cousin to see the bruises on her face. Ning glanced at Sang Yu, then fixed her gaze on Sang Li, her lips curling into a wicked smile. Of course it's, before she could finish, Ning's smile vanished, and she swung the beer bottle with force against Sang Li's head. With her hands in her pockets, she taunted, "Let us see how you intend to crush me." The scene unfolded so abruptly that by the time everyone reacted, Sang Li was covered in shards of the beer bottle and drenched in beer. Sang Yifan and his close friends gaped in astonishment at Sang Ning. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhang Yang finally managed to exclaim, "Brother Fan, your sister is truly a tiger. That bottle could have knocked Sang Li out cold." Sang Li herself was utterly taken aback, never anticipating that Sang Ning would suddenly hurl a bottle at her. Infuriated, she shouted, "Sang Ning, have you lost your mind?" Her friends swiftly positioned themselves in front of her, one girl with crimson hair casting a dark glare, inquiring, "Sang Li, who is she?" Taking a deep breath, Sang Li glanced around, realizing that Sang Yifan was behind her, out of her line of sight, leading her to believe that only Sang Ning was present. She calmly dabbed at the wine stains on her clothes, a wicked smile gracing her lips. She was, after all, the recently reclaimed heiress of the Sang family. With that, Sang Li turned her gaze towards Sang Ning, her eyes brimming with malice. "Sang Ning, I was struggling to find an opportunity to settle the score with you, but you've conveniently delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Given the grievances I've endured in the Sang family lately, I intend to reclaim every ounce of it." As she spoke, Sang Li lit a cigarette. Her friends encircled Sang Ning. Not far away, Guchong and his companions grew anxious. "This is bad, Brother Fan. Your sister is in danger. We must hurry to her aid." However, to their surprise, Sang Yifan, who had been fuming moments before, suddenly composed himself and sat down calmly. "No need. Let us just enjoy our drinks." Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Your sister is about to get beaten up, and you're just going to sit there?" Sang Yifan sneered. "It won't be her getting beaten. With those girls, they thought they could take on Sang Ning? They clearly underestimated her combat prowess." Sang Li was in for a rude awakening today. While he wished Sang Ning wouldn't resort to violence so readily, today he truly hoped she would give Sang Li a thorough lesson. Meanwhile, Sang Ning regarded the approaching girls with a serene expression, her smile growing increasingly radiant. Those who knew her well understood that she was exhilarated. When she was excited, misfortune awaited someone. Observing her friends closing in, Sang Li, struck with a victorious demeanor, taunted. Sang Ning, aren't you supposed to be tough? They've all trained. Let us see how many hands you have to fend them off. Sang Yu, filled with concern, urged, cousin, you should leave quickly. They're not good people. However, Sang Ning remained unfazed, quietly standing her ground as the girls advanced. Just as one of them reached out to grab her, Sang Ning swiftly lifted her foot and sent the girl flying. Before anyone could process what had happened, Sang Ning followed up, kicking each of the 7 or 8 girls away with remarkable ease. The entire sequence unfolded so rapidly that it left the onlookers wide-eyed, unable to blink as the girls sprawled helplessly on the ground. Sang Li stood upright, incredulity etched on her face as she stared at Sang Ning, who had not even faltered. How could this be? Her group of friends were all trained fighters. How could Sang Ning so effortlessly send them flying? With her hand in her pockets, Sang Ning strolled leisurely towards Sang Li. Sang Li instinctively recoiled, inquiring, "What are you planning to do? Is Sang Ning a devil?" So many cannot contend with her alone. Sang Ning halted in front of Sang Li, then raised her hand to grasp Sang Li's hair, questioning, "Do you wish to end my life?" Sang Li felt a sharp pain in her scalp and cried out, "Sang Ning, release me." At that moment, several of Sang Li's companions rose as well, and a girl with crimson hair exclaimed furiously, "You little wretch, you seek death." With that, the red-haired girl swung a bottle towards Sang Ning. However, before it could reach her, Sang Ning seized her by the throat, asking, "I did not quite catch that. What did you call me?" The girl, choking under Sang Ning's grip, gasped, "Wretch, you will regret provoking me." Chapter 30. The Genius Girl? Sang Li, you truly astonish me. Do you not? Sang Ning released her grip and delivered a swift kick to the red-haired girl, sending her sprawling. She then brushed past Sang Li, retrieving a small knife from her pocket. Slowly, she advanced toward the red-haired girl, crouching before her, the blade gliding softly across the girl's face. "How do you wish for me to end your life?" Sang Li's expression shifted dramatically at this sight. Sang Ning, cease at once. She is the esteemed daughter of the Hua family in Kyoto, Fu Xiuyuan. If you harm her, the Hua family will not let you off lightly, nor will they spare the Sang family. Sang Li was both infuriated and anxious. The Hua family was indeed a prestigious lineage in the capital, and Fu Xiuyuan belonged to the 4th branch. Although she was an illegitimate daughter, she bore the blood of the Hua family, which they acknowledged. However, her standing within the family was not particularly high. One could say her existence was quite precarious, evidenced by her being sent to Jiancheng for her education. Fu Xiuyuan was uneducated, spending her days in brawls and boasting, with little wisdom to her name. Such a character would typically not hold Sang Li's esteem. Yet, her lineage compelled Sang Li to reconsider, even as a daughter born out of wedlock. If she could skillfully leverage Fu Xiuyuan's position to secure her footing within the Hua family, boundless advantages would follow. Furthermore, as she was soon to attend Jing University, she needed the support of these affluent youths as a stepping stone. Fu Xiuyuan was a pawn Sang Li had placed years ago, and her efforts had garnered the favor of the Hua family head. Soon, she would be welcomed into the Hua household. Hence, she must protect Fu Xiuyuan. Sang Ning turned, her cold gaze appraising Sang Li. The Hua family? A smile crept on her lips, enigmatic and intriguing. Sang Li remained oblivious to the hidden implications beneath that smile, lifting her chin defiantly. Indeed, the Hua family status far surpasses that of the Sang family. Sang Ning, I advise you to release her, otherwise incurring the wrath of the Hua family will lead to your ruin. Oh, Sang Ning's tone rose playfully, the knife in her hand rhythmically tapping against her palm, her expression laden with intrigue. Sang Li, under the impression that Sang Ning was intimidated, straightened her back, adopting a posture of superiority. So, you do possess fear after all? Humph, I thought you were truly fearless. You have offended Miss Hua and have continually oppressed me within the Sang family. This grievance will not be forgotten. A fierce glint flashed across Sang Li's face. Today, I shall make your life a living hell. No sooner had Sang Li spoken than a throng burst into the nightclub. Each individual wielded a steel pipe, and upon entry, they began to smash the tables within. The patrons present scattered in terror. At the forefront was a young man, perhaps in his early 20s, clad in expensive casual wear, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, the other brandishing a steel pipe, exuding an air of nonchalance as he approached Sang Ning and the others. Upon seeing him, Sang Li instantly shed her earlier arrogance. The cigarette she had been holding vanished unnoticed, and tears welled in her eyes as she adopted a pitiful demeanor. Chen Xiao, you have finally arrived. We were on the brink of being beaten to death. As Sang Li spoke, she wiped away her tears. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Sang Ning, possessing a beautiful face, yet her demeanor exuded a fragile quality. At the sight of her distress, Chen Xiao's heart tightened with a pang of sympathy. Who did this? Step forward. Chen Xiao bellowed, seething with anger. Who dares to lay a hand on my Chun Feng? It was her, Hui Yumiao exclaimed, rising quickly to stand beside Chen Feng. She pointed an accusatory finger at Sang Ning, her voice laced with fury. This vile girl attacked Sang Li for no reason, leaving her battered and bruised. We merely stood up for her. Chen Feng looked up, momentarily taken aback by Sang Ning's countenance. His gaze then shifted to Sang Li. As he oscillated his attention between the two, how can you two resemble each other so closely? With her head bowed, Sang Li choked on her words. She is my sister. We were switched at birth and only recently reunited. Perhaps she feels I have usurped her identity, which is why she has been antagonistic towards me since returning home. Today, for reasons unknown, she inexplicably struck me with a bottle. As tears streamed down her face once more, she lamented, I had no choice but to call you. Earlier, she had seized a moment of distraction from Sang Ning to dial Chun Feng's number. The group of girls could not contend with Sang Ning alone, but Chen Feng always had bodyguards at his side. Moreover, his connections in the underworld allowed him to summon a throng of men at will. Presently, around 30 individuals had arrived. She was eager to see how Sang Ning would fare against them. You seek your own demise. It was well known within their circle that Chen Feng held affections for Sang Li. Recently, when Sang Li had announced her intention to wed Fu Xiuyuan of the Fu family, it had left him despondent for quite some time. Unexpectedly, the engagement was abruptly called off. The reasons remained undisclosed, and since the engagement banquet, Sang Li had not reached out to him. Now that she finally did, Chen Feng was determined to make a favorable impression. Resolute, he commanded, bring her to me. Let her learn the true meaning of fear for bullying my people. In the distance, Sang Yifan sensed the situation was deteriorating and hurriedly made his way towards Sang Ning. Even before he arrived, his voice pierced the air. Sang Li, dare you to let them touch Sang Ning? Upon seeing Sang Yifan, Sang Li's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, her face draining of color. Sange, what is he doing here? How long has he been present? Did he witness everything? My association with these delinquents? My smoking and drinking? Sang Li's mind erupted in chaos, as if a string had snapped. Sang Yifan approached Sang Ning with a stoic demeanor, shielding her behind him. His gaze turned cold as he regarded Sang Li. The prodigious young lady, the epitome of elegance and nobility. Sang Li, you certainly know how to astonish. No, it's not like that, Sange. Sang Li's eyes brimmed with tears, desperate to explain herself. However, Sang Yifan offered her no opportunity for defense. Silence. Save your web of lies for Professor Liu. I have no desire to hear them. Sang Yifan was disinclined to engage with Sang Li, grasping Sang Ning with one hand and Sang Yu with the other. Let's depart. Sang Li, exasperata, had finally summoned Chen Feng today with the intention of tormenting Sang Ning to the brink of despair. How could she so easily let them slip away? With tears welling in her eyes, she gazed at Chen Feng. Chen Xiao. Chen Feng understood her intent, brandishing the steel pipe to obstruct Sang Yifan's path. You dare take them away in front of me without so much as a greeting? Sang Yifan, do you think I am to be trifled with? Sang Yifan halted, pulling Sang Ning behind him, his towering figure shielding her as he whispered in her ear, when a moment arises, make your escape. He recognized Sang Ning's fighting prowess, yet with so many opponents, he could not afford to take risks. Even if he were to be severely beaten today, he could not allow any harm to befall Sang Ning. Sang Ning lifted her gaze, contemplating the imposing figure that stood before her. Her heart stirred. The way third brother protected her was rather dashing. Unaware of her thoughts, Sang Yifan stepped directly in front of Chen Feng. "I'm taking her with me." "Chen Feng, if you wish to play the sycophant for Sang Li, that is your affair, but should you lay a finger on my sister, I shall not rest until I have rendered you incapacitated. Mark my words." "Damn it," Chen Feng exclaimed. "What do you think you are doing? I have long found you displeasing. Were it not for Sang Li, I would have dealt with you already. If you seek your end, then allow me to oblige." He turned to his companions. "Boys, attack. Leave no one unscathed. All injuries will be accounted to me." Chapter 31. Is Sang Ning the nightclub owner? As Chen Feng's words fell, his subordinates lunged at Sang Yifan and the others. Sang Yifan's expression shifted dramatically as he brandished a chair to retaliate. Guchang shielded Sang Ning, while the other two joined Sang Yifan in the fray. Witnessing the disarray of Sang Ning and her companions, Sang Li felt a surge of repressed emotions finally escape her. Not far away, at the nightclub bar, a dozen security personnel surrounded a man clad entirely in black. "Manager Xiao, are we really going to do nothing? Our nightclub has never tolerated fights or disturbances among guests." The man referred to as Manager Xiao leisurely mixed a drink, leaning against the bar as he took a sip. "Why bother? The boss is over there. Do you really think you need to intervene?" "The boss?" A security guard was taken aback. "Where?" Manager Xiao glanced towards Sang Ning, who was trying to resolve the situation while being fiercely protected by others, and chuckled. He then set down his glass and instructed his subordinates, "Assess the damage. Once they finish over there, send the bill to the Chun family." His subordinates, puzzled yet obedient, complied without further inquiry. Meanwhile, Sang Ning's expression darkened like a pot's bottom. Sang Yifan bore the brunt of the blows, his body marked with bruises, while Guchang held onto her tightly, preventing her from moving. Just then, someone wielding a steel pipe approached from behind Sang Yifan. Sang Ning kicked Guchang aside and, with remarkable speed, sent the assailant flying. In an instant, before anyone could react, Sang Ning darted forward like an arrow released from its bow. Moments later, everyone was left dumbfounded. Within a mere 2 minutes, Chen Feng's men lay scattered on the ground, disarmed and howling in pain. Sang Yifan and his brothers gaped in shock, their expressions akin to encountering a ghost. Sang Li and Huiyun Miao were so astonished that their minds seemed to detach from reality, rendered speechless for an extended moment. The world seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone forgot to breathe. Even the security personnel at the bar, who had been observing the chaos, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Sang Ning. A singular thought consumed their minds. Was this girl a demon? In less than 2 minutes, she had incapacitated over 30 individuals, rendering them powerless. How had she accomplished such a feat? These were professionals, rigorously trained for their roles, with a limit of 1 against 5. Yet Sang Ning had single-handedly taken down 30 in such a brief span of time that no one had even comprehended her movements. It felt as if, in a single breath, the assailants had fallen. Just as everyone was still processing the events, Chan Mo was the first to regain his senses. He swallowed hard, grimacing at his aching arm, and reproached Sang Yifan, "Brother Fan, if you had mentioned your sister was this formidable, we wouldn't have needed to intervene. Do you have a penchant for masochism, insisting on taking a beating?" Sang Yifan. How was he to know his sister possessed such prowess? In the blink of an eye, he had effortlessly dealt with more than 30 individuals, a feat that even the martial arts school members might struggle to achieve. Initially, he intended to protect Sang Ning, yet the outcome rendered him utterly ineffectual before her. Meanwhile, Chen Feng stood nearby, his expression one of sheer astonishment as he gazed at Sang Ning, his mind in a state of bewilderment. Before he could react, Sang Ning began to approach him slowly, lifting her foot with deliberate intent. Instinctively, Chen Feng recoiled, stammering, "What are you going to do?" Sang Ning remained silent, advancing step by step. Panic surged through Chen Feng as he shouted, "Stop right there! Don't move! I am the young master of the Chun family, and if anything happens to me, my father will not spare the Sang family." Yet, Sang Ning continued her inexorable approach, and as she neared him, fear gripped him. He cried out desperately, "Sang Li, help me! This crazy woman has lost her mind." Chunfeng's shout snapped Sang Li back to reality. With a pallid complexion, she approached, uttering, "Sang Ning, you." But before she could finish her sentence, Sang Ning delivered a swift kick, sending Sang Li flying. A cold voice echoed from above, "You are unworthy to speak to me." Enraged, Sang Li was about to retort when Sang Ning seized Chun Feng by the collar, demanding, "Which hand struck my third brother?" It was Chun Feng who had struck Sang Yifan multiple times with a steel pipe moments ago, though the crowd had obscured her view of which hand it was. Chun Feng, now ashen-faced, could hardly utter a word in response. Sang Ning furrowed her brow, declaring, "No words? Then I shall render both your hands useless." Before Chun Feng could comprehend her intent, and before anyone could witness how she accomplished it, his hands were shattered on the spot. Following this, Sang Ning delivered a brutal kick to Chun Feng's leg, the sound of breaking bones resonating throughout the room. Calmly, she stated, "This leg is merely interest." A scream erupted from Chun Feng as he wailed, "You little wretch. You'll pay for this. Just wait. I will have you torn to shreds." Once he finished his outburst, he barked at his companions, "What are you all standing around for? Call my father immediately." With his hands incapacitated, Chun Feng was unable to make the call himself and had to rely on his brothers. They hastily retrieved their phones, calling Chun Feng's father. As soon as the call connected, one of his brothers switched the phone to speaker mode and tossed it before Chun Feng. "Father, hurry and save me. I've been attacked, and both my hands and feet are ruined." For a lot of people, upon hearing his son's plight, an enraged voice erupted from the other end. "Who dares to harm my son? They must be tired of living. I will be there shortly." Just as Sang Ning was about to deal with Sang Li, she paused at the sound, feeling unhurried. She settled herself on an undamaged sofa, crossing her legs, and calmly addressed Sang Yifan, "Third brother, please continue your birthday celebration." Are we still celebrating?" Sang Yifan was utterly bewildered. How could they continue under such circumstances? Moreover, Sang Yifan cast a glance at Chun Feng, expressing his concerns to Sang Ning. "We should depart swiftly. Today this incident has escalated, and it will be difficult to explain at home." He was not afraid, for he had been educated to face such challenges throughout his life. However, he feared the wrath of Lu Wanyu, who might unleash her fury upon Sang Ning. "What are we leaving for?" Sang Ning replied coolly. "Isn't the father of young Master Chun on his way? It would be inappropriate not to present him with a gift upon his arrival." Sang Yifan's lips twitched in disbelief. "A gift? It's a miracle if he doesn't dismember you first." Who is unaware that Chun Feng's father treasures his son above all else? You've left him in such a state. This matter is unlikely to resolve amicably. Despite Sang Yifan's mounting anxiety, he saw that Sang Ning was resolute in her decision not to leave, and thus, he reluctantly sat down with his companions. Once seated, Manager Xiao, who had been observing the scene from the bar, approached with an air of deference. "Boss, shall we continue the performances?" "Boss." Sang Yifan, caught off guard, sprang to his feet, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he stared incredulously at Manager Xiao, then turned to Sang Ning, his expression rife with skepticism. "Sister, did he just refer to you as boss? Had he misheard? Or had the manager made an error?" Sang Ning did not respond but addressed Manager Xiao, saying, "Let the performance proceed." Upon her command, she glanced at the thoroughly ruined cake and coldly instructed, "Order a new cake." "Yes," Manager Xiao affirmed before departing to make arrangements. However, he paused when he reached Chun Feng, remarking, "After all these years, it is the first time I have witnessed someone troubling our boss. The Chen family is quite remarkable." With that, he turned on his heel and left without looking back. Chapter 32. Youlan arrives upon Manager Zhao's utterance. A profound silence enveloped the room. Sang Yifan resumed his seat, gazing at Sang Ning, his mouth agape, rendered speechless for an extended moment. He could hardly believe his ears. Manager Xiao had indeed referred to her as his superior. Was his sister truly so formidable? The nightclub boasted branches nationwide, and it was far from an ordinary establishment. Rumor had it that the forces backing Nightcolor were immensely potent. To what extent, no one could ascertain. All they knew was that the proprietor of Nightcolor was shrouded in mystery, and none dared provoke her lightly. In the past, an unwise individual had dared to cause a ruckus at Nightcolor, bullying one of its hostesses, only to vanish overnight, along with his entire company. Since that incident, no one had the audacity to disturb the peace at Night Color. Could it be that such a powerful nightclub owner was his very own sister? Good heavens! What extraordinary events had transpired in her life over the years? Sang Yifan suddenly recalled the motorcycle Sang Ning had gifted him. Now, he harbored reasonable doubts. Perhaps that motorcycle was not a present from Fu Xiuyuan to Sang Ning, but rather Sang Ning's own possession. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, stripped of his limbs and lying on the floor, had momentarily forgotten his pain, his mind consumed by two simple words: doomed. Although he squandered his days in idleness, he was well aware of the reputation of Night Color's owner. Those who crossed paths with her often faced dire consequences. Realizing this, he hastily urged his companions to contact his father, imploring him not to come. If his father arrived, the Chen family would surely be finished. Despite his reckless behavior, he could not gamble the entire Chen family's fate. Chen Feng's friends, sensing the urgency, immediately attempted to reach his father by phone, but no one answered. With his mind racing, Chen Feng crawled to Sang Ning's feet, pleading, "Annie, I was mistaken. I should not have offended you. Please, let me off the hook." Sang Ning reclined on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Feng, remaining silent. Observing her demeanor, Chen Feng hastily bowed his head, stating, "As long as you spare me and the Chen family, I will comply with any request you make." Unable to rise, he could only remain prostrate, his posture quite absurd. Sang Li watched Chen Feng's antics, her mind a blank canvas, her face devoid of color. How could Sang Ning possibly be the owner of Night Color? Why would she be entitled to such a position? Having been raised by a hostess from a nightclub, what capabilities could she possess? In a fleeting moment of clarity, Sang Li began to piece together the truth. Indeed, Sang Ning had been nurtured by a nightclub hostess, surrounded by men who were easily ensnared by her beauty. They willingly bestowed upon her whatever she desired. What made Sang Ning so fortunate? At that moment, a server returned with drinks, and Sang Ning lifted her glass. Taking a sip, "You are quite perceptive," she remarked. "It is rare to encounter someone who recognizes my status and promptly humbles themselves to plead for mercy." In the past, she had encountered those lacking in discernment, who, despite knowing her identity, still behaved like a rabid octopus. Chen Feng, however, displayed an understanding of the situation. Chen Feng wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting, "I may have mixed things up a bit, but I am not foolish. I am well aware of the formidable nature of Bossy. Sister, I truly regret my actions. I implore you to grant me this one reprieve. I promise to serve you diligently in the future." Sang Ning smirked slightly, gently swirling the wine glass in her hand. "I have an abundance of loyal servants already. You simply do not measure up." "Indeed, I am unworthy." Chen Feng quickly acquiesced. "I am nothing but refuse, a mere pest, unworthy of your gaze. I shall take my leave at once, if that is acceptable. If I do not depart swiftly, I shall truly be doomed when my father arrives." Sang Yifan, observing from aside, was left speechless. Having known Chen Feng for so long, he was witnessing this unprecedented display of weakness. Typically, Chen Feng carried himself with an air of superiority, yet now he resembled a timid shrimp. "Whoever has harmed my son, step forward," a thunderous voice bellowed, causing Chen Feng's expression to shift dramatically. In a panic, he shouted, "Quickly, silence my father." Several of Chen Feng's companions sprang into action, rushing to Chen Jiangwo's side. As they struggled to restrain him, they managed to grip him tightly, using the only functional hand to cover Chen Jiangwo's mouth. Before he could utter a word, he was forcefully dragged out. However, just as they reached the doorway, Youlan arrived. She glanced at Chen Jiangwo with a puzzled expression before stepping in. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, her countenance shifted, and she hurriedly approached Sang Ning, her face stern. "What has transpired here?" "Nothing of consequence, merely a minor inconvenience," Sang Ning replied, shifting slightly to allow Shen Youlan to sit beside her. Furrowing her brow, Shen Youlan took her seat next to Sang Ning, retorting, "Nothing? With so many sprawled out, do you take me for blind?" Without waiting for a response, she pointed at Chen Mo, who was closest to her. "You speak. What happened?" Seeing Shen Youlan, Chen Mo, still reeling from the revelation that Sang Ning was Bossy, felt utterly bewildered. "And Master Youlan, good heavens, What celestial being is Brother Fan's sister? Not only was she the owner of Yisei, but she also knew Master Youlan. Noticing Chun Mo's silence, Shin Youlan's expression darkened. What? Are you mute? Chin Mo quickly regained his composure, hastily explaining, these individuals instigated trouble and were dealt with by Brother Fan's sister. Then, Chun Feng summoned his father to confront her. In just a few brief sentences, Chun Mo clarified the situation. Upon hearing this, Shin Youlan chuckled. That foolish Chun Jiangwo certainly has audacity. Thinking he can confront my little Ning? With that, she cast a glance toward the entrance. That must be Chun Jiangwo, correct? Xiaoyu, bring him in. Xiaoyu, who had been waiting at the bar for instructions, promptly lit a candle for Chun Jiangwo, who was unaware of Shin Youlan's fierce protectiveness, particularly towards Sang Ning. To offend Sang Ning was to invite far greater trouble than incurring Shin Youlan's wrath. This would certainly be an event to behold. Outside, Chun Jiangwo had already been informed of the situation by Chun Feng's companions, and he stood there, pale-faced, just as Xiaoyu emerged from the interior. Mr. Chun, please enter. Miss Shin wishes to see you. Shin Jiangwo felt as though his heart had turned to ashes. Before he could comprehend which Miss Shun was being referred to, he was ushered in by Xiaoyu. Upon catching sight of Shun Youlan seated beside Sang Ning, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. And Miss Shun, oh, you still remember me? Shin Youlan, legs crossed and holding a wine glass, flashed a mischievous smile. I thought your eyes were too injured to recognize me. How could that be? Chun Jiangwo's forehead glistened with cold sweat. I wouldn't forget you of all people. Heaven help me. What on earth has that wretched Shun Feng done? How could he have provoked such a formidable figure as Shin Youlan? Well, it's good that you remember me. Shin Youlan took a sip of her drink and continued nonchalantly. Your son has harmed my dear Ning's third brother. How do you intend to resolve this matter? What do you suggest? At a loss for a solution, Chun Jiangwo could only submit to Shin Youlan's fury, hoping to placate her. Very well, she said with a hint of leniency. Since your son has been rendered incapacitated by Ning, we shall let that go. However, you must bear the responsibility for failing to educate him properly. Shin Youlan cast a sidelong glance at Chun Jiangwo. Go live stream and perform a pole dance. That should suffice to put this matter to rest. Chapter 33. Bullying my aiming? Chun Jiangwo suddenly collapsed on the ground. If you were to broadcast a pole dance live, the entire Jiangxing would know by tomorrow, and he would be utterly humiliated. However, if he refrained, the Chun family would face imminent bankruptcy. Beside him, Xiaoyu's lips twitched in disbelief. This is Shin Youlan for you. Her means of retribution were far more ruthless than Sang Ning's, who merely delivered a beating. She would ensure that one would walk with her head bowed in shame. Upon seeing Shin Youlan, Sang Li turned as pale as a ghost. She was aware that Master Youlan was a friend of Sang Ning, but she had not anticipated the extent of Youlan's protection towards Sang Ning. The forces backing Master Youlan were formidable. Should she intervene, the Chun family would surely be doomed. If the Chun family faced disaster, Chun Feng would undoubtedly seek retribution from her. What could she possibly do? Sang Li felt frantic, yet found herself devoid of any solutions. Sang Ning, on the other hand, displayed no visible reaction. She had long grown accustomed to Shin Youlan's methods. Nonetheless, the thought of seeing the rotund Chun Jiangwo perform a pole dance was rather disconcerting. Sister, I was wrong. Please spare my father. I would do anything, even eat excrement, if you would just let him go. Chun Feng was adamant that his father should not be made to perform a pole dance live. Should that occur, he would be unable to hold his head high in this circle. Moreover, upon returning home, his father would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon him. Just as Chun Feng finished speaking, Shin Youlan slammed her glass down on the table, her voice icy and commanding. What? Is my word ineffective? Dance. I command you to dance. Chun Jiangwo inwardly cursed Chun Feng, but gritted his teeth, preparing to comply with the humiliating demand. Better to endure embarrassment than to lose the family fortune. The Chun family's rise to their current status had not been easy. He had to protect it. Just as Chun Feng was about to dance, Sang Ning furrowed her brow and interjected, Enough, do not sully my eyes. Chun Jiangwo felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Did this mean he would not have to dance after all? However, before he could relish the thought, a new group entered the nightclub. A chilling voice pierced through the air, commanding, Take them away. Break their hands and legs. Within an hour, the Chun family will be bankrupt. Sang Ning turned towards the source of the voice, her expression darkening. Then, several bodyguards clad in black stormed in, swiftly seizing Chun Jiangwo and Chun Feng, leaving no room for reaction. Fu Xiuyuan strode towards Sang Ning, and upon noticing the bloodstains on her face, his handsome features darkened ominously. He turned to Sang Li, abruptly grasping her neck. "Who did you bring here? Bullying Aningham?" Fu Xiuyuan's outburst was so sudden that Sang Li had no time to react, feeling as though she were being choked. Xiuyuan, what did you call me?" Fu Xiuyuan tightened his grip, and Sang Li's eyes rolled back in her head. "Fu, young Master Fu." She felt as though her brain were suffocating from lack of oxygen. I was wrong." Fu Xiuyuan released her, throwing her to the ground, and then withdrew a tissue from his pocket to wipe his hands clean of any contact with her, coldly commanding, "Kneel and apologize to Aning." Sang Li bit her lip, filled with humiliation. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she shouted, "Why should I apologize to her? A woman of loose morals. What reason do I have to offer her an apology?" Fu Xiu's gaze darkened, yet before he could react, Sang Li continued, "Fu Xiao, do not be deceived by her. Sang Ning is not solely involved with you. While she is flirting with you, she is entangled with other men as well. The chairman of SN supports her, and she's the owner of this nightclub. Have you never contemplated how she acquired such power? Without the backing of men, how could she, raised as a mere nightclub girl, possess such capabilities? Open your eyes and see clearly. Sang Ning is unworthy of you." Suddenly, Fu Xiu chuckled. Supported by someone? Indeed, her illicit relationship with the chairman of SN was what enabled the Sang family to secure this collaboration. Sang Li straightened her back. "Sang Ning deceived you, and she does not deserve your kindness." Fu Xiu was the moonlight in her heart. How could such a radiant moon become a sycophant for Sang Ning? She felt it was unacceptable for Fu Xiu to harbor feelings for Sang Ning. She was determined to obliterate Sang Ning's image in Fu Xiu's eyes. Fu Xiu offered not a single glance to Sang Li, directly taking a seat beside Sang Ning, crossing his legs in tandem with her, instructing the bodyguard nearby. "Her mind is unclear. Wake her up." The bodyguard immediately approached, and several of them restrained Sang Li, forcing her to drink from the bottles on the table. Sang Li attempted to speak, but her mouth was filled with liquor, leaving her no opportunity for words. Despair overwhelmed her. Why was this happening? She had clearly informed Fu Xiu that Sang Ning was not a virtuous woman. Why was he still targeting her? Did he truly favor Sang Ning? Sang Ning was merely a woman raised in a nightclub. What could he possibly see in her? It was only when Sang Li was nearly rendered unconscious from the drinking that the bodyguards finally ceased their actions. "Apologize to Ning." Fu Xiu's voice was cold, devoid of warmth. Sang Li, already somewhat disoriented, suddenly regained her clarity upon hearing this. "I will not apologize. I will never apologize. I have done nothing wrong. Sang Ning is a vile woman, promiscuous. She deserves to die." Fu Xiu narrowed his eyes, his entire demeanor shifting to one of disdain. A fine daughter raised by the Sang family. As soon as Fu Xiu finished speaking, Youlan interjected, "Oh, the daughter of the Sang family? Is this not the same one who impersonated me last time, sending Ning a fake necklace and refusing to back down? And yet, you still persist?" With that, Youlan turned her gaze towards Sang Ning. "Ning, what is the matter? You cannot even handle such a small fry?" Sang Ning calmly sipped her drink, walking her dog. Youlan chuckled. "This isn't in line with your usual style. Ning typically avenges grievances on the spot. She has no habit of walking dogs. After all, Ning is quite busy." Sang Ning's lips curled into a slight smile. "I've been a bit idle lately." Youlan clicked her tongue. "Well, take your time then. Sending counterfeit goods to Ning?" Fu Xiu suddenly laughed. "It seems you have not been kind to her in the Sang family." As the words fell, Fu Xiuyuan coldly instructed his bodyguard to restrain her head and compel Ning to bow an apology. Whenever she was willing to express her contrition, they would seek an explanation from the Sang family. The bodyguard immediately held down Sang Li's head, forcefully striking it against the ground repeatedly. In no time, her forehead became a swollen mass. Sang Li, in excruciating pain, began to plead for mercy after just 3 strikes, exclaiming, "Let me go. I was wrong, Sang Ning. I was wrong." However, Her sincerity was deemed insufficient. Fu Xiuyuan's gaze remained fixed solely on Sang Ning, offering not even a sidelong glance to Sang Li. Conversely, Sang Ning did not bestow even a glance upon Fu Xiuyuan, instead directing her attention to the individuals who had accompanied him. Upon seeing Sang Ning, they promptly approached, addressing her as sister-in-law. Sang Ning did not respond, leaving the group feeling somewhat awkward as they found a place to sit. Initially, they had matters to discuss with Sang Ning, yet given the current situation, it was not the appropriate time for explanations. They could only wait for Fu Xiuyuan to resolve the matter. With Fu Xiuyuan remaining silent, the bodyguard persisted in pressing Sang Li's head to the ground. Unable to endure any longer, Sang Li cried out in desperation, "Third brother, save me. I am your sister. Please help me." Upon entering, Youlan had been in a daze, but now Sang Yifan finally regained his composure, his gaze towards Sang Li filled with disdain. "My only sister is Xiao Ning. What are you? What is this? You weep and wail for an apology, yet when you bullied Xiao Ning, where was your outcry?" Sang Li attempted to speak, but Sang Yifan interjected impatiently. "If you wish for Ning to spare you, let us see if your apology bears any sincerity." With no one to aid her, Sang Li could only cry, pleading, "I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I will never dare again. I beg you, Sang Ning, please let me go." Chapter 34. All pressured by Sang Li, Sang Ning gazed expressionlessly at Sang Li, whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to her own, marred by a gash that bled profusely from her forehead. The luxurious garments she wore were stained beyond recognition, presenting a disheveled appearance. In that moment, Sang Li was utterly disgraced. Sang Ning merely cast a fleeting glance at Sang Li before addressing Sang Yu, who stood timidly with her head bowed, afraid to speak. "You, come here." Sang Yu abruptly lifted her head, shivering as she approached Sang Ning. "Cousin," she murmured. Little did anyone know, she was nearly paralyzed with fear. When Sang Li struck her, she remained unafraid, having endured years of bullying from her. It had become second nature. Yet, she trembled at the thought of Sang Ning. Despite her fear, she harbored a deep admiration for her cousin. She could hardly fathom the prowess of her cousin, who had single-handedly taken on a multitude of adversaries without sustaining a single injury. Most importantly, her cousin was acquainted with Master Youlan and had a boyfriend who was fiercely protective of her. However, it appeared that both her cousin's friends and boyfriend were not particularly amiable. Anyone who dared to provoke Sang Ning would inevitably face the wrath of both. The mere thought sent a shiver down Sang Yu's spine. She feared inadvertently uttering a misstep that might provoke her cousin's friends or boyfriend. Sang Ning furrowed her brow. "What are you afraid of?" Sang Yu's heart raced. Aye. In her anxiety, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Sang Ning pinched the bridge of her nose, somewhat exasperated. Was she a monstrous devourer of souls, instilling such dread that Sang Yu could scarcely speak? Recognizing that Sang Yu was in no condition to converse, Sang Ning dismissed her concerns and turned directly to Sang Li. Apologized to her. Sang Li's expression shifted dramatically. How could she, the daughter of a father who had cast her out, owe an apology to someone like Sang Yu? Yet, she understood that failing to do so would incur the wrath of Sang Ning and of Fu Xiuyuan as well. After a brief moment of hesitation, Sang Li earnestly addressed Sang Yu. "I apologize, Sang Yu. It is my fault. I should not have bullied you. I was out of my mind. I promise never to treat you this way again. Please forgive me." Her words were sincere, yet her gaze toward Sang Yu carried an undercurrent of warning. To Sang Ning, this look was utterly absurd. Sang Ning leaned back against the sofa, speaking leisurely. "Are you threatening her?" Sang Li immediately lowered her head. No, I truly apologize. Sang Yu, can you forgive me?" She dared not meet Sang Yu's eyes, fearing further trouble from Sang Ning. Sang Yu clutched the hem of her clothes, unable to believe that Sang Li would ever apologize to her. She turned to Sang Ning. "Cousin." Sang Ning shot her a sidelong glance. "What are you looking at me for? If you wish to forgive, then do so. If not, let her remain kneeling." Upon hearing this, Sang Yu's complexion changed dramatically. I forgive you." Though she felt bolstered by her cousin's support, she wondered about the future. Sang Li harbored a strong desire for revenge, and she could not always rely on her cousin to defend her. Moreover, as she and her mother were temporarily residing with the Sang family, it would be prudent to avoid trouble. "Very well." Sang Yu made a decision, and Sang Ning respected her choice, merely responding with a soft acknowledgement before lapsing into silence. Meanwhile, Fu Xiuyuan casually pulled out a cigarette, poised to ignite it, but suddenly recalled something and tucked the cigarette back into his pocket. He coldly instructed the bodyguard to take her away, intending to settle accounts with the Sang family later. Sang Li's expression shifted dramatically. "No, Sang Ning. You promised that if I apologized, you would let me go. You cannot go back on your word." Sang Ning raised her eyelids slightly, her voice neither warm nor cold. "Did I truly say that?" Sang Li's demeanor froze. It seemed she had indeed never made such a promise. That was, in fact, Fu Xiuyuan's statement. Sang Li immediately turned to Fu Xiuyuan, "Mr. Fu." But Fu Xiuyuan offered her not even a glance, merely casting a sidelong look at the bodyguard. "What are you waiting for? Don't let this filthy creature tarnish my sight." Without a moment's hesitation, the bodyguard seized Sang Li and dragged her away, ignoring her desperate cries. Once Sang Li was taken, Youlan stood pale and trembling, regretting her decision to heed Sang Li's instigation and provoke Sang Ning. As the daughter of the Hua family, she wielded considerable influence. Yet in the eyes of the Fu family, she was insignificant. Had it been in the past, before meeting Fu Xiuyuan, she might not have felt such fear. However, she had witnessed Fu Xiuyuan from a distance, seeing him break someone else's legs and toss them onto the street. Now, her legs felt utterly unresponsive, frozen in place. Sang Ning glanced at Youlan and casually remarked, "I almost forgot about you." Youlan's heart raced. Without waiting for Sang Ning to continue, she hastily knelt down. "I was wrong, truly wrong. Please spare me. It was all Sang Li's idea to teach that girl a lesson. I didn't lift a finger. I merely cheered her on. Please, don't hold this against me." Sang Ning took out her phone, poised to dial a number. But Youlan, as desperate, plea momentarily halted her finger. In Youlan's eyes, she discerned a clear foolishness. After a brief silence, Sang Ning set her phone on the table, looking at her with an air of indifference. "Cheering her on?" Youlan nodded vigorously, suddenly bursting into tears. "I didn't want to. It was Sang Li who pressured me. She threatened that if I didn't obey her, she wouldn't help me get home. She forced me to smoke, to drink, and to scheme for money from the Hua family. She said that as long as I was sufficiently wicked, no one in the Hua family would dare to provoke me." Sang Ning, Sang Yi fan, Shen Youlan. How extraordinary was this Sang Li? What kind of unparalleled genius was she? Even a pig would not commit such folly. Noticing Sang Ning's silence, Youlan hastily continued, "I've never done anything wrong. I merely followed her lead in smoking and drinking. When she was hitting people, I was just watching. I didn't want to act against you just now." Sang Li told me she had already arranged with my family to take me back next month. If I didn't assist her, I would never return home. Youlan cried out in desperation, "I want to go home, to find my father. I want to ask him why he abandoned my mother and me. I want to know why. If he didn't like me, he took me away from my mother in the first place. He took me away, yet he does not love me, casting me aside in Jiangsheng to fend for myself, never bothering to care for me. He can abandon me, but at the very least, he should tell me where my mother is." As soon as Youlan mentioned her sorrow, her cries grew louder, her words becoming increasingly incoherent. "Why does he have the right? He was the one who fell for my mother first, yet he despises her for being a nightclub hostess, and in turn, he looks down upon me as well. He has erred. Why must my mother and I bear the consequences of his mistakes? What's so shameful about my mother being a nightclub hostess? I do not mind. I simply wish to be with her. But he has abandoned me here, indifferent and uncaring, not even providing me with a single penny. I cannot seek my mother, nor can I return to the Hua family. Therefore, I have heeded Sang Li's advice to become bad. Only by embracing sufficient wickedness can I return and uncover my mother's whereabouts." Chapter 35. Is your mother a nightclub hostess? The words spoken by Youlan plunged the room into an eerie silence, as those present found themselves at a loss for words. The twist was utterly astonishing. Just moments ago, she had been the haughty daughter of a wealthy family, and now she appeared as a pitiful creature, neglected by her father and uncertain of her mother's whereabouts. Sang Ning gazed intently at Youlan's face for a prolonged moment, though her expression remained neutral. Her grip on the water cup tightened slightly. She continued to observe Hu Miao, and after a considerable pause, she finally spoke. "Did you just say your mother is a nightclub hostess?" Her voice was hoarse, laced with an undercurrent of hostility. Fu Xiuyuan glanced at her, his brows slightly furrowed. In that fleeting moment, a Ning's emotions had spiraled out of control. Yet in an instant, she regained her composure. His gaze shifted back to Hu Miao. Despite his usual disdain for women other than Ning, found himself fixated on her. After a brief interval, Fu Xiuyuan abruptly turned to Ning. No wonder. Given Ning's character, if these individuals were to cause trouble, she would have already dealt with them harshly, sending them to the hospital. She had shown no mercy to Li and Feng. Yet, Hu Miao, apart from the footprint on her, bore no other injuries. Ning was not lenient towards Hu Miao. Rather, the latter bore an uncanny resemblance to Jie. However, Jie was only 38 years old, making it implausible for her to have a daughter of such age. Could they possibly be sisters? No, that didn't fit either. Sisters wouldn't have such a vast age difference, as Hu Miao was merely 19. What, then, was the true relationship between Hu Miao and Jie? Upon hearing Ning's inquiry, Hu Miao lowered her head but quickly lifted it again, her expression defiant. "What of it if my mother is a nightclub hostess? She neither steals nor cheats. She earns her living through her own abilities. What's the issue? Although my mother is a nightclub hostess, she loves me dearly. If given a choice, I would never wish to be the daughter of the Hu family. I would prefer to be with my mother." Ning remained silent, gulping down her drink in one go before placing the glass down with an indifferent demeanor. "You may leave now." Hu Miao was momentarily taken aback. "You're willing to let me go?" Ning frowned. "What? Are you waiting for me to invite you for a drink?" Hu Miao, startled, quickly stood up. I'm leaving." As she was about to dash out, she glanced at the girls still sprawled on the ground with her, hesitating for a moment. Could you also let them go? Those girls were not her friends, but rather Li's. Yet they were just a group of young girls, and she did not wish for them to fall into Ning's hands. Ning didn't spare her a glance. "Leave." Hu Miao's face brightened, and she hurriedly led the other girls away. Once Hu Miao's figure had completely vanished from the nightclub, Ning set down her glass, her gaze fixated on the entrance. After a long while, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. However, the line rang for an extended period without anyone answering. Ning frowned. She dialed another number. Soon, the call was answered. "Ning, I heard you've returned to your biological parents' home. How is it going? Are you doing well? A few days ago, I intended to call you, but I've been rather overwhelmed with clients lately." After a brief silence, Ning inquired about Jie. The person on the other end of the line hesitated for a moment and asked, "Jie, didn't she go looking for you?" Ning frowned, replying, "She hasn't sought me out." "Really? She didn't go to find you?" "But the day after you left, Jie sold everything in the yard, claiming she was going to Jiangcheng with you." Ning's expression darkened further. "All right, I understand." Fu Xiuyuan had mentioned that Jie was not at the small courtyard and that her belongings were missing. She assumed it meant Jie had departed, perhaps not wanting to remain in the courtyard alone, opting instead for her residence in Haicheng. Jie possessed a small courtyard in both Jiangcheng and Haicheng. But now, Jie had not gone to Haicheng either. Where could she possibly be? And then there was Hu Miao. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Jie, as if she were sculpted from the same mold. Ning had indeed shown Hu Miao some leniency just because of that striking resemblance. However, she and thought much of it at the time. It was solely due to that face reminiscent of Jie that she had chosen to be merciful. She was aware that Jie had a daughter roughly the same age as Hu Miao. Beyond that, she knew little else. Jie had raised her daughter. Yet Ning found it peculiar that Jie seldom spoke of her personal life, merely mentioning that she had a daughter who must be living happily now. Jie had never visited her daughter. It seemed as though she cared little for the child. Nonetheless, Ning could always discern a hint of longing for her daughter in Jie's eyes. If Hu Miao were indeed Jie's daughter, she could not simply ignore her, yet she also had to consider Jie's feelings. At present, however, she could not reach Jie. After a prolonged silence, Ning picked up the phone again and dialed a number. Once connected, she introduced herself Old Hua, it's me, sang Ning. Upon receiving her call, Old Hua stood up in excitement, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Miss Sang? Is it truly you? Yes, Sang Ning confirmed. I would like to ask Old Hua to keep an eye on someone for me. I will visit the whole family in due time. Old Hua paused, realizing that the person Sang Ning wished to look after was undoubtedly someone he could not approach. Who would dare to disturb anyone under Sang Ning as protection? If Sang Ning sought him out, could this person be related to the whole family? May I inquire, Miss Sang, whom do you wish for me to watch over? Old Hua asked. Huiyin Miao. Old Hua was taken aback. Hua, is she a member of the Hua family? He was completely unaware of such a person existing within the Hua clan, let alone that she was acquainted with Sang Ning. Sang Ning raised her glass, taking a delicate sip, and replied nonchalantly, Old Hua, having spent so long in the nursing home, don't you think it's time to return and check on your own granddaughter? Don't you know about her? My granddaughter? Old Hua was utterly bewildered. It wasn't long before a memory struck him. Ah, you must be referring to that child. He recalled Huiyin Miao. Over a decade ago, his fourth son had been in a relationship with a nightclub hostess, insisting on marrying her, much to the disapproval of his wife, who forbade the woman from entering their home. This had led to quite the uproar at home. During that tumultuous period, the residence of the Hua family was fraught with unrest. Ultimately, the matter culminated in the nightclub girl's reluctance to marry into the Hua family, leading to an unresolved conclusion. From that point onward, the fourth son never mentioned the woman again. Subsequently, he returned with a girl, claiming she was the child he had with that young lady. Initially, he showered affection upon the girl, yet inexplicably, he later brought home another child, asserting that this second girl was the true offspring of his beloved, while declaring that Huiyin Miao was a mere impostor. However, paternity tests revealed that both children were indeed his. The fourth son remained steadfast in his belief that Huiyin Miao was not his child, yet he could not articulate why she was undeniably his daughter. Once a person harbors prejudice, it becomes an uncontrollable force. Henceforth, the fourth son harbored an intense aversion towards Huiyin Miao. Old Master Hua, on the other hand, held a fondness for Huiyin Miao, appreciating her docile and understanding nature, finding her more endearing than the other child. The fourth son wished to send Huiyin Miao away. He had intended to protect her, but his obstinacy led to a fierce argument, which exacerbated his heart condition. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that Huiyin Miao had already been sent away. He had sought her whereabouts, but to no avail. Eventually, he resolutely decided to retreat to a nursing home, relinquishing all ties to the Hua family affairs. She was in Jiangcheng, and he requested Old Master Hua to bring her back and care for her properly. Sang Ning's expression turned icy. Before I go to the Hua family, I do not wish for her to endure any grievances. Otherwise, Old Master Hua, do not blame me for lacking consideration. Old Master Hua's demeanor was grave. Rest assured, I will return to the Hua family to oversee matters. This time, I shall personally ensure her well-being. Chapter 36. Cast her out. Old Master Hua hung up the phone and dialed another number. Come pick me up from the nursing home. Soon, several luxury cars came to a halt at the entrance of the facility. Standing on the steps, Old Master Hua gazed down at the group gathered below with an imposing demeanor. His sons, daughters-in-law, daughter, grandsons, granddaughters, and Mrs. Hua were all present. Father, you have finally chosen to emerge. His eldest son, Hua Mingyang, stepped forward and said, the Hua family is currently facing a financial crisis. We need you to take charge. If you delay any longer, the Hua family is on the brink of collapse. The family's fortunes have been declining for years, and this year the situation appeared even more dire. Since the old man had moved into the nursing home, all of Hua family's business partners had ceased their collaborations. The old man had completely withdrawn from business matters, and despite their persistent pleas, he refused to leave the nursing home. Recently, his family had been discussing how to persuade him to return home, but unexpectedly, he had decided to return on his own accord. Old Master Hua cast a cold glance at the gathered crowd and simply uttered 2 words, "Get in the car." He then proceeded to enter the vehicle, disregarding everyone else. His sons exchanged glances and promptly followed him back to the Hua residence. Upon arrival, Old Master Hua took his seat at the head of the table, with his sons and daughters-in-law flanking him on either side. The grandchildren found their places as well. The butler immediately poured tea for the old man, who remained silent, creating a tense atmosphere. Finally, it was Mrs. Hua who broke the silence. What made you decide to come back? Didn't you vow never to return to the Hua family? Mrs. Hua harbored resentment towards her husband. For years, old Master Hua had been oblivious to the family's affairs while residing in the nursing home, all because of the incident involving their youngest son and Hu Yunyao. She could not fathom why he cared so deeply for a child born to a woman of such lowly status, an escort, no less. Old Master Hua cast an indifferent glance at her. What? Are you disappointed by my return? Mrs. Hua's expression stiffened. Of course not. Old Master Hua snorted coldly, dismissing her with a glance before turning his attention to the others. He lifted his teacup and took a small sip, exuding an air of authority. Desticable. Organize the projects you are handling. Starting tomorrow, I will take full control of the company. Hu Mingyang was momentarily taken aback. Father, what do you mean? Was the old man planning to reclaim his authority? Without even sparing Hu Mingyang a glance, old Master Hua continued. I will personally go to Jiangshang to bring Hu Yunyao back home. From now on, I shall be the one to guide her. His words ignited a storm of protest. Mrs. Hua was the first to object. This is unacceptable. Hu Yunyao is nothing but a disgrace. Her mother is of questionable character. Bringing her back would only bring shame to the Hua family. Master Hua's fourth son, Hua Jingyu, furrowed his brow and remarked, Father, I am unaware of who Hu Yunyao's mother is. The fact that I can provide her with a meal is already an act of great benevolence. I cannot agree to bring her back. My daughter can only be Xiaoxian, and I shall not acknowledge her. Master Hua placed his teacup on the table with a heavy thud, declaring, If you disagree, then get out. He raised his gaze, his sharp eyes sweeping over Madame Hua and Hua Jingyu. The Hua family I have established is not for you two to command. Father, have you lost your mind? Madame Hua exclaimed in astonishment. Are you truly willing to cast me and the fourth son out of the house for a lowly child? Master Hua's expression remained unchanged, yet his words brooked no argument. Butler, pack her belongings and throw them out. Madame Hua's complexion altered dramatically. What are you doing? You have been in the nursing home for so many years, completely indifferent to the family. Now you return only to stir up trouble. What have I done to provoke you? Master Hua did not spare her a glance, merely casting a sidelong glance at the butler, who stood frozen in place. What? Am I unable to command you anymore? The butler's expression shifted, and he hastily instructed the servants to gather Madame Hua's belongings. Madame Hua clutched her chest in distress. Her sons quickly come in her aid. Fu Xiuyuan, you have truly lost your mind. I have been your wife all my life, and now in our old age. You wish to expel me? Are you trying to drive me to my death? The sons of the Hua family could no longer remain silent. Father, what has mother done to incite such fury? Even if she has erred, you cannot simply cast her out. My maternal grandparents have both passed. If she leaves the Hua family, where else could she go? Father, there must be a reason for such actions. You cannot dismiss mother without cause. In truth, the sons did not share a close bond with Madame Hua. However, regardless of their feelings, she remained their mother, and they could not stand idly by as she faced expulsion from her home. Master Hua's cold gaze swept over everyone present. So it seems you all wish to leave the Hua family alongside her? Madame Hua's sons immediately released her hand. She has indeed raised a pack of ingrates. She thought bitterly. The butler swiftly gathered the items, for he dared not delay in the face of Master Hua's wrath. He collected only a few pieces of Madame Hua's clothing and jewelry before hastily descending the stairs. Initially, the butler thought there might be room for negotiation. But seeing Master Hua standing resolutely in silence, he did not dare to prolong the matter, promptly instructing others to escort Madame Hua away. Her curses echoed throughout the villa, yet Master Hua's expression remained unyielding. It was not until her voice faded that Hua Mingyang and his brothers exchanged apprehensive glances at Master Hua. At that moment, no one dared to speak. After spending so many years in the nursing home, Master Hua's sudden outburst surely indicated that something significant had occurred. They feared that he had discovered some misdeed of theirs. Thus they shrank back, each remaining silent. I intend to bring Hu Yunyao home. Do any of you have objections? Old Master Hua, with a serene expression, lifted his teacup once more to sip quietly. Hu Mingyang's eyes flickered. Was this orchestrated by the old man to bring Hui Yunmiao back home? Yet it seemed illogical. Hui Yunmiao had been sent to Jiangsheng for a decade, and the old man had never inquired about her until now. Hu Mingyang found himself puzzled and turned his gaze toward Hu Jingyu. Hu Jingyu frowned, equally bewildered by the old man's intentions. However, at that moment, he dared not voice his thoughts. He had no doubt about the old man's decisiveness. Should he speak out of turn, he might truly find himself cast out from the Hu family. While he could endure such a fate, he could not bear to see his beloved daughter suffer the same. Noticing the silence among those present, old Master Hu finally set down his teacup. It seemed they all harbored no objections. If that is the case, let me state my terms clearly. Should she be brought back, anyone who dares to trouble her will find no mercy from me. With those words, old Master Hu rose, supported by the butler, and ascended the stairs. Chapter 37. Brother San, speak freely about money. It's all yours in the bustling nightclub of Jiangsheng. Sang Ning ended her call with old Master Hu and opened her palm to reveal a single strand of hair. She handed the hair to Xiuyuan for DNA testing. Although Sang Ning did not specify for whom the test was intended, Xiuyuan, having accompanied her for a considerable time, was well aware of her connections, particularly with Hong Jie. Having witnessed the entire scene, he also noted the striking resemblance between Hui Yunmiao and Hong Jie. While he was uncertain about the nature of their relationship, it was clear that Sang Ning's request for a paternity test indicated a blood connection with Hong Jie. Xiuyuan accepted Hui Yunmiao's DNA sample, his expression serious as he assured, "I will oversee this personally." Meanwhile, the performance on stage continued. Yet due to the commotion stirred up by Chun Feng and his companions, the patrons of the club had all but vanished, leaving only Sang Ning and a few others behind. Raising her glass, Sang Ning turned to Sang Yifan and said, "Brother San, happy birthday." Although the celebration was somewhat marred, she felt compelled to extend her wishes. Sang Yifan glanced at Fu Xiuyuan and then at Youlan, finally allowing his gaze to settle on the disarrayed club. At that moment, he truly wanted to exclaim that this birthday was rather exhilarating. As Sang Ning lifted her glass, Fu Xiuyuan and Youlan did the same, both familiarly clinking their glasses with Sang Yifan. Subsequently, Youlan produced a card, stating, "This is from Xiao Ningning, worth 20 million. After a brief pause, she revealed another card, "And this is my birthday gift for you, Brother San. You may choose any clothing from my design brand at any mall, however much you desire. Of course, I can also tailor a custom outfit for you, though it may take some time. If you can wait, I can manage that." Recently, she had been out for leisure rather than focusing on design. Sang Yifan, staring at the two cards in his hand, swallowed hard. He opened his mouth to speak, but Fu Xiuyuan interjected, presenting another card, "Brother San, a birthday gift of 50 million. Sang Yifan, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, remarked, "Do you all have to outdo each other like this? It makes me feel like a beggar." He scrutinized the three cards in his hand for a long while before finally pulling out Fu Xiuyuan's card, saying, "I'll 1T take yours." Fu Xiuyuan appeared momentarily taken aback, asking why. "Do you look down on me?" Sang Yifan's lips twitched. "How could I ever look down on you? The wealthiest in the capital, the head of the Fu family. I wouldn't dare to underestimate anyone, least of all you." With a sigh, Sang Yifan continued, "You and I are not really connected. Why would I accept your gift? When the day comes that you truly become my brother-in-law, then I shall accept it." He acknowledged his financial struggles, but he was not desperate enough to accept any money that came his way. Selling out his sister was not an option for him. Fu Xiuyuan, these siblings were indeed as stubborn as one another. As for Master Youlan, Sang Yifan suddenly changed his demeanor, adopting a servile smile. "May I request a tailored suit for myself? And for my good brothers here, each would like one as well." Hearing this, Ge Chong and the others immediately exchanged anxious glances with Youlan. Yulan's lips twitched. "Do you all wish to wear me out?" Aside from designing clothes for Sang Ning, she generally produces a mere few ensembles each season, only creating additional pieces when her spirits are high. To expect her to design 4 outfits all at once? Absolutely not. Yet fine. Leaning against Sang Ning's shoulder, she mused, "Who could resist when you are the beloved third brother of my dear Ning Ning?" Sang Yifan and the others were grinning from ear to ear. This birthday celebration was indeed a tremendous success. Not only did they receive 20 million, but also garments custom-tailored by Master Youlan. They would have tales to recount for many years to come. Sang Yifan returned the card that Shun Youlan had given him, but as for Sang Ning's card, he remained silent for an extended moment before suddenly leaning closer to Sang Ning and whispering, "Sis, could you lend me that 15 million?" Sang Ning raised an eyebrow. "What's this? Aren't you supposed to be disinterested?" Sang Yifan chuckled awkwardly. "I want it. I previously thought you were using Fu Xiuyuan's money. But now that I know you're the owner of Nightshade, that money must be yours. I really need it, desperately so. I'll calculate interest and return both principal and interest to you in 5 years. Is that agreeable?" Heaven knows the stress of financial woes had nearly turned his hair gray. When Sang Ning had given him 15 million, he was overjoyed. Yet, even in his excitement, he was aware that such funds were not rightfully his, as they belonged to Fu Xiuyuan. However, since it was no longer Fu Xiuyuan's money, but his sister's, he felt emboldened to ask. Naturally, he felt hesitant to ask for Sang Ning's money, but he found himself at a loss. Together with Gu Chong, Chen Mo, and Zhang Yang, he had embarked on launching a software company, investing $1 million from his savings accumulated over many years. Although he appeared to be the scion of the Sang family, since high school, he had only received a monthly allowance of 20,000. He rarely indulged in any luxuries. Over the years, he had managed to save approximately 400,000. The remaining funds came from part-time jobs during college and some from his grandmother. Thus, the total barely reached $1 million. However, in the initial stages of entrepreneurship, that $1 million had yielded no visible returns. After evaluating their financial needs, they calculated they would require around 30 million to successfully develop the software. Shun Youlan had just provided Sang Ning with 20 million, and with Sang Ning's previous 15 million, the investment and operational costs for the company should suffice. Were it not for his dire financial situation, he would not have dared to approach Sang Ning. Sang Ning remained silent for a moment before pulling out her phone. "Give me your card number." Sang Yifan was taken aback. Hadn't she just asked for the card? Why the need for a card number now? Nevertheless, he relented and provided the number. 2 minutes later, a notification chimed on Sang Yifan's phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he nearly dropped his phone in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes, he questioned if he was dreaming. 100 million? Surely this must be a dream. Right? Sang Ning placed her phone on the table and calmly stated, "Take it and use it. If you need more, just let me know. There's nothing else. Money is plentiful." She did not inquire about what Sang Yifan intended to use it for, as she had unwavering trust in her elder brother. Sang Yifan, however, found himself taken aback by her words. "Listen, is this how one speaks? Nothing else. Money is plentiful. If someone were to hear that, they might very well want to strike you down. Such ostentation." However, a sudden concern crept into Sang Yifan's voice. "You've given me all your money. Do you have anything left for yourself?" Before Sang Ning could respond, Shun Youlan let out a cold laugh. "She can't even count the zeros on her card. Are you really worried about whether she has enough money? Our little Ning is quite the wealthy lady, after all." Sang Yifan inhaled sharply. "She can't even count the zeros on her card. What kind of legendary place is this night's scene? Isn't just a nightclub? How can it be so lucrative? Who exactly is that Sister Hong who adopted Sang Ning? I want to be adopted too." Just as Sang Yifan was still astonished by the wealth on Sang Ning's card, Fu Xiuyuan suddenly set down his wine glass and stood up. "Let us go to the Sang family and reclaim today as expenses." Chapter 38. Seeking justice from the Sang family with a resounding thud. Fu Xiuyuan forcefully kicked Sang Li through the grand entrance of the Sang residence. At this hour, the household was in slumber, but the sudden noise roused the inhabitants, who hurried to investigate. Lu Wanyu was the first to descend the stairs. Upon seeing Sang Li sprawled on the ground, disheveled and covered in dirt, her expression shifted dramatically. "Xiaoli, what has happened to you?" "Mom, save me," Sang Li cried out, her body aching as if it were falling apart. The bodyguards of Fu Xiuyuan had not shown her any mercy during the journey. She had endured a beating before being delivered here. Lu Wanyu hurried to assist Sang Li, her heart aching at the sight. "Which scoundrel dared to harm you? Xiaoli, tell me, and I shall avenge you." Her focus was solely on Sang Li. Oblivious to the presence of Fu Xiuyuan, Sang Ning, and Shun Youlan standing behind her. Sang Jingchuan, too, had come downstairs and immediately spotted Fu Xiuyuan. He frowned slightly, his gaze shifting to Sang Li as he inquired with a stern expression, what transpired. Despite his lack of fondness for Sang Li, she was still a member of the Sang family, and her current state was a disgrace to him. Father, mother, it was Sang Ning, Sang Li exclaimed, her voice trembling. She ordered Fu Xiao to beat me like this. She wants to ruin me. She despises that I occupy her position. Grasping Lu Wanyu's hand tightly, she pleaded, Mom, you must explain to Sang Ning. I never intended to usurp her identity or belongings. None of this was my choice. Please let her spare me. I will leave the Sang family today and will not be a thorn in her side. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyu's fury ignited. You wretched creature, Sang Ning, you treacherous little wretch. If I do not avenge Xiao Li today, I shall cease to be Lu Wanyu. With that, she raised her hand, aiming to strike Sang Ning. Before Sang Ning could react, Fu Xiuyuan swiftly intervened, delivering a harsh kick that sent Lu Wanyu sprawling onto the steps of the courtyard. His voice, cold and unyielding, sliced through the tension. You dare bully Ning in my presence? It is evident that when I am absent, you beasts engage in unspeakable acts. Do you take me for a fool? Sang Mo Yin emerged from the house, witnessing Lu Wanyu being kicked aside. His anger flared. Fu Xiuyuan, do not overstep your bounds. This is the Sang family, not the Fu family. You dare to assault my mother in our home? Do you truly believe we fear you? Sang Jingchuan cast a glance at Lu Wanyu, devoid of any emotional attachment, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon Fu Xiuyuan. I require a reasonable explanation. While he harbored no affection for Lu Wanyu, he recognized the necessity of defending the family's honor. Though the Sang family may not rival the Fu family, they would not tolerate repeated provocations from Fu Xiuyuan. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his tailored trousers, Fu Xiuyuan stood under the moonlight, his silhouette elongated. Yet, his tone toward Sang Jingchuan remained courteous. Uncle Sang, my Ning has been wronged. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Sang Jingchuan turned to Sang Ning, his brow furrowed with skepticism. She was bullied? Should you not reconsider what you are asserting? In this current predicament, is it truly Sang Ning who has been victimized? Sang Ning's attire remains unscathed. In stark contrast, Sang Li is battered, her visage so marred that her original features are hardly discernible. Sang Ning, bullied by Sang Li? Even if he harbored no affection for Sang Li, he was not blind. Your precious daughter, Sang Li, accompanied by a group of unruly girls and that young master of the Chun family, cornered on Ning at the nightclub. Had I not arrived in time, Ning might not have returned alive to meet you. Sang Ning cast a sidelong glance at Fu Xiuyuan, opening her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. It was futile. She was already well aware of Fu Xiuyuan's shamelessness. Fu Xiuyuan, in a monotonous tone, remarked, I have settled the score for the Chun family's bullying of Ning. Now it is the Sang family's turn. Sang Jingchuan's frown deepened, finding the situation increasingly absurd. Sang Li had cornered Sang Ning at a nightclub? What nonsense was this? Sang Li had been raised by Lu Wanyu according to the standards of a refined young lady and would never set foot in such a place. Moreover, Sang Li's circle consisted solely of elite socialites. She was unfamiliar with any rowdy girls. Yet, Fu Xiuyuan's expression did not suggest jest. After a moment of silence, Sang Jingchuan directed a cold inquiry at Sang Li. What is the truth? Speak clearly. Upon meeting Sang Jingchuan's gaze, Sang Li instinctively hid behind Lu Wanyu. Observing this, Lu Wanyu, fiercely protective, rose and exclaimed, Why are you questioning Sang Li? Are you unaware of her character? Fu Xiuyuan and Sang Ning share the same breath. They simply cannot abide Sang Li. If you refuse to stand up for her, it is an affront to demand an explanation. What is there to explain? Even if she is innocent, Fu Xiuyuan and Sang Ning will fabricate evidence against her. Sang Jingchuan cast a cold glance at Lu Wanyu, his voice tinged with irritation. I did not inquire of you. You, Lu Wanyu, incensed, was about to retort when Sang Jingchuan, uninterested, turned back to Sang Li. Consider this carefully. If you do not clarify the situation, you are to leave the Sang family. Father, Sang Li was struck with terror. She had not anticipated that Fu Xiuyuan would truly bring her to the Sang family to settle accounts. The events at the nightclub could not remain concealed. If her father and grandmother discovered the truth, she would have no choice but to leave the Sang family. The Sang family was her lifeline. Being cast out would leave her with nowhere to turn. Pale-faced, Sang Li pondered how to explain when suddenly, the voice of the matriarch of the Sang family resonated. What was happening? The matriarch, whose sleep was light, had been roused by the commotion below. However, her age necessitated a moment to gather herself before she could descend. Observing the fatigue in the matriarch's eyes, Sang Ning kicked Fu Xiuyuan's leg. "Damn it, you're disturbing grandmother's rest. I have already ordered you to leave the nightclub. There is no need for you to meddle in Sang Li's affairs." Fu Xiuyuan was kicked by Sang Ning, yet he calmly brushed off the dust from his trousers, showing no signs of guilt that might awaken Granny Sang. Bullying Ning? Not to mention Granny Sang. Even his own grandmother would rise to defend Sang Ning at such a moment. "Granny Fu, I truly thank you, my dear grandson." Sang Ning, uninterested in engaging with Fu Xiuyuan, approached Granny Sang and supported her, saying, "Grandma." Granny Sang patted Sang Ning's hand, smiling gently, and inquired, "What transpired?" Her eyesight was not impaired. With such a commotion at home and Sang Li covered in injuries, it was evident that she had once again provoked Sang Ning, albeit without favorable results. Chapter 39. What audacity to bully my granddaughter. Sang Ning pressed her lips together, remaining silent. She required no one to defend her. She held Sang Li, a mere insignificant character, in utter disdain. Her return to the Sang family was motivated by two factors. One, her allegiance to Hongjia, and two, her desire for revenge against Lu Wanyu. As for Sang Li, she was akin to a bomb with less than 0.1 power, incapable of even singeing a strand of her hair. It was not worth disturbing her grandmother's rest over such a trivial matter. Sang Yifan let out a cold laugh. "Grandmother, are you aware? Our family's talented young lady, Sang Li, has summoned a group of little hooligans to the nightclub to torment Sang Yu, indulging in smoking and drinking. How impressive indeed." Sang Yifan glanced at Sang Li with disdain. Moreover, she even called Chen Feng, intending to make things difficult for Xiao Ning. If it weren't for Fu Xiuyuan's timely arrival, Xiao Ning and I might not have escaped the nightclub, and tomorrow, the Sang family might be preparing for a funeral. Sang Yifan had never liked Sang Li since childhood. Now, her presence was even more bothersome. Thus, he wholeheartedly supported Fu Xiuyuan coming to the Sang family to seek justice for Sang Ning. "What?" Sang old lady's expression darkened as she abruptly turned around and delivered a slap to Sang Li's face. "How dare you bully my granddaughter?" Sang Li covered her face, weeping as she attempted to explain, "Grandmother, I didn't mean to, I just what?" How could she possibly explain? Seeing Sang Li struck, Lu Wanyu felt a surge of pity. "Mother, why did you hit Xiao Li? She has already been beaten by Fu Xiuyuan. Must you strike her as well? In a month, Peking University will commence classes. How will she face anyone?" Slap. Sang old lady followed with another slap, this time upon Lu Wanyu. "Silence. Speak another word, and you shall leave this house at once." Were it not for her reluctance to be the wicked mother-in-law in her son's marriage, she would genuinely wish for Sang Jingchuan to divorce Lu Wanyu. "Mother, you hit me?" Lu Wanyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Sang old lady. After so many years of marriage into the Sang family, the matriarch had never laid a finger on her. Yet today, she dared to strike her in front of so many witnesses? Sang Jingchuan sensed his mother's fury and hurried to her side, grasping her hand. "Mother, please don't be angry. I will resolve this matter." "You will resolve it?" Sang old lady snapped, shaking off his hand with a glowering expression. "Were it not for your negligence as a father, would Ning Ning have been cast aside by Lu Wanyu? Tell me, how did you feel when Ning Ning mentioned living off scavenging for years? Did that not pierce your heart?" Sang Jingchuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. While he had felt some discomfort at the time, it had not been overwhelmingly intense. He acknowledged a sense of debt towards Sang Ning, but that was the extent of it. He would not show excessive paternal affection. In his eyes, any child born of Lu Wanyu was unworthy of his affection. Sang Jingchuan lifted his gaze, meeting Sang Ning's indifferent eyes. His heart skipped a beat. She regarded him as though he were a stranger. Had he truly erred? The wrongdoer was Lu Wanyu, not the children. Should he not extend some paternal love to his offspring? Had Sang Ning been aware of the thoughts swirling in his mind at that moment, he would undoubtedly have scoffed. Paternal love? Ridiculous. Witnessing Sang Jingchuan's demeanor, old lady Sang felt a surge of indignation. She could not fathom why, if he held no affection for Lu Wanyu, he had chosen to marry her in the first place. After their union, they behaved as though they were mere strangers. Yet they had produced so many children. Since they had brought life into the world, they should bear responsibility for those offspring. But what of Sang Jingchuan? He acted as if the children were non-existent. Rubbing her temples in frustration, old lady Sang resolved to cease her futile attempts at reasoning with him. She turned to Sang Li, her voice icy as she declared, "The day I brought Ning home, I warned you to conduct yourself with propriety, to refrain from troubling Ning, and to never entertain thoughts of usurping her place." Sang Li's complexion paled. No words of explanation could escape her lips. Regardless of how much she might say, her words would inevitably be riddled with inconsistencies. Should old lady Sang genuinely wish to pursue the matter, the surveillance footage from a nightclub would swiftly reveal the truth. Sang Li, I have never acknowledged you as my granddaughter. Regardless of the circumstances between you and Lu Wanyu, you hold no leverage here. If you wish to reside within the Sang family, you must understand your position. You are a child of the Sang family, and it is not within your rights to admonish others. The coldness in old lady Sang's gaze as she regarded Sang Li was palpable. How dare you bring others to confront Sang Yu? Who gave you the audacity? Sang Li collapsed onto the ground, rendered mute, choosing to remain seated in silence. She had lost the will to speak. So be it. In the end, she would merely be cast out from the Sang family. Sang Moyan had never witnessed Sang Li in such a state, and a pang of sympathy struck him. Grandmother, this matter may be steeped in misunderstanding. I believe Xiaoli is not the sort of person you think her to be. After a moment's pause, he continued, since they allege that Xiaoli struck Sang Yu, why not allow Sang Yu to speak for herself? He did not place faith in the outlandish claims made by Sang Ning and Fu Xiuyuan. Yet he deemed Sang Yu credible. Sang Yu, suddenly called upon, trembled with apprehension. I. Sang Moyan's expression darkened. What is it? Speak plainly. Do not stammer. Furthermore, I warn you, it is best to tell the truth and refrain from embellishments. As he spoke, he cast a warning glance at Sang Yu. Fearful and flustered, Sang Yu fumbled over her words, but upon catching sight of Sang Ning before her, her anxiety began to dissipate. It is Sang Li. She has always bullied me. Ever since my mother and I returned to the Sang family, she has called us beggars, suggesting we came to the Sang family to beg for food. Whenever she is displeased, she drags me outside to beat me, claiming that I, being of such lowly birth, deserve to be mistreated. Sang Yu recounted her ordeal, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing, unable to meet the gazes of those present. Unbeknownst to her, Sang Ruojin had silently descended the stairs and stood at the doorway, her face streaked with tears. She had never imagined her daughter was enduring such hardships at home. Upon hearing Sang Yu's words, Lu Wanyu and Sang Moyan exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide in disbelief as they turned to Sang Li. For a long while, neither could muster a single word. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Sang Moyan finally regained his composure. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he inquired, Xiaoli, is what she said true? It was a truth that he struggled to accept. The sister he had cherished for so many years harbored such a terrifying side. To strike others, to smoke and drink. Was this truly the same elegant and noble young lady he had known? Was this the prodigious girl adored by many? The revelation was simply too much to bear. Xiaoli, speak. Lu Wanyu also found it difficult to comprehend. The child she had painstakingly nurtured could become such a person. What was happening? Was everything she said indeed true? At that moment, all eyes in the Sang family turned towards Sang Yu, awaiting her explanation. Chapter 40. Lu Wanyu unexpectedly knelt down for Sang Li. The latter, who had fallen to the ground in a daze, suddenly stood up, shouting loudly, "It wasn't me. None of this was my intention. I was threatened. It was Hui Yunyao. She threatened me. If I didn't smoke and drink with her, if I didn't associate with her, she said she would kill me." Gripping Lu Wanyu's hand fiercely, Sang Li sobbed hysterically, "Mom, I didn't want this." But if I don't comply, they will beat me to death. As for Sang Yu, I admit, I took my frustrations out on her. But I couldn't control myself. I was bullied by them. I lost my mind. I needed to vent. As she spoke, Sang Li collapsed on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Seeing this, Lu Wanyu and Sang Moyan were filled with both anger and compassion. Lu Wanyu, particularly enraged, exclaimed, "How dare they bully you like this? They are courting death. Don't be afraid. Tomorrow I will seek justice for you. I will report them to the authorities. I will ensure they languish in prison." Turning to old lady Sang, she continued, "Mother, you heard it. This was not Xiao Li's intention. She was led astray. Please let her go this time. Tomorrow, I will confront those who harmed her." Old lady Sang, fuming, retorted Sang Ning. "Sang Yifan, how on earth did such a simpleton become a professor in human intelligence research? You truly believe every word of this pathetic performance and their flimsy excuses?" Her fury boiled over as she commanded, "Immediately pack up Sang Li's belongings and throw them out. She is never to set foot in the Sang household again." "Mother, you cannot do this." Lu Wanyu grasped old lady Sang's hand, pleading, "Xiao Li is just a child. If you cast her out, where will she go?" "Yes, she made a mistake. I will have her apologize to Sang Ning. Please, considering she has always been well-behaved, grant her this one chance, will you?" "Grant her a chance?" Old lady Sang's voice was icy. "And who granted mercy to my Ning Ning? Who will bear the suffering she endured? You think saying she was wrong is sufficient to erase today's events? It's not that simple. If Fu Xiuyuan hadn't arrived in time, would I have to retrieve Ning Ning's corpse tomorrow?" With a forceful shove, she broke free from Lu Wanyu's grasp. "Enough with excuses. Quickly pack her things and let her leave. Please, I beg you." Lu Wanyu fell to her knees. "Xiao Li is a child I have invested so much effort into raising. She is about to attend Beijing University, which will bring immense honor to the Sang family. You cannot expel her." Old lady Sang frowned at the sight of Lu Wanyu kneeling before her. "What is your true motivation? Ning Ning is your biological daughter. She was nearly killed by Sang Li. You show no concern for Ning Ning and choose to plead for the life of her assailant?" Old lady Sang found it hard to comprehend. Lu Wanyu was proud and a distinguished professor in human intelligence research. Over the years, she had cultivated the children of the Sang family to be exceptionally talented. She had never known the feeling of begging. Yet today, she finds herself imploring for a mere child named Sang Li, a notion that confounds the elderly matriarch, old Mrs. Sang. Is Sang Ning not unscathed? Lu Wanyu interjects, "Furthermore, she has Fu Xiuyuan to protect her, while Sang Li is devoid of such guardianship. She is only me. Mother, may I beseech you? If you keep her, I assure you I shall look after her diligently." Old Mrs. Sang's gaze remained fixed upon Lu Wanyu, as if attempting to penetrate her very soul. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Ning Ning has been traumatized. You shall compensate her with 10 million. "Very well. I shall transfer it immediately." Under ordinary circumstances, Lu Wanyu would have retorted, "On what grounds?" Yet, in this moment, she dared not voice such defiance. Swiftly, she extracted her phone and transferred the sum to Sang Ning. Observing the funds credited to her account, Sang Ning arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips as she regarded Lu Wanyu. Her maternal figure truly was full of surprises. Noticing her compliance, old Mrs. Sang's eyes glinted with meaning. Then she turned to Sang Li, declaring, "From this day forth, all of Sang Li's allowance shall be revoked. During her university years, aside from tuition, she shall receive a monthly stipend of 5,000. Sang Li's complexion drained of color. 5,000 a month. In the capital, where every inch is precious, it would scarcely cover her meals, let alone her needs for skincare and clothing luxuries. This old woman is intent on driving her to despair. Very well, I accept." Lu Wanyu promptly responded on Sang Li's behalf. Sang Li bit her lip, ultimately remaining silent. Having resolved this matter, old Mrs. Sang approached Fu Xiuyuan, expressing her gratitude for standing up for Ning Ning, but added, "I hope next time you might adopt a gentler approach. My old bones can hardly endure." "I apologize, Grandma. Concerning a Ning, I became rather anxious. Next time, I shall opt for a more tempered manner," Fu Xiuyuan replied with utmost respect and politeness. Old Mrs. Sang shook her head, finally grasping Sang Ning's hand. Opening her mouth as if to say something, yet only managing. Ning, I apologize for the distress. Grant your grandmother a little time. Ning cast a glance at Li before responding coolly, perfect, I too require some time. Until today, she had believed that Lu Wanyu's disdain for her stemmed from her perceived lack of intellect. Conversely, Lu Wanyu's fondness for Li seemed to arise from the very same folly. However, it now appears that she must take the time to thoroughly investigate the nature of Lu Wanyu's relationship with Li, as well as the dynamics between Jingchuan and Lu Wanyu. These matters warrant her careful scrutiny. Among the Sang family, there are but a few individuals she holds dear, yet those few must be fiercely protected. Whoever dares to threaten the Sang family shall face her wrath. This farce concluded only after the matriarch retreated to her chambers. Fu Xiuyuan and Youlan also departed from the Sang residence. Ning remained perplexed as to Fu Xiuyuan's motives for orchestrating such a scene. Was it truly to defend her? Not entirely, for Li remained unharmed within the Sang household. But if his intentions lie elsewhere, Ning could not discern his true purpose. Ultimately, Fu Xiuyuan harbored some ulterior motive. Were he privy to her thoughts at that moment, he would surely exclaim, unjust. He simply harbored a genuine aversion to Li. This matter today was not to be so easily dismissed. However, the matriarch of the Sang family held the reins, and as she was the person Ning cherished most, her word was final, which is why he refrained from pursuing the issue further. Once everyone had retired to their chambers, the venerable matriarch, supported by the steward, returned to her room. Upon entering, the steward finally inquired, Madam, why do you choose to retain Li after such an incident? From the steward's perspective, allowing a false heiress to bully the true daughter of the Sang family and merely casting her out would be a leniency beyond measure for Li. The matriarch's gaze suddenly sharpened. Do you not find Lu Wanyu's behavior rather peculiar? After some reflection, the steward conceded, indeed, there is something amiss. With a dismissive snort, the matriarch retorted, it is truly astonishing that a foster daughter, devoid of any blood relation, could compel the typically dignified Lu Wanyu to kneel and pay her respects. She removed her outer garment and reclined upon her bed. Ensure that investigation is conducted swiftly. I am most curious to uncover what it is about Li that warrants such fierce protection from Lu Wanyu. Chapter 41. The Chen family comes to plead the following day. Ning was roused from her slumber by the cacophony emanating from downstairs. With an air of impatience, she descended the stairs. The members of the Sang family, perplexed, gazed upon Chen Jiangwo, who was kneeling before them in a state of utter disarray, questioning the reliability of their own eyesight. The Chen family held a status in Jiangsheng that surpassed even that of the Sang family. Countless individuals yearned for the opportunity to collaborate with them. Even the Sang family had previously sought projects from the Chens. However, a long-standing enmity had existed between the two families since the time of the elder patriarchs, nearly reaching a point of mutual destruction. It was only after the passing of both elder statesmen that their relationship began to thaw. Despite this, the Chen family remained reluctant to entrust any projects to the Sang family. The prospects for the Sang family had significantly diminished. In their desperate bid for a project, they had lavished countless flattering words upon Chen Jiangwo and pleaded earnestly, yet to no avail. The dynamic was forever one of the Sang family beseeching the Chen family. Who could have anticipated that today the roles would be reversed, with the Chen family seeking the Sang family as assistance? While the astonishment was palpable, there was an undeniable sense of satisfaction in witnessing Chen Jiangwo's humiliation. Aunt Sang, it is my incompetent son who has caused this mischief. He offended your granddaughter yesterday. Please, in your magnanimity, intercede on our behalf. The Chen family was founded by my father. If I allow it to perish under my watch, I shall have no face to meet him in the afterlife. I was wrong, Grandma Sang. I apologize. If only Ning could spare the Chen family, I would do anything. Chen Feng knelt, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. After a prolonged silence, the elderly matriarch of the Sang family slowly regained her composure and managed to inquire, what has transpired? She was aware that Li had instigated Chen Feng to bully Ning, subsequently receiving a reprimand from Fu Xiuyuan. However, she had not inquired about the specifics of that confrontation. She presumed it to have been a mere scuffle. How could it have escalated to the brink of the Chun family's ruin? The Chun family is on the verge of bankruptcy, Chun Jiangwo lamented, tears streaming down his face. Since last night, the Fu family has exerted tremendous pressure upon us. In a mere hour, the Chun family could face insolvency. Indeed, Fu Xiuyuan had effectively orchestrated the imminent downfall of the Chun family within just 1 hour. Chun Jiangwo had to urgently reach out to several partners to stabilize the situation. However, this action only incited a more severe retaliation from Fu Xiuyuan. Eventually, out of desperation, he contacted a certain individual to salvage the current predicament. Though this reprieve would not last long, in no more than an hour, the Chun family would become a relic of the past. That individual had informed him that a call would be made to Sang Ning today, instructing her to wait at the Sang residence. Having indulged in a late night, Sang Ning was still reeling from a hangover when she was abruptly awakened, exuding an aura of chilling severity. "Get out!" Chun Jiangwo's heart raced, and he hastily pleaded, "Miss Sang, I implore you, spare the Chun family this time. In the future, whatever you desire, the Chun family shall deliver without hesitation." No sooner had he finished speaking than an icy voice resonated from behind him. "What my Ning desires, does it require the dying Chun family to bestow?" Fu Xiuyuan strode towards Sang Ning, his long legs moving swiftly, his dark, brooding eyes fixed intently on Chun Jiangwo. "I underestimated the Chun family. You have managed to avoid bankruptcy for an entire night. Is my capability lacking?" Sang Ning cast a fleeting glance at Fu Xiuyuan, somewhat surprised that any company could survive more than a night under his command. The Chun family indeed possessed some merit. Upon hearing Fu Xiuyuan's words, Chun Jiangwo turned pale. The man had merely stated he would call Sang Ning, yet whether she could assert control over Fu Xiuyuan remained uncertain. The crux of the matter was that Fu Xiuyuan was known for his ruthless decisiveness. It seemed that even if the man did contact Sang Ning, it might not yield favorable results. At that moment, Chun Jiangwo was drenched in sweat, contemplating how he might plead for Fu Xiuyuan to spare the Chun family when Sang Ning's phone rang. She retrieved her phone, staring at the unfamiliar number in silence. This was her personal number, known only to those with whom she shared a particularly close bond. After a brief moment of contemplation, she answered the call. "It's me, Jean-Jean," came the familiar voice from the other end. Sang Ning's expression shifted. "Where are you?" It was Hongjia. Her real name was Jean-Jean, but having spent considerable time in the nightclub, many did not know her true name. Everyone referred to her as Hongjia, a title derived from her penchant for wearing red dresses. Her wardrobe was filled with various styles of red garments, with only a couple of black dresses to speak of. She truly had an affinity for the color red. "I am needed where I am," Jean-Jean replied, seemingly taking a drag from a cigarette. Sang Ning heard her inhale and exhale. "The Chun family has done me a favor. In exchange for the kindness of raising you, can I ensure the Chun family's safety?" Sang Ning's brows knitted together, evident anger etched on her exquisite features. "Are you jesting with me?" Jean-Jean chuckled softly. "Your temperament remains unchanged. Enough of the pleasantries. Just tell me if you agree or not. Have you lost your mind?" Sang Ning rarely lost control of her emotions. Even when angered, she typically dealt with matters directly. She was known for her calm and composed demeanor. Yet now, she could not contain her emotions, her voice rising in fury. "For the sake of that wretched Chun family, you wish to sever our bond?" Despite her anger, a flicker of panic danced in her eyes, as though something elusive was slipping away from her life. Fu Xiuyuan turned his gaze towards Sang Ning, sensing her emotional turmoil. "Who is calling you?" "I am the one with issues. Am I not still taking the medicine you provided?" Jean-Jean replied nonchalantly. Sang Ning's emotions became increasingly transparent. Taking a deep breath, she demanded, "Tell me where you are. I will come to get you. No need to seek me. I shall appear when the time is right," came the reply. "As for the Chun family's affairs, consider it a favor to me. If you truly do not wish to assist, then trade our connection for this favor." With that, Jean-Jean prepared to hang up. Sang Ning, anticipating her intention, shouted, "Do not hang up. I have seen your daughter." The phone fell into silence for a few seconds before the call was abruptly terminated without a word. The beeping sound echoed in the receiver, and Sang Ning's expression darkened. When she attempted to redial, the phone had already been turned off. Sang Ning's countenance was as grim as it could be. She raised her gaze towards Chen Jiangwo, who was still kneeling in the courtyard, and swiftly approached him, seizing his collar. "How did you manage to contact her?" she demanded. Chen Jiangwo, initially disheartened by Sang Ning's evident fury towards that individual, felt a sense of despair wash over him. It seemed that the words of that person had indeed affected Sang Ning. Suddenly, she charged towards him, startling him. As he regained his composure, he found himself caught in the fire of her piercing gaze. I sent a message through the dark web," Chen Jiangwo stammered. "She said if I needed anything, I should contact her on the dark web, and she would respond upon seeing it." Sang Ning's brow furrowed even deeper. The dark web. Despite her long-standing acquaintance with Hong Jie, she had never heard of such a thing. What on earth was Hong Jie involved in? Chapter 42, Sister-in-Law. You have misunderstood the boss. Sang Ning remained silent for an extended period, her emotions gradually stabilizing. She cast a fleeting glance at Chen Jiangwo, inquiring about the Chen family's losses. Chen Jiangwo replied, 50 billion. In truth, the losses were even greater. This 50 billion represented merely the liquid assets. Almost overnight, the Chen family evaporated 50 billion in cash flow. He was still in a state of bewilderment, utterly unaware of how Fu Xiuyuan had accomplished such a feat. Sang Ning turned her head, her expression impassive, and addressed Fu Xiuyuan, "Cease your actions." Fu Xiuyuan narrowed his eyes. After all, the Chen family was the first to flee from his grasp. Indeed, their background was formidable. Nevertheless, since a Ning had spoken, he decided to let the matter rest. Fu Xiuyuan's initial intention was merely to vent Sang Ning's frustrations. However, now that someone had sought her intercession, it could only be deemed resolved. The Chen family ought to remember this lesson. Next time, regardless of who interceded, he would not relent so easily. Sang Ning averted her gaze and instructed Chen Jiangwo, "Tomorrow, go to SN and obtain a check." Chen Jiangwo exhaled deeply, expressing his gratitude. He had not anticipated the extent of that person's capabilities, nor did he foresee Fu Xiuyuan's regard for Sang Ning. Merely a word from Sang Ning had led Fu Xiuyuan to spare the Chen family. Chen Jiangwo cast a profound glance at Sang Ning, realizing he needed to inform everyone in the Chen family upon his return. This individual was a revered ancestor, deserving of utmost caution. Should there be a next time, the Chen family would have no goodwill left to barter. After speaking, Chen Jiangwo smacked Chen Feng on the head, admonishing him sternly. "Aren't you going to apologize to Miss Sang?" "I'm sorry, Miss Sang. I failed to recognize your significance. Rest assured, I shall serve you like a loyal servant from now on." At that moment, Chen Feng felt as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. Fortunately, his father knew such a formidable figure. Otherwise, the Chen family would have truly faced ruin, and he would have become the family scapegoat. Sang Ning robbed his impulse. After the commotion, her hangover had dissipated, yet she still bore an air of impatience. "You may leave now." Out of respect for Hong Jie, Sang Ning's tone towards Chen Jiangwo softened considerably. "Very well." Chen Jiangwo immediately sprang to his feet and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, a thought struck him, and he returned to the elderly matriarch Sang. "Aunt Sang, let us put aside the grievances between our two families. In the future, we shall collaborate. The Chen family is set to launch a significant project, and if we cannot manage it alone, shall we work together?" Elle derlit sans regarder Chen Jiangwo, her mind racing with disbelief. Was she still dreaming? How could everything that transpired today feel so surreal? Chen Jiangwo had actually sought Sang Ning's intercession. He was even voluntarily proposing to settle the long-standing feud between their families. Furthermore, he was willing to share a project from the Chen family. It was well known that the Chen family's upcoming project had long been coveted by the Sang family, yet they lacked the means to secure it. This project was valued at 50 billion, surpassing even a project offered by SN. It was not that the Chen family was more formidable than SN. However, SN currently has only that project open for bidding. They possess larger projects as well, but they are inclined to consider companies with greater strength. The project involving the Chen family represents a total investment of their resources, which carries a different significance. Old Madam Sang turned to look at Sang Ning and then at Fu Xiuyuan, taking a moment before addressing Chen Jiangwo. stating that the matters between the two families from years ago were merely a misunderstanding. It is best to resolve the past grievances now, and she looks forward to future cooperation with the Chen family. With the old lady's response, Chen Jianguo felt a sense of relief wash over him. After exchanging pleasantries with her, he departed with Chen Feng. Once Chen Feng had completely left, the Sang family members regained their composure. Old Madame Sang grasped Sang Ning's hand and inquired with a smile, Ning, what is the nature of your relationship with Xiuyuan? She was aware that Fu Xiuyuan had retaliated against the Chen family yesterday, but was astonished by the severity of his actions, which had nearly brought the Chen family to the brink of bankruptcy, given the stakes concerning the family's survival. It was perplexing that Chen Jianguo sought Sang Ning's assistance rather than Fu Xiuyuan's. It appeared that Fu Xiuyuan was indeed quite fond of Sang Ning, unwilling to let her endure even the slightest distress. A man of such charm, wealth, and status, who dotes on Sang Ning, would naturally be someone she could not help but admire. Yet, observing Sang Ning's irritation towards Fu Xiuyuan left her puzzled. Sang Ning approached and gently supported old Madame Sang, suggesting, Grandma, let us go have a meal. She was reluctant to delve into her relationship with Fu Xiuyuan. It was evident to her that while the old lady respected her marital choices, she was quite pleased with Fu Xiuyuan. In the eyes of the elder, Fu Xiuyuan was indeed the optimal choice. Moreover, he was genuinely a commendable match. Had it not been for that incident, they would have planned to become engaged by the end of this year. However, she would not grant a second chance to a betrayer. Noticing Sang Ning's reluctance to elaborate, old Madame Sang chose not to press further. The gazes of the other members of the Sang family lingered on Sang Ning, as none had anticipated Fu Xiuyuan's affection for her to such an extent. Lu Wanyu and Sang Li felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Fu Xiuyuan was originally meant for Sang Li, yet such an exceptional man was now reduced to a devoted admirer of Sang Ning. Despite their discomfort, they dared not voice their sentiments. After all, Sang Li had nearly been driven out of the Sang family yesterday, and, at this moment, they wished only to keep their heads down, refraining from speaking up. Sang Ning assisted the old lady into the house, not even casting a glance at Fu Xiuyuan. He sighed softly, signaling to a few individuals behind him. One of them stepped forward, calling out to Sang Ning, Sister-in-law, you have misunderstood the boss. He has not been unfaithful. Sang Ning halted, turning to regard the man who spoke. He was Jiang Jingxi, a close friend of Fu Xiuyuan and a member of the Jiang family from the capital. Sang Ning regarded him with a stoic expression, remaining silent. Old Madame Sang appraised Jiang Jingxi for a moment, then instructed the members of the Sang family, let us proceed inside. It seemed that there was indeed a misunderstanding between Fu Xiuyuan and Sang Ning. If only this misunderstanding could be resolved, it would be most splendid. The members of the Sang family initially desired to indulge in gossip, but upon the directive of Elder Sang, no one dared to linger outside, and they all followed her into the house. Once the Sang family had departed, Jiang Jingxi approached Sang Ning, his expression fraught with urgency as he explained that the person that day was not the eldest brother. Before Sang Ning could utter a word, Jiang Jingxi continued to speak fervently, revealing that Gu Qinghuan had taken her own life. She possessed no will to survive. I was left with no choice but to seek the eldest brother's assistance. Jiang Jingxi's voice quivered with emotion as he confessed his affection for the eldest brother, stating that he only heeded his words. I did not wish for her demise, so I implored the eldest brother to admit his feelings for her, to reassure her, but he did not acquiesce. In my desperation, I devised a foolish plan. I sought the expertise of a master of disguise to transform my appearance to that of the eldest brother. You know, I can mimic voices. Those words were also spoken in imitation of the eldest brother. Sister-in-law, you have truly misjudged the eldest brother. He has not betrayed you. Chapter 43. The Fourth Young Lady. A motorcycle arrives. Sang Ning fixed her gaze upon Jiang Jingxi, remaining silent for an extended moment. The men behind Jiang Jingxi, sensing the tension, hastily interjected, Sister-in-law. We can attest to the truth of what Jingxi has said. It has nothing to do with the boss. When the boss eventually discovered what Jingxi had done, he gave him a severe beating, rendering him bedridden for half a month. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingxi knelt before her, pleading earnestly, "Sister-in-law, I implore you, do not break up with the boss. He truly loves you. To him, you are the entire world. If you abandon him, he will undoubtedly fall apart." Fu Xiuyuan approached Sang Ning, his demeanor grave and sincere. "And Ning, I have never wronged you, not in the past, nor will I in the future. I was completely unaware of that incident." Sang Ning fell into silence. She realized she had unjustly accused Fu Xiuyuan. In her moment of anger, she had failed to discern the distinctiveness of that voice. Reflecting now, she recognized that the voice indeed did not belong to Fu Xiuyuan. She was aware that Jiang Jingxi could mimic others' voices, yet she was astonished by his accuracy. Fu Xiuyuan inhaled deeply, his tone laced with desperation. "And Ning, I will clarify things with her. Her fate is irrelevant to me. Please do not leave me." Upon hearing these words from Fu Xiuyuan, Jiang Jingxi grew anxious. "Shut up." Fu Xiuyuan barked. Jiang Jingxi bit his lip and turned to Sang Ning, "Sister-in-law, I beg you, do not break up with the boss. If he confronts Xinhuan, she truly may not survive. I love her deeply. I cannot bear to watch her perish." Sang Ning furrowed her brows in frustration. "Are you truly so pathetic? A man who seeks death for another woman, completely consumed by thoughts of someone else. Are you so lowly that you believe there is no other woman worthy of you?" Sang Ning felt genuine anger. Jiang Jingxi was fundamentally a good person. Although he was Fu Xiuyuan's brother, she had often interacted with them over the years. It was precisely because she understood Jiang Jingxi's character that she was enraged by his humility for a woman he did not even love. Jiang Jingxi lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. "I have loved her since childhood. I cannot bring myself to abandon her." Sang Ning pinched the bridge of her nose, exasperated. "Do as you wish." She was tired of conversing with Jiang Jingxi and turned to enter the house. Fu Xiuyuan grasped her hand, his expression one of grievance. "And Ning, we're already done. I shall not reconsider. You ended it unilaterally. My agreement is necessary for it to count." Sang Ning remained silent. Fu Xiuyuan, feeling helpless, conceded. "Fine, this was my oversight. I admit it. But could you grant me the opportunity to pursue you once more?" Sang Ning paused for a moment before responding. "Do as you please." With that, she turned and walked away. Fu Xiuyuan smiled, relieved. And Ning had relented, albeit not agreeing to reconcile. She had afforded him the chance to court her again. Upon entering the Sang household, Sang Ning found everyone waiting, their chopsticks unmoving, all eyes fixed upon her, scrutinizing her closely. Sang Ning sensed the gazes upon her, but chose to ignore them entirely. She turned to Grandma Sang, stating, "Grandmother, it's all settled." "Good." Grandma Sang replied with a smile. "Let us eat." At the dining table, an unusual silence enveloped the atmosphere. Only Sang Ning and Grandma Sang maintained their composure as they dined. Suddenly, Sang Jingchuan placed a card in front of Sang Ning, declaring, "This card is for you." Sang Ning raised an eyebrow at him. Sang Jingchuan cleared his throat, his expression somewhat awkward. "I realized yesterday that since your return, I have yet to procure an outfit for you. Although all your apparel is custom-tailored by Master Youlan, you are still my daughter, and it is my duty to provide for you." He glanced at Sang Ning, adding, "Beyond clothing, there is a car and other necessities. Buy whatever you lack, and if funds are insufficient, just let me know." Before Sang Ning could respond, he continued, "I understand you have Fu Xiuyuan, and given the extent of his affection for you, he would grant you anything you desire. However, this is my intention, and I hope you will not refuse it." Sang Ning stared at the card for a long while before suddenly laughing. "Dad, are you attempting to make up for the paternal love I have been deprived of for 20 years? Sang Jingchuan's expression stiffened. Her words laid bare the truth. Since their birth, he had never shown them affection. After a prolonged silence, Sang Jingchuan sighed. "I never intended to make amends. I am merely fulfilling a father's responsibility." A smirk played on Sang Ning's lips. Indeed, status and position are splendid assets. When one possesses such attributes, the world begins to shower them with affection. She cast a mocking glance at the table full of people. No one believed that a girl raised by a nightclub hostess possessed any capability. No one believed she was the chairperson of SN. Even fewer believed she could determine the fate of the Chun family without relying on anyone. Yet, with Fu Xiuyuan, a man of prominence, causing such a stir at the Sang family. Everyone began to believe that she, Sang Ning, was the one favored by him. To offend her was to offend Fu Xiuyuan, a consequence no one dared to shoulder. Thus, even she was no longer underestimated. Sang Jingchuan frowned. I offer you this not because of Fu Xiuyuan. He was simply moved by the words of Grandma Sang from yesterday. As a father, he indeed should not have projected his anger toward Lu Wanyu onto his children. He felt remorseful, but it seemed that only Sang Ning elicited his guilt. Perhaps because her struggles in the outside world, surviving by scavenging, stirred his conscience, while his other children basked in the luxury of the Sang family and evoked no such feelings in him. Sang Ning glanced at Sang Jingchuan and pushed the card back toward him. I'll lack for nothing, especially not money. You should save this for your retirement. Sang Jingchuan's expression stiffened, about to respond, when the housekeeper suddenly entered. Fourth miss, someone has delivered a motorcycle and requires your signature. Chapter 44. When boredom strikes. One should clean as Sang Ning stepped out to sign. The members of the Sang family exchanged glances, setting down their chopsticks and following suit. Upon seeing the limited edition, top-tier motorcycle parked in the courtyard, they were left utterly speechless, with the sole exception of Sang Yen. He had long been acquainted with the motorcycle that Sang Ning rode. Since returning home, she had mostly remained at the Sang residence, rarely having the opportunity to ride, and the motorcycle had been stationed in the garage. However, he had not seen it in quite some time, and he initially presumed it was a gift from Fu Xiuyuan. Its absence was likely due to Sang Ning's recent quarrel with him, which led to the motorcycle being reclaimed. Yet today, it had seemingly been returned. It appeared that Sang Ning and Fu Xiuyuan had reconciled. Zhang Montak Yan sniffed. He had thought Sang Ning was exceptionally resilient, but in truth, she had succumbed to Fu Xiuyuan's wealth. What woman could resist such a distinguished man? Sang Ning's recent antics evidently aimed to obtain this motorcycle. How laughable it was that she sought to flaunt it within the Sang family. What a stunning machine this was, priced at 5 million. It was a luxury unattainable even with wealth. How could Sang Ning possess such an extravagant motorcycle? Could it truly be a gift from Fu Xiuyuan? One could not deny that Sang Ning had learned quite a few tricks from her time with the nightclub ladies. Such an expensive motorcycle could be bestowed upon her at Fu Xiuyuan's whim. What perplexed him was Fu Xiuyuan's choice. Was he not in his right mind? What woman could he not have? Why of all choices did he fancy Sang Ning? Having spent years in the nightclub, she had likely given herself to some older man long ago. Why would Fu Xiuyuan desire a woman of such dubious reputation? The younger members of the Sang family gathered around the motorcycle, buzzing with speculation. Sang Yifan strode up to Sang Yu, seizing her collar and exclaiming furiously, "Shut your vile mouth. If you dare speak another word against my sister, I will tear your mouth apart. Do you believe me?" Before he could finish, second Aunt Shun, Yi shrieked, "Sang Yifan, what are you doing? Let go of Yu." Sang Yifan shot her a cold glance. "Pushing, Sang, you towards Chang Yi. Mind your daughter. If I hear her insult my sister again, I'll deal with you too." Sang Yi, feeling humiliated in front of everyone, defiantly retorted, "Did I say anything wrong?" ISNT, Sang Ning raised by the nightclub girls? The nightclub is a den of iniquity, filled with all sorts of people. Who knows who she lost her virginity to? Fu Xiuyuan, the heir of the Fu family in the capital, can have any woman he desires. Why choose Sang Ning, this worthless girl? Am I mistaken? An abrupt silence enveloped the room. Chan Yiya, desperate to cover Sang Yu's mouth, found herself too late, seething with frustration. Was this girl out of her mind? What had compelled her to provoke Sang Ning? The matriarch cherished Sang Ning dearly, and Fu Xiuyuan doted on her excessively. To incite Sang Ning was akin to courting disaster. As Chun Yi contemplated this, she glanced at the expressions of those around her. Sang Ning stood with her arms crossed, a smile playing on her lips as she regarded Chun Yi. The matriarch's face was as grim as a stormy sky. She suddenly realized that she was in deep trouble. "Are you seeking death?" Sang Yifan stormed towards Sang Yu, raising his hand as if to strike her, but someone was quicker than him. A loud slap resounded, drawing the astonished gazes of the crowd towards the instigator. Sang Jingchuan withdrew his hand with an indifferent expression, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. "Were you just implying that my daughter is worthless?" Chinya's heart skipped a beat. Before saying you could speak, she hurriedly covered her mouth, awkwardly explaining, "Elder brother, the child is simply naive. Please do not blame her." "I apologize." After saying this, she turned to Sang Ning, saying, "Sang Ning, your second aunt apologizes on behalf of Ye. Do not hold it against her. I will educate her properly when we return." Sang Ning leaned casually against the motorcycle, her demeanor unfazed. Does she not have a tongue? Chinya stiffened, and upon seeing the disapproving glances from the elderly matriarch and Sang Jingchuan, she felt as if she were being devoured whole. She quickly whispered in Sang Yu's ear, "Apologize to your cousin at once. I warn you, if you do not apologize, your grandmother will expel you from the Sang family." "Go ahead, test my words." Originally quite stubborn, Sang Yu immediately relented upon realizing the threat of being cast out of the family, nodding in compliance. With her response, Chinya released her grip. "Cousin, I was wrong. I should not have spoken of you that way," Sang Yu said, tears brimming in her eyes, feeling both aggrieved and obstinate. She did not believe she was in the wrong. Sang Ning had been raised by nightclub hostesses. What sort of honorable man frequents such establishments? Moreover, Sang Ning was stunningly beautiful. Who knew who took her virginity? Perhaps Sang Ning and Fu Xiuyuan met in that very nightclub. The way Fu Xiuyuan treated Sang Ning so well surely meant she had learned some enticing tricks. She merely spoke the truth, not seeking trouble with Sang Ning. Yet the fierce expressions from her grandmother and uncle made it seem as though she had wronged Sang Ning in some way. Sang Ning's gaze fixed intently on Sang Yu. Just as she was about to make a move, the elder matriarch suddenly called out, "Ning Ning, let it go." Sang Ning looked up to meet the elderly woman's worried eyes. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a moment before saying, "I recall that every child of the Sang family possesses an IQ exceeding 150. It appears that our family's prodigies have nothing better to do than gossip." The younger generation of the Sang family immediately lowered their heads in shame. It was humiliating to be ridiculed by someone raised in a nightclub. Sang Ning's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd before finally resting on Sang Yu. "Since you seem to have ample free time, you shall take on the cleaning duties for the Sang family sanitation for the next month." Sang Yu's expression changed dramatically. "What? You want me to clean? On what grounds? I am the esteemed young lady of the Sang family." Before Sang Yu could finish, Sang Ning interrupted. "Make sure to clean thoroughly. I have a cleanliness obsession, and if it is too filthy, I will be displeased." Sang Ning. Sang Yu was furious and about to retort, but Chinya quickly covered her mouth, assuring, "She will clean properly." Sang Yu's face turned crimson with rage. But with Chinya's hand over her mouth, she could not utter a single word. Sang Yifan cast a cold glance at the gathered individuals, incredulous that a mere dilapidated motorcycle could incite such envy, with them frequently invoking nightclubs in their discourse. "My sister has never needed to rely on any man. She is the proprietor of the nightclub herself. Whatever she desires, she can procure independently. This motorcycle, of which only 3 exist globally, is owned by her alone, with 1 gifted to me. Given your limited perspective, how dare you label yourselves as geniuses? Even true geniuses would find such claims laughable." Sang Yifan had long been disenchanted by the facade of the Sang family. Were it not for the exorbitant price of this motorcycle, he would have reveled in showcasing it daily at home. His fears stemmed from the multitude of family members. Should anyone glimpse the motorcycle and inadvertently damage it, he would be inconsolable. Thus, he opted to ride it to the office, ensuring that no one in the Sang household was aware of the additional motorcycle at home. The primary reason being, these individuals are always chauffeured and never venture into the garage. Had anyone made a trip to the garage, they would have certainly noticed the motorcycle upon Sang Ning's recent return. The matriarch of the Sang family regarded Sang Yu with a stoic expression before instructing the butler. "Keep an eye on her. From this day forth, she shall be responsible for the household chores. She may return to rest only upon their completion." Having said that, she turned to Sang Ning and inquired, "Ning Ning, shall you take me for a drive?" Sang Ning raised an eyebrow, responding, "Fear not, Grandma. I would be delighted." Chapter 45. Ning Ning, can we refrain from violence? Sang Ning sped down the highway with the elderly lady, initially maintaining a slow pace. However, it seemed that the lady had long been deprived of excitement, urging Sang Ning to accelerate. ensuring that her grandmother would not be frightened. Sang Ning pushed the speed to its maximum. The lady squealed in delight, and rather than feeling irritated, Sang Ning found joy in her grandmother's exuberance. She wished for her grandmother's happiness every day. After about half an hour, when they passed the seaside, the elderly lady finally requested Sang Ning to stop. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely along the shore. Ning, you've been back for quite some time, yet we haven't had a proper heart-to-heart, the elderly lady softly remarked. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to talk with you. Sang Ning turned her head, a radiant smile gracing her face. Grandmother, what would you like to discuss? This smile was one that the elderly lady had never witnessed within the Sang household, momentarily leaving her entranced. After a prolonged silence, the elderly lady finally asked, Have you encountered any challenges during your years away? Why do you ask? Sang Ning queried. The lady hesitated before responding because, Your methods of resolving issues seem rather forceful. Sang Ning paused, then chuckled lightly. Does grandmother disapprove of me using force? It's not that I disapprove, the elderly lady replied. I understand that when one faces injustice, sometimes violence appears to be the most direct solution. However, we could also consider alternative approaches, couldn't we? Perhaps a gentler method? Ning, I am getting old and cannot protect you indefinitely. Sang Ning frowned. Grandmother. The elderly lady patted Sang Ning's hand and continued. While employing force may indeed safeguard you, it is only effective against those weaker than yourself. But what if one day you provoke someone far more formidable? I wish to shield you and ensure your life is smooth sailing. Terefore, Ning. Can we choose not to resort to violence next time we face a problem? The elderly lady's words were inherently contradictory. She desired to protect Sang Ning and recognized her granddaughter's prowess in self-defense. Yet, she harbored deep fears that if Sang Ning encountered someone more powerful, her skills would be insufficient. The Sang family was prominent, certainly, but only within the confines of Jiangxing. What lay beyond its borders? Furthermore, given the current dynamics between Sang Ning and Fu Xiuyuan, their reconciliation seemed inevitable. Sang Ning was destined to join the Fu family. Although Fu Xiuyuan was the head of the family, the depths of the Fu clan were unfathomable. Once married, Sang Ning would become the lady of the Fu household. Her thoughts, perceptions, and experiences would reflect upon the family's reputation. She feared that if Sang Ning were to create a scandal, others would, as they did now, speak ill of her. With Sang Ning's temperament, she would undoubtedly resort to violence. Yet, violence was not a sustainable solution, perhaps due to her advancing age. The elderly lady struggled to conceive of better alternatives. The only advice she could muster was to urge Sang Ning to offend fewer people and to familiarize herself with the various etiquettes and customs of high society, enabling her to establish her position within the Fu family. Sang Ning remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Grandma Sang. The last time she had seen her, there were only a few strands of white hair, yet now they had multiplied significantly. Grandma was indeed aging. She wished to secure her later years in her own way. Sang Ning took a deep breath, smiled gently, and replied, All right, I will heed your counsel. Grandma Sang smiled back, taking Sang Ning's hand as they continued on their path. I will exert my utmost effort to help you establish your footing in the Sang family, Ning. I know you are intelligent. You are not the useless person your mother claims you are. If you are willing to learn, I will guide you step by step. The Sang family will be entrusted to you. Sang Ning fell silent, murmuring to herself that she did not require the Sang family. No, you do need it, Grandma insisted. Sang Ning, she truly did not need it. With a serious expression, Grandma Sang declared, Ning, I bequeath the Sang family to you not solely to assist you in securing your position in the Fu family in the future, but more importantly, because I trust you. I believe you will not tarnish the company your grandfather painstakingly built. Others, no matter how intelligent, do not inspire my confidence. Sang Ning pondered for a moment, asking, Will my father agree? He has agreed. Sang Ning was somewhat taken aback. She had not expected Sang Jingchuan to consent. Grandma Sang sighed, Do not blame your father. He has many unresolved issues with your mother, which has led to a general disfavor towards each child in the family. However, I have noticed that he has begun to develop different feelings toward you recently. Perhaps he is slowly attempting to accept you. A sardonic smile crept onto Sang Ning's lips. She did not need his acceptance. To her, Sang Jingchuan was merely a stranger under the same roof. There was no affection whatsoever. Nevertheless, Sang Ning cast a sidelong glance at Grandma. If restoring the father-daughter bond with Sang Jingchuan was her grandmother's desire, she would comply. Grandma Sang understood well that persuading Sang Ning to accept Sang Jingchuan would not be an easy task, so she refrained from further urging. After a brief stroll along the seaside, they returned home. At the Sang residence, Sang Li clutched her phone tightly, hesitating for a long while before dialing a number. The call was quickly answered. As soon as the line connected, Sang Li burst into tears. Ergo. Xiaoli, are you crying? On the other end, Sang Maching frowned. Who has bullied you? Sang Li took a breath, her voice choking. No one has bullied me. I used to miss you, idiot. When will you come back? Tell me the truth. What has really happened? Sang Maching was not convinced by Sang Li's words. She was usually cheerful and had never cried before. The depth of her sorrow this time indicated she must have faced some injustice. In the Sang family, no one dared to wrong her. Who is it? I. Sang Li paused before saying, my sister just returned and has some misunderstandings about me. Sang Ning? Sang Maching's expression darkened instantly. Has she bullied you? No. Sang Li seemed to recall something distressing, crying as she said, Ergo, please don't ask anymore. It's all my fault. If I had done better, my sister Wu Ti have misunderstood me. I will work hard to improve my relationship with her and not cause any trouble for mother. The expression on Sang Maching's face grew increasingly somber. How dare Sang Ning bully you? What of mother and elder brother? Mother and elder brother, Sang Li said with a hint of grievance. They have endured considerable distress because of me. Second brother, I merely wish to call and share a conversation. It may not be long before I leave the Sang family. I understand you are busy, yet I yearn to see you one last time before my departure. After so many years together, the thought of leaving fills me with sorrow. Sang Maching abruptly rose to his feet, his voice laced with fury. Who gave you permission to leave? The Sang family will forever be your home. What is Sang Ning to dictate your departure? Just wait. I shall return immediately to stand up for you. Without allowing Sang Li a chance to respond, Sang Maching ended the call. Sang Li carelessly tossed the phone onto the table, gently wiped away her tears, and a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Sang Ning, if you seek to ruin me, then I shall be the one to destroy you first. Chapter 46. Does the nightclub also teach gambling stones? The following day, just as Sang Ning rose from her slumber, a call from Youlan came through. Xiao Ning, accompany me to the raw stone market. Sang Ning activated the speakerphone, placing the device on the table while she washed up, inquiring, aren't you usually indifferent to these stones? I am indeed uninterested, but my mother's birthday is approaching. I heard the new batch of materials has arrived at the raw stone market, and I thought I might find something exquisite to craft into jewelry for her. Your discerning eye is better than mine. Could you assist me in selecting something? Suddenly, Sang Ning was reminded that her grandmother's birthday was also imminent. Her grandmother despised extravagance, and during the years Sang Ning lived at home, they would merely share a simple meal with family to celebrate her birthday. However, after Sang Ning was abandoned by Lu Wanyu, her grandmother had grown so disheartened that she no longer even bothered to dine with the family on her birthday, resulting in over a decade without any celebration. Sang Ning had initially been unaware of this. It was only during a casual conversation with the housekeeper that she learned of it. A wave of discomfort washed over her. This year, her grandmother turned 70. Traditionally, families would host a grand feast for such a milestone, yet this time, no one had mentioned it. Her grandmother seemed oblivious, prioritizing her reunion banquet instead. Yet her birthday, occurring half a month prior to the reunion, was to be overlooked. Sang Ning collected her thoughts and replied, all right, I will arrive in half an hour. After ending the call, she hastily tidied up, skipping breakfast, and prepared to leave. Seeing Sang Ning's disregard for the family's meal, Lu Wanyu felt a surge of frustration, especially with the entire family waiting for her to eat. Just as she was about to express her anger, Sang Li quickly tugged at her sleeve. The words Lu Wanyu had poised on her lips were swallowed back. Taking a deep breath, she decided to restrain herself. The elderly matriarch was still in a foul mood. It was best not to provoke Sang Ning at the moment, lest Little Li truly be cast out of the Sang family. As Sang Ning mounted her motorcycle and donned her helmet. Sang Yu hurried out after her. Cousin. Sang Ning removed her helmet, asking, "What is it?" Sang Yu handed her a painting, saying, "This is a piece I painted anew. Please take a look. Do you like it?" Sang Ning glanced at the artwork, a smile gracing her lips. "Not bad." Sang Yu exhaled in relief, glad that her cousin liked it. After a pause, Sang Yu quietly added, "Cousin, thank you." That evening, she had wanted to express her gratitude to Sang Ning, but the chaos at home had prevented her from finding the right moment. Sang Ning returned the painting to Sang Yu. "Please hang in my room." Sang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, does this mean that you still cherish me just as you did when we were children?" The joy in Sang Yu's eyes did not escape Sang Ning's notice. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Do you wish to learn how to paint?" Sang Yu's field of study was not art. Due to her family background, she lacked the autonomy to pursue her passions. She had never formally studied painting, often relying on her own exploration. Her aunt was aware of her interest in art and wished to support her, yet her aunt held no authority in her marital family. Later, within the confines of the Sang household, the elder aunt found herself bereft of influence. With no financial means, her mere presence in the home, subsisting on their provisions, rendered her the target of disdain from several sisters-in-law. Grandmother had once bestowed some monetary assistance upon the elder aunt, yet she had declined it, wishing to avoid the whispers of others. Lacking resources, she was unable to procure a painting instructor for Sang Yu. Upon hearing this, Sang Yu lowered her head, expressing her disinterest in learning. She was acutely aware that both she and her mother were reliant on the goodwill of others, and to extricate themselves from their predicament, her only recourse was to study business management, ultimately securing a position within a company to earn a greater income. Only with financial independence could she facilitate her and her mother's departure from the Sang residence. Sang Ning furrowed her brow, then gracefully lifted Sang Yu's chin with her slender fingers, gazing intently at her. "Do you wish to learn?" Sang Yu, meeting Sang Ning's penetrating gaze, found herself inexplicably nodding in affirmation, despite her initial inclination to refuse. Realizing the implications of her words, she hastily corrected herself. "No, I do not wish to, cousin. I cannot afford the lessons." Sang Ning tightened her grip on Sang Yu's chin, her tone sharp. "Remember, if you desire something, you must strive for it. Only cowards shy away." I. The intensity of Sang Ning's demeanor startled Sang Yu, prompting her to burst into tears. Her cousin suddenly seemed so formidable. Had she unknowingly offended her? Sang Ning. Was she a veritable force of nature? Could a single phrase evoke such tears? Releasing Sang Yu, Sang Ning appeared somewhat exasperated. "Why are you crying? You know I can support you. If an opportunity arises, why not seize it?" Sang Yu, still stunned and with tear-streaked cheeks, eventually murmured, "I do not wish to burden my cousin further." She already owed her a favor and felt incapable of taking on another. Moreover, she was fully aware that should she choose to pursue painting, her cousin would undoubtedly cover the tuition. Yet, she could not bring herself to accept it. Sang Ning, both amused and irritated, donned her helmet. "I have stated it clearly. If you desire something, strive for it yourself. There are things I can provide, but I'm not one to offer my hand unasked." With that, Sang Ning mounted her motorcycle and vanished from the Sang household. Sang Yu gazed after her cousin's spirited figure, lost in contemplation for a long while. Could one truly attain what they desire through effort? At the rough stone market, Youlan had arrived early. Upon spotting Sang Ning, sevavet litle Ning. To avoid a repeat of the airport incident, Youlan had opted for a different appearance today, wearing a mask. She even employed the disguise techniques learned from Sang Ning. Standing amidst the crowd, none could discern that she was the renowned Master Youlan. Yet, Sang Ning recognized her immediately. Aware of Youlan's desire for discretion, she refrained from asking further questions, and the two proceeded to wander the rough stone market. "Little Ning, have you spotted any quality materials?" Youlan inquired. After examining for some time, "I have not discerned anything worthwhile." Sang Ning scoffed lightly. "These inferior stones, I wouldn't accept them even as a gift." They had traversed most of the rough stone market without encountering a single appealing piece. It was all subpar merchandise. "Not a single good one?" Youlan frowned. "Wasn't it said that this new batch of stones was quite impressive?" After Yulan spoke, She looked at Sang Ning with a face full of skepticism. Could it be that your standards are too lofty and you dismiss all good materials? Sang Ning replied calmly, a maximum value of 50 million. Does that count as good material? Youlan exclaimed, you must be joking. 50 million isn't considered good material? Are there too many zeros in your account that you can't appreciate this 50 million? Yulan gazed at Sang Ning with a look of deep resentment. Sang Ning responded, all right, I shall reconsider and see if there are materials of even greater value. In truth, she found the 50 million material unsatisfactory. She wished to gift her grandmother a set of jewelry, and materials valued at 50 million would not yield anything exquisite. As the two continued walking, a voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Oh, isn't this Sang Ning, the true daughter of the Sang family who has just returned? I heard you were raised by the girls from the nightclub. How is it? Did the nightclub ladies teach you how to gamble on stones? Chapter 47. Do you dare to compete with me? The expressions of Sang Ning and Yulan immediately darkened. Upon turning around, they noticed a man and a woman approaching them. Sang Ning's eyes narrowed as she fixated on the man who had just spoken, her voice dripping with menace. Were you addressing me? The man let out a scoff. What's the matter? Apart from you, who else bears the surname Sang here? Sang Ning smilet, darting towards the man, poised to strike, but suddenly recalled her grandmother's words and lowered her hand. Huh! The man was momentarily taken aback by Sang Ning's action, but upon seeing her drop her hand, he burst into laughter. Mo Yin said his sister has violent tendencies. I was skeptical, but it appears to be true. However, it seems your courage is lacking. Is it because you know I'm the young master of the Ji family that you hesitate? Sang Ning's gaze sharpened as she took a step back, her smile deepening. Are you a friend of Sang Mo Yin? No wonder. I thought it odd that someone so blind would come looking for trouble. So, he is a friend of Sang Mo Yin, no wonder. Has Sang Mo Yin come here to seek help after failing to gain the upper hand? What friend? I am Mo Yin's brother-in-law. Ji Muqin mocked, looking at Sang Ning. He had initially intended to meet the one who had driven Mo Yin to desperation, but he hadn't expected to encounter her today. Ji Muqin scrutinized Sang Ning. Aside from her somewhat attractive face, there was little else of note. After a pause, he added, even that face must have been sculpted to resemble Sang Li's, right? The methods employed in your nightclub are indeed sophisticated. To establish a foothold in high society, you resort to all sorts of tricks. Brother-in-law? Sang Ning's gaze shifted to the girl beside Ji Muqin. She recalled that Sang Mo Yin had a fiancée with the surname Ji. What was her name again? She hadn't paid much attention. However, it must be this girl before her. She certainly appeared presentable, but the contemptuous look in her eyes suggested she wore the word disdain on her face. Yulan frowned as she observed the scene. What was going on with little Ning today? In the past, she would have dispatched such a petty clown with a swift kick. Why had she raised her hand only to let it fall? What was this? Seeing Sang Ning remain unmoving, Yulan decided to take action. Yet, as she stepped forward, Sang Ning pulled her back with a firm grip. Then, with her hands raised apologetically, she cast a half-smile at Ji Muqin. So, you've come to avenge Sang Mo Yin? Do you think you are worthy of my vengeance? You're merely walking a dog. Ji Muqin scoffed disdainfully. Since we've crossed paths today, and I'm in a good mood, I notice you have the audacity to confront Mo Yin and Sang Li. Do you dare to play a game with me? Sang Ning's smile grew ever more radiant, exaggeratedly so. Yulan instinctively retreated. Little Ning was smiling. Someone was about to face dire consequences. Stay back. Don't get splattered with blood. Just when Yulan expected Sang Ning to tear Ji Muqin apart, she suddenly spoke. What game? Yulan widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Sang Ning. Is this really you, dear sister? This is so uncharacteristic of you. Shouldn't you be the one to confront him directly? Instead, you choose to entertain him? Ji Muqin was astonished by Sang Ning's amiability, as she readily agreed to play along. How curious that this person, upon learning of his ties to the Ji family, was so intimidated that he refrained from standing his ground. Could it be that Sang Mo Yin had exaggerated? Ji Muqin scrutinized Sang Ning and had to admit that Sang Mo Yin's sister was indeed strikingly beautiful. Even if she had undergone cosmetic surgery to resemble Sang Li, the results were undeniably successful, perhaps even surpassing Sang Li in allure. However, Ji Muqin found himself pondering her abilities in the bedroom. Suddenly, a sense of anticipation washed over him. Here in the raw stone market, the game is naturally one of gambling on stones. The loser must perform a striptease in front of everyone. With that, Ji Muqin appraised Sang Ning from head to toe, his desire barely concealed in his eyes. You were raised by nightclub hostesses. Surely, you must excel at such performances. It's been ages since I last visited a nightclub. So allow me the pleasure of witnessing the daughter of the Sang family in action. Sang Ning, having been nurtured by nightclub entertainers, was unlikely to grasp the intricacies of stone gambling. Should she lose, the prospect of performing a striptease would be utterly humiliating. If she dared to disgrace the Sang family, they would not let her off easily. As long as she failed to honor the wager, he would compel her to spend the night with him. Not only would she tarnish her own reputation, but the Sang family would also suffer the repercussions, potentially leading to her expulsion from the family. In that moment, he would be avenging Sang Moyan and Sang Li. Moreover, he found himself somewhat intrigued by the thought of how she would look while dancing. Youlan was initially taken aback by Sang Ning's sudden inclination to indulge Ji Muqin, but upon hearing his proposition, she couldn't help but laugh. Oh my, it's quite a spectacle. In all my years, I've never witnessed someone so audaciously inviting trouble. Playing stone gambling with Xiao, and if you lose, you must strip? What folly is Ji Muqin indulging in this early morning? Sang Ning chuckled as well. All right, let us see how this unfolds. Heeding grandmother's advice to avoid violence in resolving issues seems rather appealing. Each of us shall select 5 stones, and whoever stones yield a higher total value shall be deemed the victor, Ji Muqin declared confidently. Having spent years engaged in stone gambling, he was certain of his triumph. Sang Ning requested a hairpin from Youlan, elegantly twisting her hair into an updo, and nonchalantly replied, "Very well. I accept." Yet, as the words left her lips, her expression turned icy. "Remember, do not default on the wager. No one dares to renege on my agreements." Ji Muqin retorted with a cold smirk. "Whoever defaults is a dog. But you better not try to evade your responsibility. Should you dare, I will reclaim what is owed from the Sang family." Amid the crowd, Sang Moyan fixed his keen gaze on Sang Ning. Since her return, he had endured countless frustrations at her expense, and now, it seemed he would finally have his revenge. "Sang Ning, you'd best not disappoint me. I am eager to witness the moment you're cast out from your home." Sang Ning's indifferent gaze swept through the crowd, ultimately settling on Sang Mo Yen for a brief 2 seconds before shifting away. She calmly declared, "Begin." With that, Sang Ning promptly approached the nearest shop and, without a moment's hesitation, selected 5 stones. The entire process took less than 3 minutes, after which she and Youlan sat leisurely on a bench outside the store, observing Ji Muqin with an air of composure. Ji Muqin, taken aback by Sang Ning's decisive actions, managed to muster a smirk after a pause. "Have you already made your selections? You can't possibly be resigning yourself to defeat, can you?" Just then, a message arrived on Sang Ning's phone. She retrieved it, replied without sparing Ji Muqin a glance, and simply stated, "Winning you is sufficient." The batch of raw stones from the market contained a maximum of 10 that could be sold. The 5 she had chosen held the highest value, while the remaining 5 were worth up to 10 million. Collectively, her 5 stones did not even match the worth of one of the others. Victory would come easily. A dead pig fears not the boiling water. I shall show you how you meet your demise. After Ji Muqin spoke, he proceeded to select several stones he had long coveted, initially worried that Sang Ning might choose one of them. To his surprise, she had not selected any at all. Confident in his choices, Ji Muqin declared, "I'll go first." He was certain that his stones would prevail, intending to undermine Sang Ning's confidence from the outset. Chapter 48. Youlan's outburst at this hour. The raw stone market is typically quite desolate. Generally, it is during the evening that the crowds gather. However, today, a fresh batch of raw stones has drawn in those who delight in the gamble of stone selection. Consequently, the contest between Sang Ning and Ji Muqin has attracted a considerable audience, eager to witness the spectacle. Ji Muqin presents his chosen stone to the cutter, who commences the task as per Ji Muqin's specifications. When the stone is cleaved open, A collective gasp reverberates through the crowd. It reveals green. Truly, Ji Xiao is remarkable. Even his casual selections yield results. I have been here for 2 hours, having chosen 3 stones, yet none have produced any green. Ji Xiao is a regular in this raw stone market, having invested over 100 million in stone gambling alone. If he lacked discernment, then his wealth would be squandered. Listening to the murmurs around him, Ji Mujin tilts his noble head, reminiscent of a proud peacock. Over 100 million? No. His expenditures on stone gambling far exceed that sum. The expertise he possesses is a result of substantial investment. Ning, a young lady raised in a nightclub, likely only hears about stone gambling from the proprietors she entertains. She probably knows little about jadeite's various qualities, and yet has the audacity to challenge him to a bet. How audacious of her to entertain the notion of triumphing over him. He wonders where she finds the audacity. Just wait. Today he will decisively press her face into the ground and rub it in thoroughly. Ji Mujin casts a disdainful smile in Ning's direction. At this moment, the cutter has completed his task. Someone in the crowd exclaims, "Goodness! Dragonstone jadeite. When was the last time the raw stone market saw such quality? Am I dreaming? It truly is Dragonstone jadeite, an exceedingly rare variety. I recall someone searching for Dragonstone jadeite for their collection and having no success for quite some time. For those unfamiliar, what exactly is Dragonstone jadeite? It grows in caves, possessing a fine texture and minuscule crystal particles. This quality is devoid of any impurities, and its texture is exceptionally smooth and warm. Although Dragonstone itself is not particularly expensive, with a maximum value of around 8 million, its rarity drives the price up. What once was 8 million has now escalated to 15 million. Given the substantial green revealed in Ji Xiao's stone, if fashioned into jewelry, its worth could soar to approximately 30 million. The crowd is left astounded by this Dragonstone jadeite, showering praise upon Ji Xiao for his uncanny ability to select such a treasure effortlessly. Youlan, not particularly well-versed in jadeite, has only ever received the pieces in her collection as gifts. Occasionally, she hears Ning enlighten her about the types of jewelry and their respective values. However, she has never encountered Dragonstone before. Leaning closer to Ning, Youlan whispers, "Little Ning, is the quality of this stone truly that exceptional?" Ning lifted her gaze and cast a glance at the severed stone, which still shimmered with a green luminescence. She averted her eyes and remarked casually that it was indeed a remarkable specimen, possessing significant collectible value. It had been a long time since she last visited the raw stone market and was unaware that the price of the Dragonstone variety had skyrocketed to 15 million. Therefore, her previous estimation of the stone in Ji Mujin's possession, at a maximum value of 10 million, was a considerable miscalculation. However, despite the Dragonstone's appeal, it primarily held collectible significance, and it was rare for anyone to fashion it into jewelry. The claims made by those earlier, suggesting that if the Dragonstone were crafted into jewelry, it could be worth around 30 million, reflected a fundamental misunderstanding of market realities. If the market value of a stone surpassed its inherent worth, no collector would be inclined to acquire it. Thus, the highest value of this Dragonstone jade was capped at 15 million, which paled in comparison to her own. Ji Mujin was equally astonished to discover that the jade he had unearthed was of the Dragonstone variety. Drawing upon his years of experience in stone gambling, he had only anticipated that this stone would yield some green hue, but he had not expected such a delightful surprise. The market value of this single piece of Dragonstone jade was indeed 15 million. How could Ning, who had never engaged in stone gambling, hope to surpass him? Upon this realization, Ji Mujin chuckled, suggesting that there was no need for further competition. Ning, given the value of his piece, was already far behind. No matter how she tried to compete, she could not win, and he awaited her concession with amusement. Ning, reclining in her chair with her arms crossed, dismissed the so-called valuable piece, calling it worthless trash. Ji Mujin's expression darkened, and before he could respond, Youlan, standing behind him, pulled him aside and exclaimed in anger, "I have tolerated you for long enough, Ning. What are you so irate about? A person raised by nightclub hostesses, and you think being taken in by the Sang family for a few days makes you a true lady of high standing? If it weren't for Mo Yen, you wouldn't even be worthy to gamble stones with my brother. The stone he has opened is valued at 15 million. Do you comprehend what that means? That is an amount you could never earn back, no matter how many men you sleep with. How dare you belittle such a high-value jade as mere trash? What do you even represent? Youlan's gaze towards Sang Ning was filled with animosity. She and Jimu Jin had not come to the original market by mere chance. It was Sang Li who informed them of Sang Ning's presence, prompting their visit. Although Youlan had never met Sang Ning before, she had long harbored disdain for her. 2 weeks prior, their families had planned to meet to discuss the engagement timeline between her and Mo Yen. However, an incident had left Sang Mo Yen injured. Although he was discharged after 2 days in the hospital, his leg required 2 full weeks to heal adequately. During this time, when the topic of their engagement was raised again, Sang Mo Yen showed no interest, appearing perpetually frazzled. When Youlan inquired about the reason, Sang Mo Yen remained silent. In a state of great agitation, Youlan sought out Sang Li to inquire about the reasons behind the turmoil. It was then revealed that Sang Li was not the true heiress of the Sang family, but rather a child who had been mistakenly taken in. The genuine daughter of the Sang family had been raised by a nightclub hostess, displaying a brazen and unruly demeanor. Upon her return to the Sang household, she incessantly harassed Sang Li. Sang Mo Yen had stood up for Sang Li, only to be met with a violent response from Sang Ning. Youlan, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless, astonished that any young lady could be so audacious as to strike her own brother, especially one just recently welcomed back into the family. Fueled by indignation, Youlan vowed to seek justice for Sang Mo Yen, enlisting Sang Li to keep a watchful eye on Sang Ning. They planned to confront her the moment she stepped outside. Initially, upon laying eyes on Sang Ning, Youlan had intended to deliver a forceful blow, but Jimu Jin had advised her against acting impulsively, suggesting a more cunning strategy to expel Sang Ning from the Sang household. Thus, she refrained from speaking up. However, upon hearing Sang Ning brazenly dismiss the sum of 15 million, her anger flared anew. With a sudden crash, Youlan barely finished her words before being forcefully kicked away. Youlan tore off her mask and hat, and before anyone could react, she seized Youlan by the hair, forcefully slamming her head against the ground. Her voice was chilling, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. What did you just say? Chapter 49. Has Ji Xiao secured victory? Yulan's sudden outburst left everyone momentarily stunned, with Jimu Jin and Youlan particularly bewildered. Yulan wasted no time. She swiftly knocked Youlan down and forcefully slammed her head against the ground, leaving their minds racing to catch up with the unfolding chaos. When Yulan finally ceased her assault, Yulan's mind was still blank for an instant. After what felt like an eternity, Youlan screamed, "Ah! Who dares?" Upon lifting her gaze, she was met with a face she had seen countless times online, the illustrious Master Youlan. Youlan was utterly flabbergasted. Master Youlan? She could never have imagined encountering the renowned designer in such a manner. For some time, the Ji family had endeavored to secure an opportunity for Master Youlan to design her engagement dress, yet the master had not even acknowledged their efforts. Youlan had planned to visit Haishur in a few days to personally plead her case, never anticipating this unexpected meeting with Master Youlan, and to make matters worse, she had been on the receiving end of an assault. Why? What could possibly warrant this? She had no recollection of offending Master Youlan. As Youlan's words echoed in the air, the surrounding crowd snapped back to reality, all eyes drawn toward Yulan. It truly was Master Youlan. How could she be here? Hadn't it been said that Master Youlan had no particular fondness for jade? It was common knowledge that Master Youlan favored jewelry, given her expertise in design, naturally gravitating toward gems. However, given her ample wealth, an affinity for jade was not entirely surprising. What piqued curiosity was how Miss Ji had managed to incur Master Youlan's wrath. After all, Youlan's forehead had been left bruised and bloodied. Did no one notice that Master Youlan was accompanied by Miss Sang? I had my suspicions earlier, but was uncertain due to Master Youlan's mask and hat. It seems to be true. It is said that the recently returned Miss Sang from the Sang family was raised in a nightclub. Someone of her background would typically have no connection to a figure like Master Youlan. How could they possibly know each other? Furthermore, their relationship appeared to be rather significant. Upon hearing the murmurs surrounding her, Youlan's complexion drained of color. Sang Ning was acquainted with Master Youlan? Why had Mo Yin never mentioned this? If Sang Ning was indeed a friend of Master Youlan's, the situation had grown dire. If Sang Ning lost, they could not force her into a striptease. It wasn't out of fear of Sang Ning, but rather the unassailable power of Master Youlan that they could not contend with. The Ji family's standing was utterly dwarfed in comparison. If Master Youlan wished to target the Ji family, a mere flick of her fingers could spell their doom. Ji Mujin was equally perplexed. He had never envisioned that Master Youlan would have ties with Sang Ning. Initially, he had planned to assist Sang Mo Yin in humiliating Sang Ning, but now, the unexpected emergence of Master Youlan changed everything. With her presence, he dared not compel Sang Ning to fulfill her end of the wager. Ji Mujin furrowed his brow, casting a glance towards Sang Mo Yin amidst the crowd. He had long noticed that Sang Mo Yin had arrived, yet he refrained from calling out to him, observing his silence. However, he now felt compelled to ascertain the nature of the situation. Upon catching Ji Mujin's inquiring gaze, Sang Mo Yin's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Master Youlan would come to Jiangcheng. Sang Ning had never boasted about it at home. He was perplexed by Sang Ning's intentions. With a friend of such formidable stature as Master Youlan, she ought to take pride in it, yet she had never mentioned it. The current scene was indeed difficult to navigate. Or were you just saying? Xin Youlan, noticing Ji Youlan's silence, tightened her grip on the latter's hair. Ji Youlan winced in pain, tears welling in her eyes. I was just talking nonsense. I didn't insult anyone. She was no fool. Upon hearing Xin Youlan's tone, she realized that the latter was intent on defending Sang Ning. If she were to utter anything further against Sang Ning, Xin Youlan would likely retaliate immediately. Xin Youlan narrowed her eyes, crouched down, and gave Ji Youlan a few light slaps on the face. If you wish to play, play properly. If I hear any more derogatory terms about Xiao Ningning from your lips, you shall leave crawling. Ji Youlan was thoroughly intimidated by Xin Youlan, trembling all over. Ji Mujin furrowed his brow. Master Youlan, what are you doing? The wager was instigated by Sang Ning. Are you now attempting to intervene and terminate it on her behalf? Xin Youlan glanced up at him, her eyes briefly flickering with disdain. Before she could respond, Ji Mujin scoffed. If Sang Ning were to back down, given Master Youlan's stature, it would naturally be permissible to nullify the wager. After all, who could contest the authority of Master Youlan? Xin Youlan's gaze lifted slightly, her contempt almost palpable as she cast a dismissive glance at Ji Mujin. A mere insect, and you think you possess any significance? I could crush you as easily as one would gnat. So, I ask you, why have I tolerated your provocations toward Xiao Ningning without extinguishing you? Ji Mujin's expression shifted. Had anyone else uttered such words, he would have deemed them insane. However, coming from Xin Youlan, it was evident that she could indeed annihilate the Ji family with the same ease as squashing an ant. The reputation of Master Youlan was never unfounded. With a stoic expression, Xin Youlan released Ji Youlan and calmly returned to her seat before Sang Ning, as if the prior altercation had never transpired. This wager had commenced, and none could hope to terminate it. Whoever dared to call for a halt would find Xin Youlan the first to object. Seeing that Xin Youlan did not obstruct the wager, Ji Mujin's furrowed brow relaxed somewhat, though his countenance remained grim. He certainly wished for the continuation of the wager. Yet with Xin Youlan present, even if Sang Ning were to lose, he feared he could not compel her to fulfill the terms of the bet. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Master Youlan, since you wish for the wager to proceed, should Sang Ning lose, you must not interfere. She must fulfill her end of the bargain. Huh? Xin Youlan chuckled derisively. Does this little clown truly believe himself to be of any consequence? Ji Mujin's expression altered, and just as he was about to retort, Xin Youlan continued, Rest assured, as long as you manage to defeat Xiao Ningning, I shall not interfere with the wager. Do you truly think you can triumph over Xiao Ningning? Return to your cultivation for a few hundred more years. Upon hearing Xin Youlan's words, Ji Mujin finally felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, he instructed the cutting master to open the second piece of rough stone. Youlan, Having just received a beating from Youlan, dared not utter a word and merely huddled beside Ji Mujin, awaiting the outcome. The cutting master, following Ji Mujin's instructions, sliced open the second rough stone. Just after cutting halfway through, someone exclaimed in astonishment, "It's green again. Young Master Ji is truly fortunate today." Furthermore, judging by its quality, it surpassed the dragonstone variety. It is of ice variety. My goodness, what luck young Master Ji possesses. First, he uncovered the dragonstone variety, and now the ice variety. Combined, these two pieces of rough stone must be worth at least 30 million. He is bound to win. ISNTE? Chapter 50. Astonishment enveloped the room. Ji Mujin could scarcely believe his good fortune today. Not only had he unearthed a dragon stone, but he had also discovered an ice stone. In terms of quality, the ice stone undoubtedly surpassed the dragon stone. In principle, the ice stone commanded a higher price. However, the rarity of the dragon stone, coupled with its steadily rising market value, rendered its overall worth slightly greater. Nevertheless, both stones were impressive finds, collectively valued at no less than 30 million. The new batch of raw stones at the quarry was not particularly promising, making the ice and dragon stones all the more remarkable. Even if Ning, lacking expertise in stone gambling, fortuitously selected a few green stones, none would exceed his own finds in value. With this thought, Ji Mujin turned his gaze towards Ning, eager to taunt him. But upon noticing Youlan beside Ning, he swallowed his words. Perhaps it was best to refrain from verbal sparring for now. He could wait until he had won the bet to deliver a proper humiliation to Ning. Calmly, Ji Mujin instructed the cutter to proceed with the remaining stones. Whether the next three would yield green was of no concern to him. He felt assured of victory and merely awaited the outcome. Although Youlan was not well versed in stone gambling, she recognized that a 30 million disparity had already put Ning at a significant disadvantage. She turned a glance at Ning, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She was determined to capture a video of Ning performing a striptease to post online, ensuring her reputation was thoroughly tarnished before being cast out from the Sang family. Meanwhile, Ning reclined in her chair, absorbed in the information on her phone, unfazed by the enthusiastic cries surrounding her. The messages were from Xiaoyu, sharing the results of the paternity test concerning Huiyunyao and Hongjie. The results had been released 2 days prior, confirming Huiyunyao as Hongjie's daughter. On the day the results arrived, Ning had instructed Xiaoyu to retrieve all documentation related to Huiyunyao's life after her arrival at the Hu family. Just a minute ago, she had received the investigative findings. As she perused the results, a smile formed on her lips, though it did not reach her eyes. She had intended to visit the Hu family in due time, but it seemed her plans would need to be expedited. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly jolted back to reality by a loud exclamation. My goodness, Imperial Green. Miss Sang's luck is unprecedented. She casually picks a few stones, and they turn out to be Imperial Green? What could possibly surpass this? One piece of Imperial Green eclipses all of young Master Ji's stones. The rest need not even be opened. I recall that last year at the Haiqing auction, Imperial Green fetched a staggering 100 million. This specimen is of even higher quality. Surely its value exceeds that, right? Is it not? How can it be merely a matter of luck? Imperial Green is not so easily obtained. In the past 2 years, no one in the primary market has unearthed Imperial Green. How is it that Miss Sang has achieved this? This must be a testament to her skill. Youlan, too, was taken aback. She recognized Ning's excellence, but she had not anticipated it to be this extraordinary. The casually selected momentum, valued at an astonishing 100 million, left Ning utterly astounded. However, recalling something, her lips twitched slightly as she cast a resentful glance at Ning. Is this what you meant, Ning? That the highest value in the primary market is merely 50 million? Ning was pulled back to reality by Youlan's words. She briefly glanced at the rough stone displayed before the cutter, then calmly averted her gaze. A few years ago, it was only worth 50 million. It had been a long time since she had engaged with rough stones, and her understanding of their value was still rooted in years past. Unaware of the current exorbitant prices, Youlan found herself at a loss for words. Ning's earnest yet bewildered expression was truly infuriating. Meanwhile, Ji Muqin and Ji Youlan appeared pale. They had never imagined that a rough stone valued at 30 million would be eclipsed by a mere stone selected by Sang Ning. The onlookers were right. There was no need for further comparison. Just this one stone had already secured victory. As Fu Xiuyuan lifted her gaze, she caught sight of Ji Muqin and Ji Youlan's ashen faces, eliciting a scoff from her. Leaning back in her chair, her voice languid, she remarked, "Young Master Ji, you have 1 minute to prepare for striptease. Ye mukvinis balor deepend." Initially, he had proposed that the losing party perform striptease without ever contemplating the possibility of losing. Yet now that defeat was upon him. He could not bear the thought of doing so. With so many people present, should he actually perform, it would undoubtedly be captured on video and posted online. If his father were to see it, he feared he would be met with dire consequences. Sang Ning raised her eyelids slightly, speaking slowly and unhurriedly. "There's no rush. There are still 4 stones left to unveil." Fu Xiuyuan paused, momentarily taken aback. Having already won, is there really a need to proceed with the others? A subtle smile curved Sang Ning's lips, her spirits elevated, relishing in the delightful torment of others. Fu Xiuyuan chuckled, "Well, since I have nothing else planned for today, a bit of playful torment sounds rather enjoyable." With that, she instructed the cutter to continue the process. Sang Ning's stone had not been designated for a specific starting point. The cutter, experienced and perceptive, recognized her competence after the unveiling of the imperial green. Thus, he proceeded with great care. As the second stone was sliced open, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Suddenly, those who had been seated sprang to their feet, and the atmosphere fell silent save for the sound of inhalation. It was as if not for the blinking eyes of those present, one might think they had collectively ceased to breathe. Fu Xiuyuan, unfamiliar with the intricacies of gambling stones, only knew that the stone had revealed green. However, the expressions of the crowd left her uncertain as to whether the quality was good or poor. She turned to Sang Ning, "Xiao Ning, what is the value of this stone?" Sang Ning lifted her gaze to the freshly cut stone before the cutter, her lips curling slightly. "It is worth double that of the previous one." Fu Xiuyuan's jaw dropped in astonishment as she stared at Sang Ning. "Double the value? How is it that you can remain so composed in the face of such high-value rough stones?" After 2 minutes of stunned silence, one onlooker finally shouted, "What the hell? Am I seeing things? Is that old pit glass type a supreme gem among jade? What you are witnessing is indeed the illustrious old pit glass jade. I am utterly astounded by the extraordinary phenomena occurring at this raw stone venue today. Not only have I encountered the rare dragonstone variety of jade, but I have also laid eyes upon the ice variety. To top it off, the imperial green has made its appearance as well. I initially believed this to be the pinnacle of value for the day, yet, unexpectedly, the imperial green was not the apex of worth. Now, we have encountered an old pit glass jade. This visit has proven to be immensely worthwhile." Meanwhile, standing beside me, Ji Muqin's countenance can hardly be described as merely pale. It has turned entirely green in disbelief. "Goodness, this feels as though I have stumbled upon a ghostly encounter. How could a mere nightclub hostess like Sang Ning possess such extraordinary fortune? Not only has she uncovered the imperial green, but she has also revealed the old pit glass jade." Ji Muqin was so convinced of his victory over Sang Ning, only to find himself metaphorically ground into the earth by her triumph. Indeed, his face is now truly in pain. Chapter 51. Attempting to default? As the crowd erupted in astonishment, Sang Ning remained unperturbed, calmly instructing the cutter to proceed with the remaining stones. Then came another wave of gasps. "Imperial green, once again. Imperial green. Incredible. A top-quality glass variety. Ice type. I must be dreaming." After years of scarce finds in the raw stone market, not only was there a remarkable discovery today, but 5 exquisite pieces emerged, all from the same individual. Has the world truly spiraled into an unimaginable state? The onlookers turned their gazes towards Sang Ning, perplexed by how a child raised by a nightclub hostess could possess such profound knowledge of stone gambling. The crux of the matter transcended mere understanding. It was evident that she was a master in her own right. They now realized that Sang Ning had not casually chosen her stones. Rather, she had meticulously selected them. Who else could possibly possess such extraordinary luck? Selecting 5 stones, each of exceptional quality? Any one of her chosen pieces could secure a lifetime of comfort, let alone 5. This was the very essence of financial freedom. Disregarding the crowd's scrutiny, Ning rose only after the cutter had revealed all the raw stones. She gracefully approached Ji Mujin and stated softly, "You have lost." Ji Mujin, pale and retreating, exclaimed, "Who are you, really?" With a slight smirk, Ning replied, "Me? Just a child raised by a nightclub hostess." Ji Mujin was incredulous. Who would believe such a tale? A child raised by a nightclub hostess could not possibly wield such prowess. To select a few stones and have them all be successful? This was beyond even the legendary gambling expert, Yu Ju. In the gambling stone community, there existed a legend of a woman named Yu Ju who had never tasted defeat. Every stone she selected was of the highest quality and at the lowest prices, none valued under 10 million. Yu Ju had once decimated a raw stone market in Heiress, taking every valuable stone for herself. In a single night, she amassed a fortune of 100 billion. It is worth noting that Heiress is renowned as the Jade City, a hub for the raw stone industry, where any market's value exceeds 100 billion. Yu Ju effectively shuttered an entire raw stone market. From that moment on, in every city where raw stone markets existed, the mere mention of Yu Ju's name invoked terror. Whenever she entered a market, all proprietors hurriedly shut their doors. They would rather forego business than risk being plundered by Yu Ju. Yet, she was known to disregard such courtesies. It is said that she would kick open the doors of already closed shops and purchase numerous stones. Though she only selected stones worth 10 billion during one incident, she nearly drove the shop's owner to bankruptcy. However, after that, Yu Ju virtually vanished from the raw stone markets. It remains uncertain whether she had earned enough to live a carefree life. Yet, why did Ning's methods so closely resemble those of Yu Ju? In one fell swoop, she had selected the 5 most valuable stones from the Jiangsheng raw stone market. The original market in Jiangsheng is quite diminutive. With her selection of 5 pieces, it seems this market is on the verge of collapse. The striptease, it appears, is about to commence. Ning's voice remained serene, her expression showing not the slightest hint of alteration. Ji Mujin instinctively recoiled, then turned to the crowd, calling out to Mo Yin, please come help. Mo Yin had been rendered speechless when Ning unveiled the first piece of imperial green. Especially as she unveiled several other stones of even greater value. He was left utterly dumbfounded. Now, at Ji Mujin's call, he snapped back to reality. The gazes of those around him made his cheeks flush with heat. Mo Yin cleared his throat and stepped forth from the throng. Ning, it was merely a jest. There is no need to take it to heart. For my sake, let us consider this matter closed. He paused, not waiting for Ning to respond, and added, the Ji family is related to ours. Let us not make the situation unduly embarrassing. Grandmother would not be pleased. He understood that Ning was most obedient to their grandmother, and invoking her name might prompt Ning to let the matter slide. However, to his surprise, Ning raised her gaze, her voice cold and indifferent. Your face? Who do you think you are? Sommoyanes fasredund. He glanced at the surrounding crowd and whispered, I am your elder brother. Even if you harbor grievances against me, it is unjust to vent your anger upon others. Youlan will one day be your sister-in-law. If you create an embarrassing scene, how will you and the Ji family coexist in the future? Ning, if you wish to remain in the Sang family, it would be wise to temper your actions. Ning slightly lifted her eyelids, a glint of cold light flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, she raised her foot, causing Mo Yin to instinctively evade. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Ning slowly lowering her foot. She fixed her gaze on Mo Yin for a long moment before turning to Youlan, saying, I borrow your foot. Kick him out. All right. Youlan, already displeased with Mo Yin, swiftly delivered a kick that sent him sprawling into the crowd. Without any forewarning, Mo Yin found himself thrust among the onlookers. Youlan approached, looking down upon him. You, of all people, dare claim to be Ning's elder brother? When she was being insulted, you cowered in the crowd like a turtle, not uttering a word. What is this? Are you a ninja turtle? Quite the patient one. I see. Since you enjoy being a turtle so much, why come out now trying to play the elephant? I'm in a good mood today. Eager to witness the striptease, you best crawl away and not disturb my enjoyment, or I will ensure you leave limping. You, Zhang Montag Yan was in Fu Yatet. Yet faced with Shen Youlan, he dared not retaliate. Instead, he said, Master Youlan, you are a person of repute. Do you not fear tarnishing your reputation by indulging in such antics with Sang Ning? Huh? Shen Youlan laughed. Reputation? What a triviality. I, Shen Youlan, have never cared for such nonsense. What matters to me are my mother and Xiao Ning Ning. Anyone who dares to trouble Xiao Ning Ning is troubling me. Feel free to test that. Sang Mo Yin opened his mouth, but for a long while, he could find no words to express himself. What could he possibly say? Do not speak of him. Even the combined might of the Sang and Ji families cannot provoke Master Youlan. Sang Moyin remained silent for an extended period. Ultimately rising to his feet, he addressed Sang Ning, saying, I have offered you my counsel, yet since you remain resolute in your decision, you shall bear the consequences alone. With that, he turned and departed without hesitation. Ji Mujin, witnessing Sang Moyin's indifference toward him, was incensed and exclaimed, Sang Moyin, you truly are something else. I stood up for you, and you abandoned me without a second thought? Very well, just you wait. If I manage to secure your marriage to my sister, I shall change my surname from Ji. Sang Moyin paused momentarily, but chose not to linger, striding away with purpose. Sang Ning cast a mocking glance at Sang Moyin's retreating figure before directing her attention to Ji Mujin. Attempting to shirk your responsibilities? Ji Mujin's expression shifted to one of alarm, yet he defiantly replied, What do you mean by shirking? I cannot comprehend your words. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Although evading responsibility was indeed shameful, it was preferable to losing face. Besides, with only Shen Youlan and Sang Ning present, he doubted they could compel him to perform a striptease should he refuse to honor the wager. Chapter 52. And Ning, you are not being good, Sang Ning Tuklet. After a moment, she stepped forward, slowly approaching Ji Mujin. I have a rule. Those who owe me will be repaid double. Ji Mujin was intimidated by the aura emanating from Sang Ning. He could not comprehend how a girl barely 19 could exude such formidable presence. Especially those eyes. A mere glance felt as though one were staring into the abyss, ready to be torn apart. As he retreated, Ji Mujin stammered, What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am the young master of the Ji family. If you offend me, my father will surely seek retribution from the Sang family. He attempted to back away further, but found himself cornered by the throng behind him, unaware of whom he had bumped into. Seeing Sang Ning draw nearer, he shouted, Sang Ning, you had better consider the consequences. Your brother is right. The Sang family cannot contend with the Ji family, even with Master Youlan backing you. It is of no consequence. Upon hearing this, Shen Youlan scoffed. Did she really provide support for this child? Was this man not a fool? Did Sang Ning require assistance? Sang Ning's eyes narrowed with increasing menace as she raised her hand, poised to assist Ji Mujin in a rather undignified manner, when suddenly a voice rang out from the crowd. Miss Sang. Turning her head, Sang Ning beheld Chun Feng approaching with several bodyguards in tow. She raised an eyebrow. Chun Feng stood before her, casting a disdainful glance at Ji Mujin before smiling obsequiously at Sang Ning. Such matters hardly require Miss Sang's direct involvement. Since I find myself with a bit of leisure, why not allow me to assist? Chun Feng had arrived when Ji Mujin first unveiled the piece of raw dragon stone. He had spotted Sang Ning among the crowd and initially intended to greet her, only to overhear Ji Youlan's reckless insults directed at Sang Ning. Before he could defend her, Ji Youlan was swiftly dealt with by Shen Youlan. After the betting commenced, he pieced together the situation from the onlookers, and a cold smirk formed on his lips. Who was Sang Ning? The owner of the nightshade, cherished by Fu Xiuyuan, the one even their family's mysterious benefactor revered. How foolish Ji Mujin was to provoke her. Chun Feng held a strong disdain for Ji Mujin, and upon learning the details, he eagerly awaited the moment Ji Mujin would be humiliated. Having enjoyed the spectacle, he now sensed Sang Ning's need for his intervention and was determined to present himself favorably. He was intent on securing a close association with this advantageous ally. You? Sang Ning raised an eyebrow, arms crossed, her expression replete with disdain. Chun Feng's lips twitched. My physique may not rival Jimu Jin's, but my bodyguards certainly can. Rest assured, Miss Sang, I will ensure he adheres to the terms of our wager. Sang Ning's lips curled into a smile. Very well. She was well aware of Chun Feng's intentions to ingratiate himself with her. If it were anyone else, she would not have bothered. Yet, given that he was under the protection of Hong Jie, she decided to grant him an opportunity. With Sang Ning's approval, Chun Feng erupted with excitement, instructing his bodyguards, "What are you standing there for? Did you not hear what Miss Sang said?" Jimu Jin was forcibly held as he prepared to perform a striptease, shedding his garments one by one in a slow, deliberate manner. Someone was tasked with capturing the moment on video, as today we would thrust Jimu, the esteemed young master, into the trending spotlight. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards swiftly encircled Jimu. His expression shifted dramatically as he glared at Chun Feng, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, do you dare to lay a hand on me?" Chun Feng merely smirked, retorting, "You are nothing but a defeated foe. What do I have to fear?" He continued, "I advise you to adhere to the terms of our wager. Should my men intervene, the consequences would be dire." Jimu was incensed. He and Chun Feng had always been arch-rivals, perpetually at odds. Yet, he had never managed to best Chun Feng in their confrontations. The Chun family wielded immense power in Jiangsheng, far surpassing the influence of the Jimu family. To his astonishment, he witnessed Chun Feng, a man who regarded everyone with disdain. Deferentially acknowledging Sang Ning. Indeed, Sang Ning was no ordinary individual. Jimu regretted ever believing Sang Li's deceptive words that led him to provoke Sang Ning. Now, he found himself in a precarious situation, unable to extricate himself. As Jimu pondered his predicament, Chun Feng's bodyguards surged forward, restraining him and compelling him to dance. Though he attempted to resist, the Chun family's guards were well trained, and he found himself unable to escape their grasp. As he writhed ineffectually, Youlan remarked, "This is utterly disgraceful, Chun Feng. Is this the extent of your capabilities?" Upon hearing this, Chun Feng panicked and delivered a swift kick to Jimu's abdomen, barking, "Dance obediently, or I will make you regret it." "Go ahead and kill me," Jimu seethed, his teeth clenched. Chun Feng frowned and ordered his bodyguards, "Teach him a lesson." The guards complied, mercilessly beating Jimu. Jimu Youlan, distressed, began to weep, pleading, "What are you doing? Let my brother go." But her cries fell on deaf ears. As Jimu was brutally pummeled, seeing her brother in such peril, Jimu Youlan collapsed at her knees before Sang Ning, begging, "Please let my brother go. We were wrong to provoke you. If you spare him, we will do anything you ask." Sang Ning, hands in pockets, responded coldly, "Fulfill the wager." Jimu Youlan froze. Her expression taut. She was reluctant to have her brother humiliated in front of so many, yet glancing at her severely injured brother, she realized that if he refused to comply, he might not survive this ordeal. After a moment's hesitation, she crawled before Jimu, tears streaming down her face, and urged, "Brother, please dance. It's only shame, otherwise they will truly kill you." Jimu, nearly shattered from pain, had never anticipated that Chun Feng would resort to such brutality. It was clear that if he did not perform a striptease, he would not escape unscathed. Clutching his abdomen, he rose to his feet, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Fine, I will dance." At last, Chun Feng gestured for the bodyguards to stand down, then coldly instructed, "Dance well. If my sister is not satisfied, you shall continue indefinitely." Jimu glared fiercely at Chun Feng before reluctantly commencing his performance. Having never danced in his life, let alone attempted a striptease, he could only awkwardly remove his clothing while making a feeble attempt to sway his body. A throng of onlookers eagerly brandished their smartphones, capturing the unfolding spectacle. It was summer, and with scant clothing, Jimu Jin had barely leapt twice before her top and trousers were shed, leaving her clad only in a minuscule pair of shorts. Yet, observing that Sang Ning showed no inclination to halt the proceedings, she endured the humiliation and reluctantly removed her shorts, standing completely bare. Both Sang Ning and Shun Youlan simultaneously emitted a sound of disapproval. Suddenly, a pair of large hands enveloped her eyes, and a deep voice resonated in her ear. "And Ning, you are being naughty." The warmth of his breath caressed her ear, causing her cheeks to flush inexplicably, reigniting a long-buried sense of excitement within her. As she pushed aside the hands obscuring her vision, she was met with Fu Xiuyuan's soulful gaze, prompting an instinctive swallow. That infuriating man, he was utterly irresistible. Just as Ning was about to speak, Fu Xiuyuan's deep voice commanded, "Remove this filthy thing from here." Chapter 53. If you wish to see a man, seek me. Not the filth. As Fu Xiuyuan's words fell, several bodyguards promptly seized Ji Mujin and dragged her outside. When Ji Mujin was taken out, she remained in a daze. "Fu Xiuyuan, what kind of fiend is this?" Ning. Chun Feng bowed to her with deference. Master Youlan is her friend. Now, even Fu Xiuyuan treats her with such familiarity. Just how many acquaintances does she possess? Is she truly raised by a nightclub courtesan? Can someone from such a place really know individuals of such stature? This is not the crux of the matter. The crux lies in the fact that with Fu Xiuyuan stepping in, he is doomed, and so is the Ji family. After Ji Mujin was completely dragged away, Fu Xiuyuan looked down at Ning and declared, "If you wish to see a man, seek me. I am far more appealing than that sort of thing." Ning. Ji Mujin truly is an eyesore. After a moment of silence, Ning furrowed her brow and asked, "Have you sent someone to follow me again? Fu Xiuyuan, do you desire death?" Since their association began, Fu Xiuyuan had dispatched someone to shadow her, ostensibly to protect her. In reality, he always arrived swiftly to resolve her troubles whenever she faced difficulties. Despite her countless declarations of her desire for privacy, Fu Xiuyuan remained unyielding. Observing the fury etched on Ning's face, Fu Xiuyuan chuckled lightly. "If I wanted to die, I would want you." Ning. Perhaps she should not have afforded him any chances. "Fu Xiuyuan, do you have no shame? Ning has broken up with you." Upon seeing Fu Xiuyuan, Youlan felt a surge of indignation. This scoundrel is truly despicable. Just when she finally had a moment alone with Ning, he barged in to monopolize her. "Ning has promised to give me another chance to pursue her," Fu Xiuyuan stated, his expression unchanged. Youlan widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Ning. "Ning, have you lost your mind? You kicked that unfaithful scoundrel to the curb, yet you are still granting him another opportunity?" Youlan was unaware of the truth regarding Jiang Jingxi's explanation to Ning that morning at the Sang residence. "Ning, if you desire a man, I can introduce you to one. I assure you, he will be far superior to Fu Xiuyuan." After saying this, Youlan glared at Fu Xiuyuan, declaring him a mere pretty face with a modicum of culinary skill, yet possessing a wretched temper. Stay far away from him. No sooner had Youlan spoken than Fu Xiuyuan seized her by the collar. "Come to me when you find a man more handsome and a better cook than I. Until then, stay put." Youlan, furious, flailed her arms. "Fu Xiuyuan, you insufferable man, let me go. I will make sure Ning kicks you to the curb." With a cold laugh, Fu Xiuyuan retorted, "If you want Ning to kick me, naturally I cannot let you go." He then handed Youlan over to the accompanying bodyguards, instructing them to escort her home. "Do not disturb my time with Ning." Youlan exclaimed furiously, "Fu Xiuyuan, you beast! Ning, save me!" Ning pinched her brow, casting an impatient glance at Fu Xiuyuan. "Have you had enough of this ruckus?" Fu Xiuyuan, feeling aggrieved, protested, "I wasn't the one who started it. It was her." "Ning, you are biased." Ning, uninterested in his complaints, approached the bodyguard who was holding Youlan captive and commanded, "Release her." The bodyguard promptly let go. Subsequently, the captain of the bodyguards, with utmost seriousness, informed Fu Xiuyuan, "Young Master Fu, Miss Sang instructed me to let her go." His desire for self-preservation was palpable. After all, while Fu Xiuyuan's words could be disregarded, those of Miss Sang could not. Fu Xiuyuan thought to himself, "Very well. Even my bodyguards have betrayed me." Youlan clung to Ning's arm, triumphantly glaring at Fu Xiuyuan. "It's still my little Ning who treats me the best." Fu Xiuyuan's expression darkened. He realized that as long as this woman remained, he would have no chance to connect with the Ning. He gestured for the captain of the bodyguards, whispering, "Find something for the Shun family to occupy themselves with." Ning, oblivious to Fu Xiuyuan's intentions, retrieved the raw jade stones from her master, and handed them all to Youlan. Make a set of jewelry for my grandmother. The rest is for you. She had little interest in jadeite now. For your grandmother? Youlan paused, curious. Is there something significant happening? Yes, even shit, boy. Ning replied, pursing her lips. I will personally organize it. Youlan's eyes sparkled. Your grandmother's 70th birthday? Then I must prepare a proper gift as well. Beside them, Fu Xiuyuan's eyes lit up. It was a grand occasion, and he needed to make a good impression. Ning listens most to her grandmother. Who knows? If she is in a good mood, she might just agree to marry me. As they exited the raw stone market, Ning intended to return home, but Youlan insisted on dragging her shopping. Considering there was nothing pressing at home, Ning acquiesced. The two girls ignored Fu Xiuyuan, yet he, undeterred by their disinterest, followed along. As Ning and Youlan's figures disappeared from the market, the crowd of onlookers dispersed. Once the area was clear, a man wearing a cap slowly raised his head, revealing a sinister smile. Ning, you truly are full of surprises. It seems I must prepare a proper gift for our encounter. Meanwhile, as Ning and Youlan were about to get into the car, someone called out to Ning. Excuse me, young lady, could you please wait a moment? Ning turned to see an elderly man approaching with the aid of a cane. She scrutinized the old man and asked, Are you calling me? The elder smiled and nodded. Yes, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Sin. I wish to purchase the piece of old pit glass jade you have in your possession. Might you consider parting with it? Ning was taken aback. She assessed the old man once more. His attire suggested he was no ordinary person. The cane he held alone was worth 5 million in the market, crafted from special material. This material is difficult to come by. Even wealth does not guarantee its acquisition. A single cane bears such immense value, indicating the elderly gentleman's extraordinary status. While raw stones of the old pit glass variety are indeed rare, they are far more accessible than the material of his cane. Why, then, does he fixate solely on this piece of old pit glass? Observing the elder, who remains silent yet smiles, the old man remarks, Young lady, you're discerning. I surely recognizes that I am no ordinary person. This jadeite is something I could acquire if I so desired. Yet here I am, personally seeking it out, particularly drawn to yours. As he speaks, a hint of melancholy graces his expression. For me, old pit glass is indeed attainable, but after 3 years of searching, I have yet to find the optimal material. Today, by chance, I found myself in this raw stone market and fortuitously encountered your offering of old pit glass. This is the finest piece I've come across in these 3 years, and I am in dire need of it. Should you be willing to part with it, I am prepared to offer you 3 times the market value. Chapter 54. Mr. Ning did not respond immediately. A piece of old pit glass was more than sufficient to create jewelry for her grandmother and Youlan's mother. Parting with a fragment posed no significant loss to her. Yet, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the elderly gentleman. I desire this raw stone, he stated, to craft a set of jewelry for my daughter while I still breathe. My time left is scant, less than half a year. I have searched for my daughter for over 30 years, yet she remains lost. I wish to create this jewelry in her name, should she ever be found. It will be my first gift to her. Fearing that Ning might refuse, the old man continued, My dear lady, you possess 2 pieces of old pit glass, and I overheard your conversation with your friend. You only wish to fashion a single set of jewelry. 1 raw stone is entirely sufficient. I implore you to indulge a father's wish. Ning paused for a moment, then turned to Youlan. What do you think? The raw stone is yours. You should decide. Youlan replied, I am not particularly fond of jadeite. It is my mother's preference that prompted me to consider crafting a set for her. Any excess would serve me no purpose. After a brief contemplation, Ning retrieved her phone, opened the banking app, and initiated a transfer of 100 million. The old man's face lit up with joy. Excellent. He then raised his hand, and a man in a black suit approached from across the street, respectfully addressing the elder as father. The old man nodded and instructed, Transfer 200 million to this young lady. The man hesitated for a moment, but said nothing further. Just as he prepared to pull out his phone for the transfer, Ning interrupted, No, 100 million is sufficient. The old man was taken aback. Under ordinary circumstances, others would have demanded a higher price from the outset. Instead, she not only refrained from asking for more, but even declined when he offered a higher amount. However, the old man quickly recovered from his surprise and expressed his gratitude. The old man's son proceeded to transfer the funds to Ning, while Youlan handed over the piece of old pick glass. Fu Xiuyuan had remained silent throughout, yet his gaze towards the elder was piercingly sharp. The surname Sin is quite rare in the country. The wealthiest individual in Rong City bears that name. Given that Rong City is situated at least 1,000 kilometers from Jiang City, one must wonder why he would travel such a distance to procure jadeite from Ning. The Sin family could easily acquire whatever they desired. Fu Xiuyuan could not help but doubt the old gentleman's intentions. After purchasing the raw stone, Mr. Sin departed with his son, leaving no further words for Ning. Fu Xiuyuan furrowed his brow, noticing that Ning was also watching the elder's retreating figure, and he relaxed his tense expression. Never mind. Ning is astute. She would detect any ulterior motives. It is best if I refrain from meddling in her affairs to avoid causing her annoyance. Ning observed Mr. Sin's silhouette for just a few moments before turning to enter her vehicle. Meanwhile, once Mr. Sin was in the car, Xiuyuan could no longer contain himself. Father, we have plenty of old pick glass at home. Why travel all the way to Jiang City? The doctors have advised against any strenuous travel given your condition. Xiuyuan expressed his concern, recalling how their family had been startled when his father had suddenly announced his intention to visit Jiang City. The father's health had been increasingly frail, with the physician estimating he had only 6 months left, though it was likely he would not last that long. At this juncture, the entire family hoped he could spend his remaining days in peace. However, unexpectedly, he resolved to travel to Jiangqing. When questioned about his reasons, he remained reticent. After much persuasion from the family proved futile, they reluctantly agreed to accompany him. Upon arrival in Jiangqing, the father exhibited no particular intentions. His days were spent idly in the hotel or wandering aimlessly. 2 days prior, he had visited a nightclub. Yesterday, he explored a villa district. Today, he found himself at a primitive market. To add to the bewilderment, he inexplicably purchased a billion-dollar piece of rough jade from the old mine glass variety. The family had amassed numerous such items in storage, now collecting dust. He could not fathom why his father had traveled such a distance to acquire this specific piece. While he was aware of his father's passion for jade, it seemed irrational to jeopardize his health for something so trivial. If he desired it, he could have simply sent someone from the family to procure it. Xiuyuan was perplexed and desperately sought an explanation. Mr. Sin set the rough jade aside, his expression impassive, indicating that he owed no explanations for his actions. Dad, Xiuyuan began, only to be interrupted by Mr. Sun, who coldly commanded, "Drive back to Rongqing." Resigned, Xiuyuan instructed the driver to proceed. As the vehicle slowly pulled away, Mr. Sun opened the window, gazing at the passing scenery, a faint smile finally gracing his face. "Jiangqing, I shall return." Xiuyuan was taken aback by this statement. "Dad, are you out of your mind? You intend to come back? It's a distance of 1,800 kilometers from Rongqing. Are you disregarding your life?" He was truly exasperated, having never encountered such obstinacy in an elder. Mr. Sun lifted his gaze slightly, instructing the physicians of all hospitals in Rongqing, "Consult me. Extend my life for just 1 more year. 1 year is sufficient." He felt reassured knowing the whereabouts of his daughter. Once he regained his health, he could return to bring her home. A smile surfaced once more as he recalled the girl, Ning. Indeed, she was the child nurtured by Xiu, possessing a temperament strikingly similar to his own. He pondered whether Xiu's disposition was akin as well. It seemed to affirm the old adage, daughters resemble their fathers. Regrettably, he had arrived too late. Had he come a month earlier, he might have met Xiu. Now, her location remained unknown. No matter. He would continue to keep a watchful eye on Ning, knowing that since they were inseparable, Xiu would eventually reappear. The Sang family. What? Ning was coercing Jimu Jin to perform a striptease at the rough jade market. Had she lost her mind? Lu Wanyu's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the revelation. While she was aware of Ning's reckless behavior, She had never anticipated it would reach such extremes. The Ji and Sang families were related by marriage. Youlan was soon to become her sister-in-law. By acting in this manner, was she not trampling on the dignity of the Ji family? Brother, why do you not persuade our sister? Exclaimed Sang lianciosely. The Ji family holds a position in Jiangcheng that is second only to the Chun family. An alliance through marriage with the Ji family would greatly benefit the Sang family. Moreover, Youlan has always harbored affection for you. Such a rare union must not be squandered. Ever since Sang Ning returned, our lives have been fraught with difficulties, and I find myself in desperate need of Youlan marrying into our family to solidify my standing. Yet what has transpired? Sang Ning has ruined everything. What on earth is going on with you, brother? You, who once acted with such decisiveness, cannot even deal with a mere Sang Ning? Sang Mo Yin sat on the sofa, his fingers pressed to his temples, his expression dark. Do you think I have not tried to reason with her? That wretched girl, Sang Ning, pays no heed to my words. When I speak too much, she resorts to physical violence. Today, she refrained from striking me, but she did have Master Youlan expel me. Chapter 55. Return to settle accounts with Sang Ning. The mere mention of this infuriated Sang Moyan, for it was evident that like attracts like, Sang Ning's penchant for violence was mirrored by her choice of companions. Yet again, it was Master Youlan? Sang Li exclaimed in exasperation, questioning the very fabric of her friend's judgment. Why would she choose to associate with Sang Ning? Sang Ning was nothing more than a wretched offspring raised by a nightclub hostess. What redeeming qualities did she possess that could endear her to anyone? Sang Moyan lifted his gaze, his brow furrowed in discontent. While he harbored disdain for Sang Ning's conduct, he found Sang Li's words equally disconcerting. After all, Sang Ning was his sister, regardless of her upbringing. Although the phrase wretched offspring was unflattering, it was undeniable that Sang Ning had managed to forge a connection with someone of Master Youlan's stature, a testament to her own capabilities. He could question her choices, yet the words came from Sang Li, which left him feeling somewhat irked. What did it mean to be a wretched offspring? No matter her flaws, she remained his sister. Over the years, he had indulged Sang Li, prioritizing her in every matter. His concern that Sang Ning's return might usurp Sang Li's affection had led him to commit numerous transgressions against Sang Ning. However, recent events had clouded his judgment. Was it Sang Ning who was at fault, or was it Sang Li? Now is not the time for such deliberations. Liu Venyu glanced at Sang Moyan, her expression laden with worry. Is Ji Muqin really being coerced into performing striptease? I am uncertain, Sang Moyan replied. When I left, she had not yet performed, but I suspect she will. Sang Ning had the backing of Shun Youlan and Fu Xiuyuan. Those two cherished Sang Ning like a prized possession. Anyone who dared to trouble her would face their wrath. It was likely that Ji Muqin would not escape unscathed this time. That troublesome girl, unable to endure a day without causing chaos, was undoubtedly in turmoil. Lu Wanyu's countenance darkened. If you offend the Ji family, your engagement is as good as over. This cannot stand. I must insist she apologize to the Ji family to prevent your marriage from being jeopardized. Sang Moyan relaxed his furrowed brow. In truth, he had little desire for the engagement with the Ji family. Ji Youlan held a prestigious status and was undeniably attractive, yet he was aware of her unappealing disposition. Moreover, her possessiveness was overwhelming. She could not tolerate the presence of any woman near him. Even his assistant had been replaced with a male at her behest. Any interaction he had with a female would incite her fury. Last year, when he had dined with a managerial partner, Ji Youlan had witnessed the encounter and caused a scene at the restaurant, resulting in the abrupt termination of their collaboration. His agreement to this union was solely due to his mother's wishes and the elevated standing of the Ji family in Jiangcheng compared to the Sang family. Sang Jingchuan had never been fond of any of his children. He valued only capability. Having lost the opportunity to collaborate with SN, his father's recent attitude towards Sang Ning had shifted. With their grandmother mediating, it seemed possible that the father-daughter relationship between Sang Ning and his father might be mended. This was a privilege that none of the children from the main branch had ever experienced. Whether his father sought to compensate Sang Ning or was influenced by Fu Xiuyuan's presence, it was undoubtedly a precarious situation for him. The company of the Sang family has always been under the control of the father. The children from the second and third branches do not measure up to their elder brothers. Thus, the inheritance of the company will inevitably fall to the eldest branch. The second son shows no interest in the business, while the third son is not favored at home. Sang Li is destined to marry in the future, leading the inheritance of the Sang family to rest upon his shoulders. However, with Sang Ning's return, everything has been disrupted. Currently, it appears that both the grandmother and the father are likely to entrust the company to Sang Ning, for she has Youlan and Fu Xiuyuan by her side. As long as these two protect Sang Ning, the Sang family's company will remain steadfast. He senses a looming crisis, which is why, despite his disdain for Youlan, he feels compelled to keep her close. With the resources of the Ji family backing him, he believes he can secure the Sang family's company. After all, he is the eldest son and grandson. Even though the grandmother may favor Sang Ning, he holds a significant advantage based on overall strength. Therefore, he cannot allow the marriage with the Ji family to falter. Sang Moi stood up and said, "Let us visit the Ji family ourselves." Given Sang Ning's character, she is unlikely to apologize easily. We must prevent any unpleasantness that might upset the grandmother. Lu Wanyu's expression darkened. That old hag. Why should I care if she gets angry? If she hadn't intervened, I would have long since expelled Sang Ning from our home. Before Lu Wanyu could finish her sentence, Sang Li quickly tugged at her sleeve. "Mother, lower your voice. Grandmother is sleeping upstairs." Lu Wanyu glanced upstairs, reluctantly shifting the topic. "Fine. Let us go to the Ji family first, and we shall deal with Sang Ning upon our return." Meanwhile, after dinner, Sang Ning and Fu Xiuyuan escorted Youlan back to her villa and intended to return to the Sang residence. Yet, Fu Xiuyuan showed no inclination to leave. Driving the car, Fu Xiuyuan had taken a route increasingly diverging from the path to the Sang family home. Sang Ning furrowed her brow and asked, "Where are you up to?" "A date," Fu Xiuyuan replied nonchalantly, his expression unflinching. Sang Ning thought to herself, "This man is growing bolder by the day. Take me back. I'm tired." She was unwilling to engage in a debate with Fu Xiuyuan, as reasoning seemed futile. "No, you're not tired." Fu Xiuyuan glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "You just enjoyed your time with Youlan. You owe me a chance too." Before Sang Ning could respond, Fu Xiuyuan continued, "Ning, you said you would give me an opportunity to pursue you again. You cannot merely speak without action." Sang Ning gespros knittetikli. As if she could crush a fly with them, the opportunity one referred to does not mean for you to cling to me like a persistent adhesive. 24 hours a day, not 24 hours. Since you unilaterally ended our relationship, our time together has been less than an hour each day, Fu Xiuyuan stated earnestly. Of course, apart from a few who lacked sense and caused trouble for Ning, he had managed to extend his time with her. He even found himself grateful to those individuals for creating opportunities for him to be with Ning. As the traffic light ahead turned red, Fu Xiuyuan brought the car to a halt, turning to face Sang Ning. "Ning," he said, "it has been 3 months since we last touched. Do you not long for my presence?" Sang Ning's gaze drifted over him, his face his Adam's apple, his chest, and yes, she felt a longing. Clearing her throat lightly, she kicked the driver's seat and resumed her driving. When the green light illuminated, Fu Xiuyuan restarted the vehicle, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He was determined to reclaim Sang Ning's affection, remembering well that she had initially been drawn to him for his physique and his prowess in bed. Although it had been his first experience, Sang Ning had certainly relished it. After a considerable time on the road, uncertain of Fu Xiuyuan's destination, Sang Ning decided to close her eyes and rest. Having risen early and spent a long time at the primitive market, fatigue had overtaken her. An hour later, the car came to a stop at a villa in the suburbs, Fu Xiuyuan's private retreat. Aside from her time at Hongjia's small courtyard, Sang Ning had spent the majority of her days here with him. However, since their unilateral breakup, she had not returned to this place. Perhaps it was the exhaustion or the lingering trust she had in Fu Xiuyuan, but as the car came to a standstill, she remained asleep. Fu Xiuyuan opened the door, preparing to carry Sang Ning out. At that moment, she suddenly awoke, and in a flurry of unexpected motion, Fu Xiuyuan's hand slipped, landing upon her. In an instant, his cool lips met hers with precision. Sang Ning was momentarily stunned. Damn it! That long-lost sensation surged back within her. Chapter 56. Pulling up your pants and denying it? Sang Ning and Fu Xiuyuan locked gazes for a few moments. Suddenly, Fu Xiuyuan scooped Sang Ning up and strode into the room. By the time Sang Ning regained her composure, Fu Xiuyuan had already shut the door. Shortly thereafter, his kiss descended upon her, intense and possessive. Sang Ning felt herself nearly succumbing, but, at the last moment, she forcefully pushed him away. Taking a deep breath to quell her inner turmoil, she declared, Fu Xiuyuan, we have broken up. Fu Xiuyuan leaned close to her ear, his voice sultry and enticing. Ning, do you truly not desire it? Sang Ning's gaze inadvertently met the movement of his Adam's apple, and she struggled to swallow. No, I do not. Restraint. She must maintain her composure. She could not be ensnared by Fu Xiuyuan's allure. Fu Xiuyuan lowered his head and gently nibbled on her earlobe. But I want to. What shall I do? Ning, you have awakened my desires. If we do not resolve this, I shall be in distress. Sang Ning's ears, being her most sensitive spot, sparked with electricity at his bite. Damn, she was losing her resolve. Just as Fu Xiuyuan leaned in for another kiss, Sang Ning pressed her palm against his chest. Commanding, you must restrain yourself. Fu Xiuyuan seized her hands, pinning them against the wall, his voice hazy with desire. I cannot help it. With that, he kissed her again. Sang Ning. She contemplated kicking him away. However, the fire within her had been ignited by him. Following a series of indescribable encounters, the two emerged from their passionate struggle when night had fallen. Sano ningle weekly in Fu Xiuyuan se imbrace. He turned to her, whispering, Ning, shall we reconcile? Sang Ning rolled onto her side, propping her head with one hand, a teasing smile dancing on her lips. Are you trying to entice me with your physique? Fu Xiuyuan chuckled. Have you seen through me? Sang Ning raised a finger, teasingly tugging at his necklace, drawing him nearer. Your skills in bed are indeed commendable, but your calculations are flawed. I suddenly feel that maintaining a physical relationship between us would be quite agreeable. Leaning close to Fu Xiuyuan's ear, she murmured, You are merely an instrument for me to satisfy my physical needs. Fu Xiuyuan's expression darkened. Sang Ning, are you attempting to play me? Sang Ning smilet knovingli. Is it your first day realizing that I am a heartless woman? Enraged, he bit her lip fiercely. After sleeping with me, you pull up your skirt and deny it? Were you not the one who seduced me first? Sang Ning playfully patted Fu Xiuyuan's head. Behave. I will pay next time. Fu Xiuyuan's face turned green with anger. He flipped over, pinning Sang Ning beneath him, ready to educate her. Suddenly, she kicked him off the bed. What? Do you still wish to brawl with me in bed? With that, Sang Ning calmly donned her clothes. Fu Xiuyuan, this stubborn woman, where her heart turned cold, truly recognized no kin. He hesitated to engage in a quarrel with Sang Ning, even though she could not match his strength. He could not bring himself to harm a single hair on her head. He sighed and, after dressing, extended his palm before Sang Ning, demanding payment. Sang Ning raised an eyebrow, questioning whether they were not to settle the fee. This time, it must be accounted for, Fu Xiuyuan asserted with confidence. A smile graced Sang Ning's lips as she promptly retrieved her phone and transferred 100,000 to Fu Xiuyuan. Upon receiving the funds, he scoffed. Ah, quite generous. Are we? 100,000. I'm worth more than the top performer of Yi's. It's justified. Casually tossing his phone onto the bed, he approached Sang Ning, forbidding her from seeking other men to fulfill her physical needs. Your money is solely for me to earn. Should anyone dare to take your funds, I'll send them to the dog kennel. Sang Ning lifted Fu Xiuyuan's chin, assuring him, rest assured, for now, you're the only one who satisfies me. Fu Xiuyuan mused that had it not been for Sang Ning's first time being given to him, he might have believed she had shared her bed with numerous men. This infuriating woman possessed an extraordinary talent for enticing men. Frustrated yet resigned, he finally conceded, Let us go downstairs. I'll prepare dinner. No need. I'll eat at home, she replied. Fu Xiuyuan lifted his gaze, his tone brooking no dissent. Return home hungry? Wait, we will eat first. Without a full stomach, how can I muster the strength to deal with matters? The Sang family was likely awaiting her return, and without nourishing her, she might unleash her ire upon others. He mused that she must amend this troublesome habit of resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. At the Sang residence, Fu Xiuyuan's car halted at the entrance. Turning to Sang Ning in the back seat, he declared, "I will accompany you inside." After glancing at his luxurious wristwatch, he noted that at this hour, the Ji family should be facing bankruptcy. The Sang family would soon be in a state of anxiety. Unfazed, Sang Ning opened the door, stating, "Family matters are not for you to interfere." Fu Xiuyuan thought to himself that indeed, once her physical needs were met, she turned her back on him. Without a glance back, Sang Ning walked away. Fu Xiuyuan watched her silhouette for a long moment, ultimately refraining from exiting the car to lend her support. Sang Ning never required anyone to bolster her presence. He had often taken it upon himself to intervene in her troubles, yet in truth, she needed no such assistance. Earlier, during dinner, Sang Ning had declared, "Fu Xiuyuan, my decision to break up with you stems not solely from that misunderstanding, but primarily from your clinginess." Her words struck him like a heavy blow to the heart. He understood Sang Ning well. If the misunderstanding were resolved, she would likely agree to reconcile. It must be some other reason. He contemplated numerous possibilities, but failed to consider that her irritation stemmed from his constant companionship. He realized he needed to grant her some space. By being overly insistent, he had only pushed her further away. Casting one last glance at the Sang villa, Fu Xiuyuan started the engine and drove away. As Sang Ning stepped into the Sang household, a piercing voice erupted. "Sang Ning, how dare you return? What sins did I commit in my past life to deserve a child like you?" The shrill voice was grating, making Sang Ning's ears ache. She raised her eyes to the living room, where Lu Wanyu stood, her hair disheveled and her demeanor tempestuous. In Sang Ning's eyes, she did not perceive an elegant and noble matriarch, nor a cultured and refined professor. Instead, she saw a market shrew or perhaps a toothless specter, hardly deserving of the label evil. Suddenly, Sang Ning erupted into laughter, a rarity for her. Yet today, she could not contain herself. She recalled how, whenever Lu Wanyu confronted her, the carefully maintained facade that had lasted for years would be devoured, leaving nothing but a void. Humans, indeed, are curious creatures. Despite knowing that they could gain nothing from her, they persistently chose to provoke her, time and again. She found herself intrigued, pondering the structure of a mind belonging to a professor dedicated to the study of human intelligence. In a flash, an idea sparked within her. This could be an excellent research topic that she ought to explore. "Sang Ning, what enmity do I hold against you that compels you to torment me so?" Song Weiyang, clad in a well-tailored suit, resembled a furious lion, roaring with rage. "You are fully aware that Youlan is your sister-in-law. Yet you have orchestrated the ruin of the Ji family through Fu Xiuyuan. What is your true intention?" Sang Moyan waved his claws, devoid of any real threat. Yet he dared not lay a finger on Sang Ning. Chapter 57. My vengeful heart. Sang Ning cast a cold glance at Sang Mo Yin and slowly approached him. Her steps were deliberate, yet with each stride, Sang Mo Yin felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. He retreated a step, glaring fiercely at Sang Ning, questioning whether her relentless pursuit of turmoil within the Sang family would ever cease. Initially, he believed that Sang Ning's actions were merely a consequence of her reliance on Fu Xiuyuan, compelling Ji Mujin to perform striptease. Little did he anticipate that Sang Ning had orchestrated Fu Xiuyuan to bring about the bankruptcy of the Ji family. The swiftness of the event left them with no opportunity to react. The Ji family's market value evaporated at an astonishing pace. Within mere hours, the Ji family declared bankruptcy. Even the court's enforcement arrived with remarkable speed, seizing all assets within their villa before they could prepare. Most concerning of all was that his future father-in-law and Ji Mujin were taken by law enforcement prior to the court's intervention, being implicated in a murder case. Sang Mo Yin's face paled instantly. The bankruptcy of the Ji family was merely a loss of a significant ally for him. However, if the Ji family was embroiled in a murder case, he too would be in deep trouble. After all, his relationship with Ji Youlan was well known in their circles, thereby tying him to the Ji family. Upon returning to the Sang household, he immediately began to distance himself from the Ji family. Fortunately, although he was involved with Ji Youlan, he rarely visited the G residence, remaining oblivious to the affairs of her family, which spared him from entanglement in this predicament. Nonetheless, throughout the day, he had been preoccupied with the G family situation, neglecting to eat. Upon encountering Sang Ning, his frustrations surged uncontrollably. He had recently contemplated avoiding her altogether. She was a chaotic force, biting at anyone she encountered. Yet, he found himself unable to resist. Sang Ning ignored Sang Mo Yin entirely, walking straight up to old Madame Sang and greeted her sweetly. "Grandmother." Old Madame Sang nodded. "As long as you are well, rest early and don't listen to your mother and brother's nonsense." Today, old Madame Sang had gone out with Lady Fu and a few close friends for an outing, returning just an hour ago. Upon entering, she had found Lu Wenyu throwing a tantrum at home while Sang Jing Chuan sat nearby, his expression grim. After a brief inquiry, she learned of the Ji family's bankruptcy, although the exact reasons remained unclear. They only mentioned that it was instigated by Sang Ning. Upon hearing Sang Ning's involvement, old Madame Sang felt no inclination to engage with them, turning to ascend the stairs. However, Lu Wenyu insisted that she must wait for Sang Ning's return for an explanation. The incessant nagging from Lu Wenyu gave her a headache, forcing her to wait for Sang Ning. Yet her concern was not for an explanation. She worried about Sang Ning's safety. While she was unaware of the specifics, the fact that Fu Xiuyuan could bring about the Ji family's downfall in such a short time implied something grave had transpired. Now, seeing that Sang Ning was unharmed, she felt a sense of relief. "Mother, how much longer will you continue to protect Sang Ning?" Upon hearing the calm and indifferent demeanor with which Elder Mrs. Sang wished to dismiss the matter, Lu Wenyu could no longer contain herself. Bolstered by her connection to Fu Xiuyuan, she regarded everyone with disdain. Yet, Youlan was her sister-in-law. To target others was one thing, but to be so ruthless toward her own kin was a path leading to the ruin of the Sang family. Lu Wenyu turned to Sang Ning, exclaiming, "Sang Ning, why do you harbor such a vengeful spirit? Even if you have conflicts with your elder brother, must you be so merciless? Bankrupting the Ji family is one thing, but to imprison someone is a different level of malice. How can you be so cruel?" Elder Mrs. Sang furrowed her brow, about to speak, but Sang Ning restrained her hand. The elderly matriarch, taken aback, looked at Sang Ning in confusion. Sang Ning smirked slightly. "Professor Lu, is my venom not inherited from you?" Lu Wenyu was momentarily at a loss for words, finally stammering, "I'm not as wicked as you." Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, causing her eyes to dart away uncomfortably. That wretched girl was alluding to the incident from years past when she had abandoned Sang Ning in the mountains. Sang Ning relished the sight of Lu Wenyu's expression of guilt. With a slight curve of her lips, she declared, "As only the members of the main family are present today, I shall speak plainly. I have never acknowledged Sang Moyan as my elder brother, nor have I recognized you as my mother. Do not attempt to associate yourself with me." As for the Ji family, Sang Ning's lips curled into a smile. "This is not the conclusion, merely the beginning." Sang Moyan's expression shifted. "What do you mean?" Sang Ning ignored him, standing before Lu Wenyu, and said, "You are correct in one regard. I possess a profound sense of vengeance, and you should not be surprised by this. I recall vividly how you confined me in the basement, shackled with chains, forcing me to consume dead rats. At that moment, I nearly killed you. It was merely a decade ago. Professor Lu, have you forgotten so easily?" Lu Wenyu's complexion turned pale instantly. How could she forget? This incident was etched in her memory forever. It was precisely because she could not forget that she wished for Sang Ning's demise. Unable to bring herself to kill Sang Ning directly, she had resorted to abandoning her in that forsaken mountain, believing she had finally freed herself from that nightmare. Yet, to her astonishment, Sang Ning had returned. This daughter represented her most significant failure, not only for her perceived lack of intelligence, but also for her bloodthirsty cruelty. Thus, she sought every possible means to banish Sang Ning from her life. She had assumed that the hardships Sang Ning endured outside would at least temper her inherent violent tendencies. But she had just witnessed a glimmer of murderous intent in Sang Ning's eyes. Elder Mrs. Sang listened to Sang Ning's words with a heart full of anguish. Aware of Lu Wenyu's actions towards Sang Ning, she had taken the girl under her wing for her upbringing. but she had not anticipated that Sang Ning would harbor thoughts of killing Lu Wanyu. Now, she truly feared that Sang Ning's heart bore deep scars, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. Sang Ning gazed at Lu Wanyu's pallid visage, a malevolent smile gracing her lips. Leaning closer to Lu Wanyu's ear, she whispered, "Everything you have done to me will be repaid in kind. Do you understand what it feels like to plummet from great heights?" Lu Wanyu bit her lip, remaining silent. With a sudden crash, Sang Ning's laughter erupted, wild and unrestrained, leaving devastation in its wake. Lu Wanyu's body trembled, her voice quivering as she stammered, "Why you've lost your mind?" A soft chuckle escaped Sang Ning's lips as she dismissed Lu Wanyu's concern, raising her hand and circling around Lu Wanyu, Sang Moi, and Sang Li. "Let's begin. Who shall be the first?" The expressions of the three shifted dramatically. Suddenly, Sang Ning's finger halted before Sang Moi. "You, Mr. Sang, shall be the first. Prepare yourself for my retribution." Sang Moi's countenance altered, an unsettling wave of panic washing over him. More than mere anxiety, he was engulfed by fear, convinced that Sang Ning might indeed cast him into the depths of despair. Sang Ning fixed her gaze on Sang Moi's ashen face for a moment, a sly grin forming at the corner of her mouth. She then addressed Sang Jingchuan. "Father, please inform the Sang family to come by tomorrow morning. I have matters to discuss." With that, Sang Ning assisted the elderly matriarch upstairs. Chapter 58. Mrs. Sang's health issues. Sang Ning assisted Mrs. Sang into bed, her hand gently feeling the old woman's pulse. Within mere seconds, her brows furrowed in concern. Mrs. Sang, oblivious to her unease, grasped Sang Ning's hand and murmured, "Ning Ning." Sang Ning, momentarily drawn back to reality by the old woman's touch, seemed to anticipate her inquiry and replied, "It was never my intention to bankrupt the Ji family." Mrs. Sang paused, then chuckled softly, "You always seem to know what I'm thinking." Leaning back against the pillows, she spoke in a hushed tone, "I do not blame you. It's just." Sang Ning composed her expression and interjected, "Grandmother, I am prudent in my actions. There is no need for you to worry about me. The Sang family cannot forge a union with the Ji family, even if Fu Xiuyuan does not intervene. I shall ensure that the Ji family does not endure for long." Mrs. Sang was taken aback. Was it merely her imagination? She sensed a shift in Sang Ning's demeanor as she uttered those words, exuding the air of a formidable authority. Even regarding the matter of the Ji family's downfall, she seemed remarkably self-assured, independent of Fu Xiuyuan's influence. After a moment of silence, Sang Ning continued, "The Ji family is entangled not only in a homicide case, but also in illicit dealings. The evidence is substantial, and there are already plans to take action against them. However, their web of connections is extensive, implicating numerous individuals." She refrained from elaborating further. Yet Mrs. Sang was astounded, abruptly sitting upright. "Are you implying that your elder brother?" Sang Ning did not respond directly, instead asserting, "Whether Sang Moyen is alive or dead is not my concern. But the Sang family is dear to you, and I shall protect it. Grandmother, some matters are better left unknown to you. Focus on your well-being, and I shall safeguard the Sang family on your behalf." Mrs. Sang remained silent for an extended period, then suddenly fixed her gaze on Sang Ning. "These are highly confidential matters. How do you know them so well?" Sang Ning remained reticent. Mrs. Sang's expression shifted abruptly. "I shall not inquire further. You need not divulge anything. Consider this conversation forgotten, as if you never mentioned it. Ning Ning, I have but one request. Take care of yourself." Sang Ning noted it, choosing not to elaborate further. Shifting the topic, she inquired, "Grandmother, are you feeling unwell?" At her words, Mrs. Sang smiled lightly. "I am simply aging. It is nothing serious." She had begun to feel unwell 2 days prior. It was not particularly alarming, just insomnia and vivid dreams, leaving her fatigued and lacking vitality. She had assumed it was merely a cold from being chilled after frequent awakenings at night, so she had not paid much attention. However, as her symptoms worsened today, she sought a doctor who prescribed some medication. Yet, she had not yet taken the medicine, having been occupied with Lu Wanyu until now. Sang Ning Fu Xiuyuan, her expression darkening. She spoke with her grandmother daily, and should have noticed any discomfort immediately. Over the past couple of days, however, she had failed to detect anything amiss. While downstairs, she sensed something was off with her grandmother. Visually, she appeared fine. Yet, upon checking her pulse, she discovered that her grandmother's condition seemed rather serious. The pulse was peculiar, resembling that of ordinary illness, yet also hinted at possible poisoning. But she cannot discern the poison? Ning Fu Xiuyuan. Hong Jie was a master of toxins, having imparted nearly all her knowledge to her. In the art of poison, her skills surpassed even her medical expertise. Yet, she was unable to determine whether her grandmother had indeed been poisoned. After a moment of silence, Ning inquired, "Have you recently come into contact with anything unusual, or consumed any strange food?" The meals at home were unlikely to be the issue, as she meticulously checked everything before each meal. Thus, the problem must lie elsewhere. Grandmother Sang paused, pondering the notion of something unusual. "There shouldn't be anything," she replied. "Apart from today, when I spent the day out with Grandma Fu. I haven't left the house much, Ning. Is something wrong?" Ning remained silent for a moment. "It's nothing. You should rest well. I have something to attend to." She soothed her grandmother to sleep before heading out. At the Chun residence, Ning arrived to find the household already slumbering. She refrained from disturbing them, and instead called Chun Jiangwo. He had been preoccupied with company matters, having gone 3 days without a proper night's rest. He had just fallen asleep when the phone rang, startling him awake in a state of heightened anxiety. The sudden noise nearly caused his heart to stop. With a face contorted in anger, Chun Jiangwo sat up, ready to unleash his frustration. However, upon seeing the caller ID, he froze. Quickly, he rolled out of bed and stormed into Chun Feng's room, kicking the door open. He then booted Chun Feng off the bed. "You scoundrel! Speak! Have you offended Miss Sang?" Chun Feng, deep in slumber, was abruptly jolted awake by the kick. Before he could express his anger, he was met with his father's furious glare. Bewildered, he asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" "How dare you ask what's wrong? If you hadn't provoked Miss Sang, would she be calling me at this hour?" Chun Jiangwo snapped. "I've told you countless times to curb your deplorable behavior. Have you no ears?" Chun Feng was utterly taken aback. "Dad, what are you talking about? When did I offend Miss Sang? I even helped her fix Ji Machine today. She was quite pleased with my performance." Chun Jiangwo was momentarily stunned. "You didn't offend her? Why would I? I wouldn't dare." Chun Feng exclaimed, on the verge of tears. "I'm still trying to curry her favor. How could I possibly provoke her? Ji Machine went bankrupt just for crossing her. What courage would I have? The Ji family has gone bankrupt?" Chun Jiangwo was bewildered. He had yet to hear the news of their downfall. "Yes." Indeed, Chun Feng began to explain, but Chun Jiangwo raised a hand, signaling him to be quiet as he hurried to answer the incessantly ringing phone. "Miss Sang, I apologize for being asleep. May I ask what the matter is?" The corners of Chun Feng's mouth twitched. He truly doubted that the sycophant before him was the same man who had just kicked him. "What? You were at my doorstep?" Chun Jiangwo suddenly shrieked. I'll be right down." After hanging up, he paced back and forth, anxiety gnawing at him. Her personal visit could mean trouble was afoot. Chun Jiangwo was in a state of anxious urgency, yet he dared not delay. He hurried downstairs to welcome Ning. In an instant, the servants of the Chun household sprang into action. Chun Jiangwo personally opened the grand door and, with a respectful demeanor, said, "Miss Sang, please do come in." Ning raised her gaze, observing the bustling Chun family, and pressed her lips together, expressing her apologies. "I'm sorry for the disturbance." Not at all," Chun Jiangwo replied, bowing slightly as he ushered Ning inside. Once she settled onto the sofa, he cautiously inquired, "Miss Sang, has someone from our family offended you? You need not be anxious. I am here to ask you to contact Hong Jie through the dark web. I have something of great importance to discuss with her." Upon hearing this, Chun Jiangwo let out a deep sigh of relief. "I will reach out immediately." As long as no one from the Chun family had provoked Ning, he felt reassured. He was unaware of who Hong Jie was, but the fact that she required contact via the dark web signified the presence of a formidable figure. Therefore, Chun Jiangwo was resolute in his promptness. Chapter 59. If resistance is futile, then temporarily avoid the spotlight, Sang Yin opened the door and glanced around before closing it behind him and proceeding to Lu Wanyu's room. Inside, Lu Wanyu and Sang Li were engaged in conversation when Sang Yin rushed in, A look of panic etched across his face. "Mother, what should I do? That wretched girl Sang Ning is serious about destroying me." Sang Mo Yan's nerves were taut, ever since Sang Ning uttered her threat of retribution. An inexplicable anxiety had gripped his heart. Logically, he should not fear Sang Ning, but for reasons unknown, the intensity of her gaze filled him with dread. At the same time, he could not comprehend why she would wish to ruin him. What benefit would that bring her? Lu Wenyu frowned. What is there to panic about? It was merely a threatening remark. Why be so distressed? Even if Sang Ning seeks vengeance, it is against the abuse I subjected her to during her formative years. Not you. Lu Wenyu's demeanor was calm, dismissing Sang Ning's words entirely. Moreover, for her to exact revenge, she would need the capability to do so. What else can she do besides losing her mind? She has Fu Xiuyuan and Master Youlan at her disposal. Zhang Montak Yan Huavet. Those two alone are sufficient to ruin me. Lu Wenyu raised her gaze, her expression grave as she scrutinized Sang Mo Yan. Your demeanor today is quite unusual. Have you been hiding something from me? Sang Mo Yan's eyes flickered. No, I'm merely worried that madman Fu Xiuyuan might turn his ire towards me. At my current capacity, I am ill-equipped to confront him. Brother, if you cannot resist, then best to temporarily retreat from the fray. Sang Li suggested as she rose to pour a bottle of red wine for Sang Mo Yan. He accepted the drink and inquired, "What do you mean?" Sang Li smilat faintly. Sang Ning's primary target for revenge is me. She resents me for having usurped her life for over a decade, and she harbors bitterness towards you and Mother for protecting me. Aside from Fu Xiuyuan and Youlan, she lacks any substantial backing. Taking a sip of wine, Sang Li continued, "Moreover, if Fu Xiuyuan and Youlan intend to deal with you, they must consider Sang Ning's sentiments, for you are her elder brother. They will not be excessively ruthless. However, if you're truly concerned, it would be wise to avoid direct confrontation with Sang Ning for now and treat her with kindness." She smiled mischievously. People, after all, can easily be swayed with a little sweetness. Their negative emotions dissipate. Sang Mo Yan looked at Sang Li, his beloved sister, feeling an unfamiliarity wash over him. For a moment, he felt that the Sang Li he had come to know over the years was not the true Sang Li. The former Sang Li was obedient and sensible, yet now there was a calculating glint in her eyes. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Do not underestimate Sang Ning. For some reason, I have an instinct that she is not as simple as she appears. If Sang Ning were merely a mindless brute, he could devise a strategy to counter her. What he feared was that she possessed intellect. Samli Shukulat Sufli. Brother, you have truly thrown Sang Ning off balance. She is merely a girl raised in a nightclub. What abilities could she possibly possess? Relying on her pretty face, she has learned some seductive arts, enough to capture Fu Xiuyuan's heart." Sang Li lifted her gaze, pondering who Fu Xiuyuan truly was. What sort of woman could he not possess? His interest in Sang Ning merely stemmed from a fleeting novelty. Once that allure faded, Sang Ning would hold no significance. There was no need to worry about Fu Xiuyuan's intentions. He would soon depart from Jiang City. Once he left, only Youlan would remain, posing no threat. Sang Mo Yan, Fu Xiuyuan is leaving Jiang City? How do you know this? Do not concern yourself with how I came by this knowledge. Just heed my words. Sang Ning will not pose any danger to you." Sang Li set down her wine glass and continued, "Brother, I have received an invitation for an interview with Master Zhongbai's students. If I become his pupil, I will secure a place for myself in the capital. And at that point, you need not fear Sang Ning any longer." "Master Zhongbai?" Sang Mo Yan exclaimed, suddenly recalling something. "But haven't you always aspired to be a disciple of the Zhonglan divine doctor? Are you now abandoning medicine to focus solely on piano?" Master Zhongbai is a renowned piano virtuoso, celebrated for numerous international accolades, with countless individuals striving to study under him. Regrettably, he has never accepted disciples. Sang Mo Yan was astonished that Master Zhongbai was now publicly recruiting students. However, he was even more taken aback by Sang Li's decision to forsake medicine, particularly since her strength lay in that field. The Sang family has practiced medicine for 3 generations, but it ended with their grandfather. In this generation, apart from Sang Li, no one else possessed an aptitude for the medical arts. Lu Wenyu had employed numerous esteemed instructors to cultivate Sang Li's talents. Indeed, she excelled in this discipline, having received the privilege to participate in the medical licensing examination last year. The medical license requires one to reach a certain age to take the exam, and Sang Li was still quite young. Originally, she was ineligible to participate. However, after she submitted several complex treatment plans to the Medical Research Institute, Director Chun personally visited to grant her the opportunity to take the exam. The examination was scheduled for the latter half of this year, coinciding with the commencement of the semester at Jing University. If Sang Li could pass, she would likely gain entry into the Medical Research Institute and have the chance to study under the Tsanglan Divine Doctor. Yet, Sang Mo Yin had not anticipated that Sang Li would choose to pursue piano at such a pivotal moment. Sang Li smiled, "Brother, have you forgotten that I have already passed level 7 in piano?" Sang Mo Yin certainly hadn't forgotten. Sang Li's proficiency in piano was impressive, though slightly overshadowed by her medical prowess. "Medicine has always been my dream, but acquiring an additional skill will bolster my confidence," Sang Li asserted. "This way, no one can easily drive us away." In recent days, Sang Li had been deliberately avoiding Sang Ning. It was not that she feared her. Rather, she sought to bide her time. Reflecting on the minutiae of Sang Ning's return, she ultimately realized that her own impatience had led her astray. There was no need for her to act, as her mother and the second and third branches would ensure that Sang Ning's life would not be easy. Yet, her fear of Sang Ning returning to usurp everything she held dear drove her to hastily attempt to expel Sang Ning. The more anxious she became, the more she unraveled, ultimately falling into Sang Ning's trap. Thus, she no longer competes with Sang Ning. She intends to ascend through her own efforts to reach heights beyond Sang Ning's grasp, and to trample her beneath her feet. She also seeks to demonstrate to Fu Xiuyuan who truly deserves his affections. Chunjia. Sang Ning waited throughout the night, while Chun Jianghua inundated the dark web with countless messages, yet still received no response. Her countenance grew increasingly grim. What on earth is Hong Jia up to? She is unresponsive to phone calls, and contact through the dark web has proven futile. She urgently needs to locate Hong Jia to discuss the poison affecting her grandmother. Uncertain of the nature of the toxin, she is reluctant to administer any treatment, not even the 100 poisons pill. When it comes to her grandmother, she must ensure absolute certainty. "Miss Sang, perhaps you should return for now. Once that individual responds, I shall contact you immediately," Chun Jianghua suggested, having spent the entire night awake, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. Yet, in the presence of Sang Ning, who exuded an aura that discouraged any approach, he dared not utter a single word. At this point, he truly could not endure any longer. Sang Ning rose to her feet, interrupting the silence. "I shall take my leave." "Not at all, not at all," Chun Jianghua quickly replied, standing up. "Should you have any matters to address, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall attend to them promptly." Sang Ning nodded, refraining from further conversation, and turned to depart. Once outside the Chun residence, she retrieved her phone and dialed Fu Xiuyuan. "Please inform your grandmother that I will be visiting around noon. I have matters to discuss with her." Chapter 60. Grandmother's Birthday Celebration. What are the plans? As Sang Ning hung up the phone, she made her way directly to the Sang residence. Aside from her second aunt, the other members of the family had arrived over an hour ago, all waiting for Sang Ning's presence. Their expressions were rather grim. At that moment, Chinya, upon seeing Sang Ning's arrival, could not restrain herself and remarked sarcastically, "Oh, our esteemed busybody has returned. I wonder what pressing matters could have summoned us all here so early." Chinya harbored resentment from the previous incident involving Sang Yu, who was still engaged in cleaning duties, despite her numerous attempts to reason with the matriarch and Sang Jingchuan. They insisted that Sang Yu continue her task for an entire month. Chunya was infuriated but felt powerless to confront the matriarch or Sang Jingchuan, thus directing her ire towards Sang Ning instead. She had initially intended to avoid conflict with Sang Ning, but this troublesome girl seemed to attract chaos wherever she went, all while being shielded by the elder matriarch. Moreover, with Fu Xiuyuan as her backing, Sang Ning commanded a certain authority within the Sang household. In recent days, Chunya had deliberately abstained from visiting the main house, hoping to evade Sang Ning. fearing she might not be able to suppress her temper. However, she was taken aback when Sang Jingchuan summoned them to the main house this morning, indicating that Sang Ning had something to discuss. Originally, she had plans to meet her friends for a beauty treatment, but she was compelled to attend the gathering at the main house instead. To make matters worse, Sang Ning had made them wait for a full hour. With her frustration simmering, Qinya could hardly contain herself upon seeing Sang Ning. Sang Ning, having spent the previous night awake, appeared rather disheveled and weary. She glanced coldly at Qinya and inquired, "Do you have a problem with me, second aunt?" Of course. Qinya wanted to assert her grievances, yet upon meeting Sang Ning's frosty gaze, she instinctively swallowed her words and reluctantly replied, "No." Sang Ning nonchalantly averted her gaze and directed her attention to the others, stating, "I apologize for the delay. I had some matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged cynical smiles. What real business could someone recently returned to the Sang family possibly have? Was she not merely relying on her looks to seduce Fu Xiuyuan? Indeed, a woman raised in a nightclub environment was different. She professed disinterest in Fu Xiuyuan, yet secretly clung to him tightly. The moment anything stirred, Fu Xiuyuan would rush to her defense. Such tactics were not easily emulated by the average person, though these thoughts circulated in their minds. None dared to voice them in Sang Ning's presence. After all, not only was the matriarch still present, but Fu Xiuyuan was also someone they could not provoke. He was quite infatuated, cherishing Sang Ning as if she were his most precious possession. Anyone who dared to bully her would undoubtedly face his wrath first. Sang Ning scanned the faces of those gathered, unfazed by their unspoken thoughts, and simply stated, "The reason I called you here is to discuss one matter. How do you plan to arrange grandmother's 70th birthday celebration?" As her words hung in the air, everyone looked up in surprise, their expressions filled with confusion. Even the matriarch appeared somewhat taken aback. She had initially thought that Sang Ning had gathered everyone for something of great importance, only to discover that it was for her 70th birthday. Although she had little interest in the celebration, the fact that Sang Ning remembered her birthday warmed her heart. It seemed that none of her sons or grandsons had any recollection of her special day. Is it truly nearing Mother's 70th birthday? Son Ingis Sugoank, Son Kiming looked quizzically at Sang Jingyuan, inquiring when it was. Sang Jingyuan, equally perplexed, replied, "I have no idea. Mother despises extravagance. She hasn't celebrated a birthday for years." "Brother, do you remember?" Sang Jingchuan turned towards the elderly matriarch, his expression filled with guilt. He had forgotten as well. After all, the elderly lady had not celebrated her birthday in over a decade. Yet, it was her own request to forego such celebrations. He couldn't recall her exact words, but the essence was clear. She wished to avoid any ostentation and would henceforth not celebrate her birthday. Thus, for all these years, they had not dared to mention it, fearing that planning a birthday feast might provoke her ire. The sons of the Sang family were dutiful. They adhered to their mother's wishes as best they could. Upon observing the expressions of her sons, the elderly matriarch felt a pang of disappointment. It was peculiar how, despite her own desire to forego celebrations, she felt a twinge of sadness when none of her children remembered her birthday. Mother's birthday falls on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, which is half a month away. Sang Ruojin suddenly interjected. Sang Qiming and Sang Jingyuan exchanged awkward glances. They had completely forgotten their mother's birthday, while their sister remembered it with clarity. Sang Ning cast a derisive glance at the three brothers, her tone laced with sarcasm. "You truly are your grandmother's good sons." Their faces flushed red with embarrassment at being publicly scorned by a younger generation. Yet, they could not fault Sang Ning. It was their own lapse that had led to this moment. "Since you have no plans, I shall take it upon myself to arrange the birthday celebration," Sang Ning stated coolly. "Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing this, Sang Qiming grew anxious. "You will arrange it? Your grandmother's celebration is of utmost significance. How can it be entrusted to you? Or perhaps you would like to take charge, second uncle?" Sang Ning's lips curled into a mocking smile. How could someone who cannot even remember their own mother's birthday plan anything of substance? Sang Qiming's face reddened, while he acknowledged his oversight in forgetting his mother's birthday. He argued, "Our family hasn't hosted a grand birthday celebration in many years. If it is entrusted to you, What if it goes awry? Ning, I recognize your filial piety, but this matter is not to be taken lightly. We must collectively deliberate on who shall take charge. Due to Fu Xiuyuan's influence, Sang Qiming's tone remained polite towards Sang Ning. In truth, he held no animosity towards her, especially considering the hardships she had faced during her years of absence. He felt a sense of sympathy. Thus, regardless of Sang Ning's actions in recent days or what his wife whispered in his ear, he pretended not to notice. However, the birthday celebration was not a matter to be trifled with. Previously, the elderly lady had not made a decision regarding her birthday celebration, but now that she has, it is certain that the event will be grandly organized. This will be the highest standard banquet that the Sang family has hosted in many years, and it will attract numerous distinguished guests. Any slip-up at the banquet would undoubtedly result in ridicule. As your second uncle rightly pointed out, a birthday celebration is not akin to your reunion banquet, which can be casually entrusted to a younger generation. It is essential that we, the elders, take charge of the arrangements. Sang Jingyuan spoke up. Sang Ning turned to Sang Jingchuan, asking, Father, what is your opinion? Sang Jingchuan paused, meeting Sang Ning's gaze, and for some inexplicable reason, felt a sense of intimidation emanating from her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, since it was Ning who proposed it, let her take charge. I have faith. Before he could complete his thought, Sang Ning stood up decisively, declaring, it is settled. I shall take responsibility for all the arrangements for the birthday banquet. Her tone left no room for dissent. Chapter 61. This family is not yours to command. Having spoken, Sang Ning turned to ascend the stairs, only to be halted by an irate voice from behind. Stop! Sang Ning paused, her gaze meeting the furious countenance of Chunya. Aunt, do you have something to discuss? Chunya, already simmering with frustration, could no longer contain herself. Sang Ning, your grandmother is not solely yours. The Sang family does not belong to you. What are you doing? Decisions have not been agreed upon, yet you proceed unilaterally. Do you regard us elders as mere heir? Indeed, Sang Ning, even with Fu Xiuyuan's backing, you cannot be so domineering, interjected Sang Ning as third aunt, Guyu. The celebration of the matriarch's birthday is of utmost importance. It is not yours to dictate. We are still alive, and this family is not yours to govern. If Ning cannot take charge, then can I? The elderly matriarch, Sang Laotai, cast a frosty glance at Guyu and Chunya. I have decided that Ning will organize my birthday celebration. Do you have any objections? Initially, she had no intention of celebrating, but since Sang Ning had brought it up and wished to express her filial piety, she felt compelled to oblige. Regardless of what Ning chose to do, her support was unwavering. Guyu's expression shifted dramatically. Mother, I understand your favoritism, but you need not be so overt. You previously stated your disinterest in celebrating your birthday. It was not that we were unwilling. Now that you wish to celebrate, it is only fitting that your sons manage it. Allowing your granddaughter to handle the arrangements, what would outsiders think? Indeed, Mother, your birthday celebration also represents the Sang family's reputation. Sang Ning has just returned to the family. She has not even completed her studies. How could she possibly know the specific procedures, the guest list, the chef selection, or the program arrangement? She is wholly unprepared. Entrusting her with this responsibility is tantamount to exposing the Sang family's shortcomings. Lu Wanyu, having listened to Sang Li's advice to avoid Sang Ning's brilliance for the time being, had remained silent when Sang Ning proposed the birthday celebration for the matriarch. Yet, she ultimately could not restrain herself. Sang Jingchuan, as the eldest, would inevitably bear the brunt of any disputes. Given his busy schedule, he would be unable to manage the celebration entirely by himself and would have to delegate some responsibilities. Sang Moyan, who had recently faced challenges while working with Sang Jingchuan, was in need of an opportunity to prove himself. If he could execute the banquet beautifully, he might regain Sang Jingchuan's trust. Hence, it was imperative that she seize this opportunity to manage the affair. Since you are all so dutiful, why don't you invite the national banquet chef, Ning, to prepare the feast for grandmother? You all merely speak of loyalty. Why not demonstrate some capability? Song Yifeng, unable to tolerate the disparagement of Sang Ning, retorted sharply. Guyu and Chunya's faces paled. What are you joking about? The national banquet chef Ning is not someone we can simply invite at will. Luan Yu scolded silence. This is not your place to speak. Sang Yifan smirked in disbelief. Ah, so you were aware of your limitations? I had thought you were preparing to host the highest caliber of celebration for grandmother, capable of inviting the national banquet chef. Yet, is this all you can muster? His smile dripped with derision. Guyu felt embarrassed. How could we not invite her? Yet she could bring in Sang Ning? I never claimed my sister could do that. Sang Yifan leaned back casually in her chair, a rather nonchalant demeanor about her. Even if she were to invite an ordinary chef, my grandmother would be pleased. However, Sang Yifan scoffed, suggesting that even if a renowned chef were invited, my grandmother might not necessarily be delighted. This left me puzzled. Since it was a celebration for my grandmother, her happiness should be paramount. But just look at her now. Does she seem happy? The crowd turned to glance at the elderly matriarch, who wore a solemn expression, devoid of any signs of joy. Their faces fell, as though they had just received a stinging reprimand from her. After casting a cold glance at the assembly, Sang Laotai spoke, stating that the responsibility for the birthday celebration would be entrusted to Ning. Should anyone insist on taking over, she would forego the celebration altogether. With that, she chose not to engage further and departed. Sang Ning intended to take a nap but ignored the gathering, assisting Sang Laotai upstairs instead. She took her pulse and furrowed her brow tighter with each passing moment. In just one night, her grandmother's condition had worsened. What sort of poison could be so potent? Sang Ning halted her steps and instructed the butler, Wang, please help my grandmother upstairs. I need to step out for a moment. Originally planning to visit the Fu family at noon, she realized there was no time to waste. Sang Ning went straight to the Fu residence without even resting. The housekeeper, familiar with her, let her in without notifying the family. The Fu family had just finished breakfast when Fu Xiuyuan received Sang Ning's call and sent someone to investigate what had transpired in the Sang household. Although he wanted to provide Sang Ning with ample space, her tone during the call had raised alarms, compelling him to uncover the truth behind her distress. He simply could not bear to see her suffer. To his surprise, Sang Ning arrived unexpectedly. Fu Xiuyuan hurried to greet her, his expression serious. Ning, what has happened? Sang Ning, who had initially planned to arrive at noon, now appeared even more troubled. Having not slept the previous night, she looked quite unwell. My grandmother has been poisoned, and I need to ask Grandmother Fu a few questions. Fu Xiuyuan's countenance immediately darkened. Poisoned? You cannot resolve it. The esteemed Dr. Kanglin's reputation is not without merit. Her abilities are beyond the comprehension of most. What kind of poison could she not remedy? I don't even know what the poison is, Sang Ning replied, eager to expedite matters. Take me to meet your grandmother. Fu Xiuyuan's expression was grave. She is in the back garden. Please have a seat. I will fetch her. Given the seriousness of the situation, Fu Xiuyuan personally went to summon Grandmother Fu. Without even having the chance to wash her hands, Grandmother Fu was seated on the couch. As Fu Xiuyuan urged, Ning has some questions for you. Please answer her. Grandmother Fu shot a glare at Fu Xiuyuan, reprimanding him silently for being a disobedient grandson, clearly forgetting his mother in light of his new family responsibilities. Yet, when faced with Sang Ning, her expression softened with warmth. Xiao Ning, what do you wish to ask me? Sang Ning rose from her seat and first greeted Grandma Fu with a polite nod. Upon receiving a response, she proceeded without further ado to the crux of her inquiry. Where did you and my grandmother venture yesterday? What did you partake in? What items did you handle? Who did you encounter? Although she could have directed her questions to Grandma Sang, she deemed it prudent to keep her grandmother's mind untroubled until she ascertained the nature of the poison affecting her. It was best to withhold certain truths for the time being. Grandma Fu appeared momentarily taken aback. Yesterday, the 5 of us elderly ladies went on a picnic. The provisions were brought from my home, and we encountered no peculiar individuals. It was merely the 5 of us the entire time. As for the objects we handled, Grandma Fu pondered for a moment before adding, we did touch a piece of jade that the He family recently acquired, but we all came away unscathed. Although she was puzzled by Sang Ning's inquiries, Grandma Fu nonetheless shared all that she knew. Chapter 62. The critical condition of Old Lady Sang. After Old Lady Fu recounted the events of yesterday, Sang Ning remained silent. It was Fu Xiuyuan who spoke up directly, instructing, contact Old Lady He now and have someone bring the jade over. Upon finishing his sentence, He signaled for the butler, requesting to know who had prepared the food yesterday. Old Lady Fu frowned, expressing her discontent. While I have no objections to investigating who prepared the meal at home, it seems rather excessive to question old he. I am still unaware of the situation. And to suddenly demand her to send something over. What of our decades-long relationship? She was not unwilling to assist, but felt it imperative to understand the circumstances first. What if there is a misunderstanding? There are not many fools in high society. Old Lady he had lost her husband years ago and had raised several children single-handedly while managing the vast family business. Surely, she would be aware of the situation. My grandmother has been poisoned, Ning stated gravely. I cannot determine the nature of the toxin, and it is spreading rapidly. Yesterday, she was merely unwell, but today her complexion has turned pale, and her pulse is increasingly erratic. Rising from her seat, Ning bowed to Old Lady Fu. I am troubled, but I must ascertain what poison has afflicted my grandmother as soon as possible. Old Lady Fu abruptly stood, exclaiming, Poisoned? How can this be? What is her condition? Is she all right? Without waiting for Ning to respond, she insisted, No, I must go see her. Just as Old Lady Fu was about to leave, Ning called out, My grandmother is still unaware of her poisoning. Until I ascertain the nature of the toxin, it is best she remains uninformed to prevent any undue stress that may exacerbate the spread of the poison. Old Lady Fu nodded in agreement. Yes, she must not be told. Her health is paramount. I shall call Old Lady he now and request that she bring the jade personally. Without waiting for Ning's reaction, she swiftly retrieved her phone and called Old Lady he. Meanwhile, the butler was preparing to fetch the nanny who had prepared the food yesterday, when Ning suddenly stood. I will check the kitchen. Fu Xiuyuan rose and followed her. Ning meticulously inspected from top to bottom, but found no medicinal ingredients. There is nothing, she frowned, concluding that the issue likely lay with the jade. Fu Xiuyuan's expression darkened. He would not let anyone harm Ning's grandmother, no matter the depth of their relationship. Ning remained silent, patiently awaiting developments. 20 minutes later, Old Lady he arrived in person with the jade. Since the He family resided not far from the Fu family, she had not dared to delay after receiving the call from Old Lady Fu. Quickly, let us see if there's an issue with this item. As soon as she entered, Old Lady he hastily handed the jade over to Old Lady Fu. She felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. If Old Lady Sang had been poisoned since the gathering, could the rest of them have been affected as well? Without wasting any time, Old Lady Fu presented the jade to Ning. Ning, please examine it for any issues. Old Lady he observed with some confusion as Old Lady Fu entrusted the item to a young girl. Madame Fu elucidated that this was Old Sang's granddaughter, who had only recently been located and had yet to be introduced to everyone. She had studied medicine. Madame he, understanding the situation, was aware that the incident regarding the misplaced heir of the Sang family was no longer a secret within their circle. She had heard that the true heiress had been found and had long wished to visit the Sang residence, but had been unable to find the time. Madame he scrutinized Ning, confirming that she was indeed Old Sang's granddaughter, strikingly beautiful. Ning, undeterred by Madame he's gaze, meticulously examined the jade. Her brow had remained furrowed since receiving the jade. This jade appeared flawless. The food was safe, and the jade was impeccable. So where lay the issue? Noticing Ning's serious demeanor, Madame Fu inquired whether the problem genuinely stemmed from the jade. Ning shook her head, affirming that there was no issue. Madame he exhaled in relief, expressing her fear that the item she had brought might be toxic. If it had harmed anyone, she would be filled with regret. Madame Fu felt her heart ease, but soon grew anxious again, pondering that if both the food and jade had been verified as safe, then Old Sang's condition must be quite dire. This thought alarmed Madame he as well. Ning rose, stating that she must return to check on her grandmother. She had not slept all night and was deeply concerned about her grandmother's health, leaving her in a rather distressed state. I will accompany you home, offered Fu Xiuyuan, unable to trust Ning to return alone. Ning did not refuse. Her current state indeed made it unwise to ride a bike. Upon entering the Sang family's residence, the pair were met with a flurry of commotion. Mother, what is wrong? Quickly call 120 and take her to the hospital. It was Sang Jingchuan's voice. Sang Ning's expression shifted drastically. She recognized the urgency. Instantly, her demeanor transformed, and disregarding Fu Xiuyuan, she dashed upstairs. Watching her retreating figure, Fu Xiuyuan felt his own resolve wane. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number, instructing that everyone who had come into contact with Madame Sang the previous day be detained immediately. After hanging up, he made another call, mobilizing the foremost practitioners from the research institute, arranging for a helicopter to reach Sang's residence within an hour. With Sang Ning's medical expertise, it was assured she could sustain Madame Sang's life for several hours. As he made the necessary calls, Fu Xiuyuan hesitated before dialing yet another number. I need to reach Zhang Jin. Regardless of the means, she must be here within the hour. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment. It's not possible. Zhang Jin is on an important assignment and cannot arrive. Then have her call me, Fu Xiuyuan barked, within the hour at the latest. Make it happen. Without allowing for a response, he abruptly ended the call. And Ning, you can trust that I will always be your staunchest support. Meanwhile, upon Sang Ning's arrival, chaos reigned within the Sang household. With the incident concerning Madame Sang, Sang Jingchuan had notified both the second and third branches of the family, and now everyone had gathered. Several sons gathered anxiously around the bedside of the elderly matriarch, the doorway to her room blocked by a throng of concerned relatives. Unable to enter, Sang Ning stood with a stern expression and shouted with authority, "Everyone, step aside." Upon seeing Sang Ning, Chen Ya's irritation flared. "Sang Ning, what madness has overtaken you? Can't you see your grandmother is unwell?" Sang Ning strode forward, her gaze sharp and menacing. "I said to move. Do you hear me?" "You." Chen Ya, infuriated, was about to retort when Guyu tugged at her arm, prompting her to reluctantly swallow her words. Observing that Chen Ya still obstructed her path, Sang Ning was poised to shove her aside when suddenly, the elderly matriarch coughed up blood. Sang Ning's expression shifted dramatically. She forcefully pushed Chen Ya out of the way and, retrieving her silver needles, swiftly plunged one into the vital point of the matriarch. "Sang Ning, what are you doing?" Lu Wanyu exclaimed in alarm. "Your grandmother is in such a state, and you dare to pierce her head with needles? Have you lost your senses? How could you repay her affection in such a manner?" Chapter 63. Dragging someone out, the members of the Sang family glared at Sang Ning with eyes full of fury, wishing they could tear her apart. Although the old lady had shown some favoritism, she was fundamentally a good person, treating her sons and daughters-in-law kindly. Throughout the years, aside from the incident where she slapped Lu Wanyu, she had never laid a finger on anyone. Unlike other malicious matriarchs from affluent families, she held a deep respect for all. Thus, when the old lady suddenly fell gravely ill, their concerns were genuine. Witnessing Sang Ning's blatant disrespect, as she plunged a needle into the old lady's head, angered them immensely. Sang Ning, reckless and prone to violence, left everyone too intimidated to speak up. They could only glare at her. Yet, as if one needle wasn't enough, she prepared to administer a second. Guyu, overwhelmed by rage, shouted, "Sang Ning, stop right this instant. Do you hear me? If you harm your grandmother today, I will not let you off easily." However, Sang Ning remained fixated on the old lady, ignoring Guyu entirely as she continued her assault with the needle. Incensed, Guyu lunged forward to seize Sang Ning's hand. "Do you dare continue? You wretched girl. How can your heart be so malicious? Are you intent on killing your grandmother?" Sang Ning narrowed her eyes, turning to glare at Guyu, her expression filled with hostility, just as a chilling voice echoed from the doorway, "Drag them all out." As Fu Xiuyuan's command resonated, several bodyguards clad in black suits surged into the room, seizing the Sang family members before they had a chance to react. This act ignited the wrath of the Sang family, who started to curse vehemently. Fu Xiuyuan frowned, silencing them with a gesture. The room fell into a hushed calm. Ning, your grandmother's condition is critical. Listen to your father. We must hurry her to the hospital." Sang Jingchuan, being Sang Ning's father, was not subjected to Fu Xiuyuan's orders to be taken away. Although Sang Ning had no intention of showing Sang Jingchuan any kindness, upon seeing the old lady in a state of confusion on the hospital bed, she plunged the second silver needle into her. Rising, She locked eyes with Sang Jingchuan, stating, "My grandmother has been poisoned. When I left this morning, the toxins hadn't spread rapidly, but now her organs are deteriorating swiftly. I am using the silver needles to seal her acupoints and control the toxin spread." Sang Jingchuan's complexion changed dramatically. "Poisoned? How can that be? Your grandmother has always been kind to others, never having offended anyone. Who would dare poison her?" He paused, then looked at Sang Ning with suspicion. "And how do you know she's been poisoned?" Sang Ning, lacking the patience to explain extensively, recognized that as the head of the Sang family, only he could keep the others in check. Therefore, she elaborated a bit more. "I have studied medicine. I need to use these life-saving acupuncture techniques to stabilize my grandmother's life. The procedure is perilous and cannot be interrupted. Do you understand?" Though astonished by Sang Ning's revelations, Sang Jingchuan, upon witnessing her serious demeanor, found himself inexplicably nodding. "I understand. Focus on treating your grandmother. I will ensure the family does not disturb you." Once Sang Jingchuan exited the room, he suddenly came to his senses. How had he just agreed to let Sang Ning treat his mother? Though she possesses medical knowledge, she is yet to reach the tender age of 19. If her mother is indeed poisoned, can she truly heal her? From what I gather from Sang Ning, the poison is formidable, having spread throughout the body in a mere few hours, necessitating the expertise of a physician. Yet, why did he acquiesce to Sang Ning's request? Sang Jingchuan stood at the doorway, gazing at the firmly shut door, enveloped in silence. Ultimately, he turned and descended the stairs. His acquaintance with Sang Ning had been brief. He knew her temper was volatile, prone to violence over trivial disagreements. Nevertheless, it was evident that Sang Ning genuinely cared for her grandmother. In matters concerning her mother, she was unlikely to act recklessly. Weighing the pros and cons, he chose to place his trust in Sang Ning. Inside the room, undisturbed, Sang Ning focused intently on administering acupuncture to Grandmother Sang. This technique, known as the 13 soul snatching needles, had been lost to time. Yet, as long as there remained a breath of life, it could rescue a soul from the brink of death. After 3 years of rigorous practice, she had finally mastered this art. Initially, the toxins had not spread so severely, rendering the 13 needles unnecessary. However, the time had now come to employ them. Downstairs, as Sang Jingchuan reached the ground floor, he was swiftly encircled by the members of the Sang family. Qinya exclaimed, "Brother, will you really allow Sang Ning to act so recklessly? Given the gravity of Mother's condition, if we delay any further, we may soon find ourselves arranging her funeral." Sang Qiming nodded in agreement, stating, "I understand that Sang Ning shares a close bond with Mother, but this is no trivial matter. If anything were to happen to her, we would be the subject of scorn." His concern was not merely fear of criticism, but a genuine desire for his mother's well-being. Sang Jingyuan added, "Brother, for years we have been preoccupied with our work, neglecting our duty to Mother. We even forgot her birthday celebration. Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot allow anything to happen to her. In this household, aside from Mother, Sang Ning is the only one who will heed your counsel. You must persuade her to take Mother to the hospital at once." Sang Jingchuan scanned the faces of the Sang family, his expression grave. "Mother is poisoned." Shock rippled through the group. "Poisoned?" they exclaimed in disbelief. Sang Qiming pressed urgently. "How could this be? Who informed you of this?" Ning Saitso, Sang Ying Tuan replied. "She has studied medicine and is currently attending to Mother upstairs." He had just observed the expressions of several family members. They were all taken aback by this revelation. Clearly, they were not responsible. But who could be so malicious as to poison the elderly matriarch? "Brother, has Sang Ning lost her mind? Are you going to follow her into madness?" Guyu interjected, frowning. "Did you not investigate her before she returned? She hasn't even graduated high school. Where could she have learned medicine? With Mother in such a state, why are you allowing her to proceed without rushing to the hospital? Is this how a son behaves?" Sang Jingchuan glanced upward toward the room, asserting, "When it comes to her grandmother, I trust she will not act foolishly." Guyu was exasperated. "That is your mother. You trust an inexperienced girl over the doctors? I never anticipated my elder brother would be so misguided." "Enough. Until Sang Ning emerges, I insist on silence," she commanded. Sang Jingchuan, feeling quite vexed, refrained from engaging in further dialogue with them. as he too was filled with uncertainty. Brother, in the past, I have heeded your counsel, but this time I cannot allow you and your daughter to act recklessly. I must take mother to the hospital. With that, Fu Xiuyuan dashed up the stairs. However, barely 2 steps in, he was restrained by Fu Xiuyuan's bodyguard. The Sang family members, witnessing this, grew frantic and rushed to confront the bodyguard. The bodyguard, however, refrained from retaliating against the Sang family, merely holding them all back. The Sang family, filled with indignation, found themselves in a helpless predicament. Lu Wanyu, along with Sang Moi and Sang Li, stood at the edge of the crowd. She glanced at the chaotic scene and quietly asked Sang Moi Moi, "You did not do this, did you?" Sang Moi, taken aback, exclaimed, "Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? How could it be me? She is my grandmother. I would never poison her." Lu Wanyu released a sigh of relief and then turned her gaze towards Sang Li. Eagerly, Sang Li protested, "It wasn't me either. I would never do such a thing." Although she harbored a desire for that old wretch to pass away swiftly, she was indeed innocent of this act. Lu Wanyu remarked, "That is indeed peculiar. Who in our family could harbor such a deep-seated hatred for the old lady as to wish for her demise?" Sang Li's gaze narrowed contemplatively. Perhaps she truly had someone in mind. Chapter 64. The arrival of the acclaimed traditional Chinese medicine experts an hour later. A group of individuals clad in white lab coats appeared at the Sang residence, accompanied by a man dressed in sleek black attire. Upon entering the house, they bypassed any unnecessary inquiries and proceeded directly to the room of the ailing matriarch, Grandmother Sang, on the upper floor. Once the group vanished from sight, Sang Li suddenly gasped, "Elder Lu, Elder Qian, Elder Wu?" The members of the Sang family turned their gazes toward her in unison. Unable to contain her curiosity, Guyu inquired, "Sang Li, do you know them?" "They are the esteemed experts in traditional Chinese medicine from the Research Institute," Sang Li replied, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She had long harbored a desire to apprentice under the renowned Dr. Kanglin. Yet his unpredictability made her consider the Research Institute as her alternative. She was well aware of the capabilities of its members and never anticipated that Elder Lu and his colleagues would be present here. It was well known that securing their services was a formidable challenge, even for the wealthiest families in the capital, such as the Fu family. Their medical expertise was unparalleled, yet they devoted most of their time to medical research, only attending to cases for national leaders when necessary. The fact that they had come to the Sang residence was astonishing. Could it be that Fu Xiuyuan possessed such remarkable influence? What he achieved where the Fu family could not indicate that his stature extended far beyond that of a mere heir. Does this mean that my mother might truly be saved? Samli pundarat. The experts from the Research Institute were known to treat only those in positions of power, making their presence here a beacon of hope. With them on sight, her worries began to dissipate. Surely, her mother would be all right. The rest of the Sang family remained oblivious to Sang Li's thoughts, recognizing only the formidable presence of their guests. The earlier gloom cast by Grandmother Sang's illness lifted almost instantaneously. "All right, everyone, please remain seated and do not disturb them," Sang Jingchuan instructed, before dispatching a maid to serve tea to the guests. He exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Although he had consented to Sang Ning treating Grandmother Sang, his heart had remained heavy with anxiety. Now, with 3 experts from the Research Institute in attendance, accompanied by a cadre of other distinguished doctors in white coats, he felt reassured. Surely, with such expertise present, Grandmother Sang would be fine. As he considered this, Sang Jingchuan glanced upstairs, realizing that Fu Xiuyuan must indeed harbor genuine affection for Sang Ning to go to such lengths for her. Could that old hag truly be saved? He mused. Meanwhile, Lu Wanyu pulled Sang Moyan and Sang Li aside, lowering her voice. Although she had not poisoned the matriarch, she secretly wished for her demise. If that were to happen, no one would stand against her, and the rest of the Sang family would be under her command, making it effortless to expel Sang Ning from the household. Perhaps, Sang Li replied, her countenance grim. While she too harbored no desire for the matriarch's survival, she could not dismiss the formidable abilities of Elder Lu and his fellow experts. With their presence, the elderly lady possesses at least an 80% chance of survival. Sang Li cast a sinister glance towards the upper floor. murmuring to the old woman that it would be best for her to pass away swiftly, denying them the opportunity to save her. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Ning had just completed an hour-long acupuncture session. The 13 needles of soul retrieval, though consisting of only 13 needles, demanded exceptional skill for the practitioner. Each insertion required meticulous precision, and by the end of the treatment, Ning was drenched in sweat. Fu Xiuyuan produced a tissue, gently wiping Ning's brow, and inquired softly, "How is grandmother?" Ning's expression was grave. Although her life was preserved, the source of the toxin remained elusive, rendering their efforts futile. The 13 needles of soul retrieval could only wrest a life from the grasp of death, yet the toxins within the elderly lady's body persisted. An antidote was imperative. Grandmother has the protection of fate. She will surely be fine. Fu Xiuyuan lamented his inability to assist Ning with medical knowledge. Ning furrowed her brow, remaining silent. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. "Fu Yi, it is I." Fu Xiuyuan rose to open the door, and a throng of individuals streamed in. The man at the forefront approached Fu Xiuyuan and Ning directly, addressing them as Fu Yi, Miss Sang. Upon recognizing him and the entourage behind him, Ning was somewhat taken aback. Fu Ming nodded. I received Fu Ye's call and rushed over immediately. These esteemed practitioners from the Research Institute have come to assist with the treatment. Additionally, those who were picnicking with your grandmother have been apprehended, and my team is currently inquiring. We will soon provide you with answers. Ning glanced at Fu Xiuyuan, aware that Fu Ming was his most trusted subordinate. Recently dispatched by Fu Xiuyuan, he was not expected to return until the end of the year. The fact that Fu Xiuyuan had summoned him back indicated that external matters must be set aside. Ning remained silent for a moment before solemnly expressing her gratitude to Fu Xiuyuan. Thank you. Fu Xiuyuan sighed, feeling a sense of unworthiness at her gratitude. Beyond this, he felt powerless to assist. Ning pressed her lips together, about to speak, when suddenly someone exclaimed, "The 13 needles of soul retrieval? That is the signature skill of the legendary healer, Youlan." Ning looked up to see old Lu, visibly excited, addressing Fu Xiuyuan. "Mr. Fu, you have invited the renowned Youlan. How could we possibly be of use now? With him here, even the most challenging ailments can be cured." Fu Xiuyuan glanced at Ning. "You speak with them?" Ning nodded, foregoing pleasantries and diving straight into the matter. "I am Youlan. I am certain that my grandmother is poisoned, yet I cannot identify the toxin. As esteemed practitioners from the Research Institute, you have likely encountered more medical cases than I. Could you examine her and discern anything?" Ning held confidence in her medical expertise, but regarding her grandmother's condition, she could not afford to be careless. Unable to reach Hongjia, she had no choice but to consult with old Lu and the others, hoping they might uncover the truth. Youlan? Old Lu's voice trembled, and both Elder Qian and Elder Wu wore expressions of astonishment. They could hardly fathom that the legendary healer, Youlan, was represented by such a young woman. The three individuals, having experienced significant events, were momentarily taken aback, prompting Mr. Wu to remark, "Indeed, the youth is formidable." Subsequently, they reined in their emotions and focused intently on the elderly lady's condition. The more they examined, the more alarmed they became. After a considerable time, they all rose to their feet. Mr. Lu was the first to speak, asserting that the elderly lady had indeed been poisoned. "I have encountered something similar in historical texts. It resembles the deadly plant known as duanchanko, yet it is not quite the same." Mr. Qian nodded in agreement, stating, "I too believe it resembles duanchanko, but the toxicity of that plant is severe, with symptoms manifesting rapidly. Typically, if antidotes are not administered within 2 hours, the patient succumbs to the poison." According to the renowned healer, Kanglin, the elderly lady exhibited symptoms 2 days prior. Thus we can preliminarily rule out duanchanko. "I suspect it may be Li Gongting, Mr. Wu suggested, though he expressed some uncertainty. "Regardless of whether it is duanchanko or Li Gongting, once symptoms arise, the patient loses consciousness. However, the current state of the elderly lady indicates she is aware, yet unable to articulate her thoughts. Since the onset of the poisoning, her eyes have remained wide open, though she cannot speak." Chapter 65. The call from Sister Hong. Listening to the analyses presented by the elders Lu, Qian, and Wu, Sang Ning remained silent. After a brief moment, she spoke up, inquiring whether it was possible that two types of poison were mingled. She had initially dismissed the notion of the use of both the breaking heart grass and thundervine, as the symptoms did not align. However, through the diagnostic insights provided by the three elders, she deduced that if two toxins were combined, it could potentially yield a third type of poison. The three elders were taken aback by her revelation. Lu remarked, "Indeed, you are worthy of being called the divine physician of Kanglan. We had not considered this angle at first. Upon reflection, it is plausible that the amalgamation of two poisons could indeed produce a third. Yet, we will only ascertain its accuracy through experimentation." Old Qian interjected. "The Research Institute happens to have both herbs on hand. Mr. Fu, I must trouble you to arrange for a helicopter to deliver them post-haste." Before he could finish, Sang Ning interrupted, "There is no need. Baichao Hall has them." She then addressed Fu Ming. "Please personally retrieve them." Fu Ming was a trustworthy individual, making him the most suitable choice for this task. He nodded affirmatively, understood. After Fu Ming departed, Sang Ning turned to the three elders. "I will have a room prepared for your experiments. I apologize, but I cannot participate this time. My grandmother requires my oversight. If we still need the divine physician of Kanglan to conduct this experiment, then our years of experience would be for naught." Old Wu reassured her. "You may rest easy. As long as we obtain the herbs, we can deliver results within half an hour." "Thank you, and I shall ensure a generous reward afterward." Sang Ning concluded before heading downstairs to find Sang Jingchuan. The members of the Sang family awaited anxiously below, rising as Sang Ning descended. Some glared at her with hostility, while others regarded her with eager anticipation. Ignoring their gazes, she approached Sang Jingchuan. "Father, prepare an empty room. The elders require it for their experiment." Sang Jingchuan expressed his concern. "Is the situation dire?" Sang Ning shook her head. "We have yet to determine the source of the toxin." Before she could finish her thought, Qinya interjected angrily, "I knew you would." However, her words were abruptly halted as Sang Ning turned sharply, her voice chilling as ice. "Do you wish to die?" Chunya's retort caught in her throat, her complexion paling drastically. How frightening! Sang Ning's gaze was truly terrifying, as if it could consume one whole. Sang Qiming furrowed his brow. "Sang Ning, she is your second aunt. How can you speak to her in such a manner?" As Sang Ning turned her attention to Sang Qiming, her hostility softened slightly. "Second uncle, I have not slept since last night. Please keep a watchful eye on your family, and ensure she does not provoke me." Sang Qiming opened his mouth to respond, but Sang Ning interjected. "All of you had better pray for my grandmother's safety. Take this moment to ponder who among you may have poisoned her. If the perpetrator remains undiscovered, I shall hold you all accountable." Stepping closer, she leaned towards Sang Qiming's ear, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "I forgot to mention, I am a madwoman, and madwomen do not act with reason." As Sang Qiming raised his head, he was met with the merciless, bloodthirsty gaze of Sang Ning, which appeared even more terrifying after a sleepless night. Sang Qiming trembled, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Sang Ning, dismissing them, turned to the captain of Fu Xiuyuan's bodyguard team and commanded, "Keep an eye on the Sang family. Not a single mosquito is to escape." "Master Fu has already given his instructions." The bodyguard captain responded respectfully, "Miss Sang, rest assured, I will ensure their safety." With a curt nod, Sang Ning ascended the stairs. As she pushed open the door to the room of the elder Sang matriarch, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, her expression shifted dramatically, and she answered immediately. "My grandmother has been poisoned. I cannot trace the source of the toxin." Before she could finish, the voice on the other end interrupted. "Blood transfusion." Sang Ning was taken aback. "What?" Before confirming the poison and its antidote, a blood transfusion is necessary. The urgency in the caller's voice was palpable. "Ning, I have only 1 minute. I cannot elaborate. Listen carefully. There is a basement in the courtyard. The key is with a yuan. Inside the basement lies my latest research on a human mutation serum. Take it and hand it over to the authorities. Under no circumstances should it fall into the wrong hands. Also, please check on my daughter." Before Sang Ning could respond, the line went dead. Her fingers tightened around the phone. 2 seconds later, she immediately called Xiaoyu. As soon as the call connected, Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Boss, I was just about to call you. A yuan is dead." What did you say? The atmosphere around Sang Ning shifted dramatically, plunging her into a frigid despair. Just seconds after receiving a call from Hong Jia, a Yuan had perished? An hour ago, I received a distress call from a Yuan and rushed over, but I arrived too late. She had been dismembered, her death was horrific, and all the sisters in that area have vanished. Sang Ning narrowed her eyes. Before she could speak, Fu Xiuyuan interjected, Ning, leave it to me. You stay here and tend to your grandmother. Sang Ning paused, then replied, Fu Xiuyuan, you go now, wait for him. After ending the call, she turned to Fu Xiuyuan. The serum is likely gone. Please be careful. Even if they were never to become husband and wife, she did not wish for any harm to come to him. Understood. Fu Xiuyuan replied, pausing for a moment. I will leave Fu Ming here to assist you, Ning. Stay composed. Sang Ning recognized Fu Xiuyuan's concern that if her grandmother did not survive, she might go mad with grief towards the Sang family. She glanced back at the elder matriarch in bed and said, for grandmother's sake, I will restrain myself. Yet, how much she could truly restrain herself, she could not guarantee. Fu Xiuyuan wasted no time and departed promptly. Not long after his departure, Fu Ming returned. Sang Ning instructed him to bring the Duanchang grass and Legong vine to Lu Lao and the others. The three immediately commenced their research. Sang Ning sat beside the elder matriarch, gently holding her hand. Grandmother, you wouldn't want me to go mad, would you? Hold on, no matter the cost. I will save you. The elder matriarch's eyes flickered as she struggled to speak but could utter nothing. Half an hour later, Lu Laosan and his companions entered with the research findings. Lu's expression was one of disappointment. The results were in, and regrettably, the new toxin's composition did not match that found in the elderly lady's body. At that moment, Fu Ming's phone rang. After a brief exchange, he merely replied, understood, and informed Sang Ning that all those who had picnicked with the elderly lady had been investigated with no issues found. Sang Ning furrowed her brow, then rose and said to Fu Ming, conduct a thorough search of the Sang household. Examine every item within the premises meticulously. Upon finishing her statement, she turned to Lu and requested, I would appreciate your assistance in this matter. They may struggle to discern the components of the toxin. Lu agreed. Without casting a glance at the members of the Sang family, Sang Ning led her team downstairs and instructed the head of the security detail. Take all members of the Sang family to the courtyard and interrogate them one by one. Chapter 66. If my grandmother were to die, I would ensure your demise. Fu Xiuyuan's bodyguards, well-trained and efficient, swiftly ushered the members of the Sang family into the designated area. Aside from Sang Yifan, the others underwent rigorous interrogation. A few of the younger generation, such as Sang Yu and Sang Huai, were relatively cooperative. However, the rest of the family exhibited a distinct lack of compliance. As the bodyguards escorted them away, they unleashed a torrent of curses directed at Sang Ning. Sang Ning, you wretched creature, we are your elders. How dare you subject us to such relentless questioning? What venomous heart do you possess? Release us at once. This is a matter concerning the Sang family. Why have you summoned these outsiders to terrorize us? Do not presume that your association with Fu Xiuyuan grants you immunity. He may protect you for a time, but he cannot shield you for eternity. The underhanded tactics you've learned from those nightclub ladies will not endure. Once Fu Xiuyuan grows weary of you, consider the consequences of having antagonized us. All members of the Sang family, both elders and youths, took turns cursing Sang Ning. Standing on the steps, she regarded them with an impassive expression, declaring, if my grandmother were to perish, I would see to it that you all meet your demise. Her words were as frigid as the depths of winter. You would do well to contemplate who among you is most suspect in administering poison to my grandmother. Should I uncover the true culprit, you might find some respite. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you are treated accordingly. The members of the Sang family were momentarily taken aback by Sang Ning's imposing presence, and for a fleeting instant, they genuinely feared for their lives. They dared not utter another word to her, instead turning their gaze towards Sang Jingchuan. Elder brother, will you merely stand idly by while Sang Ning humiliates us? We are equally distressed by Mother S poisoning. She forbids us from seeing her and has had us detained. What kind of disgrace is this? Sang Jingchuan lifted his gaze to Sang Ning and, with a cold demeanor, commanded silence. Instantly, the room fell into silence. He continued, devoid of expression. Ning has articulated everything that needs to be said. If you wish to remain unharmed, it is imperative that you cooperate fully. Since you are concerned for our mother, it is only natural that we uncover who has poisoned her. Sang Jingchuan's indifferent glance swept across the assembly. You are not alone in this. I too have been subjected to control and questioning. Am I, your own father, to be treated with less regard than you? The members of the Sang family fell silent once more. Sang Ning truly was an ungrateful wretch. Not only did she control them, but she had ensnared Sang Jingchuan as well. Among all present, aside from Sang Yifan, none had been spared. Yet, why was Sang Yifan exempt from interrogation? Although they thought this, no one dared voice their suspicions. After all, it was evident to all that in the Sang family, aside from the matriarch, Sang Ning held the deepest concern for Sang Yifan. Among the Sang family, anyone could be suspected of poisoning the matriarch, but Sang Yifan was beyond reproach. Despite his intelligence, he held little favor within the family. For the sake of the family's fortune, there was no incentive for him, as it was clear that the inheritance would never fall to him. Moreover, the elderly matriarch has always been quite fond of Sang Yifan. Aside from Sang Ning, he is the only grandchild she holds in high regard. The members of the Sang family fell silent, dutifully cooperating with the investigation, observing their newfound compliance. Sang Ning turned to Sang Yifan and said, "Third brother, please assist in the inquiry." Sang Yifan nodded in agreement, his mind racing with anger. He could scarcely fathom that his own kin would possess such a callous heart as to poison their grandmother. The matriarch, known for her kindness and amiable nature, never offended anyone. Even after Sang Ning returned and displayed a slight favoritism, she treated all family members with equal affection, rarely raising her voice unless faced with grave misconduct. Surely, even those who harbored disdain for her would not go so far as to cause her demise. Yet to his dismay, they not only sought to end her life, but resorted to the vile act of poisoning. Sang Yifan vowed to unearth the perpetrator responsible for this heinous act. Without hesitation, he joined in the search. Sang Ning, meanwhile, paid no further heed to the rest of the family. Hong Jia mentioned that to counteract the poison, a blood transfusion was necessary. While this was the quickest and most effective antidote, the potential after-effects were considerable. To put more bluntly, it could drastically shorten the matriarch's lifespan. Thus, she was reluctant to adopt such a perilous solution unless absolutely essential. She needed to identify the source of the toxin promptly. Once she understood its composition, she could devise an antidote. Standing on the steps, Sang Ning surveyed the surroundings of the Sang residence. Her gaze suddenly fell upon the garage. Every room and corner was being meticulously searched, yet the garage remained unexamined. Furrowing her brows, she called out to the nearest elder, "Elder Wu, accompany me to the garage." Elder Wu nodded in agreement and followed her. The Sang family was large, and they possessed numerous vehicles. There were 5 cars just in the main house. Sang Ning instructed Elder Wu to inspect the other cars while she attended to the vehicle used by the matriarch on the day of her outing. The matriarch's choice of vehicle varied. As she seldom ventured out, she would simply use whichever car was available. On that particular day, she had taken Sang Jingchuan's car. Sang Ning opened the vehicle and examined it thoroughly, both inside and out, finding nothing amiss. As she wore a grave expression, preparing to check the other cars, Sang Yifan suddenly rushed over. "Sister, someone is missing from the house." Sang Ning narrowed her eyes. "Who?" "Driver Chun," Sang Yifan replied. After inspecting Professor Lu's room, I felt that someone was absent. I went downstairs to check, and indeed, Driver Chun is missing. I just inquired, and he has taken a 2-day leave. Sang Ning turned sharply and began to walk away. After just a few steps, Elder Wu suddenly exclaimed, "Miss Sang, come quickly and see." Earlier, when Sang Ning had instructed them to call her by her name, Elder Wu and the others felt it was somewhat disrespectful to the esteemed Kanglan physician, so they had opted to address her as Miss Sang. Sang Ning quickly approached. "Do you not find the scent in this car rather peculiar?" Elder Wu remarked gravely. "It does not resemble the fragrance of perfume." Sang Ning directly opened the car door and slipped inside. A faint fragrance lingered within, likely diminished by the passage of a few days. It was nearly imperceptible unless one took a moment to focus. This scent was indeed peculiar, not reminiscent of any perfume. She was acutely sensitive to fragrances, capable of detecting perfume immediately. However, this aroma bore a resemblance to the essence of herbs, yet lacked any medicinal undertones. It was akin to the situation where Tang Wanru had been poisoned previously. The scent in the car, though, differed from that which clung to Tang Wanru. Sang Ning meticulously inspected the interior, ultimately fixating on a charm dangling from the front of the vehicle. She removed the charm and brought it close to her nose. And an instant wave of dizziness washed over her. Swiftly, she pricked an acupoint on her body with a silver needle, and the dizziness vanished in an instant. Exiting the vehicle, Sang Ning handed the charm to Old Wu, instructing him to analyze its components promptly. Old Wu, grasping the charm, hurried off to summon Old Lu and Old Qian. Once he departed, Sang Yifan widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the car before him. Sister, the poison in Grandma is linked to that thing? Essentially, Sang Ning replied gravely. Sang Yifan's expression shifted dramatically. I didn't do it. I have no idea how it ended up in my car. It was definitely not there before. Chapter 67. Discovery. At this moment, Sang Yifan was consumed by a sense of unease. The vehicle in question belonged to him. He had later given it to Sang Ning, who, finding it too dilapidated, returned it to him. Reluctant to ride the precious motorcycle daily, he opted to use his own car for outings. However, he could not fathom how this insidious substance had found its way onto his vehicle. Sang Ning's gaze turned icy. Clearly, the perpetrator was cunning. Was this a ploy to frame him? For an ordinary person, it might have been easy to believe that Sang Yifan was the one who had poisoned. Yet, having grown up in mutual redemption with her third brother, she understood him better than anyone. Although he appeared carefree, he could not even bear to witness the servants slaughtering chickens, let alone commit murder. He was a paradox, at times sharp-witted, at others quite dull. Even if given a knife, he would likely not conceive of taking a life. Do you believe me? Before Sang Ning could respond, Sang Yifan suddenly burst into tears. Sis, you are truly wonderful. I have not wronged you. Sang Ning shot him a glance, dismissing her foolish third brother. She called Fu Ming, instructing him to guard the garage and prevent anyone from approaching. Subsequently, she ascended to the makeshift laboratory on the second floor, prepared by Old Wu and the others. They were extracting the chemical components from the pendant. As Sang Ning entered, Old Qian remarked, Miss Sang, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the poison should be contained within this pendant. Although we have only extracted half, it is nearly confirmed. With a stern expression, Sang Ning approached and took the instruments from Old Qian, personally undertaking the extraction. In under 10 minutes, she rose, declaring that further extraction was unnecessary. Old Qian, puzzled, inquired, What is it? I know what poison it is, she replied. Old Qian, Old Wu, and Old Lu all stood up in unison. What poison? They asked, though their astonishment was palpable. True to her reputation as the divine healer of Kanglan, while their extraction was still incomplete, she had already discerned the poison's nature. Dukhang grass and thunder vine, she stated. But we conducted experiments, and your grandmother's poison was not a mixture of the two. Old Qian exclaimed in disbelief. You used the complete herbs, which would yield a more potent toxin. Hence it does not align with the poison affecting my grandmother, Sang Ning responded coldly. The toxin on this pendant is a combination of both, each extracted to half potency. Therefore significantly less toxic, and the symptoms would naturally differ. Sang Ning narrowed her eyes and continued in a grave tone, Given my grandmother's age, if a higher concentration of poison had been used, she would have perished immediately. However, with the toxicity reduced, her symptoms would merely resemble those of a common cold. The initial symptoms of the old lady's illness were indeed akin to a mild cold, which typically lasts around 7 days. After 7 days, the symptoms would accelerate and spread throughout her body. If she were not treated, the family would urgently take her to the hospital. There, through various examinations, the diagnosis would conclude a viral infection. Yet, due to the rapid progression, there would be insufficient time for treatment, resulting in death within 2 days. However, Sang Ning estimated that it had been no more than 3 days since the poisoning, and it was unlikely that her grandmother would have succumbed so swiftly. The severity of her condition now could only imply one thing. Someone had poisoned her grandmother again. A chilling aura enveloped Sang Ning, startling Wu and the others. Soon, she reigned in her intensity and summoned Fu Ming. Miss Sang, Fu Ming said respectfully, take my third brother and immediately secure my family's driver. Sang Ning instructed coldly. I will question him myself. Understood, Fu Ming replied before departing. After he left, Sang Ning turned to Wu and the others. I must trouble you to watch over my grandmother. Do not disturb the silver needles on her. I will work on an antidote. Of course, Wu agreed, hesitating momentarily before adding, Miss Sang, if you succeed in developing the antidote, may we receive a prescription? Sang Ning nodded, certainly. With her consent, Wu and the others exited. Without wasting time, Sang Ning sat down to research the antidote. Previously unable to identify the toxin's source, she had been cautious, but now that she had pinpointed it, she approached her study with confidence. In truth, such a level of poison was trivial for her. However, given her grandmother's situation, she executed every step with utmost precision. As Sang Ning focused on her work, the seasoned doctors remaining in the laboratory observed her in astonishment. After 2 hours, she finally stood up, holding the completed antidote as she exited the room. Once she left, the doctors exchanged incredulous glances. Has she truly finished the research already? This young girl is astonishing. I have never even heard of this toxin, yet she identified its source and developed an antidote in merely 2 hours without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, if it were me, I doubt I could have produced an antidote in less than a week, and I would certainly have paused numerous times to consult references. She appears quite young, yet her medical skills are exceptional. Moreover, Wu and the others seem to hold her in high regard. Could she be a disciple of some esteemed figure? Whoever her mentor may be, a talent like her is worth notifying the hospital. If we could invite her to give a lecture, it would be invaluable. Upon hearing this, the others quickly pulled out their phones to contact their respective hospitals. Meanwhile, Sang Ning administered the antidote to her grandmother. Within merely 10 minutes, the elderly lady regained consciousness. Ning, Sang Lao Tai said, her voice hoarse from a day of silence. Grandma, I'm here. Sang Ning supported her grandmother into a sitting position. After lying down for an entire day, it was time for her to change posture, lest her back suffer. Sang Lao Tai grasped Sang Ning's hand, gently patting it. Thank you so much. She had many questions and thoughts swirling in her mind, such as how Ning had acquired such remarkable medical skills and why she had felt so close to death during her ailment. In a mere moment, Ning had successfully healed her. She wished to express that the elder's wish had finally been fulfilled, that the medical knowledge passed down through generations of the Sang family had found an heir. Yet, as she gazed upon Sang Ning's cold and indifferent countenance, words failed her. Sang Ning clasped the old lady's hand in hers. Her typically frigid demeanor softened as her nose tinged with emotion. Grandmother, you must take care of yourself. I still wish to celebrate your 70th, 80th, and even your 100th birthday. Very well, I shall be well. Upon seeing the mist in Sang Ning's eyes, Sang Lao Tai was moved to offer comfort, but feared that her granddaughter might break under the weight of her emotions. Thus, she could only manage, Ning, you must also take care of yourself. I wish to personally send you off on your wedding day. Very well. Sang Ning managed a faint smile, engaging in conversation with Sang Lao Tai for a moment before rising with a stoic expression, preparing to leave. Ning, where are you going? Sang Lao Tai called after her. A cruel smile flickered at the corners of Sang Ning's lips. You have suffered greatly. Someone must pay the price. Sang Lao Tai opened her mouth to dissuade her, but Sang Ning did not allow her the opportunity to speak, turning away and departing. With a deep sigh, Sang Lao Tai was left in helpless resignation. Chapter 68. He will appear downstairs. Sang Ning sat upon the sofa, while before her, Driver Chen knelt, trembling uncontrollably. Miss, I truly do not comprehend what transpired. That day, the old lady requested a vehicle, and the only one available was the third young master's car. The keys are typically kept at home when he does not use it, so I took it. I have been on leave these past few days due to my mother's illness, attending to her at the hospital. I genuinely do not know how the old lady became poisoned. Driver Chun was drenched in perspiration. Sang Ning rubbed her temples. After the old lady was detoxified, the hostility emanating from her had considerably diminished, returning to her usual languid demeanor. She reclined against the sofa, legs crossed, her voice flat and unremarkable. Fu Ming. He struggles with articulation. Instruct him. Understood, Fu Ming replied, and before anyone could react, he withdrew a small knife from his pocket and plunged it into Driver Chen's thigh. Ah! Ah! The living room erupted with two piercing screams, one from Driver Chen and the other from the quaking members of the Sang family. Though it was unclear who among them had emitted the sound, Sang Ning paid no heed, not even lifting her gaze. Fu Ming's expression remained impassive as he twisted the knife embedded in Driver Chen's leg, pushing it deeper. Can you speak now? Driver Chen, drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, gritted his teeth and stammered, I truly do not know. Ah! As soon as the words left his lips, Fu Ming swiftly withdrew the knife and stabbed it into Driver Chen's other leg. This is merely an appetizer. If you still cannot articulate properly, the next encounter will not be so gentle. Driver Chen trembled, biting his lip in fear, unwilling to utter a sound. Fu Ming let out a cold laugh, producing a small ceramic vial from his pocket, pouring the powder within onto Driver Chen's wound. Ah! 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 Driver Chen emitted a scream more harrowing than before, his body convulsing in agony. Still nothing to say. With Fu Ming preparing to pour the powder onto the other leg, Driver Chen stammered, I will speak. Fu Ming cast a dispassionate glance at him. You waste my medicine. Upon uttering this, Fu Ming looked up and addressed Sang Ning. Miss Sang, you will need to reimburse me later. He had purchased this small vial for 500,000, a price offered as a favor. Most importantly, when he made the purchase, Master Fu refused to reimburse him. Sang Ning pinched his hip. I will reimburse you. Only then did Fu Ming feel relieved. He then kicked Driver Chen, stating, Driver Chen has developed a phobia of me. Shaking, Driver Chen confessed, my son has a gambling debt of 5 million, which I cannot repay. While I was seeking a way to gather the funds, someone approached me, offering a trinket and instructing me to place it in the third young master's vehicle. The old lady was to drive it when she left. He promised me 5 million upon success. Initially, I refused, but he threatened my family's lives if I did not comply. I had no choice but to agree. Sang Ning reclined on the sofa, her eyes closed, her expression indifferent. Who was that person? I could not discern his identity. He wore a mask and a hat, obscuring his features entirely. How could you be certain that my grandmother would go out that day? And how could you be so sure that my third brother wouldn't be driving? Sang Ning inquired. It was that individual who mentioned it. As for how he knew, I cannot say. Miss, I have conveyed everything I know, and I do not recognize that person. The money he gave me remains untouched, still in my card. Driver Chen lamented as tears streamed down his face. My son is in debt, and my mother is hospitalized. He threatened my family, leaving me no choice but to comply. Moreover, I truly do not know which trinket is poisoned. I believed it to be an ordinary charm. Driver Chen was filled with regret. The Sang family treated their staff exceptionally well. The matriarch was kind-hearted and never harsh. During festivals, she would hand out red envelopes to the household staff and drivers. He was grateful. Had it not been for the threat to his life, he would never have engaged in such actions. Yet, coerced by the threats against his loved ones, he had no alternative but to agree. Sang Ning remained silent for a considerable time, lost in thought. After a while, she lifted her hand, signaling Fu Ming to take the person away. Subsequently, she turned to Sang Yifan and requested, Third brother, could you please fetch my computer from upstairs? Sang Yifan nodded and swiftly ascended the stairs. In no time, he returned with the computer in hand. Sang Ning took the device, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. Sang Yifan watched in astonishment. Goodness, Sang Ning's speed was astonishing. As a software developer, he prided himself on his superior technical skills compared to the average person. Yet, in contrast to Sang Ning, he felt utterly inadequate. As he gazed at her, diligently working at the keyboard, he pondered what experiences she had endured over the years. How was it that she seemed to master everything? After a few minutes of intense concentration, Sang Ning paused. Sang Yifan, puzzled, asked, But it's still unclear who it is? The screen displayed footage from a surveillance camera at the hospital entrance, where a man clad in black, wearing a mask and hat, handed something to Driver Chen. The man's head was lowered, and the footage revealed not even a glimpse of his eyes. Sang Ning remained silent, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the edge of the computer, her gaze fixed intently on the figure in the footage. This individual was calculating. She had captured every movement of his from the moment he appeared, utilizing her keen observational skills. Not a single frame revealed his face. On the day of her grandmother's outing, Sang Yifan had encountered severe traffic en route to the company. He recalled that just before leaving, she had received a phone call, seemingly arranging a meeting with a representative from a partner company scheduled for 9 in the morning, yet the roads were congested at that time. Concerned about the delay, she borrowed her motorcycle to leave. As for how that person knew of her grandmother's plans, she remained in the dark. However, she was certain that the individual had a thorough understanding of the Sang family's movements. Who could it possibly be? Aside from the eccentric Lu Wanyu, the members of the Sang family, while possessing their own minor flaws, have committed no heinous acts. Particularly the grandmother, who grew up in Jiangxing and boasts an extensive network, has never harbored a single enemy. Everyone who knows her speaks of her with the utmost admiration. Throughout her life, whether in her youth or in her elder years, no one in Jiangxing has uttered a word of disparagement against her. Yet, it is evident that the individual in question seeks her demise. The initial attempt at poisoning was insufficient, and with a second dose, he intends for her never to awaken again. Sang Ning fixated on the surveillance footage for an extended period before abruptly shutting the laptop and rising to his feet, expressing his fatigue and intention to rest. Sang Yifan, taken aback, inquired if he would not continue the investigation. He was eager to apprehend the vile perpetrator who had poisoned their grandmother. This individual was truly malicious, not only administering the poison, but also attempting to frame him for the deed. Were it not for Sang Ning's unwavering belief in his innocence, he might have fallen prey to the treacherous scheme. Sang Ning glanced around at the members of the Sang family, a slight smile gracing his lips. He decided against further investigation, confident that the perpetrator would reveal himself in due time. Chapter 69. Caution. Sang Ning had not slept for a full 2 days, and when she finally succumbed to slumber, she slept for over 10 hours. Upon awakening, she discovered that the members of the second and third branches of the Sang family had departed. Her aunt and cousins remained secluded in their rooms. Perhaps Sang Ning's ruthless methods with driver Chun had instilled fear. On the side of the main household, both the masters and the servants avoided her presence, steering clear at the sight of her. No one dared to engage her in conversation. As Sang Ning descended the stairs, the idle servants hastily rose, seeking to occupy themselves with chores. "Fourth miss, I had Chenma prepare some porridge. Would you care for a bowl?" In contrast to others, Butler Wang exhibited a certain comfort around Sang Ning, even expressing a hint of admiration. The old matriarch had raised 3 sons and 2 daughters, and as for the grandchildren, they could easily fill a table. Yet, in her time of peril, it was only Sang Ning who stood up to seek justice for her. Though somewhat aloof, Sang Ning shared a temperament with the matriarch. They reciprocated kindness in equal measure. Both were, in their own ways, safeguarding one another, a commendable bond. Many claimed that the 4th miss relied solely on Fu Xiuyuan. Yet, through this ordeal, it became evident that she possessed considerable capability. It was no small feat to swiftly uncover the poison administered to the matriarch and even find an antidote. Although the identity of the perpetrator remained elusive, Sang Ning declared it unnecessary to investigate further, asserting that she had an understanding of the matter. Sang Ning nodded appreciatively at Butler Wang's thoughtfulness. After 2 days without sleep and nourishment, a bowl of porridge was just what she needed. Butler Wang promptly instructed Chunma to serve the porridge and added with a smile, "4th miss, you are too kind. It is my duty to assist you." He paused before continuing, "By the way, the matriarch is now able to eat. With old Wu and the others attending to her, her recovery appears promising. She asked me to convey to you that you have been quite fatigued these past few days and need not worry about her. You should rest well." "I will rest well." Sang Ning accepted the porridge from Chunma, expressed her gratitude, and said, "I will go up to see her shortly." "Very well." Butler Wang refrained from dissuading her. Over time, he had discerned that Sang Ning was resolute. Once she made a decision, no amount of persuasion would sway her. Perhaps only the matriarch's words held weight with her. After finishing the porridge, Sang Ning proceeded to the matriarch's chamber, under the expert care of old Wu and his colleagues. The matriarch's spirits were notably high. As Sang Ning entered, she called out, "Grandmother." The matriarch smiled and waved her over. "I told you to rest well. Why must you come?" Sang Ning smiled gently. "I missed you and wanted to check on you." A wave of warmth surged through the matriarch's heart, and she struggled to hold back her tears. She was uncertain what good deeds she had performed in her past life to be blessed with such a wonderful granddaughter as Sang Ning. The matriarch sniffed, stifling her tears to prevent causing concern for Sang Ning. After conversing with her grandmother for a while, Sang Ning rose and bowed respectfully to old Wu and his colleagues, saying, "I apologize for the trouble you have taken this time." The three gentlemen quickly extended their hands to support her, exclaiming, "Your words truly humble us. Mr. Fu has invested 500 million into the research institute, bringing us here, yet we have contributed nothing of significance, so we dare not voice such sentiments." Sang Ning, omitting any pleasantries, produced several vials and sheets of paper. These vials contained the antidotes for the poison that afflicted my grandmother, healing pills, detoxification pills, and various medications for different ailments, all meticulously categorized, albeit in limited quantities. "Please distribute as you see fit," she stated. As she gestured towards the additional sheets, she added, "These comprise my acupuncture techniques and the intricate cases I have diagnosed. They're a gift to you." The faces of the three gentlemen brightened with joy, for they had not anticipated that this visit would yield not only Mr. Fu's substantial investment, but also an array of medicinal concoctions personally researched by the renowned healer, Youlan. Most importantly, Sang Ning's acupuncture techniques were invaluable treasures, long lost to time. The elderly gentlemen, who spent their days at the institute studying complex acupuncture methods, were astonished that Sang Ning had so generously offered them. Wu Lao and the others, initially inclined to decline, found themselves unable to utter such words of refusal. "Miss Sang, I must state that these items are of immense importance to us. If you ever find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall certainly help in whatever capacity I can." Sang Ning nodded in agreement. "Very well. The affairs of the Sang family are numerous at present, so I shall not impose upon you any longer. I will visit you in the capital in the future. I eagerly await your good news." After the trio departed from the Sang residence, they regarded the items in their possession in contemplative silence. Finally, Qian Lao broke the silence, stating, "This journey was not in vain." Wu Lao concurred. "Indeed, the gifts from the esteemed healer Youlan are far more precious than Mr. Fu's 500 million. Lu Lao glanced back towards the Sang residence, reflecting, "I had anticipated that the healer Youlan would embody the aloofness of legend, dismissing all with disdain. I never expected her to be so approachable and courteous. Frankly, we old fellows fall short in comparison." How true that is. I have occasionally allowed my modest credentials to cloud my perspective, but it appears I must learn from the healer Youlan and adopt a more humble approach in my endeavors. Meanwhile, in the urban village, at Hongjia's small courtyard, when Fu Xiuyuan arrived, he found Xiaoyu surrounded by a group of men in black, all armed with firearms. Fu Xiuyuan's expression hardened. In an instant, several silver needles slipped from his grasp as he swiftly maneuvered, launching them with precision. Then, he darted forward with remarkable speed. Xiaoyu, upon spotting Fu Xiuyuan, exclaimed in alarm, "Run! They have guns!" Fu Xiuyuan paid him no heed, moving like a specter among the assailants, who had no opportunity to react before being swiftly incapacitated by him. Rather than merely being defeated, they were rendered unconscious by a fine powder that Fu Xiuyuan had scattered. In the blink of an eye, the ground was strewn with the fallen figures of the black-clad men. Xiaoyu stared in disbelief at Fu Xiuyuan. Was this truly the same individual who could barely lift a finger in the presence of their leader? He seemed to have transformed entirely, as Xiaoyu remained in shock. Fu Xiuyuan entered Hongjia's courtyard. Seeing this, Xiaoyu hurriedly followed him. Seeing Fu Xiuyuan searching for something in the room, he inquired, "What are you looking for?" Fu Xiuyuan coldly replied, "The basement." Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Is there a basement here?" He wondered. How could he have been unaware? He had visited this place countless times, yet had never heard the boss mention a basement. Not only was he oblivious, but Sang Ning was as well. Had it not been for Hong Jie's phone call, Sang Ning would likely have remained ignorant of the basement's existence throughout her life. Fu Xiuyuan cast him a sidelong glance and resumed his search in the room. After 10 minutes, he located a hidden door behind the wardrobe in Hong Jie's room. Lacking a key, he ordered someone to force the door open. As Fu Xiuyuan surveyed the various experimental potions in the basement, a frown creased his brow. He was aware that Hong Jie was a master of toxins, yet he had not realized she was also conducting experiments on potions. What mission had Hong Jie undertaken this time? Why was it connected to potions? With no time to ponder further, Fu Xiuyuan hastily gathered all the potions from the basement. Observing the numerous items Fu Xiuyuan retrieved, Xiao Yu's expression tightened. These items must be of great significance. Otherwise, the boss would not have sent Fu Xiuyuan personally. With a serious demeanor, Xiao Yu urged, "We must leave quickly. We cannot linger here." In one night, a yuan had perished, and all the sisters from the nightclub had vanished. Clearly, someone had set their sights on this place. "You drive." Fu Xiuyuan said little more, striding towards the exit. Suddenly, he halted, raising his gaze to a spot on the rooftop not far away. A second later, his expression changed dramatically as he pushed Xiao Yu aside, warning, "Be careful." Chapter 70. Fu Xiuyuan severely injured Fu Xiuyuan. "How are you?" Xiao Yu hastily dragged Fu Xiuyuan into the room, his entire body trembling. He had never anticipated that Fu Xiuyuan would save him. Had it not been for Fu Xiuyuan's quick reflexes, that bullet would have pierced his heart. Instead, the bullet struck Fu Xiuyuan's arm. Although this injury seemed minor at first, within mere seconds, Fu Xiuyuan's lips turned a shade of bluish purple, and his complexion became frightfully pale. It seemed he had been poisoned. This was dire. Although the boss had separated from Fu Xiuyuan, he remained the most significant person in the boss's heart. If anything were to happen to Fu Xiuyuan, Xiao Yu could scarcely imagine the boss's reaction. Fu Xiuyuan felt as though countless insects were gnawing at his body, and his consciousness began to fade. He grasped Xiao Yu's shoulders and handed him the medicine he had brought from the basement, urging him to hide it and find an opportunity to escape. He had never considered himself a paragon of virtue, but Xiao Yu belonged to Sang Ning, and he would protect everything related to Sang Ning with all his might. With that, Fu Xiuyuan succumbed to unconsciousness. "Fu Xiuyuan, don't sleep," Xiao Yu cried out in desperation, striving to keep Fu Xiuyuan awake, but no matter how he shouted, his companion showed no sign of awareness. It was imperative to get Fu Xiuyuan before Sang Ning as swiftly as possible. Only the boss could save him. However, Xiao Yu rose to his feet, warily hiding behind the door. He sensed numerous footsteps approaching. The adversaries were armed, their bullets laced with poison. Not only was he unable to protect Fu Xiuyuan, but he might not survive himself. Xiao Yu cast a glance at Fu Xiuyuan and then at the medicine in his hand. These individuals were after the medicine. If he surrendered it, they would likely leave. He could perish, but Fu Xiuyuan must not die. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu lifted Fu Xiuyuan onto his back and concealed him in the basement. Subsequently, he called Sang Ning, "Boss, help." But before Xiao Yu could finish his sentence, the door was kicked open. With urgency, he stowed away his phone, eyes alert as he faced 10 men clad in black, weapons drawn. He furrowed his brow. What kind of enemies had Hong Jie fended? These individuals were no ordinary thugs. They resembled assassins. "Hand over the goods," the leader of the black-clad men commanded, his voice steady. Xiao Yu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, responded, "I can give you the goods, but you must withdraw." The leader frowned, aiming his gun at Xiao Yu. "Stop wasting time, hand it over." Xiao Yu smirked defiantly. "Go ahead and pull the trigger. If I die, you won't find what you're looking for." The leader tightened his finger on the trigger. "Are you threatening me?" "Not at all. My life is in your hands. How could I dare threaten you?" Xiao Yu spread his hands wide. "But I must ensure my own safety. With so many of you here, if I hand over the goods, who knows whether you would kill me?" Without waiting for the black-clad man to respond, Xiao Yu continued, "Surely, everyone here has already been eliminated by you? You have exerted such great effort solely to obtain this item, and currently, only I know its whereabouts. Should you kill me, you shall gain nothing. Just as I confined Fu Xiuyuan to the basement, I casually discarded the potion inside as well. Although I contemplated trading the potion for Fu Xiuyuan's life, its significance to Hong Jie prevented me from relinquishing it easily. Provoking a calamity would surely incur the wrath of my superior. With no alternative at hand, I must rely on cunning to prevail. The leader remained silent, casting a malevolent gaze upon Xiaoyu, who stood undeterred, locking eyes with him. After a minute's pause, the cloaked figure gestured for his followers to exit. These individuals, well-trained, posed no questions to their leader's command and retreated accordingly. Within the confines of the room, only Xiaoyu and the leader remained. "Retrieve it swiftly, or I shall take your life," the leader threatened. "I shall retrieve it now." Xiaoyu turned, his previously smiling visage transforming into an icy demeanor. He advanced slowly until nearing the door of Hongjie's chamber, at which point he sidestepped, evading the gun pressed against his nape. In a swift motion, he scattered a powdery substance. The leader, sensing his movement, pulled the trigger, but in that fleeting moment, he collapsed without warning. Xiaoyu seized the leader's weapon with utmost speed, firing a shot into his thigh before leaping through the window. Outside, a throng of individuals burst in, their expressions shifting dramatically. As they prepared to pursue, one voice commanded, "Let half pursue him. The rest accompany me to locate the potion. We must not delay our mission." Meanwhile, Ning received Xiaoyu's call, already en route. After Wu Lao and the others departed, she hastily made her way to Hongjie's small courtyard. Hongjie had never spoken to her with such gravity regarding a matter. The potion was of paramount importance. She needed to acquire it. However, Fu Xiuyuan had been with Hongjie for over 10 hours, and not a whisper of news had reached her, stirring an ominous premonition within her. The journey from the Sang residence to Hongjie's courtyard took merely an hour and a half. It was implausible that there had been no sign of activity for such an extended period. She accelerated her motorcycle to its maximum speed, approaching 5 kilometers from the courtyard. As her vehicle entered, she spotted Xiaoyu fleeing in disarray, his arm injured, with several cloaked figures in pursuit. Ning narrowed her eyes, executing a drift to halt before Xiaoyu. "Get in." Upon seeing Ning, Xiaoyu's eyes brightened, and he swiftly leapt into the vehicle, handing her his gun before she could utter a word. Ning started the engine, one hand gripping the motorcycle while the other wielded the firearm. Her aim was precise, each shot finding its mark as the pursuers fell one by one. "Boss, hurry and save Fu Xiuyuan. He has been poisoned," Xiaoyu exclaimed once the black-clad assailants lay defeated. "Poisoned?" Ning's gaze turned frigid, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt. It was to save him that Fu Xiuyuan had endured such peril, and the bullets of those assailants were indeed laced with poison. However, the bullet that had struck his arm was free of toxins. Otherwise, he would not have managed to run such a distance after being shot. It appears that the assailants desired to obtain the medication from him, and, fearing his demise, refrained from using poison. Without hesitation, Ning accelerated the vehicle. 5 minutes later, the car halted outside a small courtyard. Ning followed Xiaoyu swiftly into the basement. The courtyard was a disarray of scattered remnants. Everything that could be dismantled had been thoroughly stripped away. With a stern expression, Ning accompanied Xiaoyu to the basement, where the door stood ajar. Xiaoyu's countenance changed dramatically. He first dragged Fu Xiuyuan out, then entered to inspect the area, exclaiming in anger, "Damn it, the medication has been taken." Those individuals had searched all night without discovering the basement. It seemed that after he and Fu Xiuyuan had entered, something had been disturbed, alerting the assailants. Ignoring Xiaoyu's outburst, Ning approached Fu Xiuyuan, placing her fingers on his pulse before administering an antidote pill. Subsequently, she lifted Fu Xiuyuan on her back and made her way to Xiaoyu's vehicle. Once inside, her gaze remained icy as she surveyed the ravaged courtyard, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of her lips. "You all had better hide well. I hope not to find you." Chapter 71. The bloodthirsty organization Ning drove swiftly towards the Fu residence. "Madam, sir, Lady Fu, it's terrible. Young master has been injured." The housekeeper hurriedly reported upon seeing Ning carrying Fu Xiuyuan inside. Old Madame Fu sprang to her feet, her voice trembling as she inquired, "What has happened?" Despite her usual disdain for this grandson, the sight of him unconscious and pale as death filled her with dread. Biting her lip in silence, overwhelmed by fear for her son. Although she was unaware of the specifics, The thought of any harm befalling her child terrified her. "He has been poisoned. Prepare a clean room for me. I must administer an antidote," Ning stated succinctly, prioritizing Fu Xiuyuan's recovery. Without hesitation, old Madam Fu commanded the staff to arrange a room. Once the room was prepared, Ning gently laid Fu Xiuyuan upon the bed. At that moment, Youlan arrived. Having previously accompanied Ning to the Fu household, she was permitted entry without obstruction. After greeting the elders of the Fu family, she proceeded directly into the room. "Ning, your medical kit," Youlan said, having rushed over without delay after receiving Ning's call en route to the Fu residence. Ning took the medical kit and instructed Xiaoyu, "Lie down, I will bandage your wounds." "No need for that. These minor injuries hardly require your personal attention. Focus on administering the antidote to Fu Xiuyuan," Xiaoyu replied, glancing at Ning. Although he concealed it well, he understood her deep concern for Fu Xiuyuan. Earlier, when he attempted to assist Fu Xiuyuan, she had refused to allow it. As he cast another look at the unconscious Fu Xiuyuan, he reflected on his previous disdain for him. Fu Xiuyuan had always seemed like a frivolous young man, perpetually clinging to the leader. Aside from his wealth that afforded him some influence, Xiaoyu had seen little merit in him. However, this incident had altered his perspective. How could someone favored by the leader be ordinary? Determined not to hinder Ning's efforts to save Fu Xiuyuan, Xiaoyu turned and departed. Ning contemplated briefly, but ultimately chose not to insist on bandaging Xiaoyu's wounds. The bullet had merely grazed his arm, resulting in superficial injuries easily treatable at any hospital. Taking her seat, she utilized the instruments from the medical kit to extract the bullet from Fu Xiuyuan. Following this, she commenced acupuncture. The potent poison coursing through Fu Xiuyuan's veins would prove fatal within an hour. Fortunately, she had arrived in time. After administering an antidote pill, the toxicity had lessened significantly. Although the poison was fierce, she possessed the antidote that countered it effectively. After completing the acupuncture, Ning administered the specific antidote to Fu Xiuyuan. Afterward, Ning composed a prescription and handed it to Fu Ming, who had arrived unexpectedly. The prescription was to be taken for a week, accompanied by a medicinal bath for 3 days. Fu Xiuyuan had previously received the recipe for the medicinal bath from Ning. Fu Ming nodded, instructing a trusted subordinate to procure the ingredients. Then turned to Ning and said, "The individual who attempted to assassinate Master Fu belongs to the blood slaughter organization. I have already dispatched personnel to secure the area. We shall undoubtedly locate them." "An assassin organization?" Ning furrowed her brow, pondering the implications of Hong Jie's actions. Between the potions and the assassin organization, and that phone call from the other day, it felt as though she were imparting her final words. Ning squinted, realizing that sending her back to the Sang family was a premeditated decision by Hong Jie. Hong Jie aimed to distance her from the situation, evidently wishing to shield her from potential repercussions. A wave of irritation washed over Ning. Since being taken in and raised by Hong Jie over a decade ago, she had never revealed much about her own affairs. Even upon Ning's return to the Sang family, Hong Jie had not uttered a single word of farewell, but instead made decisions on her behalf. This left her somewhat vexed. After years of camaraderie, it seemed that Hong Jie harbored little trust in her. Consequently, when Hong Jie found herself in peril, Ning was left with no time to devise a thorough response. Indeed, Fu Ming continued. This time, the adversary deployed numerous operatives. The one captured is ranked 5th on the blood slaughter leaderboard. Typically, the involvement of such high-ranking assassins indicates a task of significant difficulty and importance. Fortunately, Xiaoyu possessed the sedative concocted by Ning, and due to the blood slaughter organization's focus on their mission, once their leader was incapacitated by Xiaoyu, they only took the potion and neglected the fate of their comrade, which granted us the opportunity to capture one of them. Otherwise, the investigation would have proven rather arduous. However, that individual consumed poison and took their own life before divulging any valuable information. Fu Ming had only learned of the blood slaughter organization through the tattoos on that assassin's body. In truth, he had failed to extract any information from the assassin before they committed suicide. Ning furrowed her brow and then declared, "Cease the pursuit for now. Everyone is to withdraw. Fu Ming was taken aback. Why is that? Sang Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. I must ensure the safety of Hong Jie's daughter. If they can locate Hong Jie's small courtyard, they can undoubtedly trace her as well, including the existence of another daughter. Given the potion's significance to them, which was developed by Hong Jie, it is likely they wish to capture her and compel her to continue her research. Should Hong Jie refuse, then Huiyun Miao will become her Achilles heel. Fu Ming, perplexed, inquired, Hong Jie's daughter? Sang Ning remained silent, retrieving her phone to contact Xiao Yu, arranging for personnel to discreetly protect Huiyun Miao at the Ho residence. She could not continue the pursuit of the potion's whereabouts, lest the adversary follow the trail back to Huiyun Miao. The potion had already been lost. Thus, she had to devise a new strategy. For the time being, it was prudent to avoid alarming the enemy. After concluding the call, Sang Ning briefed Fu Ming on a few matters before descending the stairs with Youlan. Given Fu Xiuyuan's severe injuries, she needed to provide an explanation to the Fu family. Madame Fu was anxiously awaiting, and upon seeing Sang Ning descend, the four elders of the Fu family rose in unison. What has transpired? The poison has been neutralized, Sang Ning replied, pressing her lips together. I apologize. This is my fault. As long as he is unharmed, that is what matters, Madame Fu said, grasping Sang Ning's hand. My dear child, why do you speak of apologies? I am well aware of my grandson. When he is unwilling to do something, words are of no consequence. Since he knowingly embraced danger this time, it must have been with his own considerations in mind. You need not take it to heart. After a brief pause, Madame Fu continued, by the way, is he in a condition to leave Jiangxing? Sang Ning lifted her gaze. Are you planning to depart? There has been some trouble in the capital. We were originally scheduled to set off for Jiangxing tonight, Madame Fu explained. He is the head of the Fu family, and there are matters that require his intervention. Sang Ning remained silent for a moment, then produced a vial of medicine from her pocket. He will awaken in an hour. Take this medicine along, and there should be no significant issues during your travels. Although Fu Xiuyuan's wounds are not severe, the poisoning was grave. Now that the poison has been neutralized, there are no major concerns. Upon hearing this, Madame Fu let out a sigh of relief and turned to Sang Ning. I heard from Xiuyuan that you intend to organize a birthday banquet for your grandmother. If our return goes smoothly, we shall attend her celebration. I will send you an invitation, Sang Ning responded. It was always intended to invite the Fu family to my grandmother's banquet. I simply have yet to finalize the invitations. After conversing with Madame Fu for a while, Sang Ning took her leave. She needed to gather her thoughts on how to assist Hong Jie and the Sang family. Certain matters and individuals required her attention. Chapter 72. Cousin, I've made up my mind in recent days. Sang Ning had remained at the Sang residence, attending to the health of the elderly matriarch. The members of the Sang family now avoided her presence. Even Chunya and Guyu, despite their disdain for Sang Ning, dared not express it openly. They feared that Sang Ning might persuade Fu Xiuyuan to expose their shortcomings. Liu Wanyu, Song Weiyao, and Sang Li had also become considerably more subdued. Liu Wanyu and Sang Li dedicated themselves to practicing the piano, and the villa was occasionally graced by the sound of elegant melodies. Except for their 3 daily meals, they made a concerted effort to stay out of Sang Ning's sight, seldom visiting the elderly matriarch. However, although Sang Li refrained from visiting the matriarch, she had not forgotten the earlier mention of a recognition banquet for Sang Ning. After their previous unpleasant encounter, the matriarch had suspended her allowance, leaving Sang Li in dire straits, deprived of new clothes and jewelry for quite some time. It was only through Liu Wanyu's discreet assistance that she managed to avoid utter humiliation. Yet, Liu Wanyu was cautious not to provide too much support, fearing the matriarch's discovery. Thus, apart from her piano practice, Sang Li spent most of her time preparing for Sang Ning's recognition banquet, hoping to alter the matriarch's perception of her and restore her allowance. After all, without financial means, she was rendered powerless. As for Sang Moyan, he had taken to living at the company, seldom seen and preoccupied with unknown endeavors. The Sang household had become notably quieter without any scheming. One day, as Sang Ning delivered a medicinal dish she had personally prepared to the elderly matriarch, Sang Yu approached her. Cousin, Sang Yu whispered, May I step outside for a moment? Sang Ning cast a glance at her, reminding the matriarch to finish her meal before following Sang Yu out. It was working hours, and those in the Sang family who had duties were occupied, while others had ventured out for leisure, leaving only the servants in the house. Reaching the staircase, Sang Ning inquired, "What is it?" Sang Yu hesitated briefly before softly stating, "Cousin, I would like to borrow some money to study painting." Without waiting for a response, she quickly added, "Rest assured, I will repay you in the future, though it may take some time. I'll need to graduate from university and secure a job first." After much contemplation, Sang Yu had finally come to a decision. Her cousin had offered her an opportunity, and she was determined to seize it. If she could establish herself in the art world, she could take her mother away from the Sang family and no longer have to endure anyone's disdain. Sang Ning gazed intently at Sang Yu for a prolonged moment. "Have you made up your mind?" "I have," Sang Yu nodded earnestly. "Cousin, I want to fight for what I love." "Very well, I understand. You may return and wait," Sang Ning replied, turning to leave. Sang Yu stood there, staring at Sang Ning's retreating figure, bewildered by her cousin's words. Wasn't it implied that she would help her with the money for painting? Yet, Sang Ning had neither agreed nor disagreed. A sense of anxiety washed over Sang Yu. She feared her cousin might change her mind. This was her only opportunity. In recent days, my second aunt and third aunt have vented their frustrations on my mother after experiencing grievances at my cousin's place, often mocking her without cause. The second aunt's remarks were particularly egregious, questioning whether my mother intended to rely on the Sang family for a lifetime as a mere consumer of rice. Many nights, I witnessed her secretly wiping away tears, yet whenever faced with the aunts, she wore a forced smile. To spare me from disdain, my mother has recently endeavored to contribute, but she now finds herself a has-been actress, unwanted by anyone. Even various entertainment shows have no place for her. My heart ached for her, yet I felt powerless to protect her. I could only rely on my own abilities to whisk her away. My last hope lay with Sang Ning. If she were to change her mind, I feared it would be a long wait before I could take my mother away. I gazed longingly in the direction Sang Ning had departed, ultimately leaving in disappointment. The next morning, after the family finished breakfast, Sang Ning informed Grandma Sang of her intention to go out and rose to leave. As she passed by me, she patted her chair and beckoned, "Come with me." I was puzzled but obediently followed. Sang Ning tossed me a helmet as she got on a bike. I hesitated to mount, having seen my cousin ride a motorcycle with reckless abandon. Her speed was enough to induce a heart attack in even the healthiest of souls. "What's wrong? Not daring to sit?" Sang Ning raised an eyebrow at me as she donned her helmet. "No, it's just..." I paused, then took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and declared I'll sit. Gritting my teeth, I climbed onto the bike. Without delay, Sang Ning revved the engine and sped off. "Ah!" I shrieked, and my screams echoed throughout the journey. I lost track of time, and by the time the bike halted, my face had turned pale, and I could scarcely speak. It was terrifying. Sang Ning set the helmet on the bike without granting me a moment to recover, commanding, "Keep up." I had no chance to catch my breath and swiftly placed the helmet down, jogging to follow her. It was then that I realized we had arrived at the villa district in the northern area, a stark contrast to the ordinary villas of the Sang family. Here, the mansions belonged to the affluent, with the most valuable properties worth a staggering 100 million. I was puzzled about why my cousin had brought me here. Before I could ponder further, Sang Ning approached the entrance and entered a code, stepping inside with ease. I stood there, stunned. How could she have the code to this affluent neighborhood? Without allowing me a moment to process, she confidently entered the passcode for the inner gate. As the door swung open, someone rushed out, exclaiming, "Darling, I've missed you so much." To my utter shock, I witnessed that person tightly embrace Sang Ning. My mouth fell agape in disbelief. This was disastrous. My cousin had indeed strayed, but this time not with the elderly chairman of SN, but rather with a youthful man, whose head was crowned with a lush mane. "Fu Xiuyuan, you ought to ascertain who is speaking before reacting." Sang Ning furrowed her brow as she gazed at the man holding her, then delivered a swift kick. The man seemed to anticipate her actions, deftly evading her foot, and with a look of reproach, he exclaimed, "You ungrateful little thing. After such a long separation, you greet me with such rudeness." As he spoke, he lifted his face, Sang Yu beheld the man's visage and was rendered speechless for a long moment. Knight Mo Fan, a master of traditional Chinese painting. He is the youngest master of his craft in the country, his works adorned with countless prestigious awards. Many have sought to study under Knight Mo Fan, only to be turned away. Indeed, some have been unable to even catch a glimpse of him. Yet here he stood, the legendary master of Chinese painting, right before her. He was even more handsome than the photographs circulating online. Sang Yu stood there, her mouth agape. Upon hearing her voice, Knight Mo Fan glanced her way, assessing her before turning to Sang Ning and remarking, "Is this the apprentice you found for me? She doesn't appear particularly bright. Are you sure she possesses artistic talent?" Sang Yu was taken aback. What had she just heard? Her cousin had introduced her to Master Knight, proposing she become his apprentice? Goodness, surely she wasn't dreaming. Chapter 73. Just wait and see. Sang Ning will certainly embarrass herself within the villa. Sang Ning found herself seated before a myriad of paintings, compelled to appreciate them. Not far from her, Sang Yu occasionally cast glances towards the focused figure of Yi Mo Fan, who was engrossed in his own artwork. She felt restless and uneasy. Ever since entering the villa, her cousin had been firmly placed in front of the canvases by Yi Mo Fan, who insisted she engage with them thoroughly. Subsequently, he demanded she create a piece on the spot. Overwhelmed with anxiety and devoid of inspiration, she resorted to painting a scene of Sang Ning. 10 minutes had elapsed since she completed her piece, yet Yi Mo Fan remained silent, fixated on her painting. The tension was palpable. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Mo Fan finally spoke. "Not bad. You may appear somewhat dim-witted, yet you possess quite the artistic talent. Ning. It's rare that you haven't let me down this time." Since meeting Sang Ning, he had lost count of how many times she had led him astray. He had expected her to ensnare him once again on this occasion. Sang Ning lifted her gaze, her tone indifferent as she retorted, "Have I ever led you astray?" Yi Mo Fan sprang to his feet, incredulous. "Are you lying with your eyes wide open? Who was responsible for the last box of F-Country red wine that went missing?" Sang Ning fell silent, turning to the recently opened bottle of red wine beside her. "Oh, I'll be taking this one too," Yi Mo Fan exclaimed. "I knew you had ulterior motives in coming here personally." Sang Ning had initially thought she could arrange for him to find an apprentice with merely a phone call. Yet here she was, bringing someone in person. The fox's tail had indeed revealed itself. Standing up from the collection of artworks, Sang Ning declared, "Enough of this chatter. Are you accepting this apprentice or not?" "Yes," Yi Mo Fan responded without hesitation. "Why would I refuse someone who will work for me?" However, before he could finish, Sang Ning turned directly to Sang Yu. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and call a master." Sang Yu could hardly believe her ears. The Master Yi was actually willing to take her on as an apprentice? Surely this was a dream. Just moments ago, the master had looked down upon her. What's wrong? Don't want him as your master? Sang Ning raised an eyebrow. "Fine, I can find you another." Yi Mo Fan's eyes widened in shock as he glared at Sang Yu. No. Sang Yu was terrified. "I'm willing. I'm very willing." She was not foolish. How could she possibly refuse such a distinguished master? Moreover, Yi Mo Fan's expression was one of someone who had consumed her very essence, as if her reluctance would incite an explosion. "All right." Sang Ning promptly took the half-finished bottle of red wine, declaring that the banquet for taking on an apprentice would be at his expense. With that, she turned to leave. Yi Mo Fan, exasperated, called out, "Hey, I haven't finished speaking." Sang Ning paused in her tracks. A master wouldn't be so stingy, would he? Yi Mo Fan replied, "Of course I would be stingy. You heartless one, how many things have you taken from me? If I weren't stingy, my house would be empty." Yet, seeing the eager expression on Sang Yu's face, Yi Mo Fan finally gritted his teeth and conceded, "I'll pay." Sang Yu wished to decline, yet she hesitated, considering that it would undermine Sang Ning's dignity. Additionally, she and her mother were indeed short on funds. Even her tuition fees were covered by the Sang family. Ultimately, she refrained from uttering her refusal, resolving instead to honor her master and cousin when fortune smiled upon her in the future. Sang Ning, however, did not afford Sang Yu the luxury of contemplation. Hastily departing on her motorcycle, Sang Yu quickly followed suit. Upon arriving at the Sang residence, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, cousin." Throughout the journey, Sang Yu was in a daze. She had anticipated that her cousin would merely lend her the funds for art classes, but to her astonishment, Sang Ning had arranged for Master Yi to accept her as a disciple. She was unaware of how her cousin had come to know Master Yi, but she felt a swell of admiration for her cousin's prowess. Sang Ning cast a fleeting glance at her. "What are you thanking me for? I can pave the way for you, but how you navigate it is entirely up to your own merit. Rest assured, I will study diligently and not bring shame to you or Master," Sang Yu assured her. Sang Ning chose to ignore her, turning to enter the house. As she walked, she produced a card, tossing it to Sang Yu. "Borrowed from you 100,000. You will repay me 150,000 in 10 years, principal and interest included." Seemingly uninterested in Sang Yu's sentimental words, Sang Ning quickened her pace and ascended the stairs. Sang Yu stared at the card in her hand, her eyes welling with tears. She clutched the card tightly, whispering a vow. "I will earn countless hundreds of thousands. Cousin, you can trust in my potential. I will succeed." "Xiuyuan, why are you standing there? What are you doing?" Sang Ruo-Jin emerged to find Sang Yu lost in thought in the courtyard. Sang Yu sniffled, forcing back her tears. Sang Ruo-Jin immediately recognized that she had been crying and asked with concern, "Have they bullied you again?" Sang Yu shook her head. "No. Ever since my cousin stood up for me last time, no one has dared to bully me." "Then why are you crying?" Sang Ruo-Jin sighed in relief. A little hardship at home was bearable, but she feared for Sang Yu's well-being. The incident involving Sang Li bullying Sang Yu had weighed heavily on her conscience for a long time. It was her lack of attention to Xiuyuan that had allowed Sang Li and her ilk to target her. Sang Yu took a deep breath and recounted the day's events to Sang Ruo-Jin. Upon hearing this, Sang Ruo-Jin exclaimed in delight, "Really? Master Yi has indeed accepted you as a disciple?" "Yes," Sang Yu replied. "If it weren't for my cousin, I might never have met Master Yi. She truly is an extraordinary person. Make sure you never forget your roots and repay your cousin well," Sang Ruo-Jin advised. "Xiuyuan, this opportunity is rare. You must seize it tightly and not disappoint your cousin's goodwill." "I will," Sang Yu affirmed. Sang Ruo-Jin glanced toward the upper floor, saying, "I shall go thank your cousin." "Mom, no." Sang Yu quickly interjected, "Cousin dislikes formalities. It would be too pretentious, and she would find it bothersome." Remembering Sang Ning's temperament, Sang Ruo-Jin refrained from insisting further. A fortnight later, the 70th birthday celebration for Old Lady Sang commenced. The Sang family arrived early at the main house to pay their respects. Recently, Old Lady Sang has been feeling significantly better under the care of Sang Ning. Today, her spirits were particularly high, not merely because her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren had gathered to celebrate her birthday, but rather because this birthday feast was meticulously organized by Sang Ning. The mere thought of Sang Ning's arrangements filled her with joy. Seeing the old lady in such high spirits, Lu Wanyu sneered softly, lamenting the resilience of the elderly matriarch. Despite her condition, she had not succumbed to fate. The esteemed medical experts invited by Fu Xiuyuan had indeed performed wonders, miraculously bringing her back from the brink of death. While Sang Ning treated the old lady, the family members were strictly monitored downstairs, leaving no one aware that it was Sang Ning who had administered her care. Instead, everyone attributed her recovery to the prowess of the celebrated traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. "Mother, lower your voice. If grandmother hears you, we will surely face her wrath," Sang Li cautioned in a hushed tone. Lu Wanyu, though reluctant, refrained from further comment. With so many family members present, any careless words could easily reach the old lady's ears, leading to another scolding. Fu Xiuyuan had already departed from Jiangqing. Without Fu Xiuyuan's assistance, Sang Ning would struggle to pull off this birthday celebration. Even if she managed to do so, it would not be executed flawlessly. If she were to fail, her second and third aunts would not let her off lightly. She is currently in the spotlight. "We should avoid stirring trouble for the time being," Sang Li whispered to Lu Wanyu. Lu Wanyu frowned, questioning the utility of Fu Xiuyuan's absence from the capital. Master Youlan remains, after all. How is it that that wretched girl has the fortune to be acquainted with so many influential figures? Master Youlan also left Jiangsheng 10 days ago, Sang Li replied, her eyes glinting. "I have my sources, mother. Just wait and see." Sang Ning is bound to embarrass herself this time. After a brief pause, she added, I have discreetly arranged a birthday feast of my own. Should Sang Ning falter in her efforts, we will swiftly change venues, and the contrast will be evident. Lu Wanyu's mood brightened considerably. You certainly have a thoughtful approach. Chapter 74. What? Is it now that the Sangs are under the leadership of Sang Ning? The matriarch's birthday celebration, attended not only by family members but also by some relatives from their hometown, marks a significant occasion. The Sang family, once of humble origins, saw a shift in their fortunes when Sang Ning's great-grandfather pursued a career in medicine, leading the family to settle in Jiangxing. Through generations of perseverance, the Sang family has achieved their current status. However, despite their elevated position, some distant relatives still reside in the countryside, and the great distance often results in infrequent visits. Typically, it is only during festive seasons that these relatives come to pay their respects to the matriarch. It has been years since the Sang family hosted a grand banquet, making this birthday celebration the most significant event they have organized in recent times. Thus, Sang Ning extended invitations to relatives from their hometown alongside those from the matriarch side. The matriarch, a native of Jiangxing, has lost her parents but still has siblings, all of whom Sang Ning also invited. The family members' well wishes for the matriarch continued until 10:30 in the morning, at which point Sang Ning rose to interrupt, suggesting it was time to proceed to the hotel. As soon as her words were spoken, Lu Wanyu quickly stood up, agreeing that they should hasten to the hotel, noting that it was nearly 11 o'clock, and delaying would be ill-advised. Lu Wanyu was not genuinely concerned about timing. Rather, she dreaded the prospect of interacting with the impoverished relatives of the Sang family. The arrival of these relatives meant that she and the other daughters-in-law would need to put on forced smiles, especially since, as the eldest daughter-in-law, she was expected to entertain everyone. It was quite vexing. The matriarch cast a glance at her, then stood up, signaling it was time to leave. While she maintained a smile, it had grown somewhat cooler. Did she not perceive Lu Wanyu's impatience? Yet, out of consideration for the gathering, she chose not to address it. Sang Ning assisted the matriarch outside the Sang family residence. However, upon stepping outside, everyone was taken aback by the sight of over 30 Rolls-Royces parked at the entrance. This, a Rolls-Royce? The Sang family is exceedingly extravagant. I can barely fathom owning one, let alone over 30. What a staggering amount of wealth. To have Rolls-Royces ferry us to the hotel is an extraordinary level of luxury. Just moments ago, I noticed the matriarch's daughters-in-law looking down their noses at us, and I presumed the Sang family had risen above us and deemed us unworthy. Yet, it appears the matriarch not only respects us but also offers us such splendid treatment. Meanwhile, the Sang family members were equally astonished. They were well aware of the Rolls-Royce brand and its exorbitant prices. While the family possessed wealth, only Sang Jingxuan and Sang Moi drove vehicles worth over 2 million. The others at cars ranging from 500,000 to 1 million. The Sang family had yet to reach a point where every member could afford $1 million vehicle. Moreover, the Rolls-Royces before them were all custom models, each priced at over 16 million. Though the Sang family could afford a single Rolls-Royce, the sheer number present was beyond their wildest imaginings. After a prolonged moment of shock, Lu Wanyu suddenly spoke up. Sang Ning, you haven't been fooling around with the chairman of SN again, have you? I have told you countless times. The Sang family values their reputation. Do not bring the sordid antics you learned at the nightclub into our home. Your actions not only demean Fu Xiuyuan, but also tarnish the Sang family's dignity. Sang Ning is merely a girl raised by the nightclub's ladies. She probably cannot even discern the worth of these luxury cars before us. Even if Fu Xiuyuan dotes on her, he cannot afford to showcase such a plethora of Rolls-Royces merely for appearances. Thus, Lu Wanyu's immediate reaction was to presume that Sang Ning had once again attempted to seduce the chairman of SN, only he possesses the means to do so. Sang Ning raised her eyes and cast a careless glance at Lu Wanyu, about to speak when the old lady suddenly interjected with a stern tone. What nonsense are you spouting? If you do not wish to celebrate my birthday, then retreat to your room and spare us the embarrassment. Lu Wanyu, infuriated, retorted, Mother, I am merely concerned for her. She is still so young and beautiful. What if she falls prey to deceit? You have always cherished Sang Ning. Would you truly allow her to be with an old man? Despite her personal dislike for Sang Ning, She genuinely did not wish for her to be entangled with someone so aged. It would reflect poorly on her. Mind your own business. Ning's affairs do not require your intervention. On this auspicious day, the elder Mrs. Sang did not want Lu Wanyu's presence to dampen her spirits and chose not to engage further, taking Sang Ning away with her. She feared that if they lingered, Sang Ning's temper might flare, and with so many guests present, a public altercation with her own mother could severely tarnish Ning's reputation. Mother, Lu Wanyu attempted to voice her concerns further, but Sang Jingchuan interrupted, frowning, silence. Speak another word, and I shall have you return to your room. He found Lu Wanyu utterly vexing. Were it not for the desire to prevent her from spreading further nonsense, he would not have uttered a single word to her. You, Lu Wanyu, incensed, opened her mouth to retort, but Sang Li tugged at her sleeve. Though reluctant, she ultimately refrained from saying anything more. Sang Ning did not even spare a glance at Lu Wanyu, supporting the elder Mrs. Sang as they approached the leading vehicle. Just as they were about to enter, a few individuals approached them. Mother, grandmother. Sang Ning raised her eyes, a smile curving her lips. The elder Mrs. Sang, equally astonished, exclaimed, Xiangwan, Emo Chun, what brings you two back together? Sang Xiangwan stepped forward, intending to displace Sang Ning to assist the elder, only to find that Sang Ning stood resolutely in place. Sang Xiangwan's gaze narrowed, and with a smile, she said, So this is Sang Ning? Truly a beauty. I shall converse with your grandmother. You should enter the car first. Sang Ning raised her eyes, her feet remaining firmly planted. Frowning, Sang Xiangwan pressed, What on earth is wrong with you? Can you not hear me? Lu Wanyu immediately stepped forward. Sang Ning, why do you not step aside? This is your second aunt. As she spoke, she attempted to pull Sang Ning away. But Sang Ning merely glanced down at Lu Wanyu's hand and coldly withdrew. You. Lu Wanyu's expression darkened. Then she leaned closer to Sang Ning and whispered, I advise you to refrain from causing any trouble. Your second uncle's standing in the capital is formidable. Even the Fu family must show respect to him. If you provoke your second aunt, you will not come away unscathed. Most importantly, she had matters to request from Sang Xiangwan, so naturally, she would align herself with her. Do not compel me to take drastic measures. Sang Ning spoke indifferently, her face devoid of any expression. Lu Wanyu's complexion instantly turned pale. This insufferable girl? Where did she learn such wretched habits, threatening to kick others at the slightest provocation? Sang Laotai noticed Sang Ning's unsettling mood and released Sang Xiangwan's hand. Ning, just support me. Let's head to the hotel first, she suggested, following Sang Ning towards the car. However, unexpectedly, Sang Xiangwan interjected, What? Have I lost my standing in the Sang family after just a few years away? Sang Laotai halted, frowning at Sang Xiangwan. With a slight smirk, Sang Xiangwan calmly remarked, So, it appears that Sang Ning is now in command of the Sang family? She then turned her gaze towards Sang Ning, her voice icy. When I received the news, I could hardly believe it, but now it seems you possess some cunning. Pray tell, what scheme do you have in mind with that nightclub lady? Do you think that winning over your grandmother's affections will secure you the Sang family? You are sorely overestimating yourself. Suddenly, Sang Xiangwan spoke sharply. As long as I am here, the Sang family's fortune shall never fall into your hands. Chapter 75. I am eager to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Silence. Matriarch Sang bellowed. Are you here to celebrate my birthday, or to stir up trouble? You rarely return home, and when you do, you bring discomfort. What is it? Do you wish for my demise to come swifter? Am I the one causing trouble? Sang Xiangwan replied, her face impassive. In the past, you welcomed my visits with joy, but now that you have Sang Ning, I am no longer to your liking. Am I? I merely wish to support you and engage in conversation, yet you refuse. Having spoken, Sang Xiangwan glared at Sang Ning, who exhibited no courtesy whatsoever, clearly disregarding her as the second aunt. Let me be clear, Sang Ning, she asserted sharply, I have returned to stay, and I am determined to witness what tricks you intend to play. She was aware of Sang Ning being brought back to the Sang family and had learned of Sang Ning's recent conduct. For a long time, she had yearned to confront this Sang Ning personally, but numerous matters had kept her occupied. Now, having observed her, she found that Sang Ning indeed possessed the cunning that others spoke of, openly displaying her scheming in front of her, with no knowledge of what transpires behind closed doors. Sang Ning narrowed her eyes, fixating on Fu Xiuyuan. Suddenly, she lifted her foot and kicked Fu Xiuyuan, sending her sprawling. Ning, Ning. Matriarch Sang attempted to intervene, but was unable to stop her. She sighed, perplexed by her children's incessant turmoil. Not long ago, Sang Ning's methods had quelled the mischief of the second and third households, even tempering Lu Wanyu's behavior significantly. Yet now, Fu Xiuyuan had returned to provoke Sang Ning. Recently, Sang Ning had been much improved, rarely resorting to physical confrontations. Why did they insist on inciting her anger? Sang Ning patted Matriarch Sang's hand and glanced at Fu Xiuyuan. Speaking coolly, "Have you been granted face?" As Fu Xiuyuan was helped to her feet by Lu Wanyu and others, her fury ignited. "Do you dare strike me?" Sang Ning stepped toward Fu Xiuyuan, halting before her, and suddenly yanked her hair. "I have a short temper. Do not attempt to provoke me. Next time, I assure you, it will not be as simple as a kick." Having said this, Sang Ning turned and assisted the matriarch into the vehicle, completely ignoring Sang Machin, who had accompanied Fu Xiuyuan. The relatives of the Sang family exchanged glances, bewildered by Sang Ning's actions. Ultimately, it was Sang Jingchuan who organized everyone into the car, which then made its way to the hotel. In the vehicle, Matriarch Sang observed the sullen and silent Sang Ning beside her and sighed softly. "Ning, Ning, you are too impulsive." Sang Ning pressed her lips together. "Grandmother, you are too kind." Matriarch Sang fell silent, and Sang Ning chose not to speak further. During this time, she had indeed heeded her grandmother's advice, striving to manage her temper and avoid conflict. However, she could not tolerate the existence of her second aunt. Sang Ning found it impossible to forget the torment she had endured as a child, first at the hands of Lu Wanyu, followed by the second wave of abuse from Fu Xiuyuan. Fu Xiuyuan's unhappy marriage had led her to blame Sang Ning for her misfortunes. It is solely due to Sang Ning's failure to pass the intelligence assessment that she stands as the only member of the Sang family deemed unfit. Fu Xiuyuan believes that Sang Ning has brought misfortune upon the family, resulting in her own marital woes. In her frustration, she unleashes her wrath upon Sang Ning, finding her even more detestable than Lu Wanyu. She pricks Sang Ning with a tiny needle, submerging her in water to experience the suffocating sensation of impending death. She forces Sang Ning to consume dog food and mimic the sounds of a dog. The torment only ceased when Fu Xiuyuan moved to the capital with her husband's family. After relocating, she scarcely returned to the Sang household, with only a solitary visit in recent years, ostensibly to demand 10% of the shares in Sang's company from the elderly matriarch. When the matriarch refused, Fu Xiuyuan erupted in madness, creating a scene. Ultimately, Fu Xiuyuan, unable to tolerate her outbursts, conferred with several brothers and agreed to grant Fu Xiuyuan 5% of the shares to quell her fury. Sang Ning learned of this incident from Butler Wang, whom she had instructed to recount all that had transpired within the Sang family over the years. As a loyal servant of the matriarch, Butler Wang recognized Sang Ning's filial piety and meticulously detailed every event, big and small. Since the day Sang Ning returned to the Sang family, she had been anticipating her second aunt's arrival, intent on settling old scores. The vehicle swiftly halted before the grandest and most opulent hotel in Jiangxing, Huaihua Hotel. The Sang family stood before the establishment, astonished. It was unclear who spoke first, exclaiming, "Huaihua Hotel? This place operates on a membership basis, with the minimum expenditure for ordinary members set at 1 million just to dine in the lobby. For high-tier members, it begins at 5 million, and for diamond members, the starting point is in the tens of millions." While the matriarch's birthday banquet was indeed the highest standard of fare for the Sang family, this seemed excessively extravagant. No matter how affluent the Sang family might be, spending over 10 million on a single banquet was unfathomable. Was this truly a matter of 10 million? Wasn't it the case that without membership, entry was impossible? Moreover, even if they had membership, ordinary members could only dine in the lobby. Did they expect all of them to host the matriarch's birthday celebration in that space? Sang Ning contenance tarkenet considerably. The Sang family held no membership at Huaihua Hotel. They lacked even ordinary membership. Although the Sang family appeared prosperous, in reality, They often lived beyond their means. The expenditure for ordinary membership at Huaihua Hotel started at $1 million, encompassing not just the cost of ingredients, but also venue rental and entertainment expenses, all calculated collectively. The original budget for the matriarch's banquet had been capped at $500,000. Yet, Ning had audaciously arranged the event at Huaihua Hotel, setting aside the financial implications. The crux of the matter was their lack of membership. They were entirely barred from entry. Had Ning brought this multitude to witness their disgrace? Ning, what madness has overtaken you? Do you even comprehend where you are? How dare you come here? Lu Wanyu, seething with suppressed rage, could no longer contain herself. With the banquet on the verge of commencing and guests beginning to arrive, did Ning intend for them to stand there in embarrassment? Ning cast a dispassionate glance at Lu Wanyu. Upon meeting her gaze, Lu Wanyu felt an inexplicable tremor run through her body. What is that wretched girl staring at her for? Is she contemplating further action? Goodness, let us not speak ill. Ning is merely acting out of filial piety. She has never hosted a birthday banquet before and perhaps, without much thought, learned that Huaihua is the finest hotel in Jiangsheng and brought us here. Li, observing the ominous prelude of Ning's demeanor, hastily interjected, I have already reserved another hotel. There is still time. We can urgently notify the guests and salvage our reputation. Ah, you are indeed considerate, unlike some individuals, Lu Wanyu remarked, straightening her back. See, you obstinate old woman, take a good look at who truly possesses understanding. Just as the irate matriarch was about to retort, a group of individuals emerged from within the hotel. At the forefront, dressed in a suit, was Manager Yang from Huaihua Hotel. He approached Ning directly, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Miss Sang, I sincerely apologize for the delay as I was confirming the serving time with your chef. Please, come in. We have been reserving the top-floor banquet hall exclusively for you. Chapter 76 Ning did not reserve the rooftop banquet hall through Fu Xiuyuan. The members of the Sang family were left utterly dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the situation. It was unclear who first uttered the words, the rooftop banquet hall? That is a venue only available to Diamond members. How on earth did Ning manage that? Of course, it was thanks to Master Fu. How fortunate Ning was to have captured Fu Xiuyuan's affection to such an extent. At this moment, it was not merely about Ning's connections to secure the rooftop banquet hall. The starting price for reserving the entire venue was a staggering $10 million. This expense would have to be borne by the Sang family. Upon hearing this, several of Ning's elders immediately changed their expressions. Qinya could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, Ning, have you lost your mind? The minimum consumption for the rooftop banquet hall is $10 million. Do you think our family's wealth is merely blown in by the wind? Of course, we would agree to celebrate the matriarch's birthday, but a banquet costing over $10 million is simply unacceptable. The Sang family had been experiencing a downer in recent years, frequently losing projects. And although they had recently reached a collaboration with SN, that partnership had yet to be finalized and the funds had not yet returned. Spending this $10 million would leave the Sang family in dire straits, potentially impacting the company. If the company were affected, it would undoubtedly influence the dividends of the second branch, and she certainly would be the first to object. Guyu also frowned and remarked, You may have Fu Xiuyuan supporting you, but the Sang family does not. You cannot disregard the family's welfare for the sake of your own vanity. Ning, no one to stop. Xiangwan scoffed. What does she know about moderation? It's merely a facade. Perhaps she reserved the rooftop banquet hall under Fu Xiuyuan's name without permission. After saying this, Xiangwan turned to Sang Laotai. Mother, you are not a vain person. Why have you become so superficial since Ning returned home? As one ages, one should seek a tranquil life. Our family lacks the means to indulge in the luxury of the Huaihua Hotel's rooftop banquet hall. Surely you understand this? Sang Laotai's face turned pale with anger, rendering her speechless for a long moment. She knew very well that she did not have the fortune to enjoy the rooftop banquet hall. Moreover, with a minimum expenditure of $10 million, the pressure on the current Sang family was immense. Recently, Sang Jingchuan had invested nearly all the funds into company projects to foster development. The Sang family truly had little financial leeway at present. However, this banquet was being organized for her by Ning, who wished to provide her with the best. She could not undermine Ning's intentions. Thus, despite her predicament, she resolutely followed Ning into the venue. Now, faced with such public reproach from her own daughter, she was filled with both anger and helplessness. Ning raised her gaze, coldly fixing her stare on Fu Xiuyuan. The words, "Do you wish to die?" hung on her lips, but were swallowed back. Today was the matriarch's birthday celebration, and mentioning death would be inauspicious. Ning took a deep breath, suppressing the fiery indignation within her, and spoke in a measured tone, "You need not worry about the expenses today." "You say we need not worry," Fu Xiuyuan retorted coldly. "When the time comes and you cannot pay, will you not come seeking help from the Sang family? Are we to become as shameless as you and refuse to settle our debts?" Ning's expression turned icy once more, and the anger she had suppressed surged back to the surface. Before she could even react, Lu Wanyu suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, the guests have arrived." Everyone turned to look behind them, where several luxury cars had come to a halt at the entrance of the hotel. Lu Wanyu's expression shifted dramatically. She had no time to argue with Ning and quickly turned to Manager Chun, asking if the banquet could be canceled. "We cannot afford the 10 million in expenses. At this point, it matters not about losing face. It is far better to lose face before Manager Chun than in front of those guests. We must swiftly cancel this banquet and relocate to the banquet hall reserved by Sang Li. There are still few guests arriving, and we can salvage our dignity. Rest assured, Madam, Miss Sang is our hotel's sole black gold member. All her expenses are covered by the hotel," Manager Chen replied, both respectfully and distantly. "Our top-floor banquet hall is always reserved for Miss Sang. It is only when she does not require it that we allocate it to others." Manager Chen wore a professional, albeit insincere, smile. "Thus, you may comfortably take your seat without needing to spend a single penny." The last remark was tinged with sarcasm. He had just come to a realization. This group, blind to the truth, disdained Miss Sang and even mocked her. They truly were blind. The owner had personally decreed that in all branches of Huaiyue Hotel nationwide, whenever Miss Sang was present, she must be treated with the utmost standards, with all expenses waived. Furthermore, if Miss Sang wished to utilize the top-floor banquet hall, it must be reclaimed even if it had already been booked. The owner of Huaiyue had a formidable backing and never granted favors to anyone. Such a person held Miss Sang in such high regard, which spoke volumes about Ning's status. Witnessing this unseeing crowd treat Miss Sang with such disdain, Manager Chun felt compelled to defend her. "What? No need to pay?" Lu Wanyu was taken aback. Was Ning truly that significant in Fu Xiuyuan's heart? Could she freely indulge in expenditures at Huaiyue Hotel? The members of the Sang family were equally bewildered. Those who had been waiting to see Ning's misfortune now found their smiles frozen, unable to utter a single word. Just as the Sang family was in a daze, the guests entered the hotel. Leading the way was none other than old Madame Fu, who was steadily supporting old Master Fu as they approached. Following them were Tang Wanru, Fu Xiuyuan, and Fu Xiuyuan. "Junru, I apologize for my tardiness." Old Madame Fu quickly withdrew her hand from supporting old Master Fu and took hold of old Madame Sang, smiling as she said, "Little Junru has aged another year." Old Madame Fu was 2 years older than old Madame Sang, having just celebrated her 70th birthday 2 years prior. They had known each other since the age of 5, and their decades-long friendship had transcended into family. Seeing old Madame Fu, old Madame Sang also smiled and replied, "Not at all. Your arrival is perfectly timed." After exchanging a few pleasantries, old lady Fu glanced at Ning before addressing old lady Sang. "Junru, you are truly fortunate. Your granddaughter is genuinely filial." Securing the reservation for the banquet hall on the top floor of Huaiyue must have required considerable effort. Unlike my own ungrateful grandson, who did not even return for my birthday celebration and instead sent a check for 50 million. I suppose at that time, Fu Xiuyuan was too enraptured with Ning to concern himself with such matters. Old Lady Sang was momentarily taken aback. Was it the banquet hall reserved in Xiuyuan's name? How could it possibly be in his name? Old Lady Fu continued. 15 days ago, he intended to assist Ning in securing the top-floor banquet hall at Huaiyue and had indeed made a reservation. However, Huaiyue later notified him of the cancellation, offering him tenfold compensation. With a knowing smile, old lady Fu looked at Sang Ning and said Xiuyuan was quite infuriated at the time, exerting pressure from all sides just to procure the top-floor banquet hall for your birthday celebration. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, they refused to comply. It was only when they sent an invitation to Ning that we discovered it was she who had ultimately secured the reservation for the top floor. Chapter 77. Just kill it. Upon hearing the words of old Madame Fu, the expressions of the Sang family were nothing short of spectacular. The banquet hall on the top floor of Huaiyue was not secured through the connections of Fu Xiuyuan, but rather by Sang Ning's own merit. Yet, what was the nature of her merit? Was it not the seductive techniques she had acquired in the nightclub? Indeed, Sang Ning was quite capable. Not only had she gained Fu Xiuyuan's complete obedience, but she had also entrapped the chairman of SN. Even now, the owner of Huaiyue treated Sang Ning with extraordinary kindness. The nightclub courtesan who had raised Sang Ning was truly exceptional. Sister is indeed formidable. Sang Li clenched her fists tightly. Had it not been for the need to uphold her own image, she would have undoubtedly lost her composure. How could this be? What exactly did Sang Ning possess? She had firmly believed that Sang Ning was destined to fail this time. She had prepared thoroughly, intending to make a lasting impression during the old lady's birthday banquet. Yet, Sang Ning had thwarted her plans. Were those men blind? How could they be so infatuated with such a frivolous woman? Had all the women in the world perished, leaving only Sang Ning? Lu Wanyu and Sang Moyan felt a disquiet in their hearts as they listened to Sang Li's words. Regardless of the methods Sang Ning employed, she had secured the highest standard hotel in Jiangsheng, elevating the dignity of both old Madame Fu and the Sang family. Meanwhile, Sang Moching, arms crossed, observed Sang Ning with keen interest. This was indeed unexpected for him. Old Madame Sang was momentarily bewildered, like the rest of the Sang family. She had assumed that Sang Ning had leveraged Fu Xiuyuan's influence to reserve the banquet hall. She was astonished to discover that it was Sang Ning who had made the arrangement herself. However, she did not perceive Sang Ning as frivolous. She was simply curious about how Sang Ning had accomplished this feat. The information provided to her during Sang Ning's return indicated that she had not even graduated high school. How could someone without a high school diploma forge a connection with the owner of Huaiyue? Nevertheless, despite her internal questions, old Madame Sang chose not to voice them. She trusted that if Sang Ning wished to disclose the truth, she would do so in her own time. After a brief moment of astonishment, old Madame Sang proceeded to greet the other guests. Those present were the same individuals who had dined with her previously. Old Madame He, old Madame Zhang, and old Madame Sunday. Old Madame Sang introduced Sang Ning to the esteemed elders. Throughout the interactions, Sang Ning remained respectful and poised, garnering admiration from several elderly ladies. The Sang family felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. Particularly, Lu Wanyu furrowed her brow and expressed her displeasure, questioning whether these people were blind. What merit did such a foolish individual like Sang Ning possess that warranted praise? Little Li had stood there for so long, yet no one had noticed her. Mother, it's all right. After all, Sang Ning has organized Grandma's birthday banquets so splendidly. It's only natural that everyone likes her, remarked Manager Chun, casting a glance at them before stepping forward respectfully to Sang Ning. Miss Sang, please. Sang Ning nodded, assisting the old lady into the elevator, completely disregarding the Sang family members behind her. As the guests arrived at the top-floor banquet hall, astonishment enveloped everyone except for the esteemed matriarch Fu. Whether from the Sang family or the other elderly ladies present, all were taken aback. This opulent hall, a place few from the Sang family or even the majority of the prominent families in Jiang City had ever graced, was a sight to behold. The sheer extravagance surpassed even that of palatial venues. Sang Ning assisted the matriarch of the Sang family to her seat at the head of the table. As the Sang family attempted to join her, Manager Chen abruptly pointed to a nearby table, stating, "I'm sorry, but your seats are over there." The Sang family stood in stunned silence. Sang Xiangwan retorted angrily, "What do you mean? She's my mother. Are you refusing to let us sit at the same table as her?" Manager Chen replied, "The seating arrangement with Matriarch Sang has already been arranged by Miss Sang. You are not at this table. Please proceed." A wave of embarrassment washed over Sang Xiangwan's face. She turned to Sang Ning, demanding, "What do you mean by this?" Are you deliberately trying to humiliate us by not allowing us to sit with Grandma? Sang Ning offered her no glance, merely addressing the matriarch. Grandma, please sit tight. I have some matters to attend to. Just as Sang Ning rose, Fu Xiuyuan stood as well, declaring, I'll accompany you. Sang Ning frowned. No need. I can manage alone. Fu Xiuyuan smiled. Let me assist you, Ning. It is most meaningful when both champions join forces, is it not? Sang Ning relaxed her brow slightly and acquiesced. Subsequently, the two departed together, leaving the others unaware of their destination. After Sang Ning's exit, Manager Chen invited Matriarch He and the others to take their seats at the main table. Matriarch Fu, already assigned to sit with Matriarch Sang, remained in her position. Why are we old folks seated together? Matriarchy inquired, puzzled. Today is your birthday celebration. You should be seated with your family. Matriarch Sang responded with a smile. Ning arranged it this way. We are content to follow her lead. Besides, I have no desire to sit with my sons and daughters-in-law, as it would only be bothersome. The entirety of the household has been chaotic since morning, affecting my mood. It is far better to share laughter and conversation with a few old friends. Indeed, among the entire family, only Ning truly understood her sentiments. As the guests continued to arrive, the MC took the stage, offering a few words of blessing for the birthday celebrant before commencing the performances. The first act was a piano solo. Upon seeing the man seated at the piano, Sang could no longer contain herself. She sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Master Zhongbai! Lu Wanyu and Sang Manyan also stood in astonishment. They could scarcely fathom that Sang Ning had invited Master Zhongbai to perform at the birthday celebration. It was well known that Master Zhongbai had garnered numerous international awards. Securing his presence at such a private event was nearly impossible, as even prestigious programs found it challenging to entice him. He had even declined offers from music academies to serve as a mentor. In short, Master Zhongbai was a figure of exceptional prestige, one whose presence could not easily be purchased. Yet, unexpectedly, this proud individual had been invited by Sang Ning. Could it be that Master Zhongbai has also succumbed to the enchanting beauty of Sang Ning? Is the world truly mad? Why is it that every man seems to be captivated by her charm? As the piano melody fills the air, resonant and melodious, Sang Li's complexion pales. Lu Wanyu hastily inquires, Xiao Li, what troubles you? You look unwell. Gripping Lu Wanyu's hand tightly, Sang Li trembles as she utters, Mother, what shall we do? Master Zhongbai never attends private gatherings. For him to be here signifies a connection with Sang Ning. What if she speaks recklessly in his presence? He would certainly refuse to accept me as his disciple. Lu Wanyu's expression shifts dramatically, her teeth clenched as she exclaims, She dares. This is an opportunity you have painstakingly earned. Should Sang Ning dare to ruin it, I will ensure she faces the consequences. Sang Mo interjects, in fact. This could also be an opportunity. Once Master Zhongbai finishes his performance, we shall approach him. Perhaps he might consider accepting a disciple against the norm. Sang Mo Chen adds, What is there to fear? If Sang Ning jeopardizes your chance, simply eliminate her, and it will be resolved. Chapter 78. Night Mo Fan comes to celebrate. Back kitchen of Huaihua Hotel. As Sang Ning and Fu Xiuyuan entered, a row of chefs respectfully greeted, Chef Ning. Chef Fu. Sang Ning nodded, instructing, dishes will be served in 10 minutes. With that, she strode to the dining table, donned her chef's attire, and commenced her culinary tasks. Fu Xiuyuan approached her from the other side, inquiring, Shall we proceed as usual? A smile played on Sang Ning's lips. What? Do you wish to defeat me? It seemed Fu Xiuyuan was persistently driven to outshine her, even going so far as to master culinary arts specifically to rival her. His skills had earned him a position as co-chef for national banquets alongside her. Every national banquet, he would strive to compete with her, yet foreign dignitaries favored her flavors. Infuriated, Fu Xiuyuan would frequently challenge her. Eventually, she relinquished her position as head chef and ceased her kitchen endeavors, having grown weary of it all. However, Fu Xiuyuan remained, not only continuing his role, but also concocting meals for her daily. In his words, he sought to win her heart through his culinary prowess, yearning for her to acknowledge that his flavors surpassed hers. Sang Ning found his antics rather childish, Yet she had to admit that he had indeed nurtured her palate well. It's rare for you to take charge. Naturally, I wish to compete, he remarked with a subtle smile. On Ning, I have a premonition that I will win this time. Let us wait and see. Without further ado, Sang Ning commenced her work. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, as a piano piece concluded, Sang Li and Lu Wanyu were preparing to pursue Master Zhong Bai, only to be caught off guard by the commencement of the second performance. Sang Li clenched the table, her demeanor faltering. The National Theater. It was not only Sang Li who was disconcerted. The guests present were equally unsettled. If inviting Master Zhong Bai posed a significant challenge, then securing the National Theater was a feat beyond comprehension. Now, the theater's opera troupe graced the stage, solely to celebrate the birthday of old Madame Sang. Hadn't the Sang family been struggling in recent years? How could they possess such influential connections? How had Sang Ning managed to invite these individuals? Lu Wanyu furrowed her brow, questioning, aren't they notoriously difficult to engage? How could Sang Ming manage it? Sang Li gritted her teeth, almost roaring, what do you think? It is undoubtedly thanks to the powerful man behind her. Jealousy nearly overflowed from her eyes. With an 80% resemblance to Sang Ning, why could she not secure a man of such influence as her backing? In terms of talent and capability, she was not inferior to Sang Ning. But why oh why? Before Sang Li could unravel her thoughts, the opera concluded and the third performance commenced. Sang Li's eyes widened, her teeth chattering in disbelief. Knight Mo Fan, the youngest master of traditional Chinese painting in the country. Sang Li's expression twisted in anguish. How could he be here? Traditional painting was not her forte, yet she had dabbled in it. Recently, in her quest to elevate her status, she had aimed to improve in both piano and painting. Hence, she had submitted her work to Knight Mo Fan, hoping to become his apprentice. The other party promptly responded to her with a single word, trash. Do you dare to aspire to be my disciple? Yet now, Yi Mofan had deigned to attend a birthday banquet. I was invited to celebrate Grandma Sang's birthday, and I had nothing substantial to present. Instead, I decided to create a painting for the elderly lady. After uttering these words, Yi Mofan began to paint. Sitting at another table, Sang Yu was overwhelmed with excitement. Following the master-disciple banquet, the master sent her out to explore the world, allowing her to observe life beyond her own, and thereafter instructed her to paint continuously. Whether her art was commendable or not, the master never commented, simply permitting her to express herself freely, regardless of her chosen subjects. She lost count of how many paintings she had completed, feeling as though her mind had become an empty vessel. Yet, as long as the master did not say stop, she dared not cease. She longed to witness the master painting firsthand, initially believing she would have to wait an eternity, only to find that day had arrived sooner than expected. Her joy knew no bounds. During Yi Mofan's artistic endeavor, Manager Chun had already instructed the servers to begin serving the dishes. However, at Grandma Sang's table, no food appeared. Madame Fu called over Manager Chun, inquiring, what is the meaning of this? Everyone else has been served, yet the guest of honor has not. Do you harbor disdain for us old folks? Manager Chun, noticing the difference in Sang Ning's attitude towards Grandma Sang, responded with utmost respect, I apologize. But Madame Sang's meal is under special arrangement. Please bear with us for a moment. Madame Fu was puzzled. Special arrangement? Yet, she refrained from pressing further. Very well, we can wait. I am not particularly hungry at the moment. However, she was curious about what made Junru's meal so distinctive. Meanwhile, Yi Mofan had completed his painting and stood, addressing Grandma Sang. This is but a humble token. I hope you do not find it lacking. He had considered gifting money but deemed it too mundane, especially since Sang Ning, that little heiress, was left with nothing but wealth. A painting felt far more meaningful. Upon glancing at the artwork, Grandma Sang stood in astonishment, exclaiming, oh my, this piece is truly magnificent. The interplay of lines, its spacing, length, thickness, and curvature creates a harmonious visual effect. The ink and colors possess a unique resonance and artistic depth, perfectly aligning with my current state of mind. It is simply exquisite. Yi Mofan smiled. I am delighted you appreciate it. I love it, truly love it, thank you. Grandma Sang suddenly paused, But you just call me Grandma Sang? Do you know her Ning Ning? Of course, she is my little treasure, Yimofin said, playfully brushing back his bangs. Only she dares to exploit me. This revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Sang Ning is Master Ye's little treasure? Have they become a couple? Murmured the crowd. I knew Sang Ning was not proper. She hasn't even settled matters with Fu Xiuyuan, and now she's entangled with Yimofin. Chen Ya frowned. Sister-in-law, you must keep a close watch on her, regardless of circumstance. Sang Ning is still a child of the Sang family. Her actions reflect upon us all. Indeed, one might think the Sang family neglects their daughters. Sister-in-law, you are a professor of human intelligence research, successfully educating your other children. Why is Sang Ning the exception? Gu chimed in. Lu Wanyu felt her face burn with embarrassment, thoroughly mortified. I believe there is little of concern. Perhaps they are merely friends? Having always remained an invisible presence in the Sang household, Sang Ruo Jin spoke, suggesting that such terms are often exchanged among friends. Please do not harbor such animosity towards Sang Ning. Oh, fourth sister, how long has Sang Ning been back? And already she has led you astray? Do not forget that you are still living off the hospitality of the Sang family. What, do you think that by speaking a few kind words on Sang Ning's behalf, she will shower you with wealth? Do not indulge in such fantasies. She likely relishes your misfortunes. You, Sang Ruo Jin longed to retort that indeed Sang Ning had given her money, yet she refrained from voicing it. Since her return to the Sang family, no financial support had been bestowed upon her. When the matriarch and Sang Jingchuan had offered Sang Ning money, she had declined it. Thus, everyone assumed Sang Ning was without funds. Should she suddenly reveal that Sang Ning had indeed provided her with money, it would only invite speculation that it was the family's fortune. To spare Sang Ning from further complications, she chose to remain silent. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Manager Chen personally approached with a platter of dishes. He made his way directly to the table of Elder Sang, presenting esteemed matriarch. This banquet has been meticulously prepared by Chef Ning for you. It is her heartfelt wish that you and your friends may traverse the mountains and rivers with joy and truly relish the life that belongs to you. Chapter 79. Is Sang Ning the chef of the state banquet? As Manager Chen's words resonated in the air, the guests present erupted in astonishment. Chef Ning, am I mistaken? He is the chef of the state banquet, isn't he? How could he possibly prepare a birthday feast for old Madame Sang? Could it be that Manager Chen has erred? It is conceivable that Chef Ning, who has seldom revealed himself in public, could be misidentified. Were they thinking? How could Huaiwa possibly make such a mistake? This must have been confirmed. And just look at the dishes. Indeed, they are distinctly different from ours. Is no one sensing the disparity in treatment? We all gathered here to celebrate old Madame Sang's birthday. Why is it that our table is graced by an ordinary chef, while old Madame Sang's table is attended by a chef of state banquet caliber? Have some dignity, please. What status does Chef Ning hold that you think you are worthy of his culinary creations? Just look at the spread before us. It surpasses that of many top-tier hotels, and yet you still find fault. Very well, I admit I am envious. At this moment, the members of the Sang family were wide-eyed, unable to process the revelation. Sang Li's expression was nearly contorted with disbelief. How many distinguished men has Sang Ning enticed? First, there was Fu Xiuyuan, then the chairman of SN, followed by Yimofin, and now a chef of state banquet stature. Have these individuals lost their minds? Lu Wanyu and Sang Moyan were rendered speechless. They longed to admonish Sang Ning, but what could they even say? Sang Ning had elevated the standards of the birthday feast to unimaginable heights. Observe the Sang family members. They now held their heads high, as if this celebration were arranged in their honor. Sang Maching lounged in his chair, legs crossed, twirling a small knife in his hand, a playful smile gracing his lips. Forget about these people. Even Sang Yifan was left dumbfounded. Since entering Huaiwa, he had been in a daze. Good heavens, his sister was simply extraordinary. Not only was she the owner of Yi's, but she had also invited such formidable figures. He had previously believed that his sister relied on Fu Xiuyuan, but now he suddenly realized that all of this was her own accomplishment. After all, just moments ago, Yimofin had referred to Sang Ning as his little treasure. No matter how magnanimous Fu Xiuyuan may be, he could not possibly invite his rival, could he? As for the chef of state banquet, it was rumored to be a man. Could it be true, as they say, that Sang Ning has some relationship with him? Impressive, truly impressive. He felt an overwhelming sense of pride for his sister. As for old Madame Sang, she sat in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. It was not until a voice resonated from the stage that she finally lifted her gaze. There stood Youlan, beside her mannequin. Youlan addressed the audience with utmost respect. "Good day, Grandma Sang. I'm a friend of Ning. This set of jewelry is my gift to you for your birthday." As she spoke, several attendants placed the carefully prepared gifts before old Madame Sang. The old matriarch was left agape in astonishment. Before she could utter a word, Youlan continued, "There is another birthday gift. I will personally design an outfit for you right here as you enjoy your meal." With that, Youlan commenced her design work on the spot. After the previous rounds of astonishment, it has now become quite commonplace for everyone to see Youlan. After all, if such an impressive figure could be invited, how could it be surprising for Master Youlan? Hadn't Master Youlan gone to Haishur? Why had she returned? Sang furrowed her brows tightly. Could it be that her information was incorrect? Yet that was not the case. The person had stated that Youlan was temporarily unavailable to come to Jiangxing. Moreover, Fu Xiuyuan had also been detained by that individual. How could both of them be present? Wasn't her arrival rather ordinary? After the initial shock, Sang Yin calmly remarked, "She is a friend of Sang Ning. Her absence would be more peculiar." Sang Ning's social circle was remarkably influential. It was astonishing that a child raised in a nightclub could be acquainted with so many prominent figures. Sang Ning's efforts today had undoubtedly endeared her to Grandma, and it seemed that his path to inheriting the Sang family would not be an easy one. No, he must act swiftly to secure his claim to the Sang estate. Sang Xiangwan fixed her gaze on Youlan on stage, her eyes brimming with resentment. That despicable girl, Sang Ning, was indeed cunning. Did she intend to leverage these individuals to acquire the Sang family's fortune? Dream on. The Sang family's wealth belonged to her, and no one else could lay claim to a single penny. Meanwhile, Manager Chun was serving the dishes one after another, each more exquisite than what one could typically afford. At this moment, Grandma Sang had become somewhat numb. She had not anticipated such a grand surprise from Sang Ning. Being human, she could not help but possess a sense of vanity. Now that her granddaughter had arranged her birthday banquet so splendidly, her little vanity was undoubtedly satisfied. "Old Sang, what exactly does your granddaughter do? How does she know so many prominent figures?" A sudden voice jolted Grandma Sang back to reality. Her expression stiffened, and she felt a wave of shame wash over her. How could she allow herself to feel vain over such matters? These were all the intentions of Sang Ning, and it was inappropriate to equate this heartfelt gesture with vanity. Clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment, Grandma Sang replied, "She just returned and does not have a job yet. These must be friends she knew before." As she spoke, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. "My Ning has always been exceptional." She felt a surge of pride for Ning. From now on, who would dare to claim that Ning was worthless? Who would look down upon Ning? "Indeed, Ning was remarkable." Old Lady Fu nodded in agreement, lamenting, "It is a pity that my wretched grandson lost such an outstanding daughter-in-law. Junru, you must assist my boy. Such a wonderful granddaughter-in-law as Ning must not be taken by outsiders." "Hey, old Fu, your statement is misguided. My grandson is equally splendid. I believe he is a perfect match for Ning," retorted Old Lady He. Unable to endure any longer, Old Lady Sang exclaimed, "Pa, you two shameless individuals. Your grandsons are 7 or 8 years older than Ning, and you dare to bring it up? My grandson is only 22. The age is just right with Ning. Old Sang, you might want to consider my grandson." The elderly ladies each chimed in, eagerly wishing to settle the marriage between Sang Ning and their respective grandsons on the spot. Madame Sang chuckled and remarked, "As for Ning's marriage, I shall not interfere. She may choose whomever her heart desires. As long as she finds joy and contentment, I shall support her decision." However, she then inquired, "Where has Ning gone? The banquet has commenced for quite some time, yet her presence is still absent." Just then, a voice interrupted the gathering. As soon as the words were uttered, Manager Chen entered, accompanied by a group bearing dishes. This time, however, following him was Sang Ning, clad in a chef's uniform. Sang Ning elegantly placed the dishes upon the table and then presented a set of jade bangles, saying, "Grandmother, this jewelry, along with this feast, is my gift to you for your birthday. I sincerely hope you adore it." Startled, Madame Sang sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Are you telling me that you prepared this feast?" "Yes, along with Fu Xiuyuan," Sang Ning replied, casting a glance at Fu Xiuyuan. "He wishes to outdo me, so I kindly ask you, esteemed guests, to judge the flavors accordingly." Madame Sang was momentarily taken aback. Manager Chun then added that the dishes had been skillfully prepared by the national banquet chef, Ning. Thus, the renowned chef was none other than her granddaughter, Sang Ning. This revelation was utterly astonishing. As Madame Sang remained in a state of disbelief, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, "Goodness! This jewelry is crafted from imperial green jade. It is already rare to create a single piece, yet she has presented an entire set." Chapter 80. The birthday gift for Fu Xiuyuan. The attendees had yet to recover from the revelation of Sang Ning's identity as the head chef of Ningya, when they were further astonished by the stunning emerald jewelry. What virtuous deeds had Grandma Sang performed in her past life to be blessed with such an extraordinary granddaughter? Not only was she acquainted with numerous influential figures, but she was also the chef for state banquets. And to top it off, her financial prowess was evident in her generous gift of the emerald adornments. Meanwhile, the other grandchildren merely squandered their time without any significant pursuits. The comparison was utterly disheartening. Ning, tease. Grandma Sang gazed at the emerald jewelry before her, feeling as though she were in a dream. Sang Ning removed a bracelet and placed it on Grandma Sang's wrist, saying, "I merely wish to bring you joy." Tears welled in Grandma Sang's eyes as she replied, "Joyous. I am truly joyous." Never had she felt such happiness as she did today, not due to the status Sang Ning conferred upon her, but rather because of Sang Ning's heartfelt filial piety. What merit had she to deserve such a wonderful granddaughter? Grandma Fu grasped Grandma Sang's hand and softly said, "Today is your birthday. Do not weep." Grandma Sang sniffled and responded, "I shan't cry. With Ning as my granddaughter, what reason do I have to be sorrowful? I am proud." A few of Grandma Fu's companions chuckled at this. At that moment, Youlan on the stage paused and said, "Grandma Sang, may I present to you the qipao I crafted by hand? Please try it on." Grandma Sang lifted her gaze, her eyes wide with amazement. So beautiful. Grandma Fu and the others turned to admire the creation, exclaiming, "It is no surprise that Master Youlan is so talented, able to produce such a flawless qipao in such a short time." Many of the processes were completed in advance. What you see now is the unfinished portion. Youlan explained. "I'm delighted that you like it, Grandma Sang." Grandma Sang nodded, "I adore it." With that, she turned to Sang Ning and said, Ning, assist me in changing into this attire." Sang Ning nodded and helped Grandma Sang to the VIP room. Youlan followed suit, assisting Grandma Sang as she changed while playfully nudging Sang Ning with her elbow, seeking praise. "What do you think? Did I arrange the birthday banquet well?" Sang Ning smiled. "Absolutely splendid." Originally, she had orchestrated the banquet, but Youlan had taken over midway, insisting on providing Grandma Sang with a uniquely special celebration. Knowing Youlan would not falter, Sang Ning allowed her to proceed. However, it must be said that Youlan had executed the arrangements impeccably. Although Sang Ning had been occupied in the kitchen and had not witnessed the proceedings, she had caught a glimpse of the expressions on the faces of the Sang family members. Aside from a few close to her, the rest appeared quite displeased, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. So it was Master Youlan who organized this birthday banquet? Grandma Sang exclaimed in surprise. "You have truly worked hard, Ning. I must ensure to thank her properly another day." Grandma Sang, just call me Youlan. I am not at all tired. I merely provided a general outline. Those individuals were not invited by me. They insisted on coming out of respect for Ning. After dressing Grandma Sang, Youlan remarked, "Also, Ning and I never say thank you to each other." Grandma Sang chuckled and said, "It is truly wonderful for Ning to have a friend like you." Youlan smiled but did not respond. In truth, she wished to express that having a friend like Sang Ning was what truly mattered. Sang Ning assisted Grandma Sang as they made their way outside. The elderly lady, adorned in traditional Tang attire, exuded an air of elegance. The crowd, already desensitized by the earlier spectacle, was nonetheless taken aback upon seeing Grandma Sang. They showered her with compliments. At that moment, Fu Xiuyuan approached, raising his hand. Shortly thereafter, Fu Ming entered, flanked by over 20 bodyguards, each carrying a box. Grandma Sang. "This 100 million is my gift to you on your birthday," Fu Xiuyuan stated. Pausing before adding, "It is not a betrothal gift." Grandma Sang responded, "What kind-hearted person sends cash outright as a birthday gift? Don't you have any presents to choose from?" Observing the unspoken thoughts of Grandma Sang, Fu Xiuyuan smirked slightly. "I initially intended to select a gift, but I believe that no matter how exquisite a present may be, it cannot compare to Ning's. Therefore, I thought that cash would be most fitting." He had originally contemplated offering a check, but opted for cash, fearing that Grandma Sang might refuse the former. "Grandma Sang, please accept it," he urged. Fu Laotai shot a glare at Fu Xiuyuan, knowing he had a knack for such antics. "If you don't accept it, you will likely leave the money here at the hotel and walk away." How infuriating. This unfortunate grandson gifted her 50 million for her birthday, and now for Grandma Sang, it was 100 million. Fortunately, their relationship was good. Otherwise, she would be furious enough to faint on the spot. "Well, I shall accept it then." Grandma Sang hesitated but ultimately accepted the lavish birthday gift, thinking she would find an opportunity to return the favor later. Fu Xiuyuan smirked, casting a playful glance at Sang Ning, seeking her approval. Sang Ning, unfazed, found him rather childish for someone of his stature, while Sang Ning beamed with joy. The atmosphere at the tables occupied by the Sang family was heavy with gloom. Everyone stared down at their meager gifts, their faces burning with embarrassment. How could these gifts possibly be presented? Sang Ning had commenced the event by bestowing several generous gifts, rendering their paltry offerings utterly humiliating. Sang Yifan cast a fleeting glance at his family, then approached Grandma Sang with a gift in hand. "Grandma, this is my present. Although it cannot compare to my sister's imperial green jade, it is a string of prayer beads. Knowing you're a believer, I hope the Buddha bestows blessings upon you for health and prosperity." The prayer beads were worth merely 20,000. He had wished to give something of greater value, but funds were tight. The 100 million Xiao Ning had given him was all invested in the company. Only after starting a business did he realize how much money it truly consumed. He knew that the gifts he selected could not possibly compare to those of his relatives, particularly in terms of value, so he simply chose according to his grandmother's preferences. "Ah, this gift truly reached the depths of my heart," exclaimed Old Lady Sang with a smile. "Yifan, you are thoughtful." Sang Yifan chuckled lightly, saying little more, and returned to his seat. Subsequently, Sang Yu and Sang Huai also approached with their offerings. Sang Yu presented a painting of her own creation. Lacking the means for extravagant gifts, she could only bestow a present that reflected her own talent. Sang Huai gifted a string of Super 7 crystals, which he had carefully selected over a long period. Though the gift was not exorbitant, at over 10,000, it was the most he could manage. "Wonderful, I truly adore it." Old Lady Sang expressed her delight at the gifts from these three individuals. However, her demeanor grew rather indifferent towards the gifts from the rest of the Sang family. She offered only a few polite words, showing little interest thereafter. While she wished to avoid displaying her displeasure, she could not help but feel a twinge of anger. Just look at what they presented. Antiques valued at 10 million, masterpieces at 20 million, jewelry worth 30 million, and even gifts totaling 50 million. It was all a competition of price, with not a single person considering her true feelings. Initially, when Sang Ning organized her birthday banquet at the top of the Huaiyue Hotel, each of them was reluctant to spend the 10 million for the event, constantly causing trouble for Sang Ning. And now, they were sending ostentatious gifts with such exorbitant prices. Were they now claiming poverty? It was truly vexing. What does mother mean? The gifts we selected, while perhaps not as extravagant as Sang Ning's, must surely be more valuable than those of Sang Yifan, Sang Yu, and Sang Huai. She praised the three of them, yet completely disregarded us, Qinya remarked with a grim expression. Chapter 81. Master Zhongbai. I am the sister of Sang Ning. The members of the Sang family cast glances toward the table of the elderly matriarch, their expressions laden with discontent. Sang Li smiled gently. Dear second aunt, why let anger consume you? With the gifts from my sister at hand, It is only natural that grandmother may not regard our offerings as worthy. What matters is the sentiment behind them. Oof. Xinya let out a derisive snort. Sang Ning, my mother will inevitably be dragged down by her. Day in and day out, she concerns herself with nothing but entangling with men. She should be wary of igniting her own demise one day. Xinya was genuinely incensed. The gift she had presented was a rare masterpiece passed down from the Qing dynasty, something she cherished dearly, yet she had chosen to bestow it upon the matriarch. And what was the outcome? The old lady didn't even grant her a favorable glance. What an ungrateful wretch. She has utterly sullied my reputation, Lu Wanyu remarked coldly. Sang Xiangwan sneered, sister-in-law, if you ask me, the fault lies with you. Such a disobedient child ought to be properly dealt with, lest she becomes too bold. At her tender age, she seduces men into gifting her mother such extravagant presents. Who has to say she won to deceive mother into relinquishing the Sang family's wealth to her one day? Upon hearing Sang Xiangwan's words, the faces of the Sang family members shifted dramatically. She dares. Xinya slammed her palm against the table. The family fortune belongs to us all. How could it possibly be handed over to a mere child? If mother were to bestow it upon her, I would be the first to object. And what good would your objection do? Sang Xiangwan shot a glance towards the matriarch. Look over there. That wretched girl has charmed mother into such delight. I suspect mother is already contemplating how to bequeath a fortune to her. The Sang family fell into a heavy silence. Though Sang Jingchuan currently held the reins of the household, the matriarch still wielded control over the family assets. Should she, in a moment of folly, decide to transfer the wealth to Sang Ning, they would suffer a grievous loss. No, we must not allow the matriarch to give the fortune to Sang Ning. Sang Xiangwan surveyed the expressions of those around her, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Let the battle commence, as you all engage in your life and death struggles. The Sang family's riches shall ultimately be mine. Sang Li continued to eat her meal leisurely, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. What good is it to rely on men to summon so many influential figures? Men are forever the most unreliable of creatures, much like Fu Xiuyuan. I have harbored feelings for him for so many years, yet in the end, he wouldn't even spare me a glance. Everything Sang Ning has gained through her beauty will one day rebound upon her. Once those men's support is withdrawn, what will she be? I eagerly await the day she plummets from her lofty heights to the depths below. Meanwhile, Sang Moyan's expression darkened. The day he had feared had finally arrived. Sang Ning was indeed after the Sang family's wealth. Not only her, but every member of the Sang family harbored ulterior motives, including the recently returned second aunt. He had not forgotten how she had once pressured the matriarch to relinquish 5% of the family's shares. He must hasten his actions. Can a meal silence your tongue? Sang Jingchuan cast a cold glance at Sang Xiangwan and said, if you return to see mother, do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts, or else. Return to the capital at once. His second sister, who seldom visited, always seemed to stir trouble upon her return. The last time she came, she sought to claim shares of the Sang family, and this time, without even entering the house, she made things difficult for Sang Ning. Previously, out of familial affection, he had shown her considerable tolerance, but that did not imply he would continue to do so indefinitely. Eldest brother, the Sang family does not solely belong to you. You have no authority to dictate my return, Sang Xiangwan retorted nonchalantly. Moreover, with mother having 3 sons and 2 daughters, the inheritance cannot be solely bequeathed to your branch. You may have beguiled mother with your daughter, but do you truly believe that all the benefits will accrue to your side? It is not just for the first branch, but also for you, dear second aunt. Sang Yifun's expression remained indifferent. Grandmother indicated years ago that should you take the shares, you would have no claim on her future inheritance. Have you forgotten so soon? Sang Xiangwan's countenance shifted as she admonished, be silent. When elders speak, it is not your place to interject. Sang Yifun laughed coldly. You consider yourself an elder? I have never held you in high regard. Sang Yifun, have you lost your senses to speak to me in such a manner? Sang Xiangwan slammed her palm against the table. Sang Yifun rose, maintaining a cold demeanor. You trouble my sister, and this is my measured response. Sang Xiangwan, understand your position. Do not come back and attempt to dictate matters in the Sang family after marrying out. I'm no longer the Sang Yifan of our childhood. Should you dare to trouble my sister again, I will not hesitate to confront you. Sang Yifan then turned his gaze to the assembled members of the Sang family. And you all, have you forgotten the pain you endured? Do you require Xiao Ning to help you regain your memories? Lu Wanyu's expression darkened. Sang Yifan you. Before she could finish, Sang Li tugged at her sleeve, silently urging her to look elsewhere. Lu Wanyu glanced up to see Master Zhong Bai approaching Sang Ning. After a brief exchange, Master Zhong Bai exited the banquet hall. Lu Wanyu, maintaining her composure, stood up and said, Xiao Li, accompany me to change my attire. Sang Li promptly rose to assist Lu Wanyu as they left, leaving behind a group of Sang family members with unpleasant expressions, feasting on exquisite cuisine that tasted like cardboard. Outside the hotel, Lu Wanyu and Sang Li hurried to catch up with Master Zhong Bai. Master Zhong Bai. Sang Li nearly jogged forward. Please wait. Zhong Bai turned, momentarily taken aback by Sang Li's resemblance to his disciple. Who are you? I am Sang Ning's elder sister, Sang Li, she replied with a polite smile. I previously received an invitation for an interview from your student. Sang Li? Zhong Bai hesitated, as he did not recall. Sang Li continued, Master Zhong Bai, I am eager to become your disciple. Might you consider making an exception and accepting me early? After a brief pause, she added, This is also Sang Ning's wish. Zhong Bai was momentarily stunned. She wishes for me to accept you as a disciple? That seems unlikely. Shouldn't her sister be teaching her, given your superior piano skills? Indeed, in the quietude of the moment, I expressed to Sang Li my desire to become your disciple. She replied that she was preoccupied with her grandmother's birthday celebration and urged me to seek you out on my own, asserting that as friends, you would surely acquiesce to such a request. Zhong Bai felt a twinge of confusion. Had a master not disclosed her identity to Sang Li? Was she perhaps averse to complications? Indeed, the master had always been one to shun trouble. Noticing Zhong Bai's silence, Sang Li cautiously interjected, Master Zhong Bai, I genuinely wish to become your apprentice and hope you will grant me this opportunity. After a moment's hesitation, Zhong Bai nodded, Very well, since this is Sang Ning's intention. I shall make an exception and accept you as my pupil. He paused before adding, Let me confirm a suitable time with Sang Ning before we arrange the initiation ceremony. Sang Li's expression shifted. She knew Sang Ning had been extremely busy of late, with her second aunt and cousin returning from the capital. The family had not gathered in quite some time, and Sang Ning wished to reunite with them. She had mentioned earlier that the apprenticeship ceremony need not involve her. We could decide independently. I see. Zhong Bai pondered. In that case, prepare yourself and accompany me to the capital. It will be an excellent opportunity for you to meet some of my students. All right. Thank you, Master, Sang Li replied. After Zhong Bai departed, Lu Wanyu arrived belatedly, inquiring, Xiao Li, how did it go? On her way, she had encountered an acquaintance who had engaged her in conversation, causing her to fear she would miss Master Zhong Bai, thus allowing Sang Li to proceed first. I have received his approval, Sang Li said, her face clouded with discontent. Although she was on the verge of becoming a disciple of Master Zhong Bai, joy eluded her, for it was merely through Sang Ning's influence. Just wait, she resolved silently. One day, I will ascend to greatness by my own merit. Chapter 82. Sister, are you ready to receive my gift? Once the banquet celebrating the elder Mrs. Sang's birthday concluded, the guests dispersed. Fu Xiuyuan and several elders from the Fu family hurriedly returned to the capital, as matters there remained unresolved. Youlan also made her way back to Haicheng, needing to address some family issues. As for Zhong Bai, Yi Mofan, and the others from the National Theater, they departed the gathering before it officially ended. After bidding farewell to the guests, Sang Ning addressed the relatives who had come from the countryside, stating, I have arranged accommodations for you at the hotel. Please take the time to rest today. Tomorrow I will have someone show you around Jiangxing. Oh, we feel quite embarrassed. We merely came to attend a birthday banquet, and now that it has concluded, we should return home, responded a relative from the side of the elder Sang's family. The kinship connection was somewhat distant, and according to tradition, Sang Ning ought to refer to him as her paternal uncle. The Sang residence is insufficient to accommodate everyone. Otherwise, we would surely have invited you to stay at our home, Sang Ning replied courteously. Since you are here, you might as well enjoy yourselves. Please do not hesitate to express any needs you may have. Sang Ning's uncle, Sang Jinyuan, smiled at the elder Mrs. Sang and remarked, Aunt, you have a wonderful granddaughter. Not only did she organize this splendid banquet for you, but she also took great care of us country relatives. I initially thought. He paused, leaving the rest of his thought unspoken. He had intended to suggest that the Sang family might not be particularly welcoming to their poorer relatives from the countryside. In truth, this was not merely his perception. It was indeed the case. From the moment they arrived, the elder Mrs. Sang's daughters-in-law had treated them with a noticeable coldness and disdain. Despite their rural origins, they were perceptive enough to recognize the unwelcoming atmosphere. The elder Mrs. Sang's smile broadened. Ning truly is exceptional. She's the only one who cares for this old frame of mine. She continued without a doubt. Ning has been incredibly thoughtful towards our relatives from the countryside. Not only has she shown them respect, but she also arranged for their accommodations in advance. Understanding that their journey to Jiangsheng is not an easy one. These details were never disclosed to her by Sang Ning. The arrangements were all made by Ning herself. In contrast, the other members of the family seemed displeased. The elder's words publicly chastised them. Was it only because Sang Ning orchestrated such an opulent birthday celebration that she deemed her other family members unworthy of her praise? What, then, was to be said of the several millions spent on the birthday gifts? The elder Mrs. Sang paid no heed to the thoughts of the family members. Turning to Sang Jinyuan, Ning is correct. It is rare for you to visit Jiangsheng, so since you are here, do not rush back. Enjoy your time. I am preparing some local specialties as gifts for your parents to take home. Very well, then. Thank you, Aunt, Sang Jinyuan replied without pretense. Being overly polite would seem insincere. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, Sang Ning assisted the elder Mrs. Sang into the vehicle. She was about to take a seat when someone called out to her from behind, Ning, why not ride with second brother? He prepared a gift for you. But he couldn't return home in time. Standing up, Sang Ning crossed her arms, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as she fixed her gaze on Sang Chun. He smiled lightly. Are you willing to give second brother this courtesy? With a smirk, Sang Ning replied, of course. Upon finishing her words, she turned and directly stepped into Sang Chun's vehicle. Instead of the Rolls-Royce that Sang Ning had prepared, Sang Chun drove his own car. Sitting in the back seat, Sang Ning observed as he took the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and reminded her, Ning, make sure to buckle up. She glanced up slightly. What would happen if I didn't? As he started the car, he casually remarked, nothing too serious. At worst you might end up disabled. Sang Ning laughed, her smile dazzling like a brilliant bloom, vibrant and enchanting. The car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Startled, old lady Sang exclaimed, what on earth is happening? Why is Chun driving so fast? What if something goes wrong? Sang Ning had chosen to ride with Sang Chun, while Sang Yifan took the car with the elderly lady. Frowning deeply, Sang Yifan barely had time to speak when he noticed ahead at a traffic light that Sang Chun's vehicle did not stop, but rather ran a red light. His face paled, realizing the impending disaster. Quickly, he turned to old lady Sang, Grandmother, you should get in the same car as my father. I need to borrow this one to follow them. Hurry. Old lady Sang hastily exited the car, anxiously reminding him, make sure Ning is safe. After a moment's pause, she added, you must also watch your own safety. Sang Yifan nodded and instructed the driver to proceed. Meanwhile, behind old lady Sang, Sang Li fixed her gaze on the vanishing car of Sang Chun, a wicked smile creeping onto her lips. Sang Ning, good luck. On the other side, Sang Chun accelerated to 180, his excitement palpable. My dear sister, are you ready to receive the gift I have for you? A present from the depths of hell. Sang Ning rested one foot on the front seat while holding her phone, replying to a message. The sender was Zhong Bai. Master, your sister just contacted me, wishing for me to accept her as a disciple, claiming it was your wish. I agreed, but upon reflection, I feel something is off. Is this truly your intention? After reading the message, Sang Ning glanced at the exuberant Sang Chun in the driver's seat, then replied, no, I do not have a sister. Zhong Bai responded, Master, I was mistaken. I should have consulted you first. I never anticipated someone would exploit your identity to gain favor here. I even allowed her to accompany me to the capital for the initiation banquet. I will refuse her." Ning set her phone aside, choosing not to respond further. 2 seconds later, she picked it up again and opened Zhongbai's chat page, typing, "No need to refuse." Zhongbai replied, "I do not understand." As Ning lifted her gaze towards Machin in the driver's seat, a subtle smile played at the corners of her lips. In a good mood, let's playfully slap the face of fate. She tucked away her phone, crossing her arms, maintaining her earlier posture steadfast as a mountain. The vehicle swiftly exited the bustling city, and throughout the journey, Machin remained unperturbed by Ning's lack of screams. Instead, he chuckled softly. "You truly surprise me," he mused, his lips curving upward. "Sister, I wonder if you'll still be smiling soon." With that, Machin abruptly shifted into a mode of reckless daring. The car swerved and zigzagged down the road, as if the entire thoroughfare were his own personal playground, jostling about wildly. At that moment, a large truck approached from ahead, causing Machin's expression to darken as he quickly adjusted the steering wheel. Suddenly, Ning rose from her seat, wrapping her arms around his neck from behind, her voice eerily reminiscent of Spectre. "Want to die? Allow me to escort you on your journey." Chapter 83. Second Brother. "I have prepared a gift for you." Machin's countenance shifted dramatically as he attempted to pry Ning's hand away, only to find himself utterly unsuccessful. In a state of despair, he resorted to grasping the steering wheel. However, Ning forcefully yanked him back into the seat, rendering him unable to reach it. Gritting his teeth, Machin exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind?" "Lost my mind?" Ning's lips curled into a wicked smile. "Did you not investigate me before your return? I am mentally unstable, my dear second brother." Machin's expression faltered as he retorted, "I was merely jesting." "Is that so?" Ning's smile widened, and suddenly she flipped into the driver's seat. As an oncoming truck bore down upon them, she deftly swerved the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Machin gasped for breath. Before he could regain his composure, Ning flung open the door and kicked him out. Following this, she exited the vehicle, tossed Machin into the back seat, and resumed her position behind the wheel. She started the engine and, through the rearview mirror, cast a glance at Machin's ashen face. "Welcome back to the Sang family, dear brother. I have prepared a gift for you. Brace yourself." With that, she pressed down on the accelerator. The car surged to its maximum speed of 280 kilometers per hour. In an instant, Machin was thrown against the door, his head colliding violently. Ning chuckled coldly, "Buckle up, dear brother." "You." Machin's complexion turned pale as he reached for the seatbelt, but before he could grasp it, Ning took a sharp turn, sending him careening once more. Fortunately, the door remained shut. Otherwise, he might have met a fatal end. Leaning against the door, Machin suddenly grinned. "This is exhilarating. Continue." No sooner had he spoken than Ning took another sharp turn, and he was once again tossed about. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as he collided with the interior of the car countless times, never once managing to grasp the seatbelt. The pain coursed through his bones, but he found the thrill intoxicating. Unbeknownst to him, the vehicle had ventured into a dense forest, and not far ahead lay a precipice. Suddenly, Machin stood up, gripping the front seat tightly. Drive off. Let us perish together." Ning's lips curled slightly as she maintained the car's velocity, steering directly towards the edge of the cliff. As they approached, Machin exclaimed with excitement, "I don't believe you would dare to die with me." "Is that so?" Ning shot him a sidelong glance and drove straight off the cliff. In that moment of plummeting, Machin's expression finally shifted. He screamed, "Stop! You must stop!" But the car had already plunged into the abyss, unable to halt. Just when he believed his demise was imminent, the vehicle came to a steady stop on solid ground. Machin collapsed back into his seat, pale and shaken. "You lunatic! You madwoman!" he shouted, exasperated. This was not a cliff at all, merely an optical illusion of height. Below lay an open space. Yet, he had an instinctual fear that Ning truly intended to take him down with her. Ning turned her head and cast a scornful glance at the pale-faced Machin. "Do you wish for me to accompany you in death?" You are not worthy. After speaking, Ning turned back and resumed driving. This game was far from over, and she intended to savor every moment. The vehicle accelerated to its maximum speed, taking off like a shot. Upon arriving at the Sang residence, Sang Machin had vomited numerous times, expelling every morsel of the midday meal. Ultimately, what remained were only the bitter, gastric juices. He was oblivious to how he exited the car, feeling as though his legs were too weak to support him. Lu Wanyu was the first to greet him upon his return. Machin, what has happened to you? Sang Machin grasped Lu Wanyu's hand, leaning on her strength to steady himself. He turned to glance at Sang Ning, whose expression remained unfazed, though his own countenance was dark with discontent. Sang Ning tossed the car keys back to Sang Machin, her lips curling into a smirk. Thank you for the gift, dear brother. I truly appreciate it. With that, she ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, a Rolls-Royce, hastily approaching, came to a steady halt in the courtyard. Sang Yifan trembled as he exited the vehicle, swiftly pursuing Sang Ning. Grabbing her arm, he unleashed a torrent of expletives. Are you out of your mind? Are you truly degrading yourself like this? Sang Machin is insane. Why are you joining him in his madness? If something were to happen to you, what would we do? Little did anyone know, he was nearly terrified into oblivion by Sang Ning's reckless behavior. The Rolls-Royce was indeed powerful, capable of impressive speeds, yet even the driver struggled to keep pace with Sang Ning. As he chased after her, he soon realized she had driven into the mountain, the very mountain where Lu Wanyu had once abandoned Sang Ning. Panic-stricken, he frantically called Sang Ning, but she refused to answer. Before he could devise a plan, he witnessed Sang Ning steering directly towards the cliff. The sight paralyzed him with fear. However, when he regained his senses and hurried to the edge of the cliff, he discovered that it was not a precipice at all. Below lay a flat expanse. He exhaled a breath of relief. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Sang Ning drove off again, prompting him to chase after her once more. After an arduous pursuit, he finally reached the Sang residence, but still did not catch up. Sang Ning playfully patted Sang Yifan on the shoulder. Third brother, take a breather. Sang Yifan swatted her hand away. How can you still find humor in this? Do you realize you nearly terrified me to death? Just a piece of trash, and you think I would accompany him in death? You underestimate me, third brother. Sang Ning glanced back at Sang Machin, who remained stationary, and let out a cold laugh before heading upstairs. Sang Yifan caught up to her, offering a stern warning. No matter the circumstances, do not engage in such perilous acts again. There are appropriate ways to deal with trash. Do not toy with your own life. Understood, Sang Ning replied, suddenly recalling something. How is your company faring? She had learned of Sang Yifan's business troubles upon her return to the Sang family, and was aware that his company was struggling due to financial issues. She had intended to find an opportunity to provide him with financial assistance, and fortuitously, it coincided with his birthday, making her offer all the more fitting. 100 million in funds should suffice, shouldn't it? Currently, it is adequate. What Sang Yifan has not disclosed is that recently, someone has been consistently placing obstacles in his path. Each time he negotiates favorable terms with a partner company, before the contract is signed, the other party reneges on the agreement. After several such incidents, the 100 million he invested has been depleted without yielding any results. Moreover, he needs to maintain the company, which will require a significant amount of money. He acknowledges Sang Ning's capabilities and wealth, yet he has already taken 100 million from her and cannot ask for more. Sang Ning instantly perceives that Sang Yifan is concealing something from her. Without uttering a word, she takes out her phone and transfers 200 million to him. Upon receiving the bank notification, Sang Yifan bites his lip, thinking, Xiao Ning, I owe you. Sang Ning puts her phone away and looks at Sang Yifan, stating, Third brother, if 300 million cannot resolve your issues, do not refer to me as your brother anymore. Tears well up in Sang Yifan's eyes as he expresses his gratitude. Thank you. Sang Ning frowns, admonishing, You are a grown man. What is this weeping about? Channel your tears into your career rather than shedding them for me. After a pause, she adds, You are aware that Fu Xiuyuan's company specializes in technology software, are you not? Sang Yifan opens his mouth to respond, but Sang Ning interrupts him. If the software you develop is subpar, he will not collaborate with you merely out of courtesy. Use favors wisely when the time calls for it. Sang Yifan remained silent for a moment before saying, I understand. He then continues, but if someone is causing trouble for my company, can he assist in resolving it? Sang Ning raises an eyebrow. You assert that favors should be used when necessary. Sang Yifan responds confidently, I will ask him to help me with a problem, considering my sister's reputation. That shouldn't be an issue, right? Chapter 84. Sang Machin must die. Sang Ning smiled, clearly impressed by how quickly her brother was learning. Sang Yifan cautiously glanced at Sang Ning, hoping she might be able to assist him. Surely, his sister held considerable influence. After a brief moment of silence, Sang Ning asked, what did I just transfer into your bank account? Money. Sang Yifan exclaimed, a tremendous amount, the likes of which I have never seen in my life. Sang Ning remained silent and proceeded to transfer another 200 million to him. Sang Yifan was bewildered. Why are you sending me more money? Sister, you can't possibly use your wealth in this manner. Sang Ning replied, 400 million. Will that suffice to crush anyone who dares to trouble you? Sang Yifan gasped. What astonishing words are you uttering? I do not comprehend. If 400 million is insufficient, then let it be 1 billion, or even 2. We shall not cease until they are utterly destroyed. Sang Ning stated matter-of-factly, if the funds are inadequate, come to me. Do not approach me until they have been dealt with. With that, she turned and walked away without a backward glance. Sang Yifan stood in stunned silence, realizing for the first time that one could indeed resolve troubles with monetary might. Another lesson learned. After ascending the stairs, Sang Ning first visited the room of the matriarch, Sang Lao Tai, to assure her of her safety. Upon seeing her granddaughter unscathed, the old lady sighed in relief. Your second brother is a madman. In the future, do your utmost to avoid him. Sang Ning skofit avoidanse. I am eagerly awaiting Sang Machin's return. Recognizing her granddaughter's defiance, Sang Lao Tai understood she had not heeded her advice. She contemplated her words, but ultimately sighed, resigning herself to the fact that Sang Ning would act according to her own judgment. Previously, she had harbored concerns for Sang Ning, fearing she might be victimized. However, after witnessing the events of the banquet, she realized that Ning possessed considerable connections and capabilities. The banquet, it seemed, could not have been orchestrated solely on the reputation of Fu Xiuyuan and Youlan. Notably, Yi Mofan had made it abundantly clear that he was there for Sang Ning. Master Zhong Bai, too, had only acknowledged Sang Ning upon departure, as if he were entirely unfamiliar with Fu Xiuyuan. Moreover, Youlan had mentioned that her role was merely to oversee the proceedings, and the esteemed guest had all come in deference to Sang Ning. Had Sang Ning not exhibited exceptional abilities, how could she have attracted such influential figures? It was absurd to suggest that her prowess stemmed from learning seductive techniques from a nightclub. The guests present were of remarkable standing. If they sought companionship, they could find countless beautiful and well-bred women without resorting to nightclubs. They were clearly not the type to engage in frivolous pursuits. Sang Ning had impeccably arranged every detail of the banquet. Relatives who traveled from afar, her maternal kin, friends, and business partners all praised her efforts. Could these accomplishments truly be attributed to Fu Xiuyuan? She did not believe that excellence could emerge from thin air. Rather, it was evident that someone named Hongjie had meticulously guided her, thus honing Sang Ning's remarkable talents. Sang Ning lifted her gaze to glance at Grandma Sang. Hesitating for a moment before speaking, Grandma, if I were to say that Sang Machin is destined to die, what would you do? Grandma Sang stood up in shock, exclaiming, What? Are you going to kill him? Before Sang Ning could respond, Grandma Sang hurriedly grasped her hand, anxiously imploring, Ning, even if you harbor immense resentment, you must not take a life. Sang Ning chuckled softly. Do not be alarmed. I have no intention of killing him. Grandma Sang sighed in relief. That is good. That is good. Ning, no matter what happens, you must not sacrifice yourself. If anything were to happen to you, how would I live? Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. Grandma Sang sat back down, her worry palpable. Why did you suddenly say that Machin is destined to die? Sang Ning met her grandmother's concerned gaze and, after a moment's pause, replied, The one who poisoned you is Sang Machin. She had always thought that her grandmother, given her age, should be shielded from certain truths. She wished to protect her in her own way. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she felt her grandmother deserved to know the truth. Is that true? Grandma Sang's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Sang Machin would wish her harm, though she was not particularly close to either Sang Machian or Sang Machin. Having been kept at a distance by Lu Wanyu since their childhood, she had never treated them poorly. It perplexed her why Sang Machin would harbor such murderous intent. Sang Machin deserves to die, Sang Ning stated coldly. However, he is currently entangled in other matters, and someone is investigating him. I cannot act against him at this time. Sang Ning looked earnestly at her grandmother. Grandma, while I cannot personally avenge you, I will ensure he does not have an easy time. You need not concern yourself with the affairs of the family. Whatever I do will not jeopardize the interests of the Sang family. After a prolonged silence, Grandma Sang sighed. Then go ahead and do as you wish. She had spent her life avoiding conflict and longed for Sang Ning to live in peace. Yet, at 70 years of age, she was uncertain how many more years she had or how long she could protect Sang Ning. Thus, she resolved to allow Sang Ning to boldly pursue her intentions. If Sang Machin could poison her, he might well attempt to harm Sang Ning next. If this pest were not eradicated, the Sang family would find no peace, and Sang Ning would remain in danger. Later, after Sang Ning had spent some time conversing with Grandma Sang, she prepared to return to her room. Just before leaving, she suddenly recalled something and said, Grandma, I forgot to tell you that the medical knowledge left by Grandpa will continue to be passed down. I will select a suitable younger member of the family to teach them the art of healing. Grandma Sang's eyes glistened with tears. Very well. Your grandfather will be pleased to know. Once Sang Ning departed, Grandma Sang summoned Butler Wang. After helping her into bed, he remarked, There's been no news regarding Sang Li's biological parents. I have used my connections to compare the DNA databases, but to no avail. Madam, should we consider changing our approach? Madam Sang squinted her eyes and declared, Have another paternity test conducted for Sang Li and Lu Wanyu. No, make it 10, and send them to the identification center in the capital. After a brief pause, she added, I want you to find several trustworthy individuals to personally supervise the identification center. No one else is to handle the results. They must be delivered directly to you as soon as they are available. Butler Wang hesitated and replied, However, we have already conducted several tests, and Sang Li and the first madam have no blood relation. I do not believe it, Madam Sang retorted. After such a lengthy investigation, we have yet to uncover any information about Sang Li's biological parents. Is it possible she just appeared from thin air? The absence of any leads regarding her true parents indicates that Lu Wanyu must indeed be her biological mother, and the results of the previous paternity tests were tampered with. Very well, I will make arrangements tomorrow and handle it personally, Butler Wang responded without further inquiry. The situation seemed absurd even to her. After such an extensive search, there was still not a single clue. It was as if Sang Li had materialized from nowhere. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, I shall return to the company, Madam Sang stated with a grave expression. Chapter 85. What to do and what to eat. Picky eaters get dog food on the other side, in Lu Wanyu's chamber. Sang Li hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in. Mother, Master Zhong Bai has suddenly changed the time and place. Could it be that he has reconsidered and no longer wishes to take me as his disciple? Lu Wanyu was taken aback. Why has he altered the time and location? Did he not provide an explanation? He only mentioned that he had a sudden matter to attend to and instructed me not to go to the capital for the time being. He will come to Jiang City later to hold the apprenticeship banquet. Sang Li expressed her concerns. What if he arrives in Jiang City and Sang Ning finds out? Do not fret, Lu Wanyu reassured her. Based on the current situation, Sang Ning should be unaware. If she were to learn of it, she would undoubtedly prevent Master Zhong Bai from accepting you as his disciple. However, the fact that he has merely changed the time and location indicates that the apprenticeship banquet is still set to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wanyu continued. Once Master Zhong Bai confirms the new time, notify me immediately. I shall intervene with Sang Ning. As long as she does not appear before Master Zhong Bai, everything should be fine. Sang Li nodded. Realizing this was the only course of action, Lu Wanyu gently patted Sang Li's head, saying, Little Li, this opportunity is of great significance. You must seize it. Moreover, do not neglect your studies in medicine, for that is your most crucial endeavor. Have you forgotten what Uncle Li said? As long as you can develop what he desires, he will ensure your ascendance. Mother, rest assured, medicine is my foremost academic pursuit, and I shall not abandon it. Sang Li replied, with just half a month until school starts, once I enroll in Jian University, I will have the chance to enter the research institute. At that time, I will acquire more knowledge, and I am determined to create the potions Uncle Li seeks. Lu Wanyu felt a sense of relief. As long as you are mindful, that is sufficient. However, the most pressing matter now is Sang Ning's recognition banquet. Sang Li expressed her frustration. I initially planned to organize the recognition banquet splendidly, showcasing my capabilities to everyone. Yet now, she has hosted Grandma's birthday celebration so lavishly that no matter how well I manage the event, it will fail to astonish anyone. It is still your fault. You insisted on taking on this responsibility in front of your grandmother. Now, here we are, forced to carry it through. At the time, Sang Ning was in the limelight, and Sang Li thought that by assuming responsibility for the recognition banquet and performing well at the event, she would be favorably compared to Sang Ning. Little did she anticipate that Sang Ning would make Grandma's birthday celebration so extravagant. Sang Li now regretted her decision, recognizing it as perhaps her gravest error. She had intended to bring embarrassment to Sang Ning, but whether Sang Ning would be shamed was uncertain. What was clear was that she herself would certainly feel humiliated. She now yearned to relinquish the task. Since it was impossible to outshine Sang Ning's opulence, she resolved to be sincere, ensuring that everything provided was of the finest quality. This way, everyone would see how well she treated her sister, allowing for some comparison. But I have no money, Sang Li lamented. Ever since old lady Sang had pressured Lu Wanyu to take her pocket money, her finances had become exceedingly tight. Not only was she unable to purchase anything, but even her usual outings with friends were becoming financially burdensome. With a monthly allowance of 5,000, a single meal would consume it all. The reason she has managed to endure thus far is solely due to the financial support from Lu Wanyu. Otherwise, she would truly struggle to get by. I will relay this to you. Whenever Lu Wanyu hears mention of money, she becomes quite flustered. As a mere university professor, her financial resources are limited. The funds she possesses are primarily provided by Sang Moyan, along with a significant amount she had previously requested from the elderly matriarch. As for Sang Jingxuan, he has contributed nothing at all. Had she not insisted years ago on obtaining a 2% share in the company from Sang Jingxuan, she would not have been able to sustain herself solely on the funds from Sang Moyan and the matriarch for long. Currently, she is left with only 10 million. With Sang Li planning to head to the capital, she will undoubtedly need to forge connections. In addition to the expenses related to the piano competition and the Medical Research Institute, all of which require financial facilitation. These funds need to be conserved. Yet now, in order to host a recognition banquet for Sang Ning, she is compelled to spend money, which is quite disheartening. That old hag, who knows what went awry in her mind, insists on organizing a recognition banquet for Sang Ning. She merely gives orders, yet contributes not a single cent, ultimately leaving the financial burden upon her. This cannot continue. Tomorrow, she must confront Sang Jingxuan to reclaim this money. Upon receiving the funds, Sang Li suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Mother, do you think second brother would do anything to Sang Ning?" Lu Wanyu scoffed. When Sang Ning was a child, she literally bit off a piece of skin from your second brother's shoulder. He harbors a deep-seated hatred. His return this time is undoubtedly aimed at Sang Ning. Lu Wanyu then sternly warned Sang Li, "Keep your distance from your second brother. That lunatic is capable of turning against anyone, including family. Do not let him harm you." "I understand," Sang Li replied, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. "Excellent. Let the battle commence. If Sang Machin were to eliminate Sang Ning, I would finally be the true heiress of the Sang family. Fu Xiuyuan would belong to me as well. I shall reclaim all those men whom Sang Ning has seduced." The following day, Sang Ning rose later than usual. By the time she descended, the rest of the Sang family had already finished breakfast. Only Sang Machin and Sang Xiangwan remained in the dining room. After several unpleasant incidents caused by Lu Wanyu insisting that the family wait for Sang Ning to dine together, she decreed that meals should proceed without waiting for everyone. Those who arrive first shall eat. Since the elderly matriarch's poisoning incident, her meals, specially prepared by Chun Ma, have been arranged by Sang Ning, leading her to refrain from contesting with Lu Wanyu. Sang Jingxuan, who is rarely home, ignored Lu Wanyu, and the others had no objections. Sang Ning cast a glance at Sang Machin and Sang Xiuyuan, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she sauntered over. Upon seeing Sang Ning descend, Chen Ma promptly brought out her meal, stating, "Miss, the elderly matriarch has already dined. Yours has been kept warm in the pot and is still hot." Sang Ning accepted the bowl with a grateful thank you. Sang Xiuyuan raised her eyes, slamming her chopsticks onto the table in anger, exclaiming, "Why is her meal different from ours? Is she somehow special?" Sang Ning looked up in response. Chen Ma explained, "Mrs. Meal is a medicinal dish that she prepared to share with the elderly matriarch." "Medicinal dish?" Sang Xiuyuan spoke coldly. "It appears that all the good things have been given to her. Bring it out for me. I wish to partake as well." Ten mahisitated, glancing toward Sang Ning. Calmly consuming her meal, Sang Ning remained silent. Noticing Sang Ning's lack of response, Chen Ma turned to leave. "Stop right there," Sang Xiuyuan exclaimed, exasperated. "Did you not hear me? I ordered you to bring out the medicinal cuisine. There is none left. The last bowl has been given to the young lady." Chen Ma clarified, well aware of the distinctions between the two young mistresses. Having worked in the Sang household for many years, she had watched Sang Xiuyuan grow up and understood her temper quite well. The members of the Sang family dared not provoke her. However, the dynamics had shifted. The matriarch now held authority, with Sang Ning as the favored one. Without Sang Ning's approval, Chen Ma would not acquiesce. "None? Then you shall prepare it for me right now," Sang Xiuyuan commanded sharply. Chen Ma remained silent, casting another glance at Sang Ning. Summoning her with a gesture, Sang Ning leaned in to whisper something to Chen Ma. Upon raising her head again, Chen Ma exhibited a hint of sympathy for Sang Xiuyuan before promptly exiting the room. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a dog bowl, presenting it to Sang Ning. Sang Ning lifted the bowl and approached Sang Xiuyuan, seizing her hair and pressing her head onto the table. Then, pinching her mouth, she poured a bowl of dog food in her mouth, stating, "Remember, whatever is prepared at home is what we consume. No picking and choosing. From now on, this is your fare." Chapter 86. Establish your position, ah. Sang Xiuyuan let out a piercing scream, furiously declaring, "Sang Ning, I will kill you." As she spoke, she lunged to grasp Sang Ning's hair. However, before her hand could reach its target, Sang Ning retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Sang Xiuyuan crashing against the wall, clutching her stomach in pain. Just as Lu Wanyu returned home, she was met with this chaotic scene. Her face paled, and she exclaimed in anger, "Sang Ning, what madness has overtaken you? She is your second aunt. How can you lay hands on her?" Sang Ning's behavior was utterly outrageous. It was one thing to strike her brother, but to also dare to assault her second aunt was beyond comprehension. Sang Ning, dismissive of Lu Wanyu, strode up to Sang Xiuyuan, her voice devoid of emotion. "Know your place. The Sang family is not a hotel. If you wish to order something, go to a hotel." With a venomous glare, Sang Xiuyuan retorted, "Oh, after years apart, you've grown quite bold, haven't you? You think those people backing you will protect you from my wrath? Just wait. I will not let this go." Sang Ning, hands tucked casually into her pockets, radiated a nonchalant bravado. "I've been waiting for you all along, dear aunt." With that, she cast a wicked glance at Sang Machin, who had been quietly enjoying his meal, then turned on her heel and departed. After Sang Ning left, Lu Wanyu rushed to help Sang Xiuyuan up. Sang Xiuyuan forcefully pushed her away, exclaiming, "Get off. This is all your good daughteress doing." Lu Wanyu's expression darkened, yet she maintained a calm tone. "Sang Ning is simply being reckless. Do not let her get to you." Had she not needed Sang Xiuyuan's assistance, she would have confronted her directly. What a ridiculous situation. Did she truly believe she was someone of importance merely because her husband was from the capital? Just wait. One day, she would see Sang Xiuyuan kneeling before her in supplication. Sang Xiuyuan scoffed, shouting at Chen Ma, "What are you dawdling for? Bring me my medicinal soup. I am determined to have it today." Chen Ma glanced at her, replying coolly, "The fourth miss has not given me permission to serve." After saying this, she turned and walked away. What a farce. Did she actually consider herself a significant figure? If it weren't for the old matriarch's compassion, such a foolish person would have been expelled from the Sang family long ago. How dare she act so brazenly? "You," Sang Xiangwan shouted in exasperation. Now, even a servant dares to defy me? Mother, eldest brother, I have returned after so long, and this is how you treat me? Sang Xiangwan was causing a scene at home, clamoring for Sang Jingchuan and the matriarch to come down and seek justice on her behalf. Sang Jingchuan had worked late into the night and was still asleep at this hour. The commotion from Sang Xiangwan was intolerable. He descended the stairs only to find her throwing things in a frenzy. The vase he had just purchased lay shattered on the floor. His expression darkened as he demanded, "What madness is this? What madness?" Sang Xiangwan shot back, "Why don't you ask your precious daughter?" Her hair was disheveled, resembling a madwoman. Sang Ying Tuan Frowenet Ning. What on earth possessed you to provoke her? Have you lost your mind? Does she truly believe herself to be a distinguished member of the Sang family, deserving of everyone's deference? Why disrupt a peaceful existence by provoking Sang Ning? Is she truly someone who can be trifled with? In this household, aside from the matriarch and Sang Yifan, who has ever managed to curry favor with Sang Ning? Am I to provoke her? Sang Xiangwan widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Elder brother, do you truly wish to hear what you were saying? I have returned after several years, only wishing for a bowl of medicinal soup, yet Sang Ning forced me to consume a bowl of dog food, claiming this was not a hotel and that I should not order. What is this? I return home, and I cannot even dictate my own desires?" Sang Jingchuan instinctively wanted to remark on her beauty, but swallowed the words upon encountering Sang Xiangwan's predatory gaze. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Is she mistaken? This is my home. Who are you to dictate the menu? The host decide what is served, and, as a guest, you partake in what is offered. Have you completely forgotten the rules instilled by our mother? I am merely a guest." Sang Xiangwan gazed at Sang Jingchuan in shock. "Elder brother, am I no longer even considered part of your family? Just a guest? You're not a guest. Are you my ancestor?" Sang Jingchuan replied flatly. "If you cannot learn to behave yourself, you will find yourself without even the status of a guest. Sang Xiangwan, our familial bond was severed years ago. Do not presume that your blood ties grant you the right to bully my daughter in my home. I, Sang Jingchuan, am still alive. It is not your place to teach her a lesson." Sang Xiangwan attempted to respond, but was silenced by Sang Jingchuan's furious shout, "Leave. If you dare to throw another tantrum, you shall return home immediately." Fuming, Sang Xiangwan glanced at Sang Jingchuan's grim expression and reluctantly swallowed her resentment. "Very well. If you act unjustly, do not expect me to remain virtuous." Meanwhile, after departing the Sang household, Sang Ning made her way to the nightclub. The establishment was empty in the morning. Upon her arrival, Xiaoyu was holding a meeting with the ladies. "I have collected the medicinal powder for you all. In case of danger, disperse it immediately. Your lives take precedence. Furthermore, from this day forth, no one is permitted to entertain guests. Should you notice any irregularities with patrons, inform me at once. I will arrange for someone to enhance your combat skills. You must all strive diligently. Anyone who dares to slack off will face my wrath. Remember, your safety is paramount. If you cannot fight, flee. Henceforth, I do not wish for any more sisters to go missing. Is that understood?" As Xiaoyu's words concluded, the ladies of the nightclub echoed in unison, "Understood." Noticing Sang Ning's arrival, Xiaoyu instructed everyone to disperse. He then approached Sang Ning, his expression grave. "The fifth one has vanished, all without a trace." Sang Ning, her face stern, took a seat. "Provide me with the files of the missing sisters." Xiaoyu retrieved the prepared documents and handed them to Sang Ning. She accepted the files, her demeanor serious as she perused them. After a lengthy silence, Sang Ning spoke. "These sisters are all from out of town. The nightclub periodically takes in a batch of newcomers, and the majority are from elsewhere. Most of them come from impoverished backgrounds, unable to afford education, and are in urgent need of income. Remarkably, those who have gone missing are all from distant locales, situated nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangxing. Indeed," Xiaoyu stated, "I have dispatched individuals to inquire at their homes, yet none have returned, and upon reviewing their travel records, it appears they have not left Jiangxing at all. Who did they interact with before their disappearance?" Sang Ning inquired. "Prior to vanishing, they were engaged with clients, and after the clients exited, they simply disappeared." Xiaoyu continued, Moreover, they all vanish within nightclubs. I have inspected the rooms where they entertain clients, which are completely sealed, leaving no possibility for escape. Have any of the clients been questioned? Yes. They were all intoxicated and could only recall a hazy recollection of concluding their affairs before departing, with no knowledge of what transpired thereafter. Xiaoyu paused. Do you think something may have happened to them? Moreover, there has been no news regarding the sisters who previously went missing. Ning narrowed her eyes. Let us seek out Zhu Ying and have her investigate through the assassin organization. Chapter 87. Disobedience. First break a leg upon returning to the Sang family from the nightclub. Ning found guests in attendance. The Zhang family from Yun City, specifically Zhang Yunting, her uncle by marriage. Ning's memory of this uncle was faint. He had visited the Sang household once during her childhood, but had not returned since. Beside Zhang Yunting sat a flamboyantly dressed youth, lounging with an air of arrogance, embodying the essence of a spoiled heir. On the other side, an elderly lady, her face flushed with indignation, appeared to have just emerged from a heated argument. The Sang family was gathered, with the exception of the matriarch, all watching the unfolding drama. The matriarch, evidently having just been embroiled in a dispute, displayed a countenance far from pleasant. Dear in-laws, I shan't argue with you any longer. I have come today with a singular purpose. Sang Ruojin must return home with me. It is utterly inappropriate for a married woman to reside at her parental home for years, neglecting her husband and child, declared old lady Zhang. Struggling to suppress her simmering rage, her tone laced with fury, old lady Sang retorted, Return? To be mistreated by you? It is astonishing that your family, reputedly prominent in Yun City, could stoop to such cruelty towards a daughter-in-law. I must say, I find your words quite unpalatable. What do you mean by mistreatment? She is married and ought to be devoted to her husband and children. Moreover, she contributes nothing financially. What is wrong with assigning her household duties? If she cannot even manage a few chores, does she truly consider herself a princess? You are speaking nonsense. Old lady Sang, typically restrained in her language, was driven to exclaim in anger. You consider that a mere household task? You have burdened her with the entire responsibility of the villa? Are the members of your Zhang family all deceased, relying solely on Ruojin for survival? Mother, your words are rather harsh, Zhang Yunting interjected, frowning. Since marrying Ruojin, I have never treated her poorly. Yet, she cannot endure the simplest of tasks. Is it unreasonable for my mother to reprimand her? Silence. Old lady Sang's voice rose in fury. I have yet to settle accounts with you. What did you promise when you wed Ruojin? You vowed to cherish her forever. Yet what have you done? You seek other women while encouraging your son to recognize that woman as his mother. My dear daughter has been ground into this state by your family. As old lady Sang's agitation escalated, she declared, if it were not for Ruojin stopping me, I would have stormed over to confront you directly. Her emotions were running high, and she pressed her hand to her chest, struggling to breathe. Ning's expression darkened as she swiftly approached, gently patting old lady Sang's back. Once the matriarch's breathing steadied, Ning spoke, Do not be agitated. I shall handle this. Taking a deep breath, old lady Sang gestured for her to proceed, knowing that Ning had narrowly escaped the clutches of death and could not afford to be overwhelmed by anger. Though apprehensive of Ning's potential wrath, she acknowledged that it was indeed Ning who must confront the Zhang family. I have clarified to Yuner that we are merely friends. It is she who refuses to believe me, insisting on creating chaos within her household. Zhang Yunting declared, Mother, regardless of the circumstances, Ruojin is my wife. She cannot indefinitely reside at her parental home. Furthermore, our daughter Sang you should not stay elsewhere. Granny Sang struggled to contain her emotions, nearly on the verge of erupting, until Ning gently patted her hand, calming her down. Ignoring Zhang Yunting, Ning turned to Ruojin and asked, Aunt, do you intend to continue living with this man? Ruojin shot a resentful glare at Zhang Yunting, exclaiming, This scoundrel! I cannot bear to be with him for even a second, yet he is utterly shameless. I understand, Ning replied coolly, let us pursue a divorce. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunting sprang to his feet, fury etched across his face. Divorce? I will not consent. Ruojin is my wife. She must be buried with me. For in our family, We only know widowhood, not divorce. Sang Ning cast him a sidelong glance, then stood up and went to the kitchen, retrieving a knife, which she plunged into Zhang Yunting's chair. This audacious act startled both the Sang family and Zhang Yunting. The Sang family thought, this lunatic, does she intend to kill? Zhang Yunting, taken aback, was left in shock. Sang Ning withdrew the knife and settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs and casually toying with the blade. You will remain silent until it is your turn to speak. One more word, and this knife will not discriminate. Zhang Yunting stammered, is she a demon? Granny Sang remarked, Ning's methods are becoming increasingly formidable. The other members of the Sang family thought, quickly, let her stab him. If she kills Zhang Yunting, she will be labeled a murderer and can forever vanish from our lives. The entire villa fell into a profound silence due to Sang Ning's actions. At last, Sang Ning retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Once connected, she succinctly instructed, come to the Sang residence to assist me with a divorce case. After hanging up, she closed her eyes and leaned back on the sofa to rest, while the others merely stared at her in astonishment, too intimidated to utter a word. Everyone maintained their positions in silence, not knowing how long they waited, until the housekeeper ushered in a man clad in a suit. Upon seeing him, the Sang family collectively gasped. Jin Jizhou, the esteemed lawyer. He had never lost a case. There was a saying in the legal community, do not provoke Jin Jizhou, for he will ensure even your attorney faces prosecution. Yet, Jin Jizhou was notoriously selective, refusing to take on cases that did not pique his interest. It was astonishing that he had come at Sang Ning's behest. What methods had Sang Ning employed to command such respect from these titans? As Jin Jizhou entered, he immediately sought out Sang Ning's presence, calling out, boss, boss. The onlookers were left bewildered. Was Sang Ning truly Jin Jizhou's superior? Surely, it was a jest. How could she, without completing her education, be his boss? They must have misheard. How long will it take to resolve my aunt's divorce case? Sang Ning inquired directly, wasting no time. If the other party agrees to the divorce and signs the divorce agreement, the 30-day cooling-off period allows for the completion of divorce formalities. Should they refuse to agree, the standard procedure must be followed, with a court hearing potentially occurring within a week, leading to a mandatory divorce upon the court's ruling. Jin Jizhou, while retrieving his computer, responded. Sang Ning frowned and inquired whether all the procedures could be completed today. As long as both parties have signed the divorce agreement, they may proceed to the court for mediation, which can be finalized within a day, he replied. Then why did you not simply tell me the most efficient and straightforward method? Sang Ning questioned. Jin Jizhou chuckled. I am accustomed to informing clients of the standard process when handling cases. Sang Ning, exasperated, did not wish to engage in further banter and urged him to commence. Jin Jizhou nodded and asked whether both parties had communicated effectively regarding the division of assets and custody of the children. No, we have not reached an agreement. I do not consent to the divorce. If you dare, go ahead and sue. I will outlast you. As Jin Jizhou prepared to draft the divorce agreement, Zhang Yunting became incensed, crying out vehemently. Sang Ning glanced over, then stepped outside to summon the bodyguards left for her by Fu Xiuyuan, instructing them to teach him a lesson if he continued to disobey. Chapter 88. Unruly? The hospital of Jiangxing awaits you as soon as Sang Ning finished speaking. The bodyguards pinned Zhang Yunting to the ground. The captain of the bodyguards, Mu Feng, delivered a swift kick to Zhang Yunting's leg, followed by the unmistakable sound of bone fracturing. Zhang Yunting immediately let out a howl of pain. Mu Feng calmly stepped on Zhang Yunting's broken leg and said, Miss Sang has given you instructions. You must comply without testing her patience. Dad! Zhang Yi, Zhang Yunting's son, who had remained silent until now, rushed forward. However, before he could reach Zhang Yunting, he was seized by the bodyguards. Zhang Yi shouted, Get away! I am a young master of the Zhang family. If you dare lay a finger on me, I will make you pay dearly. Yet, the bodyguards remained unmoved, not even sparing him a glance. Scoundrels! Grandma Zhang rose in fury, her face flushed with anger. You have gone too far, daring to break my son's leg. Is this how your Sang family treats guests? Just as Grandma Zhang was about to speak further, Sang Ning interjected. The Sang family has its own way of hospitality. If you peacefully agree to the divorce, considering your blood ties with Sang Yu, the Sang family will grant you a dignified farewell. Sang Ning's expression darkened. However, should you refuse to divorce amicably, since you are in Jiangcheng, the hospital here would be delighted to accommodate you. The Sang family will ensure you have a luxurious hospital room. How long do you wish to stay? She glanced down at Zhang Yunting, who was clutching his leg in agony. Perhaps a month? I hear Grandma Zhang's birthday celebration is approaching. In light of our familial connection, we will organize the celebration for you at the Jiangcheng hospital. What do you think? You. Grandma Zhang's face turned ashen with rage. Who do you think you are? When did the Sang family come to be ruled by you? Zhang Yunting is your uncle by marriage. Do you not fear divine retribution for treating him this way? Uncle by marriage? Sang Ning scoffed. Does he even deserve that title? Grandma Zhang, unwilling to engage further with Sang Ning, turned to Grandma Sang. You have allowed my son to be mistreated in your household, and I demand an explanation. If not, I will not rest until I bring your Sang family to ruin. Grandma Sang frowned, but had yet to respond when Sang Ning lightly remarked, My grandmother's health is fragile. Should she suffer distress because of you, I suggest you consider relocating. After a brief silence, Sang Ning added, The Jiangcheng Cemetery is a lovely place. Should you wish to visit? Grandma Zhang, infuriated, realized she could not best Sang Ning an argument and turned to Sang Ruojin. You little wretch, are you just going to watch as they bully your uncle? Sang Ruojin lowered her head, remaining silent. At that moment, Zhang Yi interjected, Mom, what on earth are you causing such a ruckus for? You made a mistake. Dad only wanted to teach you a lesson by sending you to your family for a while. He was waiting for you to admit your wrongs before bringing you back. But look at you, leaving and never returning. Do you not want Dad anymore? Or have you found some other man outside? Is that why you allow them to treat us this way? Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, urging, Hurry, gather your things and come home with us. I will plead with Dad and Grandma on your behalf, and I won't hold today's incident against you. However, if you remain obstinate, I cannot assist you any further. Sang Ruojin finally lifted her head, gazing at the son she bore after 10 months of pregnancy. A mocking smile suddenly crept across her face. This is my good son. How wonderful you are, truly splendid. Zhang Yunting retorted angrily. Did you not hear what our son said? Pack your belongings and come with me. Apologize to Yun upon your return, and this matter will be settled. You're still my wife. Sang Ruojin walked before Zhang Yunting, looking down upon him. Zhang Yunting, I married you at the peak of my career. You insisted that I should not appear in public, so I withdrew to